I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you may be in the world. Thank you so much for joining us at Six Invitational 2023. That rhymed inadvertently, but even more so, we're back. It's day 2 of playoffs. I'm also Medic, your host here at the show, at least for a morning shift here. Jackie ended last night, and she'll be back in all her glory later on in the day. Speaking of glorious, my North American colleagues and counterparts in Jesse and Jacob. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Morning, Milos. It's always happy to see you here on the desk. Our second day working together. I think it should be a fun day, especially today on Valentine's Day. Jacob?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we have to send a bunch of teams home today, so the day for heartbreak just had to come on Valentine's Day. That's a little cruel irony, but I'm here for it.
Can we make a rhyme about it? Roses are red. Well,
no,
violets are blue.
You have the diffuser in hand, what do you do?
Ooh.
That's really good.
It's not, I didn't even come up with that one. That's been on the ticker like all day.
Ah, there you go. We thought you were a genius.
Jacob, take credit, okay? We don't read the ticker.
You know what? Fine, I will take credit. So whoever put that, whatever intern put that on the ticker from earlier, it's mine now.
There you go, salty probably yours. Anyways, for those at home, we wish you a happy Valentine's Day. But even if you're on your own and this is something you're comfortable with, that's great. If not, don't worry about it. You deserve someone to love you and spend time with you, and want to spend time with you and see you as much as we watch Pengu's 20 seconds left on the clock, which is a lot of dedication, but that's the love you deserve.
Say, to be fair, do we love that, or are we sick of that at this point?
Well, we see it. There you go. I'm just saying, you deserve someone who wants to see you as much as we see it. Doesn't mean I'm not putting any descriptives over there. So there you go. Gentlemen, we had a great day yesterday. Fantastic matches, I have to say. And this is how our bracket went down. OXG, moving forward to play M&M, they took down the undefeated team in the groups to go up against Wolves today. Now you see Wolves, OXG, Koi, and W7M, they are in the kind of half side or later side of the bracket. They are confirmed to play on the stage at Invitational this weekend. I repeat, Spoit will be on stage at the Invitational.
I think more people are excited about Dream, to be fair, going to main stage.
Dream is life.
Dream is love, Dream is life.
As his Twitter handle also goes. But yes, those 4 teams, no matter if they're up in the bracket or even if they drop down to the lower bracket, that's okay. They will still be playing among the top teams left at the Invitational on stage. Otherwise, you saw Kafe Dostoyevsky taking down Soniqs, bringing down W7M, also defeating BDS in a super close game. But that's how we are at. Liquid will play BDS, Astralis will play Soniqs, FaZe Clan versus G2, and SSG versus Heroic. Of course, today we focus on the lower bracket.
Yes, and 12 teams in lower bracket, only 2 of them will be advancing on to the main stage on the final weekend, so it's going to get messy over the next couple of days. Obviously, we're getting rid of a lot today. Tomorrow, we'll get rid of a couple more. It's going to be fun as we figure out who's eventually going to play on that final weekend.
Yeah, this is a Black Tuesday situation just because so many teams are getting knocked out in such quick succession, and a big part of this is so many big names are also getting knocked out too because it's a G2 FaZe match.
Oh, yeah.
Already a team that we thought was probably, I had G2 going all the way to winners finals. That was what I had in my bracket from originally, and they're going up against FaZe, and we all understand how big FaZe is in this game. And then BDS Liquid's the other one that I think is also going to break a lot of people's hearts. Jenna's going to be watching that game wherever she is right now, and probably not going to have a good time based on the things that we've seen so far.
Poor Jenna, she did not deserve the shots, the strays that she's catching here on the stream.
She doesn't deserve it, and hopefully for her sake it doesn't happen, but we can't control what happens to Liquid, so.
No, we can't control anything. To be fair, in the group stage, Liquid looked like they could barely control what was happening to them anyways, but look at where they are. Anyways, we got custom graphics to start things off because we have enough data now between the group stage and the first day of playoffs to talk about operators and their impact on the game overall. Jesse, what does this mean?
Indeed we have, Milos. This is the change in operator presence, meaning pick plus ban rates between the qualifiers for this event and, of course, the Six Invitational itself. So there's not been a huge meta change since then, but there have been a few things, I think, most notably on this graphic. Of course, Twitch, the F2 change, losing that vertical grip has really hurt her presence rate. She has fallen more than any other attacker, down 13%, largely replaced by ops like Nook and Yana, very similar ops that can fill kind of the same role, right? You're getting that utility in, but you're still able to go forward and get your frags. So a lot of those gunning operators still going to be there. And then we have a similar operator, a similar graphic for the defenders coming up here next. This is one where we're seeing Solus really start to pick up in play right now. I was actually thinking maybe we might see the opposite of this because in the qualifiers, Solus was often misused. Felt like often she was not really finding an impact, often just kind of staying down below and not really having an effect on the round. But once we see better players bring Solus, that's happening less and less and less, and we're seeing teams get really great value out of Solus every time they bring her. Also notable, Jaeger and Wamai, the 2 anti-nade operators, down a combined 20%. Kind of crazy. I guess we've been seeing just less grenade play in general at the Six Invitational, and that might be a reason why.
I mean, remember back when Jaeger was just off the charts on every single win delta chart that we'd see Ubisoft publish at every single midseason update? That's the kind of thing I think they wanted to see, was numbers like that specifically for those 2 to get taken down. We thought it was impossible for Jaeger's pick rate to go any lower than it was, and it's already done that. But I think a really big one for me isn't just the fact that we're seeing Wharton's pick rate have gone up from the days of Phantom Sight when we weren't certain if he was actually going to be meta worthy. It's also the fact that you have so many defensive operators to ban these days. You're often having to pick between a Solus and a Zami or a Kaid or a Mira or a Valk. You have enough options defensively now that there's enough Azami actually being left up in play to a point where so many of the operators just scrolling through the chart have Azami as one of their most played, and I didn't think that was going to be possible because you would think Azami Solus would be the 2 that would have to be banned every single time, but you still have to prioritize hard breach, you still have to prioritize intel, and there are some things you simply can't take out of play every time. We're seeing enough Ying play and being Ying bans these days that you also have to figure, does Warden get banned in the midst of all of that? So this meta certainly has shifted very fast over just the past, 6 months?
And it's always the topic of meta because of the dynamics of Rainbow Six Siege. It's when you talk map picks and bans, you cannot talk about them in isolation from what are the operators that are currently in rotation and the amount of bans that you have. And that's something that even the conversation going from best of 1 to best of 3 to best of 5, it's complicated on its own. I know, for example, in CS, the conversation was being had over the past 10 plus years in conversation. I definitely remember those days. But in Siege, it's even an extra layer on top of it. And you're counting the asymmetry between attackers and defenders. I have to say, coaches, support staff for teams have their work cut out for them. But this is why here we are at Invitational. This is why they are playing here, because you have to be completely prepared for what your opponents can show. And I neglect to mention the fact that attackers have repick. Yeah. I've had it for the past year. And that is yet another layer. So we are playing 6D chess here at the Invitational to figure out what is the proper balancing and not even considering regions.
Yeah, indeed we are. I think just yesterday we had a clubhouse get played where we had Thermite, Maverick, and then Kaid and Bandit banned. Like, sometimes there's certain maps in the pool that just, the operator bans will completely change how things are played, and that's the beauty of Siege, right?
And the crazy part about this is now that we've actually been able to get through our very first day of the Invitational, as of, I think, this morning or yesterday, we do not have a single attacker-sided map left.
Wow.
All of them are now defensive sided because Border used to be the only one that was maybe like 48% to 52. These days, every single one crosses at least a 51% defensive win rate threshold. So everyone was wondering if repick was going to be busted on entry when it came in during stage 1. Over the course of the past year, it's not been that way at all.
Yeah, very small sample size still with the SI maps, but yes, I definitely think we still see.
Yeah,
actually, have you seen my sample sizes for this?
I hate to pull the statistician card, but
well, I mean, you are legally even a statistician. Here we are. Our schedule for today is as follows. We're following the lower bracket. In the morning, the games that have already been set by yesterday's matches, as you see, SSG versus Heroic, FaZe v G2, Astralis v Soniqs, and Liquid versus BDS. This is the last day we are running 2 streams at the same time. After this, we're just going smooth on the A stream, and you'll see AT later will be playing a winner of the first game. The winner of the first game, because this is today. It's your last life. You lose today, you're out of the Invitational. So G2 fanboys, I hope you were watching real tight. Demo. Lost 1 also, and Eminem finally to round out our day. Gentlemen, closing thoughts?
It's going to be a bloodbath, Milos.
I hope not.
I certainly hope not, for all of our sakes.
All right. Do we have time for predictions? Yeah, we do. Let's bring them up. Let's see what everybody predicted and how low Jacob is on the board. Can we lower that ticker? Let's see what's up. Thank you so much, production. They're always on point. Ooh. Fresh at 34. It's pretty freaking good. 29 from Andy. Baby Dev Marta at 22. And at 28, not bad. Moving on to our second side. I'm so glad they don't have me on this, by the way. They're like, oh, yeah, we want the host to put their stuff in there too, and then they never use them. So like,
I was saying, you fill this out at the same time we do. Oh God.
I am merely a host. 32 points for Demo, not bad at all. 28 for Extra Troika, 27 for Jesse. All right, and 17 for Caliber Jacob.
Look,
EU is leading.
I am nothing if not on brand.
I suppose. Give them that. That's a lot of SSG picks for a team that struggled so hard in groups, I gotta say. Not a lot of noodle believers.
I mean, after yesterday's scathing timeout, I think it changed a lot of people's minds.
I think, because we're going to have to talk about that SSG Heroic game first, I'm going to make the argument that timeout was, in fact, not scathing.
It was real.
I'm going to have the reverse take. It was real.
It was real.
But there's a lot of people that don't understand exactly how that's meant to be dealt with, so we're going to talk about that.
All right. You know what? We've teased it enough. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll start setting things up for Heroic v SSG.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, everybody, to Six Invitational 2023. Game one is about to begin. Again, one of those many classics of EUNA, and some would say two teams on equal footing in SSG and Heroic. We welcome you back to the Command Center. I'm Alex Dominic, your host. With me on the Analyst desk are Jesse and Jacob, our resident NAL, aficionados.
That's us.
The experts on the North American League, as
we are paid to be that.
As seen on TV.
I guess you're not wrong.
There you go.
My grandparents do put me on their TV whenever I'm on, so.
As seen on one TV across the country.
True.
You know what? That's already way more than most people. I'll give you that. Spacestation versus Heroic. We'll turn our attention to our North American team in Spacestation Gaming to talk details about the squad. Very short introduction. At this point, everybody knows them. This is a team that's done quite a bit in NAL internationally. A bit of a rougher time this year, but your thoughts so far on them at SI?
Wow, Spacestation Gaming, this is a team that I think a lot of people had high hopes for coming into this event. They got through the qualifier, beat the world champions to get here, but then the group stage, a total disaster, multiple 7-0s, 7-1s. They just could not find their footing against any of the top teams that were in their group. Koi, G2, W7M, they struggled really hard in this group stage. So now their first game in the lower bracket, they're looking to try to make a run and turn around what was a disastrous start to the Six Invitational.
It's already going to be difficult because this is a Space Station team that no one expected to be nearly in this much of a hole, especially when you're coming out of the qualifiers. It felt like there's always a qualifier buff that whatever team comes from North America, they're able to make a run, and in some cases they're able to win it because the last two Six Invitational winners from North America were the qualifier winners. But you gotta wonder what's going through all of the guys on this team's head, because multiple world champions exist on this team. The support staff is the exact same as it was when they won in 2020, and they have I'm sure they they have the exact same pressure on them. When you do something as good as winning a world championship, you then start wondering in the back of your head every single day after that point, what does it take for me to get back to a stage where I am that good again, where I can prove that I'm worthy of lifting yet another hammer? And it's been 3 years of up and down results, and they haven't won anything substantial in what seems like a very, very long time, in spite of having all of that talent that exists on this team. And it's a really, really weird conundrum to try and sort out for Space Station.
Well, maybe we can figure out from some of their answers, at least what they're thinking of what it takes to call next championship.
This is not an ad.
Maybe it'll be, no, it is definitely not. Demo sat down with SSG, had a chat with them. Let's see what they have to say.
Well, I'd be lying if I said if my team's performance in the group stage felt good. It's been a pretty rough last couple days. How I'm feeling about the first playoff game, I think we got a pretty good group of teams that we could potentially play towards the easier side of the potential opponents. Us being familiar with OXG obviously helps, and then Heroic, I feel like we had a pretty good EU team in our group, so kind of know what to expect with them. The main things we're trying to improve on from group stage to like now is overall just teamwork and winning the rounds we should be winning. You know, we put ourselves in a lot of close rounds, but we just can't find a way to close those rounds out. And then by doing so, we lose momentum, and then rounds start stacking against us, and then next thing we know, you know, map's over and you're trying to reset. So we're really just trying to make it easy on ourselves by, in general, playing better. I think W7M is still like the best team that I've ever played against. Like those guys, matchup-wise, they match up good against us, and our map pool kind of overlaps in a really bad way. But like bias, they are nasty. Preparation for playoffs compared to group stages, it's really not that much different. It just comes down to execution. There's nothing really wrong with the preparation. It's just a matter of what we're doing when you actually get into the lobby and start playing against these guys. It's just really all about execution and us executing better. Oh yeah, the other three teams are good, yeah, but it's just like confidence is one hell of a thing. When you lose it and it's down there, it doesn't really matter how good of a team you are. It's like that shit just kind of messes with stuff. Little message for everyone out there: we got nothing to lose, so better watch out.
We got nothing to lose. I would beg to defer because actually you have everything to lose today. You're out of the Invitational if you get knocked out by Heroic. So there's something to keep in mind, and I'm sure the entirety of SG are getting ready for their games heading up when we see them on the screen as we speak. I'd like to turn our attention to their opponents on the other side. Heroic, our European team that fell to OXG yesterday, and we're wondering, is NA the bane of their existence, or is it just the attitude and the youth of the team backfiring on them, Jesse?
Well, Heroic are obviously a squad that came into the Six Invitational with some issues, right? They weren't able to show up with the exact roster that they were hoping to. They've instead had to bring back Sloth onto the roster alongside Noodle, who has just joined this team as well. So they're obviously a team that don't have the most experience playing with one another. But I have to say, they impressed in the group stage. They really did upset some teams that people didn't think they were going to be able to take down. It's unfortunate that yesterday they struggled so hard in their upper bracket game against Oxygen. It started off all right. They were competitive on Chalet. They fell to pieces on Clubhouse. Didn't find a single attacking win on that map. Felt like their mental just got away from them. And I think this is going to be the true test of, do they have that mental to bounce back, or do they just not deserve to be here?
I had a really long conversation with Mr. Officer yesterday, and that conversation was mostly talking about coaching ideology and what happened during that timeout. It's not to say that Heroic are completely torn to shreds by their own mental state, but there are some things about this team that have to be taken into account, especially considering the youth and the inexperience on LAN of a lot of these guys. Even though they've been to a couple in the past, they've never been able to make a sufficiently deep run. But something to keep in mind is that when things start all of a sudden catching on fire, there are multiple ways that you can put those kinds of things out. And if you need to be brutal and blunt and upfront and honest with the people that you are trying to help catapult to a world championship, which is the reason why you're here, there are different methods of being able to do that. And in some cases, it may not resonate with the public exactly how that is being done, or it may not be something that you relate to. Maybe people don't talk to you necessarily in that way, but when you're in a high stakes competitive environment, you may need to be that level of honest with the people that are surrounding you. And because now we have the ability to hear coach comms, it might sometimes mean you don't like what you hear. I'm sure the players also don't like what they hear, but if you're in a moment like they were yesterday, down 3-0 to OXG on map 2, taking attack timeout because their coach very clearly realizes that there's something not working in their communications flow, then you're going to have to pull out all the stops and you're going to have to do those things. Yes, Heroic lost the mental battle yesterday, as admitted to by Mr. Officer to me. That was their biggest problem. But if they're able to overcome that kind of thing and actually have a good turnaround from that series into this one, they're hoping that they'll be able to really turn, like, put the Jets on Space Station. I was promised by Mr. Officer that we were going to see a completely different game from Heroic today, both in the server and mental. But how quick are you going to be able to do that? I don't know if less than 24 hours time is enough for you to actually be able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, talk the talk is one thing. They got to walk the walk, right? And I think definitely the biggest problem to get over for Heroic is going to be that coordination, right? That team synergy to come through. I actually think that, you know, Sloth coming back onto this roster has done a really good job of coordinating with the team. It feels like he's usually in sync with the rest of them. That probably comes from his prior experience playing with this squad before taking a break through stage 3. I think it's been Noodle who's been often kind of disconnected, and Joom, who's often very far forward from the team. I want to maybe see him reining things back in. He can still be the entry. He can still be first one to get into that fight, but there needs to be somebody behind him for that trade.
So our map bans for the series, what do they look like? Gentlemen, I'll put them up on the screen. 9 map pool, 4 are out, and our first one will be Kafe, second Chalet, third Decider is Bank. Your thoughts, Mr. Chick?
All right, not super crazy. We start with Kafe from Space Station, a map they dominated back in the qualifier over reality television. But of course, final day of groups, they played this against G2. They got 0 rounds, 7-0. And you take a look at Heroic on that map, it was really strong for them this year. They played on Yongshiping and lost to TSM, but that was 7-5. Also had some wins throughout stages 1, 2, and 3. So Kafe, that could be a toss-up, honestly.
Chalet will be a bit more interesting. Heroic's pick, they are only 5-6 over the course of this whole year, but they've obviously had a whole bunch of roster changes to make, so whether that's a map that they really like is more dependent on how good they'll be against Space Station, who themselves this whole year are also 5-6, but in their tenure with Yeti, there has been considerably more play on it. They've played it 4 times since he's jumped into this Space Station lineup, and they've won it more often than not. Actually, no, I believe they're 2-2 since he's jumped on the team, my mistake. So if we need that, it's actually a pretty dead even map for both squads, and I'm curious why Heroic thought this would be a battleground they could beat Space Station on.
So if we're looking at the map bans overall, is there a team that's more ahead? Can Space Station actually do it? They have a lot to lose.
If this was Space Station's final game at the Six Invitational, I'd say that these 3 are honestly pretty good battlegrounds for them to at least have a decent shot, but you have a lot of things to overcome because they were absolutely caught in a catch-22 over the group stage of their map pools not lining up with the map pools of anybody else that they were playing in groups, so they have a lot of things to overcome in spite of the maps that we're going to anyway.
He's not liking it.
You don't like that?
I mean, it's so tough to predict Space Station Gaming, right? They just had such a bad group stage. I'm feeling pretty bad about SSG. I did pick up some stuff from a guy outside. He said it was copium. I don't know if that's, I mean, it can't hurt to try some, right?
Like a cold one?
We'll give it a shot. I mean, tastes good actually. It doesn't change the way I think. I mean, Heroic should still, I mean, SSG's maps aren't that bad, right? I mean, when you think about it, they've got 3 maps that they don't dislike playing on. Their map pool's actually pretty good, so it's hard to predict them. And you know what? Their attacks against G2, they weren't that bad. They weren't that bad. When they played against G2, they actually had a pretty decent map there. You know, they could have forced a map 3.
They were terrible.
And you remember their border defenses against Koi. You know, their intel was pretty good. They seem to be actually getting quite a few rounds there. And did you see how disconnected Noodle was from their team? I know Faults can trade.
Jesse. Okay. No. Okay. All right. No.
This is a Space Station game, absolutely.
What the hell is? Hold on.
It's obvious.
You got this from a guy outside.
Wait, let me have a sip.
I'm trying to make sure it's not poison.
No, it's clear. It's not the drink, Jacob. It's not the drink. I believe it. It's Space Station.
Definitely might be the drink. It smells like, you know what, actually? What were you saying about G2 and their attacks?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you see this? Do you see this?
You know what, actually, no, I like that.
Numbers, Jacob.
I think I like that, actually.
The numbers.
Wait, hang on. Okay.
You might be wondering how I got here.
They line up.
You know what? I like that. You know what? In spite of Space Station had a whole bunch of categories that they were
Suddenly,
Space Station might win this game.
cold places in North America.
They might win this game. I just.
Yeah.
Well, I
Get
just.
us into the game.
for Space
SSG
Station.
versus her.
This is pretty good.
Saves.
This is the best map pool they could have had.
Off.
All right, everybody, welcome. And it's time for our very first matchup of the day. It's time to say goodbye to some of these teams.
Yeah.
I cry.
It is a sad
I
time.
cry because we're going to lose some of these teams, Nick.
6 of them today alone. 4 tomorrow after that.
No.
No.
I just like seeing them here. I don't want to say goodbye. I'm not ready. Space Station enter with one of the lowest amount of rounds and maps played of any team still currently at the tournament. Yes, that's correct. As the desk talked about before they started drinking a copious amount of copium, Space Station have been blown out through most of the groups, and they limped their way into stage number 2. Well, they got a big test ahead of them. They're going up against Heroic. Heroic was in action yesterday. And of course, there was that infamous clip that went around of Mr. Officer yelling at June. He promises that there's going to be a different game. Well, we'll be the judge of that.
Oh.
You seem to agree. The community favoring Heroic over Space Station.
That is, I didn't think that we'd see Heroic, which, you know, they've gone through so many roster changes, etc., new players, and then you have SSG, who's won a world title just a few years ago, and now we see Heroic being favored in the fan vote on this early morning here in Canada. Operator bans are going out. First map is Kafe. It's picked by SSG. Ying, the first operator to fall, followed up by the Nuke on defense. SSG banning out the Valkyrie as well. Intel being denied from Heroic.
Oh, by the way, happy Palentine's Day, pal.
Oh, don't do me like that, Parker.
All right, that's all I had. I just wanted to say that. Now we're going to move on. All right, Azami's the last operator banned. You know, you and I spent last Valentine's Day together as well.
We did.
We did. This is 2 in a row, baby. Give me a fist bump.
I mean, Valentine's always been an invite, right? Because it always happens to be in February, so
That's true.
we're always here.
Absolutely. All right, let's get things underway. SSG will be starting on attack on their map pick of Kafe. Heroic starting on defense, and well, they've locked in a Solus right off the rip. They've also locked in both a Jaeger and a Wamai at the same time, which is, as we noted in a previous matchup where we saw this, quite uncommon with the way that this tournament has been played.
What isn't uncommon is the Ying ban from Heroic. SSG, they tend to bring out the Ying when nothing else is working. I saw this wonderful meme on Reddit, like during the group stage, that was SSG was like terrible attacks and having to crouch the Ying, but then like Ying is banned, so like they just have bad attacks essentially. Now, SSG, we saw the interview with Yeti, they've been working on teamwork and maintaining that confidence through these best-of-3 series, not counting themselves out after a couple of bad rounds or a first bad map, for example. The Ying shouldn't be the defining factor for them as to whether they're going to win or lose these attacking rounds, but it sure is going to be more difficult not having one of their most comfortable operators available to them.
Yo, absolutely. Ying is a very strong operator on about half of the maps at the present moment, for a number of reasons, not just the Candelas, but also that secondary hard breach. This was something that we mentioned in the Oregon map that we watched yesterday because she provides value from both pieces of her utility. You can actually forego a hard breacher entirely if you want to attack the basement of Oregon because Ying is that good. Now, obviously, Kafe plays out very differently. Extremely linear map, but you still can use those secondary hard breach gadgets, especially if you're attacking this upstairs bomb site. You can use them on the wall, leading into Ticket, into Piano. So not having her means that, well, in terms of secondary hard breach, you don't really have anything going for you. You're just going to use regular old stinky hard breach, which is exactly what Bosco is doing.
Stinky hard breach. The Solus usage right now can find those air jabs from the Nomad for the runouts, the Claymores, and of course those pre-placed drones to cover any of the peaks from the garage or the first floor doors. SSG with a stable passive setup, bringing out the Nomad to stop Heroic from going offensively against them. With the Asami ban, Piano is much more difficult to play. Uno there in the front gets a C4 overkill onto Rambi. He's going to aggress forward, looking for more.
So they wanted a different heroic, and that's a pretty good start for a different look of this heroic squad. Yeti now on Repel with Fultz right next door. A grenade to go in, but they hear it. A flashbang just to distract, and Sloth could go for a run out right now. There's the air jab taken care of, and he'll toy with that doorway. Runouts now are detected after half a second or a second or something along those lines. It's very, very quick.
Yeah.
Imprecise, some would say. Sloth thinks better of it, and back deep into the map he goes. But it's Uno for the jump out. He's a bit too slow on Yeti, and SSG is on the board.
Yeah, Uno opting not to dodge that grenade toss that might have followed up afterwards. But the thing is, that was the last grenades from SSG because Rambi died to Uno's C4. That means he could have just stayed in that corner, but instead went offensive.
And Hot and Cold is dropped. Red Hatch picks up his second kill for SSG. Both he and Yeti are the two players carrying the load at the moment. Secondary utility right now for Spacestation, solely in the hands of Bosco. Outside of that, you're going to just work with whatever gadgetry is still remaining in the guns that you have in your hand. This round has flown by. Noodle drops below with 30 seconds left. That's the Solus to go for a post-plant. Smart place to be. Joom softened up towards the bomb site. More will fall on the shoulders of Sloth, as he seems to be the only point of resistance currently stopping Space Station from getting into the site. And he's dropped Fultz, retreating to a reinforcement. Noodle still down below, laying in wait. Fultz picked back up. Space Station in a 4v3. Flashbangs in the hands of Bosco will go out. He also holds the diffuser, but he doesn't exactly have the information until at the last second he charges in and grabs it. A diffuser going down, and Noodle will scout for it, but there's a plant up top. Can he reach it? Yes, he can! And Noodle will be the hero of round one.
Oh, that impact grenade, the table, it doesn't fully break because of that. The tabletop itself is technically not destroyable by soft breach, but it grants you the angle to see just a small part of the leg or the back of the Hibana. They get the kill. Heroic, when Noodle makes the call to go there below with the Solus at 30 seconds with one impact in pocket, it's important that Doom and Sloth, they play passive on the bomb side. And the thing is, SSG, they read it perfectly. They throw those last 3 flashbangs out and they go on the offense. They get those 2 deep kills to go deep into the bomb side. Nobody had time to drop down below. They need all that manpower up to ensure those gunfights went in their favor. Heroic, they clutch out the first round. It's very close. Have a quick technical timeout right now, not a tactical one at that. Uno's aggression on the window and piano, questionable. And I think it comes down to the fact that, again, he did not know how many grenades were left in the pocket of SSG. If you know there's no nades left, you can just stay in the corner of piano, no one can kill you, and Sloth, he had gone down in Bakery double door, got rid of that air jab. If anybody repelled on the south side of piano windows, he could just run out that Bakery door and get a free kill. They can basically bait around Uno's position, but instead, SSG, they get piano control, things they snowball from there.
That timeout was taken for the observers, by the way. That was not a team timeout. That was a tech.
Observers also get timeouts?
Observers have rights.
Okay. I just want to point out that I love all of our observers working for Rainbow Six Siege. They're basically a part of the talent group. We hang out with them every single day. Great people. He's blaming the technology for his
Of course he is. Never mind. You know what? Observers are woke.
Just take the blame, man. Wah, wah, wah.
Observing this match is Medics, one of the 2 EUL observers. So, just in case you're curious, or want to blame somebody if you feel the observing isn't good.
Oh boy. Mining bomb site. This one is a difficult one to pull off without the mirror, but mirror is available to the defending team. That's why it's going to be brought out. The post, the castle, and the mirror, the 3 main core operators of this bomb site. Uno, the single sole IGL for Heroic, doing 95% of all the communication for the team, leading these young gunners plus Grizzly into the fray against SSG. He's going to have that cardiac sensor, info down below. C4 in pocket from him and Noodle, they can work together. As you see, they know this. They're playing from outside the building, taking a slow approach, trying to get the first initial step secured, but denied so far by Heroic, killing those switch drones, not losing the mirror window control.
I think the win condition for SSG today is Rampy. And I'm going to say that because time and time again, Rampy has struggles with consistency, struggles with showing up, and it's not just that he's another normal player on Space Station. He's so pivotal. So is Bosco too, but Joom decides to swing, gets the pick. Rampy trades it back. But that's your hard breacher gone. Space Station, no access to hard destruction now that the ace of Bosco is off the board.
The aggressions from Joom, Heroic, I mean, they've said it many times, they just want to believe in themselves, take these gunfights aggressively, and in doing so, they trade 1 for 1, but it's ace off the board, no hard breach for SSG. C4 gets tossed out, it does no damage towards Rampy, who's going to start breaking this floor apart and applying pressure onto Uno down below.
Again, back to Rampy. Rampy's consistency issues on Space Station have been well noted. He's one of the 2 main points of entry alongside Fultz more often than not. SSG falling by the wayside right now. Uno throws out a desperation C4. Rampy tries for a trade yet again. He does so. This round from Rampy. It hasn't been his problem that Bosco and Hot and Cold have wandered in without droning the site, but he's able to keep it close.
Yeah, 30 seconds left, so SSG got a storm next to bombs. They don't even know where they're getting shot from. It's a wallbang from Grizzly across the map.
Heroic are continuing to trade out in very favorable numbers here. Nick, Rampy walks right in. They don't clear the corner. Noodle shuts both of them down, and Heroic are up 2-0.
That's an issue with drone economy and time on the clock. This slow roam clear really punishing SSG in the late stage of that round. And I think you put it perfectly, Parker. The issue wasn't Rampy in that round. He's doing his job as Sledge up above, but his teammates are falling apart around him. They had a good read on Uno. They had the yellow ping. The nade was chalked on out, but I think there was a bit of miscommunication. It seemed like when Hot and Cold walked in library, he was expecting Uno to be tucked behind that fallen over bookshelf on that default plan position. He wide swung, not even really shooting back against the UMP. So it looks like miscommunication. The information was technically there, not conveyed correctly. Kitchen bomb site. That famous...
Still throws me for a loop.
Yeah, and it's like, some people call it basement, like I used to do myself. I'm trying my best to call it the first floor, the bottom floor of the map rather. But yeah, kitchen. 2 ways to play it. Hard on the roam, trying to just get kills, play aggressive, or play that more kind of early stage roam, fall back as quick as possible, have the 5 versus 5 on the bomb side. SSG with a great adaptation unit, attacker repick, both bring out the Bog and the Sledge. That's going to speed up the process of both roam clearing because of soft destruction, but also destroying the floor vertically, leading to the bomb side once you establish that control. And Hot and Cold, with that stable Monty pick of his, is going to make things even more difficult for Heroic.
Here's my question for you.
Okay, shoot.
Do you think the Monty is being brought out because it's a part of a dedicated strategy, or do you think a Monty is being brought out because SSG have been dominated the moment they get into the building?
I think it's the latter. I think it's to try and help shut down the Heroic aggression, or at the very least, now the aggression is not going to do any real damage to SSG, right? They're going to shoot the Monty shield and then have to walk backwards. The thing is, it's not Hot and Cold right now doing the intro job. He's droning right now on the roof or waiting. He just got there. It's Iana who's dropped down aggressively. That's going to be Fultz. So Hot and Cold, yeah, there he is. He's going to walk in. Joom sees it, instantly sprints away. The Yokai is on the board. That can help take down the Monty, but no, it's Sloth. He finds Rampy instead on Sledge.
Heroic really taking advantage of this, and Rampy is the casualty for Space Station. Again, we talked about, who needs to live and who needs to die. Fultz and Rampy so far, the 2 entry duo that we tend to see, they're not getting it done at the moment. Rampy's 2 kills both come from trades.
What?
Sloth tries to outduel Joom. He's laughing as he heads down the stairs. The Monty will breathe down his neck. No amusement on the face of Matthew Stevens as he is now in hot pursuit. Yet he gets a pick to equalize the numbers into a 3v3, half of the round to play out. Still, Heroic's remaining players all seem to have consolidated around the bomb site. There's still smoke on the board, as well as the Echo, with the Yokai very visibly in play.
I thought it was going to be a team kill there for Heroic, but it was actually Hot and Cold getting that ADS pistol kill. Beautifully played from him, a high risk that was to take. And Heroic, indecisive on the roam, and this is one of the problems for them. Uno is the sole IGL, is on the bomb side. He cannot make the calls for his roamers, and they're kind of circling back and forth. Do we 2v on the Monty or not? Again, SSG, they capitalize beautifully with that information. Uno, no one is there to help him, and Hot and Cold finds another pistol kill on the bomb side.
This is what happens when you allow the Monty to take up more and more space. He now has clear entry towards Freezer as it's been bucked out by Bosco. Diffuser in the hands of the Monty, who will likely go for a backwards plant by the bomb site. Yeti cutting off a rotate to go from prep, or small bakery rather, all the way over. Grizzly will have to go through prep in order to get back in, unless he wants to go with the rotation that was created. 20 seconds remaining, and I believe the jig might be up on that yokai. Both blasts will go, and Grizzly decides to go for the area where the air jab is. He'll be knocked over if he continues farther up towards Whiskey. He knows that there's somebody inside. Kocek, and he gets a kill, but he trades it out, and unfortunately for Heroic. There were still 2 more players left on Space Station. I don't believe the diffuser actually went down, but it was very, very close, and SSG put up their very first round.
Again, my point earlier, Uno as a solo GL, the big voice of the team, is not on the roam no longer on this roster. He normally finds himself as an anchor on the bomb side. And you can tell the less experienced members of Heroic roaming, they don't know whether to fall back and take that 5 versus 3 or try and just get a little bit more. Maybe 2v1 the Monty, get that kill, important operator versus G of course, and then fall back. And the hesitation ends up being the problem, because they dance back and forth, and Hot and Cold gets 1 kill, Yeti captures a second, and then you're in that 3 versus 3, Uno gets no support downstairs in VIP, he gets flanked from the bottom of brown stairs, and then SSG finds himself in that 3 versus 2. Hot and Cold's Monty paid off tremendously, getting 2 kills, ADSing on the offense, taking down members with headshots. SSG, of course, the one thing is, if you keep crouching onto Monty, we're gonna start countering it with both operators and playstyle. So trying out different variants of attacks right now is not a bad approach, even though you just found your first round of success. Noodle goes on the offense.
Oh, and gets shut down by Fultz. Almost losing his life in the process, but value here. There's the Warden off the board. Mind you, what's absent from SSG's lineup? Smokes.
Yeah.
And stuns, for that matter. It's 3 Claymores and 2 sets of nades. I mean, I guess you've got the Zofia stun, but that's about it. The smokes, to be fair, will come from Bosco. So at least there's the 2 from the crossbow bolts, but where are they going to go? Again, the Warden providing more value, the more disruption that your opponents bring. SSG are relatively light on disruption in comparison to what we've seen out of other teams.
Heroic really getting in SSG's face, and sometimes it pays off, sometimes you get punished. Another swing, another punish again.
SSG are just feeding on Heroic, who seem to be a bit too aggressive on this cocktail defense, Nick.
I think the issue is the isolated aggression, right? Let's say there's 2 members doing it together. That's something, but this is just individual hero plays being attempted and shut down immediately. SSG, they play in the NAL. They know what these kinds of individual 1v1s can look like. We have teams like OXG making hero plays left and right. They are used to this kind of gameplay.
Pull your brain out of your skull and just go for it. Right? That's the way it goes.
And I mean, in the current meta of Rainbow Six Siege, all the teams talk about it. Right now, it's anyone's game. It was in Sports interview from Court yesterday saying that anyone who shows up, who's shooting like, you know, really straight, who has confidence, they can win any best of 3 series. Right now, SSG, they're winning these crucial individual gunfights, but both Hot and Cold and Fultz, 1 HP left, 1 bullet and they're gone. Bosco now a 3rd member low on health. This might not be over for SSG just yet.
I mean, if the smokes are the biggest part of this execute, you got to get them out before you hop on in. Bosco's used both of his fire arrows to isolate. There's a nade from Fultz. Oh. Grizzly goes down to Rampy's nade before it can be tossed out to the floor. Heroic in a 2v5. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and there it is. Juma swing onto the new balk window. Yeti not too far off. Smokes will go out again to try to isolate these players of Heroic. Uno to retake from White Stairs. He surrendered a lot of control of the bomb site. And he doesn't seem to have any real idea of where to go. He finds Fultz in the wrong manner. He's removed from action, and it's Juma in a 1v4. And very nearly flawless Fultz with 3 huge kills. And Space Station have tied Kafe.
These are rounds where SSG are finding 1, 2, or 3 kills without anything happening toward them themselves. They're still getting down to the last 25 or so seconds in the round. We saw in round number 1 and round number 2. When SSG are not getting these opening kills, and I will say, when Heroic aren't giving it to them rather, they are hitting down that clock down to the very last second. It's how Noodle won round number 1 with Solus down below. So, while I understand Heroic's reasoning for playing so in SSG's face, it's actually quite a problem for them. It's not working out. You might need to reapproach this because SSG, they keep bringing out the Nomad. They want to punish the aggression from Heroic, and they got the right operators for it. They're playing it slow, they're holding angles, they're expecting these things to be happening. Aggression only really works if it's a surprise. That's not the case right now. SSG done their prep work. It's gonna be reading bomb site. Not mining this time. Mirror not being picked up by Heroic. You want to play more dynamic on the map. If you play those mirror windows, one problem that often occurs is that it feels like such a big advantage to have, which it is, but you just end up being very stagnant. You play behind the mirror window, waiting for your opponent to do something, and all of a sudden you just lost half the map in control immediately. By not having the mirror, you tend to find yourself playing, you know, on the entry points, denying some drones, falling back a room, etc. And it just gets more value out of the round. You burn down the clock, you deny information. You see it right now. Heroic very much moving across the map from the get-go.
Mm-hmm. Why don't we pull up the stats for Kafe, Nick?
Let's do it.
In terms of all of the 9 maps that have been played here at the 6 Invitational, Kafe has the 3rd highest pick rate. Can you believe it?
That's impressive. 15 plays.
Overall, 54% of all rounds won by the defense. That downstairs kitchen bomb site, 57% of all rounds won by the defense. Reading and dining, 51%. Bar cocktail, 63%. Mining dining is the only bomb site on Kafe that has a favorable win rate for the attackers. It is sitting at 35% of the time for the defenders. That's quite poor.
Yeah.
But Heroic have already gone there and they won that round.
Yep, thanks to those mirror windows and the verticality from Uno on the pulse. It's a pocket strat of a bomb site. If you play without the mirror, it's really bad for you. Upstairs, however, no mirror needed. Heroic sitting tight in corners inside a bathroom. Still got that vertical presence. The C4 is always being tossed on now, but this time they don't do any damage.
Only person in the entire lobby who's taken a bit of their HP off is Joom, and he lost that because he probably charged through a wall. Yeah. Look at this rat angle by Sloth. Good lord.
You see, when Heroic aren't just sacrificing their members left and right, the clock becomes a problem for Spacestation. They have to now be the playmakers themselves, and they're droning every single floor of this map, unsure of the next approach. It seems that they're going to opt for a horizontal take, not really take top floor in control because it seems too difficult.
Oh, Sloth in that rat position. Down goes Fultz. SSG in trouble with 45 seconds left. Sloth still has that hole in the wall to be able to get through. Where is he going to go? He sees the corpse, or rather should see the corpse of Fultz, but SSG answers back. They find their footing. Hot and Cold and Rampy pick up 2 big picks. There go the Capcan traps. No way. No way. Grizzly pops up, takes down Bosco, but drops to pillars. Yeti is in that position. Because of the numbers for SSG, they can stick somebody on flank watch. Not just the Nomad, but somebody actually there to do it. Oh. Sloth retakes, and inside a train equalizes into a 2v2. Diffuser picked up by Hot and Cold. He'll go for a plant. He's got some cover around him. Rampy will need to watch. Is he in position to stop this? Hot and Cold off of the plant as they hear Uno charge right in. Sloth stops it, still playing in pillars. How did nobody contend with Sloth, who spent the entire map in the same spot?
Rat plays, baby. I will say Heroic in that 2v2, understanding that when you're planting, there's only one gun active from SSG, and Rampy up above has to choose between the bomb site door of library from dining and the pillar door to bomb site. It's at 50-50, and either way, whatever angle Rampy chooses, the other one will push up on, should kill the planter, and we're basically on 0 seconds, 0.5. So Heroic again, the clock, they're using it. In 2 out of 3 of the round victories, it's SSG being too slow to the punch, not getting to the bomb site in time. And it looked like they didn't have like a clear objective in mind. SSG, they started top floor. They figured, okay, too difficult to take. They get killed into Doom inside of 90 in piano, that's great. But they don't advance throughout. They go downstairs instead. Sure. And then stop C4, gets a kill onto bottom red stairs. That's a problem. Then they kind of just walk around the map with that last Dokkaebi phone call. They find a kill, but then the issue occurs. Heroic, Sloth and Noodle, they're just moving around the map constantly, keeping SSG guessing as to where they're going to be playing at. No drones left, no time to spend them, quite honestly. They get punished. Heroic actually playing quite well together for once. That's been one of the biggest problems. When Uno isn't there to lead the team, they're just kind of running around without coordination. Looks better today. C4 looking for a cheese kill. Hammer goes out. C4 gets tossed towards the next hatch, and it finds 1.5 member.
Rampy almost reduced to atoms from that blast, but again, the hard breach is the first to die for Space Station.
Yep.
SSG are having big struggles getting into this building. Heroic, through these rounds, have either gotten the first blood or traded 5 of the 6 times. They've only traded 1 time. So that means 4 of these 6 rounds, Heroic have had a substantial advantage in numbers. That one person is substantial, especially when it's your Nage and Soft Breach in Rampy or your Hard Breach in Bosco. That puts SSG in such a bad position for the remainder of the round. The fact that SSG was able to recover one of those rounds is impressive, but they've got to do it again here in order to keep it at a 3-3 half.
I was gonna say 4-2. Not about half for SSG, but these rounds, they're not always as close as they should be, arguably. Hot and Cold finds one below, looking for a second, but Noodle punishes him immediately.
Rampy is still basically mortally wounded at this point, too, so there's no nitro cells left, there's no impacts left, it's just going to be a stray bullet or so. Yeti punishing Noodle, playing inside a back bar, Uno isolated as well. Suddenly, SSG have closed this gap and then taken an advantage themselves. Say what you will about surrendering that first pick. They're good usually through the mid-round.
Yeah.
Previously, they gave up the first pick, round number 5. Lost it in the dying seconds of the round. But through the mid-round, SSG were pretty good. It's shoring up those first couple moments and the last couple moments that SSG need to focus on.
The drone work, helping them get those kills. And now SSG, they got the man advantage, slowing things down, using their last piece of utility to try and get another kill, some damage onto Doom. But he runs away. Simpiana holding that Scala position. Falls with +1 on red stairs, has to make an entry towards Cigar. That's going to be the attacking side from SSG.
Flashes go out all around him. Hope you don't have tinnitus, friends. Rampy with the diffuser now as Bosco and Hot and Cold, the 2 that tend to plant the most, are gone, but Joom exploits a blind spot and finds 2 huge kills. Leaving Rampy is the last one left, but Joom will shut the door.
What are you doing, man? What are you doing?
What are you doing? Indeed.
You're AFK the whole round.
4-2 Heroic, that's the first half in the books.
I mean, you broke down the numbers, Parker, in terms of defensive win rate. The 4-2 side swap is expected. Kafe sitting on that. 54% defensive win rate overall. So, numbers-wise, not a bad start for SSG, and starting Kafe attack early morning as your warm-up, if you will, is one of the most difficult places to start. It's a very difficult map to enter, as we see. The spawn peaks, the C4s, the hatches, having to work vertically from top floor all the way down, fighting the C4s, vertically, fighting guns horizontally. SSG, one of the best teams from North America, in my opinion, when it comes to defensive setups. Making it as difficult as possible for the enemy attacking team to pick anything apart. They're gonna start with this mining bomb site. And again, this bomb site, statistically, the worst for defense. But it all comes down to execution, how you set up these bomb sites. They don't offer the mirror, which is a surprise to me. But they got the solids downstairs, that can give you information. They have 1 C4, the Capcan traps, they're gonna start top. So SSG, essentially, they're playing all 3 floors on this bomb site. It's going to be equally difficult for Heroic to find any entry point on their attacking side.
What can they accomplish? That is the question. First half, by the way, saw every single bomb site get played. Nick, Cocktail was played the most 3 times, but we saw 1 mining, we saw 1 kitchen, and we saw 1 reading. SSG likes to go to all 4 of the bomb sites on this map as well, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we see them all emerge at least 1 time. It really is dependent on how this map goes, because if Heroic wins the next 3 rounds, we don't even have time to see all 4 of the sites. In terms of first bloods, Heroic, 4 first bloods, 1 draw, SSG, 1 first blood. No real objective play, though there were a couple rounds where it got really close.
Both SSG and Heroic, they love getting out that diffuser, but it's not really being allowed in this game so far. Gunfights have been the main priority. It's been Heroic forcing it, and SSG having to deal with it time and time again. Equally slow round from Heroic so far. Just injured Cigar is the first room that you will find yourself in after dropping that red hatch. Bosco is below, has a C4. Not a lot of information to work off of from SSG besides the Solus gadget. They will swing with their guns instead though. It's an injure, not a kill. And Falsey can't confirm it. He'll drop. Look for a play elsewhere. Bosco could try and toss C4 on in by destroying that soft floor, but the C4 might have more value staying in pocket for that plant later on. Heroic will be slowed down tremendously from this injure.
Sloth has been picked up though by Uno, comes to the rescue above. No real bad performers from Heroic through these first 6 rounds. Everybody doing their parts quite well. Bulletproof Camera catches the drop of Noodle as he heads down from the skylight. I'm glad that you noted the win rate on this bomb site because it's only been played once so far in this matchup and it was a success for the defenders, which is not statistically how we expect it to go. That said, operator bans, the way that the teams play, familiarity with the bomb sites all make a big difference and completely change the win rate for a lot of these sites.
Yep. Look at the time though, 30 seconds. I mean, Heroic they act right now.
There's the first pick. What little was left of Sloth meets its maker at the hands of Hot and Cold. Hot and Cold having an impressive map, but he's punished by Grizzly. A grenade goes out as Joom dodges it. That's the magnet showing its value. You wouldn't know that we only have 15 seconds left in the round with how slow these teams are taking it, but SSG doesn't need to engage too much. They decide to on Joom, they lose it. They've also lost control of Dining. Heroic have 2 kills to their name. Bosco with 1, but they need to stop this diffuser from being planted. Yeti plays the clock, waiting for Bosco to get in. Diffuser goes down, and in the post plant, Yeti reduces it to just Joom. Yeti will hop on. Joom from below to try and seal the deal, but Yeti's gonna stick. Does he know it? Yes! Oh, what? Joom gets them both! Are you kidding me? A heartbreaking end to that round for Spacestation, and Lycan immediately calls the timeout.
That's not supposed to happen. That should be a guaranteed round victory. Like, when Joom drops with 1 HP, that should be a done deal. SSG playing it beautifully, waiting for the teamwork to get closer with the net. Yeti could have taken the 1 versus 2. He lets the plant go down, gets the 2v2 instead, swings at the right time.
Before they get any. We just slow down. We work what ops we have with the objectives, and we win the rest of these. All right. All right. Let's make sure we play smart, and we know where they want to go, and we use the ops that we have to be able to win the round the right way. Let's go, boys. We got this. Yep. No sweat.
Shake that round off.
That was a fluke round, guys.
That was their Christmas present, bro. That's what I got. Yep. You just can't make that shit up. We stabilize. We stabilize at 20,000 feet.
Let's run it back, do the mirror one.
Okay. Make sure I have a shield. Someone can bring me a shield.
I can bring you a shield.
Shake that round off.
It's the right minute to have.
That's tough.
You just say
you honestly could have peeked and killed
they're supposed to win it.
Because you landed on the bomb.
It's not a big deal.
35 seconds, I guess. They need to wait a little bit longer. It's a left.
Technical timeout.
Look, all jokes aside though, we're not playing clean C's, let's be fucking honest, right? No. But we're playing with confidence, and that's the fucking most important, right?
Okay.
Yeah. We don't let them steer the rounds, even if we lose a couple of guys here.
We're getting 45 seconds as well.
Fucking live in the moment, yeah, boys? Really good confidence, really good shot calling. Let's fucking go. Boys, look at me. Chest up, let's fucking go.
One thing, you guys need to really also realize yourselves when you need to take space, like the top floor was clear. Just take it. Don't wait for me to call it. I can't even see it. And we had 20 seconds left to execute. We should have never won that round. Realistically. So,
Fist bumps.
Yeah. Guys, be a little bit more, take the initiative and do something as well. Don't wait for me to always tell you what to do.
Yep.
Let's go, boys!
Yeah, so basically we just got 2 tactical timeouts. I believe there was an issue with Mr. Officer's microphone, so SG, they had theirs. Rogue was like, damn, we can't have ours, so we got an extended one. That meant that SSG, once Lycan finished talking after that first 60 seconds, SSG could no longer talk to their coach. Then New York, they got their chance afterwards. Both teams, of course, getting it. So SSG, Lycan, very vocal actually in this tactical timeout.
Yep.
He's received some criticism or some feedback that he doesn't say a whole lot and he's not the most motivating figure. Not every team needs that, however. Every single coach has a different approach to things. Every team needs different things from their coach. But Lycan did have a lot of words of encouragement, and also SSG recognizing that that's a free round. They basically won it, they played it well, but it just didn't go their way. And Heroic, same story. Uno saying we should have never won that round realistically, but we did. This is the free one, boys. And again, Uno having some issues with the communication, saying, I can't see what's happening across the map. I need you guys to take control and take that map if it's free. Don't wait for me to make the call. Oh boy.
Oh.
We've seen this before.
Right into the bomb site.
Yep. Could be a quick one.
There goes Grizzly. He's in. And Bosco with the very first kill, but Grizzly's got one, and now they'll watch from behind. Uno tries to barrel in as well. Down he goes. This is just an absolute brawl, but it might be over before it's even started because with 45 seconds off the clock, it's just Grizzly left alive. 3 players from Space Station. Make that 2. Grizzly is putting in so much work, and now the diffuser in his hands. Does SSG know this? It seems that they do. They can't get an angle on him. Instead, Grizzly will pop up. He needs better target prioritization. He tried his best. An abundance of kills, but Space Station stop him in his tracks.
Just got back to the site.
That could have been a dagger through the heart of SSG if that round went in favor of Heroic. They're up 6-2 in humiliating fashion for Space Station after taking their time out, but does not work.
It seems like the approach there was to fake the execute on dining, but actually hit the mining bomb site instead. That's where Uno was with the Capital, the smokes, but the moment Uno jumped on in, immediately pre-fired through the smoke, got shut down, defused on the ground. Still smiles in Heroic's faces. He tried something cheeky. SSG, though, weren't as spread out as on the previous round because of those mirror windows. When you tend to play the mirror, you find yourself holding those areas because it's a comfortable position to be in. There were 3 members on the first floor from SSG, when there in reality, or in theory at least, should only have been 1 or 2. Heroic, they were gambling on those numbers going their way. It didn't. SSG will fight on. And now they get their free round, I suppose you can say. It's relatively simple.
Did you hear anything during the Heroic timeout that would lead you to believe that that attack was coming? Because
no.
I didn't hear it at all. It sounded like a very standard, get the troops' spirits up, rally them, rah, 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 from Mr. Officer, and then Uno just saying, you know, we have to be better at coordination, yada, yada, yada. So this was a call that was probably made very quickly. This was not a pocket strat. This was not something that took the full 30-plus seconds to orchestrate. This was something that I think I've wanted to do for a while, I'm assuming.
Honestly, I think Uno just saw the same bomb site back to back and said, that last attacking round felt really poor, we shouldn't have won it, it was difficult to pick apart. Let's just go for a quick one. If they're playing the same way, they should have members spread so thin that the bomb site rush should work. And it's the gambles that you take, and it's always, oh, the default camera. Doesn't matter. Noodle gets Rampy instead. But it's those decisions that you make where you just you gamble on it. It might work, it might not. Either way, confidence. Commit to it 100%. Go next if it doesn't work.
It's all about the confidence.
Confidence really is the key word for this Invitationals. This entire year of Rainbow Six Siege, a very aggressive meta game where gunfight and gun skill seems to matter more than anything else, and individual performances can get you so far. Of course, as a team working together, that's what the absolute best teams in the world will have to rely on the most. But we see individual players in some of these teams surprising us time and time again because there are some players that can just take over some of these rounds and some of these maps.
Oh, there's a jump out from Bosco, and it works wonders. Shutting down Grizzly, that's the lion gone. Come on, which animal is it, a grizzly or a lion? Pick.
Animal Kingdom, you have Sloth there as well.
Active gadget, though. So we talk about active versus passive gadgets. Rampy, yeah, he's a great player. He's doing quite well in this map in particular. He's got a deployable shield, or rather, I assume he's got that deployable shield down. I'm assuming he's got the frost mats down. But his gadgets are still going to be there whether he's there or not. The Lion, however, of Grizzly needs to be in action. Because if he's not, you cannot use that EE1D. You cannot freeze your opponents in place. Taking somebody out with an active gadget is huge.
It certainly is. Heroic much faster this round. They've taken full top floor control. Noodle looking towards that first floor as well. Impact's going out, doing a little bit of damage towards Sloth in the vertical, but not really a big deal here. Noodle looking to strike up either brown or white stairs for a flank. 40 seconds left. It is a reading bomb site. that plan could start getting put down soon, as that vertical control is Heroics.
And Fultz gets spotted by Joom, who now wants to engage with Yeti. Noodle from below, they pinch. Down goes Yeti, but Hot and Cold trades it back. Both Joom and Noodle can be such potent threats for this Heroic squad. Still 3 players remaining for Heroic. SSG in the final 20 seconds now to prevent a match point. Hot and Cold goes crazy. And now it's Botsko versus Sloth in a 1v1. Is it Botsko or Boss Goat? Pick your poison. Sloth spotted out, and it's Boss Goat indeed, keeping it close. 2 rounds in a row for Space Station. They're close to tying up the map.
Surprised they didn't just offer the plant their default. Instead they go aggressively trying to find that last pick that they think they needed. Time out from Heroic.
You don't need it. You could have planted immediately into the fucking raiding. Immediately. Yep. If you guys want to do those plays, you make sure you win them. That they're like 100% you win them. If we're attacked on Kafe, we can't take times to take unnecessary risks. We would have won it by just doing our default without.
Uno basically said exactly what I was gonna say. Also, be a bit careful of like keeping man advantages. You're stressing a bit too much to like get the end goal. But there's no point. Round by round, boys. Okay? Yeah. Look. Don't lose fucking confidence now. You still need that confidence. Put some more positivity into it as well. Okay? Let's not be too fucking negative. Okay, boys? Are you with me?
Yep. Yes. Let's fucking go, guys. This is our game.
Yeah, Uno immediately just recognizing the same thing where the plan is pretty free. You're going through Pale Door, default library plan, you got vertical control, no one can stop you, no C4s, no toxic babes.
Just make sure we have impacts, we're good. I'm not using impacts for rotates. Yeah, I like that, man.
We keep that car. Listen, don't reinforce the car wall.
SSG going over their defensive setups, which walls to reinforce and which ones not to. SSG's strat pool very deep. They have a lot of, what's the word? Alterations of the same kind of setup. They got the mirror, the non-mirror, the castle, the non-castle. And it's very small things to keep track of. Which exact walls to reinforce, even from what side, because as you know, the mirror windows can only be put on the front-facing side of a reinforcement, not the back. So if somebody screws up that reinforcement, the mirror window cannot be put where it's supposed to be going. That, of course, can be a heartbreak of a round. So the mirror team play on top floor. Not as common as it once was, but still, of course, very viable. Heroic, the only attacker repick change they made was going onto the Flores to help deal with this utility, especially Hot and Cold on the Maestro. Those Evil Eyes can be so difficult to deal with. They do a lot of damage to both players and the drone economy throughout the whole round. It's going to be a piano-oriented attack from the west side from Heroic. A default attack, if you will, the expected one from SSG.
Again, very little strategy discussed during that Heroic timeout. It was more about mental. I hate to harp on it because it's been talked to death already, but yesterday's timeout between Heroic and its players, or the coaching staff rather, Mr. Officer and the players, really did show that the mental battle matters a ton. Uno asking his players to be held accountable, Mr. Officer trying to pump the players up. They call strategy round by round. As we saw from the rush back in round number 8, they can cobble together and execute very quickly without needing a timeout to do so.
That's also the benefit of Kafe. It's very linear in the attack inside, right? You're gonna start on one side of the map and just either go down or go over. So Uno as Nigel, he can make these calls on attack because he's gonna be in the middle of the battle, whereas on the defense, he's anchoring and the roamers are fighting SSG alone. It's why Heroic can make these quick adaptations in their strategical approach to the game on the attacking side, but couldn't necessarily on defense. As you see with the mirror window, it's problematic to clear for Heroic. Now there are no jammers, there's no way to deny the heart breach, so it comes down to Evil Eyes or player positions. Why you see Boss inside a freezer? He can peel off the pellets from the mirror windows. He's also prone to a grenade if Heroic can get comfortably inside of Piano. So now you gotta break it apart step by step. Clear out the player, clear out the utility, then go for that side setup plant. Window gets opened up, force love, nade goes out, that's one Evil Eye gone.
Another nade in his hand. Fultz, the first one in the action, but a nade goes down, and oh, he gets away with a tiny sliver of HP, and he's still fragging from this position. 2 players, they find their end in this round at the hands of Fultz, and nobody from Heroic can do a damn thing about it.
Can actually clear that mirror window from just going cocktail window rappel and shoot the canister. It's risky because of jump outs. You need a person to cover, but Heroic could have dealt with that in an easier way, I'd argue. Goes for nades instead, maybe try and fish for a kill, but did not work out for them.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Grizzly's drone over to White, gets shot away, but he knew somebody was there. Looks to pallets at the wrong moment. The wood distracting Grizzly. Hot and cold down now as well, and Sloth finds himself in a 1v5. Make that a 0v5. Flawless round, a huge one from Fultz. A collaborative effort from SSG, but Fultz is the star, and it's a tie game, which means we need all 12 rounds to settle this. Just as we saw yesterday, Nick, these are not going to be blowouts. Spacestation knows a 7-0, they know a 7-1. They also know 0-7s and 1-7. This time, though, they're going to go deep into the bitter bowels of Kafe, and we are not going to have a quick day, I'm sure.
Maybe Yeti starts Fox with my desk, or just gives it.
I'll give you that.
Heroic usually, all their games at the Six Invitationals goes the distance. They play 5-7 or overtime in most of their games. Whereas you said at Parker, SSG, they're familiar with 7-0s and, well, 0-7s and 0-1s. This is one of those close matchups, just like all of yesterday's games. 2 were extremely close in round count or going third map. Most of those games go into overtime, where actually the games were so long we were behind schedule for quite some time yesterday. SSG looking more comfortable on the defensive side, winning that last round pretty much solely off utility work. Of course, Fultz landing nice shots, good decision making, juke the nade enough so that he would stay alive. But the mirror windows, the crossfire that were established, not a single member from SSG able to get isolated by Heroic and then shut down and taken out. And SSG, they're smart. They're gonna go for the exact same similar setup for the bomb site below instead of reading. So the top floor portion of the map is gonna play out the exact same for both teams. Heroic, they have a tough choice to make. Either try and do what SSG did and go for a limited take, just take Piano and Cigar, go below horizontally, or fully roam clear the top. It's a mining bomb site. It's the, third time we've seen it played so far. Sorry, it was played twice. It's the 4th time we've seen it played so far. That pick rate really skyrocketing with this matchup.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by this, given the fact that it was the lowest played bomb site of all 4 heading into today's match. And now we keep seeing teams just go back to it. Is there something they know that we don't? Do the operator bans make mining significantly easier to defend? Because I don't see anything that abnormal here.
What?
No way!
Nasty C4.
Bosco through the floor, threads the needle. 2 players from Heroic are blown to smithereens. What in tarnation was that?
That is beautiful. That could win them the round. Heroic, they strike back, they go offensive, they go quick.
Could win them the round, but Heroic gets 2 kills in a row, Nick.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's an even game again. With half the round to go, SSG, they've surrendered all of top floor control. There's no buck, he was shut down by that C4, so it's just Noodle on the sledge duty, having to do all that verticality, and all 3 members of SSG in the same room, allowing Rampy to drop down below, flank up a staircase later in the round. Heroic, they gotta take all the time they can afford, set up those flank drones, get the information out, break all the floor, and then make the right decision as to when and where to execute.
Because those 4 players died so early on, you have almost an embarrassment of riches when it comes to time.
Yeah.
Abundance of it right now on the clock. The 2 hard supports of both Bosco and Uno have been the 2 that have struggled the most, but Bosco's had an impressive round, and on defense, his worth has skyrocketed. Uno now, those same struggles on attack. Nade's going out, so does the hard destruction. Rampy playing keep away down below. He's lurking. Heroic aren't going to be able to dedicate somebody to flank watch, because when Uno goes to plant, maybe one of Joom and Noodle will be on flank watch, but the other will have to cover Uno. That's good news for Space Station, as now Bosco tears strips out of these players of Heroic, but Uno's found safe shelter inside of the bomb site, or so he thinks. Rampy over towards Pillar, pops out of nowhere. Noodle ends his rampage, but Heroic now need to retrieve the diffuser, and it's in the lion's den. In the hands of Joom. Yeti from above. Doesn't know where he is. Noodle needs to watch this. Might give the position away, but instead SSG have allowed the diffuser to go down. The post plant so far for Space Station has now reduced the numbers to 1.
He's got 16 bullets, 17, that's it.
He's almost out of ammunition. And we don't mean 16 bullets in the clip, we mean in general. Joom will now need to pull out the sidearm and go for picks onto the diffuser where Bosco is, yet he just needs to ensure he knows the right area, and there it is. But it's enough to scare Bosco off of that diffuser. He'll stick this time. Joom with only 10 bullets in the magazine, the clip of the pistol. Bosco sitting on it, and there it is, an easy finish. SSG grab the lead, and it's their first lead of the entire map. And they're on map point.
It is so rare to see anybody running out of ammunition in their primary weapon, and one of the worst times for it to happen in a 1 versus 2. And Joom opts to that wallbang, loses his last points of ammunition. SSG again, they look so strong in the 2v1s and the 2v2s. The trust between Yeti and Bosco while defusing and the cover. They know if Joom goes to the planter, Yeti gets the kill. And if Yeti dies, I bet you Bosco instantly hops off, goes to the 180-degree flick, and takes that gunfight himself. They had time for it.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a great read. The C4 from Bosco said, threading the needle, such a tight toss. Just barely makes it through the beams. Gets 2 kills. I will say Heroic, it looks like they have one very simple objective. They need to get down that diffuser, but it is not looking pretty. Uno did not have enough X-Kairos to open up the red wall, drops the hatch, just sprinting, praying that Bosco will not kill him. And if that had happened, I mean, diffuser's down middle of train, Heroic, they don't even get close to win that round. Uno gets past, sure. They think the cover's there, it's not. They trade 1-for-1 down into a 2 versus 2 with the diffuser down on the ground again. And somehow, someway, Heroic, they do get that diffuser down, but the moment it does, they sprint away thinking, oh, gotta go top floor, gotta play post plan, gotta get safe, and you're dead. So, half of Heroic's members are dying, sprinting away from gunfights, trying to play the smart play of the post plan.
Is that your official analysis?
No, it is. Like, imagine they walk up, gun up, they take a gunfight, they expect them to be there. It's a 50-50 gunfight that can go either way, and then something can happen afterwards. Instead, it's a one-way gunfight for SSG, and Heroic, they lose their numbers advantage. They're stressing these things so much as a team right now. And it's not working for them. SSG, of course, they have so much experience between these players. World Championship team, Yeti coming from Soniqs. They've now kind of fuse those two different kinds of teams together of SSG and Soniqs, but look at the flank of Bosco.
Oh!
Doesn't get the kill.
Unlucky.
That's unfortunate. The damage, of course, is still worth it. Sloth low on HP. An injury would have been nice, a kill would have been even nicer. But Sloth nice because of C4s, impact grenades, etc. When he starts destroying that floor vertically. Heroic, slow pace, 135, just entered Cigar.
Space Station's rotation. Always like that rhyme. Space Station's rotation, a nice alliteration. Mining 3 times, reading twice, cocktail once. No bottom floor. Oh. No main floor. Oh. No bakery. Oh. No kitchen. How many ways are you going to call it? Opting not to go there, instead playing these unorthodox bomb sites. And I do wonder if some of the thought process behind that is that maybe they expect Heroic to just have less experience on their executes taking this mining bomb site. But Heroic went there as well, so I mean, it's just speculation on our part, and I'm sure if SSG prevails here, that we will be able to get a good interview with one of the players and ask them their thought process.
I think, honestly, Basement's the simplest bumps to attack because of how linear it becomes, and SSG, again, they can play the entire map now, and it works for them. That impact grenade we spoke of earlier, just like a little bit of gun damage, it injures Sloth on the vertical. Work to find Bosco. It's still 5 versus 4 in favor of Heroic. With 30 seconds left, they don't have time to check all these corners.
And chip damage is the name of the game for Sloth, who's just constantly being just biting at his heels, but it's never a mortal blow. Oh, Rampy, a bit of sloppiness on the stairs, and Noodle, he posts up a clinic. Heroic are just tearing through all of SSG as Fultz is the next one down. 2 remaining players from Space Station having to contend with all of Heroic, but Hot and Cold is in! On the bomb! And he's on the diffuser now as well. Can Heroic get into position? Yes, they can. They have so many players still left. And Grizzly is your insurance policy upstairs. He pushes this map to overtime.
Hot and cold, almost at the full round and map save, but there are enough members alive from Heroic upstairs. The insurance policy is covered. If one member falls, second one takes it. If second member falls, third guy takes it. The post plant above vertically is so strong. Disgusting flick. It was onto Sloth, who's 20 HP, so again, the health, it really does matter. Hot and Cold didn't need a headshot, just a single body shot anywhere would get that kill, or at the very least a down.
Make verts, just make the verts and then start peeking. Make all the verts and don't
make all the verts and then start peeking. Wise words from Doom, actually. Doing the vertical play as a Parkour Sledge it's an art form. We're always in professional play. You gotta do a mixture of opening up the floor, applying pressure, swing, but also stay alive, juke C4s, juke impacts, worry about so many, a flank might occur, and it's difficult to do. It's why we typically see the same players from teams play the Sledge in the buck, because you just need experience and time on the particular role. It's the same thing with most roles. On the entry job, most really good entry players, they almost have like a routine. Swing this angle, then the second, jiggle that, drone comes in, you time it. And it's why things like a Mute Jammer, a Mossy Pest, a different hole in the wall, it can throw off these players' routine because everything's kind of pre-programmed in their heads. And then they gotta make these alterations depending on exactly what those slight changes can be. Every single team will make the same holes in the same walls for the most part, but slightly differently. A little bit higher, a little bit lower, etc, etc. Heroic, they are not unfamiliar with overtime. SSG, they might have had quick games so far this tournament, but now that we're here in the second stage of Invitationals, every single team has just stepped it up a little bit. Such close games throughout.
Curious to see what happens in map number 2 on Chalet, Nick, for Space Station, as they have had those notable struggles, getting 0-7 twice and 1-7 once or twice as well.
Yeah.
Here could be the run out from Rampy. He's going to go for it, and he misses out. The Lion Charge will go. They see him sprint all the way back through Bakery and in the kitchen. But he gets away safely.
You only get that run out once in a round, so it's a lost kill, you could say, for SSG. Rampy has to go back upstairs. The nade lands this time on Fultz, the key player previously in that round on top floor defense.
And Fultz has been phenomenal on previous cocktail defenses. There's only one, to be fair, but still Fultz was the savior. There goes those X-Kairos. Yeti will have to use an impact to get it done. Still playing on that Black Mirror. Cocktail looking deep towards the Humidor door.
If whoever wants to plant in this round, it's going to be particularly difficult because of those mirror windows. They can't be dealt with because, again, Bosco inside of Freezer is keeping them clean. Peeling off those X-Kairos time and time again.
Hot and Cold has been the standout performer for Space Station. A lot of clutch moments, and 2 of those kills in the previous round were impactless because they didn't actually change the result of the round. Grizzly clutched out, if you remember, and he's on the board this round. Sloth goes, Joom a kill of his own, teams back and forth, but Heroic in great position. Bosco pops up from inside a Freezer, but they know they've got him isolated. He has to fight his way out. The Vector's not exactly the weapon to do it. Diffuser goes down, and Rampy will have to play hero. 2 players from Heroic. 4-match point. It's Grizzly to take the final kill yet again, and now it's Heroic on the verge of greatness.
Very curious from Rampy if there was information from SSG that somebody was repelling on that south side, because a jump out in the midst of the chaos of the round seemed questionable at best. It leaves Bosco all alone out of Freezer with no crossfire, no backup, and Heroic, they know he's alone. They can start that plant, eagle peek him, keep it inside of that Freezer position, and then play the post plant 2 versus 1 after. Grizzly stepping up to the plate when they need him the most. Now side swap. Heroic, they get to go on the defense. They choose reading bomb site as the possible final round for this first map of Kafe. No mirror on the board, which is odd, seeing how successful it was for SSG themselves when they played it, and Heroic back in round number 2 when they brought it out as well. Double reinforcement upstairs, the pulse, the mute, the double C4, the ward with the flashbangs and smokes.
Lions and tigers and bears, oh my.
So many animals.
10 seconds to insertion. Activate jammer. 5 seconds remaining.
It's difficult to find yourself here if you're SSG now.
Why is that?
Well, attacking in overtime, it's a different mental game, in my opinion at least.
Okay.
Because now you're finding yourself having to make all the plays, but this one means it's the final nail in the coffin if you make the wrong decision. Rambi, you mentioned it, Parker, your eyes were on him as a player. He's been inconsistent. He's known to have some tough moments. And we've seen him with 2 rounds now in defense where that gunfight could have gone either way. And I think if Rambi steps up to the plate right here with the sledge on the entry, finds a kill with the grenade, takes a gunfight comfortably with, with confidence, could be the difference maker. It's been hot and cold and Faults, the main 2 hero players for SSG, making those round-defining moments. Rambi, we haven't seen that much from him in that department. Heroic as a defending team, they can just sit back. They got deployable shields, they got reinforced walls, they got ADSs. It's cozy, comfy. SSG, they gotta pick everything apart step by step.
There is one thing I really want to highlight for Heroic. You were talking about issues guarding over that diffuser. That was 7 rounds in a row for Heroic on attack. They got the diffuser planted in 5 of those 7 rounds, but they only won 3 of them. Usually when you get the diffuser down, and there is a post plant, as we saw, not a, aha, we caught you with your pants down, you just got off the diffuser post plant. A proper, bona fide post plant. Typically, teams tend to win that.
Yeah.
Just goes to show you that either A, the strategic depth from Heroic was not there, or B, Spacestation had numbers and were able to push back against a hastily cobbled together execute by Heroic.
And you can see it, right? SSG, it's tough to pick this apart. They drone it out now. They see the Heroic gave up the control, so it's been surrendered early. That could be the saving grace for Spacestation. They now have full top floor control. They can start allowing Rambi to do his job as a sledge, open up that floor. Heroic's only real way to get advantage are these C4s. The first one missed, the second one missed as well. No plant deny, no toxic babes. This is great for Spacestation.
All used earlier, Nick. Jumet used them to try to shake people off of Rappel and maybe stop an entry to the bomb site, but not to stop the diffuser from going down. That is a problem. So you're just going to have to take engagements here. Noodle will get picked back up. Will to live by Joom on the stairs. SSG have not taken a single point of damage, and with everybody still alive, Bosco attempts the diffuser. First to fall is Joom, and now Uno will sweep in and stop it in its tracks. He denies the diffuser at the final seconds. It's a brawl, but Sloth is last alive and will give his position away.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
He has to stop the diffuser yet again, and he drops towards Pillar. 3 eyes from Spacestation will watch this once Yeti gets off of the plant. A success for SSG. Objective play for both these teams has been good. Sloth has no chance to get back to the bomb site, and we're going all the way. 15 rounds on the docket.
15 rounds indeed. Back and forth in rounds now. Really small things defining it.
You gotta right, I didn't check deep enough. That's my bad.
Frustration from Heroic. Recognizing that they had that round.
We got this attack, come on.
Small things again. Heroic, they don't break the cabinet's default plan, so Un has the white swing to get the kill. Members fall apart right after. It went from like a 5 versus 5 to a 1 versus 3 in 5 seconds time span. All those C4s spent early. The Toxic Babes. SSG, they get their final attempt on defense. They're gonna go for mining again. That might be the most amount of mining defense I've seen in a single map of Kafe ever, especially in the current metagame of Rainbow Six Siege. And SSG, they've shown us 2 different versions so far, with and without the mirror. But with how successful they were with this particular operator, they're gonna bring it again. Might as well. Helps you hold top floor, helps you hold the bomb site. No execution operators from Heroic besides the Lion. They tried the Amaru, they tried the Capital.
5 seconds to go.
Heroic, I don't think they play shield operators really. The Monty, that is. It could maybe help them in these kinds of rounds, but they opt not to go for it.
I'd like to remind everybody that FaZe versus G2 is also ongoing over on our B stream. Not that we expect you to dive over there, given how tense this matchup has been, but if you have multiple devices, multiple browsers, multiple screens, maybe even multiple homes that you'd like to commute to and from, with a TV or computer in each, simply to tune into the action. I'm not sure. You decide.
That's a bit extreme. But hey.
I think the vast accumulation of wealth is a bit extreme, Nick, but that's not an indictment on them. Okay?
Okay.
Sorry. I got.
No, you gotta.
Yeah, I got a little plug.
Hold on.
Sometimes it just happens. Wait a moment. What is going on here? Joom down below. First kill goes to Yeti. Only 4 more to be found. Back to this mining, dining bomb site. What was the lowest picked bomb site on this map has been the most picked by a country mile in this matchup.
Yeah.
We've only seen that kitchen once. That, in and of itself, is worth talking about, but there's going to be a lot to dissect as SSG seems poised to take their map, surviving a bit of a scare against Heroic. Heroic at one point up 5-2, but oh, how the turntables. And now all 15 rounds are needed. Continuing the trend that we saw yesterday, nothing has slowed down. Yesterday might have been the best day of matches start to finish that we have seen in years. SSG rebuffing Heroic every step of the way. Sloth and Joom are the last 2 left. Spacestation haven't even taken a single point of damage. Until then, hot and cold, through the wall, a little bit of caliber destruction from Sloth. Not keeping the numbers close, but if you want to come back, this is where it begins. Heroic assessing that most of the bomb site is actually completely open. Joom runs over Rampy, completely flattening him. And Joom doesn't slow down. Nade primed and ready, it goes up. Eaten by an ADS, 1 more. Oh, this is going to be a toss, but it goes off way too early and nowhere near far enough. Bosco and Yeti sitting in the bomb site and then in the middle of it. Diffuser going down, very quiet. Nitro cell goes, Sloth missing out on the Mira. Heroic get off of the plant, damage is done. Heroic could very easily win this, but Sloth will need to clutch. And Bosco with the sidearm says, not today, mister.
Not today, boys, not today.
I mean, just what? It was actually Rampy who said that. My apologies, I was reading, I read the wrong name on the script.
Oh my god. Not today, Heroic, but again, also not just the first map. It's a best of 3 series. There is more to go. As close as it can get. Kafe, 15 rounds. Chalet might go there as well.
It absolutely can. And I mean, they got a smile. 1 single round away. That is phenomenal stuff. Phase G2 on the other stream. If you want to go tune in, we will be back in just a moment with Chalet.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Roses are red. Attackers are blue. I'm Nicholas Maritzen. And you know me as Pengu.
No. Listen. I'll do you one better, Parker, okay? Roses are red, attackers are blue. Today's a great Valentine's because I get to spend it with all of you. The viewers, that is, not you, but yeah.
But see, you are literally spending it with me.
Yeah, in a physical way.
In a physical way.
Yeah. But spiritually, emotionally...
You want to spend Valentine's Day physically together?
I mean, what are you doing after this game?
Casting the other game.
Next one.
Yeah. We're going back to back, baby. You and I will be on the first 2 matches of the day. And we've got a ways to go. It could be a long day. 8-7 is our very first map, picking up where we left off yesterday with every single map and every single matchup being as tight as humanly possible.
SSG showing up in full force. 15 kills in the top, 11 in the bottom. Only 4 teams separating those top and bottom players. And SSG in a tactical timeout sounded very alive. Very simply going through it, liking being very vocal, saying, guys, these are the problems, how we're gonna fix it, take it round by round, bring it back. And they had confidence in the defensive side of Kafe, and that paid off for them. Heroic didn't make it easy for Spacestation by any means, and this was Spacestation's map pick off Kafe.
Sure was. The fact that Heroic got within striking distance of winning this map is in and of itself a huge accomplishment. So, from the 3rd most played map in this entire tournament down to the 5th most played map of Chalet, and this one is even more defender favored at the moment. I think with the addition of both Solus and Azami, we are seeing a very, very healthy defense at the moment. 3 operator bans when?
Yeah, when? Question mark, actually.
Here's what I would like to see.
Okay.
I would like to see teams ban 1 attacker and defender each, and then get 1 floating ban.
Oh my god. I've been saying the same thing.
So you could see 4 defenders banned and 2 attackers banned if they really, really want. And it allows you to maybe make some of these maps more attacker favored. Attacker repick indisputably made attacking more flexible.
Yeah.
And the original criticism by a lot of players in the scene was, oh, well, it makes the defense impossible because they'll see what we have. They will perfectly tailor their attack. And because every single map in this event is defender favored.
Yeah. Which is a surprise, to be honest. But again, that's the impact of some of these new operators, like you said, Asami and the Solus. And we're still seeing operators like Valkyrie getting banned almost all the time. The black eye cameras is so valuable. So that allows these new operators to be played throughout.
I mean, that's the thing, right? People turn around and say, oh, we'll just ban Azami and Solus.
Yeah.
Okay, but then your most banned operators prior to that in Mira, Valkyrie, Kaid, Wamai, suddenly they're all available.
Yep. And
So-
then it might be the same, you know?
Exactly. So, I mean, yes, you will see Azami and Solus banned quite a lot. Solus is banned in this map. Azami was banned out on Kafe. Solus was not.
Yeah.
But teams only get 1 ban for a defender. And they ultimately choose who do we not want to play with and who will hurt our opponent the most by getting rid of. In this case, Heroic don't want SSG to have access to the Solus. Given the fact that SSG is starting on defense, we'll see how they can recover if there's a bit of a problem that it brings to them. Maybe not. Either way, SSG starting on defense, Heroic on attack. For Space Station, a victory on Chalet sends Heroic home. They will be on a plane out of here. We are in the lower bracket today. Every single team that made the upper bracket has the day off. Today, we will be saying goodbye to a lot of teams. Some of them good, some of them simply surviving through the group stage because of, in many parts, APAC's poor performance.
Yeah. Both of these 2 teams, they have history with Chalet during this tournament. Heroic played it 3 times. They've lost twice on it, 5-7 to DC and OXG, so close games. And they've won it once against FaZe, also a 7-5 for them. Whereas SSG, they've lost it once, 1-7 against W7M. But they start off great in this round, with Hot and Cold getting the opening kill.
Oh, that's the stuff you need. MPX in the hands of Yeti gets kill number 2. Heroic having some difficulties. Surrendering 2 players very quickly. Joom and Noodle Two of the best for Heroic. You need good games out of them. The disappointing performance from Heroic in map number 1 was Uno. You know, as a former teammate of him, that he can have extreme influence on the map, even without getting any kills. He's going to be the main point of leadership as well for Heroic to guide this team forward. And the rounds where Heroic succeed, probably because Uno has played a big part in that.
Yeah, Uno plays this as the sole voice of Heroic, so every decision and call is typically coming from him. When you play in that environment, it will impact your personal performance because you have to just spend so much time worrying about what other people should be doing, micromanaging them. You see sometimes Uno just more time on drones than actual gunfights. Again, same for this round.
The life of a support.
Life of a support indeed. And he's trying to get that plant down as well. Heroic trying to advance their position. Grizzly with a nice opening possibly set of office, but has to find multiple kills with the work.
Noodle on Repel gets information. The look of surprise on his face tells the story. It might be not surprise, maybe more alarm, but either way, maybe not expecting that. Noodle taken out by a Nitro Cell after punishing Rampy. Grizzly can walk in and behead hot and cold relatively easily. Heroic behind in numbers, but they've made this far more winnable than it was a couple seconds before. The bigger impediment for them is not anybody on SSG, but the clock.
Yep, that has been the issue for both teams on Kafe. It'll continue on Chalet for the first round. 25 seconds left. They got info on the Kaid. Can try and go for a floor bang. It's so close, but it's a bit too far to the left.
It's the beauty of those yellow pings. Uno's got one. He's distracted. He still wins the kill. Uno pulls off 2. What? How does Heroic make that work?
Yellow pings.
SSG in a 5v3. Heroic wins in a 2v0.
You see Uno ice cold. He has the information to Kaid, and he just tunnel visions on it fully. He's getting shot at, doesn't even flinch. It catches... It catches Bosco by surprise. Uno very happy with that performance. You see it here. Doesn't flinch even for a moment. The wall back to follow up on Yeti. Then Grizzly to flank from fireplace, dining hallway. That, again, should not have been Heroic's round. But they isolate the members of SSG one by one and slowly get a hold on the bomb site. That's the dining done and dusted for SSG. They might not go back to it for a while. They'll go across horizontally towards that bar bomb set instead. This is where we're going to start seeing the operator bands play a part. Because Asami is open. Asami impacts this library hold more than I think anything else on Chalet. The lines of sight you can deny
5 seconds left.
as a defender and make comfortable for yourself is so hard to deal with as an attacker, especially without the floors, you know, to use those terror drones to destroy those cube barriers. Grizzly is bringing the floors because of this. So all eyes are going to be lying between Grizzly on the floors and Hot and Cold on the Asami. They're going to be dancing back and forth with their pieces of utility. Heroic, if they choose to attack straight on, it's going to be difficult. But it's a great start for them as Sloth finds Rampy, putting down that Frostbite, I believe, late in the round. Wait, they're on the site as well. Doom, how did he get here?
Places where you shouldn't be, and he sees a player from SSG in back bar, manages to get out with his head still intact. He'll engage with Fultz in the dock, losing it. Joom just so much better. G36 ripping through these players of Space Station. They have lost complete control of the site, and untethered, they are currently in free fall. Uno getting the diffuser down, falling is Hot and Cold. Nitro Cell goes out to open up one of the walls. Yeti sees one, cannot connect. Thought he had the down onto Joom, but Heroic just make it look so easy.
They just walk on in. Joom came from the basement, I believe, just walk up a staircase in towards side, gets one injured onto boss, gonna kill onto the dock as well. And while that happens, Sloth found Rampy inside of West Main across the map, as Rampy was late with his setup.
They are, they actually are.
Same colors, same logo, basically.
What was that?
This match is finished. It's actually on this last game.
Mr. Officer is gone.
Yeah, actually, he's disappeared.
Mr. Officer has disappeared.
Heroic having a bit of banter there. I didn't catch the beginning of it, but they're comparing SSG to a different team, saying same logo, same colors. Not sure what that's about. Might be about a Chalet performance. Now, I said it earlier, SSG, they've played Chalet one time so far at Invite 23. It was against W7M, arguably the best Chalet team in the world. And they suffered a 1-7 loss in that match, haven't gone there since. So SSG, not the best track record. Jacob and the Des said they had like a 2-win, 2-loss streak since Yeti joined this squad.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But SSG also had a 0-7, attempt against G2 and Kafe, where they got absolutely slaughtered, and they still won. 8-7 close game against Heroic on that previous map, so anything is of course possible. The way the round played out with the side rush is not gonna happen many more times. I don't expect SSG playing much more close together, playing for those trades. Denying the entry points in garage is faults.
Faults what?
Well, he was denying the entry point, now he's gone.
Hot and Cold is actually gone. Heroic an entry kill yet again. Down goes the Azami. You talked about how incredibly useful Azami can be. Well, only 40 seconds to get those keep barriers out. Not a lot of time.
Yep, also Heroic, they're not attacking the side of the map where Azami is strong. That library hold, they're saying, we recognize that's a problem. We'll walk around it, above it, below it. They're not going to challenge it whatsoever. And you can tell from Fault's individual, he doesn't know what is clear and what isn't. This is what the game looks like when Nuke is not banned. Because, you can never trust your camera information. But Nuke is banned from SSG. This is just pure phantom pressure by all of Heroic. Always strike in different areas and constantly at that.
This is a very slow round, still in the discovery phase for Heroic. 2 in a row, not both of them rounds they should have won, to be fair, but doesn't matter if you should have won the round or not. Heroic knows they shouldn't have won a round on Kafe, which was instrumental in them making it to overtime. Uno picked apart by Yeti. Ooh, that's damning. That's your only hard breach. No secondary there for insurance.
I was gonna say, they can't break the side walls now. They have to go up and take top floor. They have no choice. They need the verticality, need that hatch control as well. Heroic might have to go against their own strategy by having to roam clear. And it gets worse. Rambi finds Chris on that window rappel.
Oh, the disappearing act through the hatch. Joom twisting, knowing how close he came, he could smell that kill. I think he did a tiny bit of damage to Bosco, maybe? It was hard to tell. Still up in bedroom.
Yeah.
A minute has gone by since we said that this was a slower round, and Heroic losing both Uno and Grizzly after getting the first pick on Hot and Cold is not where they want to find themselves.
No, it's not. Rambi even making their work on that flank, so if Heroic, they start hitting that bombs and give up top floor control, Rambi can use these holes against them again. They have to read on the verticality, but they gotta find these members. Yeti drops below, bomb side relatively weak right now.
And Bosco's with him. 3 players from Spacestation down below right now. That leaves Rampy as the only player to be on that main floor.
10 seconds left.
Gotta just plant.
They do. Noodle got it in hand. Sloth will watch. How good is he going to be on this coverage? Looking to box them out from the only real angle he can, but he doesn't know that they're above. From the bottom floor to the top floor, Space Station's roam completely evades the sights of Heroic, and they manage to stop the diffuser as it goes down to win their very first round.
I just had to kill one.
Let's go Master. Give me L2.
And I'm at Zami? Or I'm Frost now, right?
Listen.
You want me to bring shield or BP?
I'm just playing Zombie.
Let's do shield. Give yourself a shield bar.
We're changing the walls, right? Like we're reinforcing off those office walls, like the office to fire or office to ego.
Yeah, we're doing like the archer.
So I just really enjoy listening in as a former player myself. Just like going through the motions and being like, what do I bring? What am I gonna do? Shield, bulletproof, etc. Brings back some fond memories.
Yeah.
Yeah. SSG actually relatively loose in their setup. I actually expect them to be very kind of like on the paper saying on this bump side, on this version, you play this, but there is a lot of freedom being allowed here, both in terms of operator picks, who gets to play those operators, and of course that secondary piece of utility between the shield and the bulletproof camera. It comes down to what you believe you need the most in these rounds, and I mean, I think that the deployable shields as well, the way the Heroic are playing, that's going to give you a lot more value than the bulletproof cameras because you need to fight back and hold your ground. When SSG they do that, they win the rounds. When they just get picked apart, that's when things they start getting real messy. One big change we've seen to Chalet in terms of how you play it out is this deployable shield inside of the Ivy hallway on Piano, where Rampy is playing. Normally, you see that being put in Piano where the second shield is going to be, but this more front-heavy setup with soft walls, that's one of the ways that a team like W7M, they helped shape up the meta of Chalet. This is a LATAM strat, if you will, that other regions have now adopted and tailored to their own liking. This was very uncommon just 8 months ago on Chalet. Twitch drone, sneaky beaky, getting some information. Destroying these default cameras inside the building early in the round is very beneficial on Chalet. Means you can later strike from a flank in basement, fireplace, etc. as default cameras are far in between.
Teams coming to blows quite quickly. If these bullet tracers are any indication, inches apart. June watching the tracers go up and down, and look at this. His attention is elsewhere, but Fultz is a bit slow. Down he goes. The nade might get dropped as well. Some martyrdom could have been on the board. Now Fultz in a tough spot, but he fires through the wall, doing some caliber destruction. That's some nice bullet pen. Heroic losing out on all these duels. Still over half of the round to play. The Azami of a Yeti up above, looking through the floor. Noodle wanted that kill so desperately.
That is such a chaotic round. SSG doing a good job of fighting both vertically and horizontally together. Two members always fighting one of Heroic. They come out on top. Onu's stuck in this, so they're repel the entirety of the round, not being enabled or allowed to play whatsoever. Now the fishing begins for Heroic. They know that this round is basically lost. They have to find kills and hope that SSG will surrender some of them with relative ease.
Flashbangs going across. Yeti not blinded by either of them. No swing in. They try to bait him into an engagement. Type 89 firing away, almost out of bullets in that magazine. Uno with the reload. Noodle getting into position, just trying to buy time, but there's not a lot of time left to be bought. Both on the balconies or on rappel. Noodle go for the pinch onto Yeti, that's the real question. They know there's a hop in to be found. Noodle will be in a frost mat if he does not look down. Does he have that intel, Nick? That's the real question. I don't believe it's been droned yet.
That's tough. I mean, there's no time for these rotations. You guys gotta go. 15 on the clock.
15 seconds to go.
There's Uno now beginning his assault on the office door, opening up the castle barricade, but the time is not slowing down. Noodle in an act of desperation, he'll go through the double doors, and it's a relatively simple watch for Space Station. 2-2.
They're sloppy, man. They're sloppy.
Who needs a warm-up?
Very good call, Bosco. I did not believe you for a second.
No, I didn't either, bro. Y'all know, bro.
Dude, I knew it. Let's go Bar. I do the Malusi. I'm just play Malusi. We got Malusi, we're good. I'll just bring Barb.
I thought you were talking about the guy that was shooting.
I guess one thing worth to note is that the first game, which is the game that we're watching of the day, it starts at 10 a.m. Yeti said, I guess there's no need for warm-up. This, like the first half of Kafe, essentially is the warm-up for both teams. You gotta wake up, shower, breakfast, prep, etc. Wake up, then you play. If you have the second game of the day at 1 p.m., you'll most likely play a warm-up scrim or some casual, some TDM, whatever on your individual warm-up. But for these early games, especially given that teams have 2 games today, if you win the first one, you're kind of warming up on your first best of 3. So Chalet must be feeling a little bit better for both of these teams.
5 seconds to insertion.
I think so.
It's tied up 2-2. It's no one's game yet. In terms of operators, neither team really going too deep into their operator pool. Sure, we saw Monty once from SSG, we've seen Miriam play on Kafe, but it has been the same 6 or 7 operators in both defense and attack that's seen the primary play in most of these rounds. I like the captain from Yeti, recognizing this pace of Heroic is very slow. If they speed up, might go too fast, hit a trap, go too slow, well, your forces walk on in. Can't check the doorways. This right here, the library hall with Asami. Heroic, they're challenging it. That is going to be a difficult task.
There go the magnets, but it might be a bit too late. Does Fultz get away? Yes! Hits the deck through the library hatch. Those magnets might have been expended at this point. How many flashbangs and at least one nade went in Fultz gets away with just a tiny scratch.
Yeah, but now nobody's in this corner. And Slav could make a hero play. He gets one. That's Yeti, the captain off the board.
Oh, answered back by Fultz. They let him go, and what does he do? He decides, I'll take the library stairs right back.
Yeah.
Concedes that part of the map, but how quickly he wants it again.
There is no frost. These window jump-ins could be lethal for Heroic. Their Terror drone starting to pour out of Grizzly's pocket, taking down those keeper barriers, cleaning out the top blue stairs position. Falls and Hot and Cold fighting upstairs 2 versus 4.
Look at it where Fultz is. Almost back, but shot through what appears to be the window. Joom jumps in, takes a point of damage, but they secure the kill. Bad news for Heroic. Hot and Cold is still up there, and he's still swinging on that position. He'll lose some protection on that reinforcement, and then Uno long range ends what was remaining. These teams have battled back and forth. First 2 rounds go to Heroic. Next 2 go to SSG.
Ramber's in the flank, looking for a play, but he's being patient. Bosco, alone on bomb site, has to play it smart. Can't really expose himself to any gunfights, because if he falls, he'll just bomb site.
Rampy keeps numbers even, but now Rampy's going to lose a lot of HP to Grizzly. Who wins in this duel? Can Rampy get away? Bosco would be put into a 1v2 clutch. This Bar Gaming bomb site, with the way that teams set it up, the rotate through the wall between the sites, the single doors, or the hatch drop, it allows a smoke, an extreme amount of value on those toxic canisters, of which Bosco still has 1 remaining. Not to mention the fact that the shotgun can pretty much flatten you at such close range. Grizzly sees the Melusi. Rampy only at a point of HP. He's gone. Bosco will need to clutch out. Playing wisely, gets the drop onto Grizzly, the reload, but it's his undoing. Noodle is fast enough to capitalize off of that, and Heroic wins their 3rd round, ending SSG's streak of rounds at 2.
This one's 11 only having 17 bullets can sometimes be the biggest problem you have to deal with as a smoke main. You have to reload often between every single kill unless you get that first bullet headshot. Heroic, the trade here, not the quickest, but Noodle in a great position to fight Bosco 1v1 after he kills Grizzly.
Should we...
Should we what, Rampy? No, we will never find out. Should we something? Kitchen dining bomb site being played again by SSG, extending up above. 3rd attempt on this bomb site. Heroic won the first attack on this bomb site, then SSG won the second. Dead even in terms of win rate. The Kaid being brought time and time again by Bosco to deny these walls. And the thing is, Heroic not really opting for that. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, they haven't really brought Thatcher yet. They want that soft destruction in terms of utility, because you gotta deal with so many things, the shields, the keeper barriers, etc. But Heroic recognizing that they haven't really breached the dining walls towards the bomb site from Fireplace yet. They've always gone top floor, they've always played for kills, then gone trophy, and then it becomes a massacre.
Hello?
Good night, Fultz. He tried, he failed.
I mean, there was an attempt, that's for sure.
Happens sometimes, of course. We saw Heroic going for spawn peek constantly on Kafe, and sometimes they too got punished. That's going to be Vigil off the board, so a low-value member to the operator lineup. Gadget doesn't really benefit the team a whole lot, just makes it more difficult to drone out where Vigil is.
Fultz was a great player on map 1, though, and
he was.
With that death, he's now even here on Chalet, so you kind of want him to continue on. But you look at both these teams, and they're really no standout performers. Everybody's kind of doing what they need to do, what you expect of them. Hot and Cold so far through this map and through this matchup have been SSG's best player, but he's had some struggles on defense. We see a reinvigorated Hot and Cold on attack.
The way that Chalet plays out, you're often in these really hell in a cell kind of scenarios as you see top library. Like, you're gonna get naded, flashbanged, you know, 2 people swinging you, etc. And SSG, because they lost Fultz early, they will surrender the first hold of library, fall back towards master bedroom, double reinforce the office wall, toss a kite claw on it, and make it difficult for Heroic to advance. The question now is for Heroic, do you fully clear top floor like last time, or just take that top half and try and breach the bomb site walls, because you have the Thatcher EMPs, you can break past this kite claw, it shouldn't be a problem for them.
gadgetry destroyed by the Gone 6. A lot of utility that Buck brings to the table now. That Gone 6, the Skeleton Key, and the secondary Hard Breach. There's some issues with both of these teams only having a single Hard Breacher. You've now got a little bit of a buffer should things go sideways. After losing Fultz in the first couple seconds, there has been limited action. And Heroic have been able to play with this 5v4 lead for quite some time. They've got just under a minute to go, but we've got a collision course on the board. Yeti versus Noodle. Yeti comes out ahead. Rampy falters. So whatever SSG tried to do, they could not keep the numbers even. They will trail yet again.
Yeah, but time is a problem. 35-4 comes out, prepped on the ground. Uno might fall to it.
There's the Nitro Cell. Does not connect at all, Nick. Final 30 seconds. And there's spam marks inside of the bomb site. Heroic have information, and they're using it to their advantage, this time on Nabosco. Heroic doubling up on numbers.
15 seconds left.
The only real hope SSG has is to stop Uno from getting that diffuser down. One player drops right into the eyes of Hutton. He's there to get them all. 3 players drop. Nobody sees him watching the hatch. And Yeti sends us to the second half, tied up 3-3.
Hot and cold, he showed up at Kafe, and we said it a slow start on Chalet. But there he is. 3 in a row. Heroic sloppy on the hatch drop. 1 by 1 by 1. So no trade whatsoever. Only one member doing any damage toward him as well. Yeah. That is one of those rounds where it's gotta suck.
What we need, where we need someone holding something.
Not much being shared or said. That's the first half. A tie. As close as it can possibly get. We did see a 2-4 scoreline favoring Heroic on the previous map of Kafe. We'll see both teams walking away even on the first half on Chalet.
How do you spend all of that time at the advantage they had?
Yep.
Droning out the top floor, bucking the entire top floor, and never bother to drone probably the most obvious spot that somebody is going to sit in to watch a hatch drop outside of maybe a kill hole all the way back in Trophy. How do you just not do that?
It's the small things, right? And the thing is, in Rainbow Six Siege, there are so many details to keep track of, and it's easy to be like, oh, that's the obvious one, that's the big mistake, but there are a lot of issues you can point towards, right? Noodle in basement, why does he swing yet into the 1v1 when he's stuck inside a garage? You can hold the crush, you got the advantage, and there's just constantly this checklist in your head. Where are they? The right drone, the right time, share information, make the right play, follow closely, go for trades. One thing of all of those goes wrong, you might lose the round. It just happens to be the one big mistake Heroic made. Well, SSG, they were there to capitalize on it. It's hot and cold, winning his gunfights, hitting his shots, and sure, Heroic, they allowed the gap, but it's SSG who took control.
First half in the books, both teams going 3-3, only 3 bomb sites shown. That kitchen bomb site on the main floor, Bar Gaming, and then the office.
They're barging in.
They're just going for it. Never mind. Let me hold my words for a second here. Rampy sustaining a bunch of damage. Heroic are prepped and ready for this, and they've reduced Space Station to a single player. A minute off the clock. As they barge into the bomb site, it's Yeti to clutch out. He can't even get a single kill after all of his teammates are down.
That fucking one flick could tap some geezer in bathroom.
Heroic make that first round look easy.
Can almost argue that SSG made it look easy because it's, I mean, a side rush is always
going to be
mean. You weren't going to be mean. I mean, Heroic made the last attack that they had look easy for SSG, so they're just doing each other favors. See Bosco with a strat book. So it looks like it. Bosco, of course, taking over a lot of the IGL role for Space Station in more recent times. A lot of teams have been going through the try and have 5 people call together, try and have just one guy call, and nowadays we're actually seeing quite a difference in leadership styles amongst these teams. We saw some teams like W7M relying on somebody like Julio with that experience who can lead the troops forward, especially emotionally in the server. Uno and Heroic, single voice for the team pretty much, doing 95% or so of all the calls and decisions in the team. And then we see some teams like G2, who very openly said that they have a very vocal team in general, where every single person will talk, but it's, I believe nowadays, Alama who mainly takes over like the decision making for the strats. And depending on which kind of version of Rainbow Six Siege you're playing, because the meta, the way the game is played, it changes every 2 to 3 months on a small scale, and on a bigger scale every 6 to 8 months. It might be more beneficial to have more or less people talking, depending on where you find yourself in that meta game.
Yeah, there's that old saying, right? Too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yep.
So it really depends on who you want to have as your main point to talk. I mean, when you hear the SSG timeouts, pretty much everybody from Hot and Cold jumps in to a certain extent. When it's heroic, it's just Uno. So sometimes it's a collaborative process, sometimes it's a dictatorship. Uno, the dictator. I was trying to talk about this first half, by the way, but the early bout of action in the previous round stopped me.
You're gonna try again?
I would like to try again.
Okay.
3 bomb sites were played. Kitchen showed up 3 times. Bar Gaming showed up twice. That Office showed up a single time. It was played once by Heroic on their very first defense. In terms of first bloods, Space Station only have a single uncontested first blood. That was all the way back in round number 1. Outside of that, they've either traded or Heroic have had 3 uncontested first bloods of their own. Objective play hasn't really been that important. It's been there, but not as often as we've seen before.
Yeah.
Certainly not as much as we saw in Kafe.
I was gonna say, Kafe, complete different ball game.
Oh, Noodle!
Shots.
You gotta get very quiet in the library. The librarians say you gotta be shh. Noodle and Sloth now die. Whoa, wait a minute here. Space Station kill 3 players in a quick burst of action themselves. You lost the smokes of Bosco, you lost the fire of Bosco. No way to replicate that with the lineup that SSG has.
Gonna rotate, looking for that objective play of diffuser. 2v4, we've seen Heroic throw these. SSG don't want to play tight together. They got so much time to work with. 1 minute on the clock. Capital sure is gone. No smokes, but flashbangs, plenty to go. 6 of them in pocket of Hot and Golden Yeti.
There's a logic bomb that goes off, and what we just saw is exactly why sometimes first blood doesn't actually matter all that much. You get first blood, but then immediately Space Station gets 3 kills. That's a trade, but SSG absolutely has the upper hand in the rest of the round. Now all eyes from Heroic will be on Grizzly. Making a ton of noise above. SSG have so many players all over the map that they can watch every inch getting into the bomb site and out. They deny Heroic a retake, and the diffuser doesn't go down. The final kill happens a little bit too quick for that stat to go in. Again, tied up. No matter what, these teams so evenly matched.
I'm gonna start either lurking in below and taking like M1, causing just weird pressure like that. If L1 isn't barbed, like they had it barbed that round, but I'll fucking walk up that bitch if we want to clear L2.
I did not expect that at all. It was sounding so innocent until it didn't. Phantom pressure for SSG. They recognize the strength of it. Just kind of applying, as Remy said, weird pressure across the map, top and down, keeping her guessing as to where they are. And Heroic, a relatively more passive lineup. The Maestro Evil Eye cameras, the Aruni gates, the Keeper Bearer, and the Frost. The only real roaming gun right now is going to be Doom on deletion. Uno, it seems like he wants to get more into the battle on this map in particular. And sure, Chalet and Border, the more aggressive type maps where gunfights really have a big role to be played, and trying to leverage as many guns in one area of the map is the way to go. Uno is playing Bok and attack in the last 2 rounds. Now he's playing the Frost instead of Pulse, for example. And more likely will try and look for engagements of his own. He is sitting at 4 or 5 in terms of scoreline. He's not too far behind his teammates. Top gunners are 6 apiece for Grizzly, Sloth, and Doom. And for both teams, it's really a full team effort. On SSG, top gunner is 7 kills hot and cold. Bottom gunner is Rampy and Bosco on 5. Only 2 kills separating them. The same exact story for Heroic.
Both timeouts still remaining, by the way. Something to keep your eye on as we now look guaranteed to get 11 rounds of the 12. Again, this will be a very deep map. I'd like to remind everybody, obviously not to change the channel, but if you are a fan of FaZe Clan or G2 Esports, they're currently doing battle on the B stream, twitch.tv/Rainbow6. That's the number, Bravo. Just take this URL and type Bravo after it. Fluke and Happer over there voicing the action, and again, the loser of that match will be eliminated. Could it be the organization that have been multi-time world champions? Could it be FaZe Clan, who happen to be major
champions? Yeah.
That's a big match going on. A lot of stakes in every single game today because the loser of every match that is played today goes home. We are in the midst of the lower bracket. Oh, he actually catches it. I think he might have been hoping for it to get a little bit deeper, Noodle. Totally destroying Fultz in that first engagement, but Rampy, well, he's got some pep in his step. Again, losing that first pick, but answering back so swiftly. These teams are not getting uncontested kills.
Ooh,
Noodle knocked down. Rampy cannot secure. He's a bit late, but there's a drop. The Frost of Uno, but where's the nade? Will it hit its mark? Rampy looked like he had it ready. No, Hot and Cold is there, and Rampy takes matters into his own hands. Heroic falling by the wayside. Uno completely blinded out. Grizzly from above. These are the last two players from Heroic. One down below, one up above. And there's red marks that Grizzly can play off of.
They know the flank is coming. Uno's sitting patiently on the side. Grizzly, if he gets the kill above, gets that vertical control, that could be the difference maker in this round.
It's the question. Will it happen?
No.
There goes Grizzly. SSG are perfect as they now move ahead of Heroic. This has got to be a timeout.
I love that shit.
Yeah, take a timeout, pussies.
Fultz said, take the fucking hammer away and pick up your goddamn flank. Love that shit.
The reason why we're dying upstairs right now, the way I see it, we get the opening kills really good. But then after that, we're holding same angles. Like we had two people holding bathroom towards piano at the same time. We're not communicating about like who is holding what. We're not having a 360. Boys, look at me. Fuck the score. We need to fucking believe in this if we're gonna come back, right?
Yep.
When I started coaching in this game, nobody fucking believed in me, but I fucking believe in you. You need to start fucking believing in yourself as well. 110%. We have absolutely nothing to lose right now. Chest up, fucking go. 100%. Play with confidence. 360 degrees. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, boys.
Let's fucking go. Come on, boys.
Let's fucking go.
Where we going?
Let's fucking go.
Back to man. They rushed last time, so this time they're probably gonna do something else.
I know that's not how they meant it.
Yeah.
But when he goes, let's go, and then you just hear somebody go, where are we going? I know they were talking about the bomb site, but just the way they say it, it's like, imagine, let's go, boys. Where? Where are we going?
Yeah. Fighting words from Mr. Officer, and this is most of Heroic's tactical timeout. It's about staying in it mentally, still believing in the possibility of a comeback, and there's only one round separating SSG and Heroic. It's not all that doom and gloom, but the way the rounds are going, SSG, they're looking dominant on the attack so far, controlling the pace, the momentum, and the full map control. Heroic, they started off being very aggressive on Kafe, the previous map, challenging all the entry points for Space Station's attack. But now here in Chalet, since the side swap, we're mostly seeing Heroic actually sacrificing a lot of map control and playing very much close to the bomb side. And that's a problem. When the Asami is open, library is easier to hold. That's not being taken advantage of by Heroic. SSG, they're cooking something up, hot and cold. Not on the Monty this time. He wants more speed, more aggression. 10 and 6 on the scoreboard for him. He's on the blitz. They got 2 sets of smokes, got the Togepi phone calls, and the Lion. If anyone from Heroic is isolated on the roam, they will get hunted down immediately by hot and cold.
You know, I want to credit the main subreddit just for a second here. There was a talk about, like, what are unpopular opinions or opinions that you've held against the game, and somebody basically said, people who play against a blitz isolated and then complain about the operator being overpowered when you don't communicate with your teammates and you play far removed from the rest of the map cannot complain about an operator whose sole job is to hunt you down. If you don't want a blitz breathing down your neck and punishing you, then maybe play supported with another roamer or close to the bomb site. That's really what it comes down to. Hot and cold so far, led the way on map 1, is doing the same here on map number 2. the Blitz has not really been able to show much use at the moment. Rampy walks in, gets the very first pick of round number 10. Space Station are 4 kills away from moving to series point.
Yeah, there's Doom off the board. That's usually the lead gunner for Heroic. They're going to be less lethal in this round, and Hot and Cold, recognizing that they got the map control quickly, doesn't want to expose himself as a Blitz. You can get shot in the shoulder and your toes. He needs that health bar to stay as high as possible for the bombs that execute later on. Grizzly is downstairs in basement. Could opt for a flank, but he's just gonna wait right now, see when he can strike.
Using Rampy to assist this drone in. Houghton will need the assistance of his teammates. Sloth do battle here. Oh, he finds it. That's the problem with Blitz, is that you are vulnerable if your opponents can hit their shots. There are small parts of you that are visible when that shield is present. You need to be able to capitalize off of catching them off guard. Down goes Yeti, and the castle barricade breaks. Uno is not prepared for that. He backs away instead. Rampy finds kill number 2. The Blitz so close to being able to get closer to the bomb site. Hot and Cold on very low HP, though. No impacts, no C4, nothing that can do chip damage to him other than just bullets. Fultz eliminating Sloth puts Heroic in a very bad position, with Bosco holding on to that diffuser at the halfway mark. Now it's Uno under fire, the Jaeger flushed out of his spot. It's Uno in a 1v4 to make it a 1v3 with the clock running against him. Space Station can taste series point. Uno has to do something about it. But Space Station aren't moving at all. They're not giving in. In fact, they're still sitting on the diffuser. They haven't vacated the site at all. Uno will creep around looking for intel, but this is so tough. Where do you go? Because Space Station will likely be snapped into action if you punish one of them. Uno doesn't find a single player. Rampy to seal the deal, and it's Space Station on series point.
SG playing.
Walking around in fucking Arch, and he's like, yo, this guy's in office, and this guy's just got his back turned to me. Freebie!
They're playing all the angles, all the floors.
It was bad timing.
SSG looking like the better team. Much more depth to their attacks.
They go big.
I don't know.
I'm gonna run a small snowmobile.
Heroic playing on a singular plane. No verticality, no C4s below, no flank from the roam. Trying to fight head on is a single member of Doom with no follow-up from the rest of the members of Heroic. And we heard it during that small pause between the 2 rounds. They're looking for a spawn peak, looking to go aggressive. And when you're down 4-6 and it's match point, now more than ever, you gotta pull something out that is not to be expected. If you give SSG a cookie-cutter basic attempt of an execute where you don't disrupt them in any way whatsoever, you cannot expect to win these rounds. That's what they've done so far. SSG, they wanna go library, they get it in 20 seconds. Easy peasy. They wanna take basement, they just walk on in with 1 drone, they take basement control. Heroic as a team needs to fight back and deny them the objectives that SSG they want and care about.
Heroic are 5 deaths away from plane tickets home. A long flight, but at least they get to escape the Canadian winter.
Hasn't been too bad, I'll say. I was expecting it to be worse. Doom hears this, sees the drone, knows that the follow-up is about to be there afterwards. Summon charge goes out. Exchangement of bullets back and forth through the wall does no damage to either side. But again, this is Heroic challenging the entry points, making it difficult for SSG to make any progress. This is good for them.
They said they were going to go for a run out from Snowmobile, but it doesn't happen. Rampy was posted up down below in Big Garage. Looks like a face that's been made on the Snowmobile door, but maybe that's just me projecting. Yep,
that's definitely
like a very angry face, yes. Is that the noise it would make?
That is the noise it would make.
And they can actually army crawl their way through it.
That's big. They get what they want in the end. Beep boop goes off. Heroic knows their whereabouts, has the verticality on it. Yeti not taking that risk. Noodle at any moment could flank Yeti on that 5-place staircase. That could be a free kill, but SSG, they read it. They expect it to happen.
Oh my. Oh my, oh my.
Ooh.
There goes the Selma. Tense action between these teams here. Everything on the line for Heroic. Team spends so long preparing for this series, preparing for this event. Rampy gets kill 1. That's Joom down. Joom and Noodle have been the stars of the show for Heroic. But pretty much everybody on this team sits at 6 kills. So at least in this instance, you're not that far behind losing one of these players. Uno will try to retake. He gives his position away and will have to trudge back upstairs. There's another from SSG. Rampy has been phenomenal. When Space Station need him the most, he shows up. Now they'll need to watch as Bosco goes for the plant, but he peels off. Down goes Fultz. Suddenly Heroic are hitting their shots. Bosco takes matters into his own hands. Lost by Sloth. 30 seconds to go. Nade in, Rampy picks the wrong direction. No nades left to follow up on. He is the diffuser, and we'll go for a plant. Wary of those hatches, Yeti will need to be the one to lock them out. But Noodle sees Yeti, and now Rampy has to fall off. This is an engagement that Rampy could win, and now he'll go for the diffuser, baiting Noodle in. Out goes the door. Can Rampy pull this off? A world champion.
10 seconds to go.
The nade stops him. Rampy knows, and he's good! A world champion with a world championship performance to send Heroic back to Europe.
You said it, Parker. Rampy, inconsistent performances, but in the final moments in the 1 versus 1, he gets it for his team.
Oh my! It was a good run from Heroic. A spirited performance in their group, but they come up empty-handed on the second day of playoffs. A lot of you had written Space Station off. You thought there would be a failure to launch, but boy, are they soaring now. They're not out of it, they're still in the lower bracket, and they are still, and will be, 1 map and 1 match away from being knocked out.
One thing to note for Heroic side, they came in with Sloth having just like 2 days before travel to figure things out. Oscar couldn't make it due to visa problems. Heroic were not playing with their main roster, yet they still got as far as it did, escaping groups, putting up really good numbers against various teams, but ultimately fell to OXG and then now to SSG.
You and I had the privilege of watching and casting most of these Heroic matches. And the one thing that we kept saying was that they're not playing at full potential, but they are still putting up very impressive numbers. Sloth came into this series at a major disadvantage, and yet he actually looked like he fit this team quite well.
It's almost like he's played for Heroic before.
Almost.
But a while ago.
Isn't it mysterious? Makes you wonder. That said, we got a lot more matches to go today, and if they're as close as they are, we're going to be constantly running behind schedule. I want that because I like the matches that we've seen up to this point.
Yeah.
But let's stop yammering. Let's throw to a break, and then we'll come back with our second match of the day.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Command Center live at 6 Invitational 2023. It's a wonderful day, especially for NA. Spacestation Gaming taking down Heroic. Heroic will be our first team eliminated at the playoffs of the Invitational. Hello, I'm Analyst, your host. With me on the desk, joining us as a special guest with their victory from Spacestation Gaming, their coach, Lycan, of course, Jesse and Jacob. Lycan, thank you very much for joining us. How are you feeling now, the big victory?
It's good to be here. I mean, there's only one way you get here, so it's important to be here.
Exactly. It's an exclusive club that you're joining now here on the desk. Gentlemen, you got any questions for a wonderful guest?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Lycan, it's nice to have a coach's perspective up here on the desk. We've gotten for the first time to be able to listen in on some of the tack timeouts that the coaches have been telling to their players. And obviously, you know, you've had some talk about the tack timeouts that you've been taking. Earlier today on Kafe, you had a tack timeout, which was immediately resulted in 4-round wins in a row. Can you talk just a little bit about your philosophy about how you like to call tack timeouts and what they're really used for on your team?
Yeah, it's hard to just give you like a brief thing like on a desk like this, especially when I'm talking about a picture that we only get 45 seconds of, just as a coach in general. So it's hard to like break down everything you want to say or everything you need to say, especially when you got to keep in mind they're either losing or winning. So I wouldn't say that anyone but a coach knows how each of their players will respond to what they're about to say until because they deal with them in scrims every day. You know, I deal with them. We live in a house together. I know everything that kind of upsets them. If I was to yell at them, for instance, Bosco is a person, he went to college and he studies. He's a studious person. He wants to hear the specific things that are happening that make him cause and effect. He doesn't want to hear boys, you got this. I mean, that does work for coaches, and I'm not saying that's the wrong thing to do, but for someone like me, it's more about these are the things that are tripping up. These are the things that we need to be better at, and then we will be better. I've done that my whole career while we were winning tournaments. So it's a little silly to hear people when we start losing in groups, this is their one chance where they get to start roasting us for how we do things when we've done it all the time. And I've never heard anyone be well, if they would have, changed how they do this, it would have been better. So I mean, I would just say most of the people who are doing that probably don't have a clue what they're talking about. But it's fine. I think my boys, I find a good way to make sure that I'm cheering them on, and they know that I am not very outgoing myself. I'm very introverted. I'm hardcore introverted. So when I'm just a little bit excited, they know I'm really excited. They know me just as much as I know them, and we feed off of each other. And I think most of it was, you don't see teams have slumps at events. Most of us, we see teams have slumps in scrims, and we're oh man, these guys are going through it. They're having a tough time. They're not playing well. It sucks to do it while we're at an event, but hey, we got through groups. We had 2 days off, and we were able to play today, and I thought we played a lot better. I think there's still things to work on, but it's hard to just say that a 45-second timeout can knock a team out of an entire slump.
Fair.
So, but I'm trying. We're making.
You're here.
Yeah.
That speaks for itself.
We're making moves.
I've heard it said after you win a championship, you go all the way to the top. You lift whatever trophy is at the very top of the mountain. Every single day after that, you're always trying to fight to get back to a point where you can prove to everybody and to yourself that you are worthy of going back and doing it again. In that 3-year stretch since winning it and lifting the hammer 3 years ago, what's that been like for you with results not going your way? Is it still that same amount of pressure to try and get back to that exact same point? Or because so much time has passed, does it kind of feel like you're in a different era and you're trying to move on and be a different SSG and not be a rehash of what you were when you won before?
Yeah, I think initially when you win, you don't really feel that, and people will tell you it, and then you're yeah, I know. When other people won, that's what they talked about, and they didn't do well, but that's not me. You don't feel it at first, and I would say it's the opposite. After more time has gone along, then you actually start feeling it, because then you're well, I mean, maybe that was it, So I do think that's more of a thing, the longer you go along. But also, too, you got to keep in mind, we've had multiple roster changes since then. So it doesn't put that pressure totally on you, because it's well, we're different. That's not us. Especially the meta. like we won in, I would say, the hardest meta that there ever was in the 22nd meta with Mew and
There's a
Mozzie.
good argument for that, yeah.
At least on attack, it was extremely difficult to play that game. I'd say attack now is difficult, but in a completely different way because defense has to be aggressive instead of passive. But yeah, there's so much that's different now that we're just trying to be another team that's going to win again. You know, it is nice, and I would just say, like, in general, I want to win again for SSG. But it's not always just like, yeah, you don't feel it the same way because we have different people, different meta. But, you know, of course we want to win again.
Well, you already took one win. You knocked Heroic out of the tournament. You move against M80, a team and players that you know very well within the North American region, but also kind of a Brazil-USA mix that we talked about before going live. Is there anything in them that scares you? Do they combine the best things out of both worlds that you've seen in Brazil and the US?
I wouldn't say that they do stuff that scares us, but they do stuff that we have to be like very aware of. Bodega, he always talks about it being like their active play style, you know, which I think he has proven like that it is a true and working. I would even say the meta is based around like what he wants to play, you know. So we have to be really aware of different times that they are getting aggressive, making sure it's not hurting us too much and losing man advantage, but also too that we're giving ourselves time in the late round to be able to push and make an execute. Because I'd say overall that's like our biggest problem right now.
All right, fair enough. And to close off on this part of our desk, is there anything you want to say to the SSG fans out there, you know, hyping things up? Because you'll be live again playing M80 in less than 4 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate all the fans who are like sticking through us. I got a lot of DMs, you know, people are responding, keeping heads up and stuff like that. So that's like kind of when you can tell like who your true fans are, like the people who really, really care about like whether you win or not. I appreciate all those people. All the people that are sticking with us, and anyone who defended me during that ridiculous timeout tweet, like, thank you very much. Some people don't know what they're talking about, but, you know, we have to deal with those people.
Oh, they haven't won an Invitational.
Yeah.
That says something.
Yeah.
Anyways, Lycan, it's been a pleasure having you on the Analyst desk with us. Thank you very much, Jesse and Jacob, for your questions. Now we go on to the analysis part of things, starting off with map 1. Thank you again, Lycan.
Thanks.
Good luck in your match later against M80. You'll be seeing Spacestation versus them later on in our day in just under 4 hours. Map 1, Mr. Chick, please. What went down on Kafe Dostoyevsky?
Kafe was very back and forth, Milos. A defender-sided map, and that's what we saw throughout the both halves of this contest. Of course, Heroic started us off with a 4-2 split. Noodle, I thought, really did perform those first couple of rounds. Round number 1, denying that plant from down below, then having a good sight round in round number 2. Spacestation felt like struggling a little bit with that intel, a little bit with that coordination on clearing out some of those roamers, but when they got to their defensive side, Lycan called that timeout, and he talked about it enough on the desk here. But it seemed to turn things around for Spacestation.
Yeah, we had concerns about intel going in. Felt like there were plenty of moments, especially when they were attacking. It's just pure aggression from Heroic. They can go for a run out. They can try a 1v3 very, very sneaky plan attempt, and they're always going to swing at moments you don't expect. That is what it felt like Heroic's game plan was coming in. Allow them to play a little bit faster and looser with the law, as opposed to sticking to one very particular game plan. That might have been what Mr. Officer was talking about, saying we're going to play a different game, we're going to have a different mentality, and it's one that allows them to kind of play a little bit more into their own instincts. That seemed more like Heroic's game plan, but then we move from a 5-2 immediately into match point, and it requires an overtime to get it done, but it still very much feels like crazy stuff coming out from SSG.
Jesse, I see you so happy and smug, kind of, on the other side of our desk. What do you want to talk to us about on Taustration?
Well, I want to talk to you about the attacks. I really do think Spacestation's attacks were the definition and the story of this match. And particularly, I want to focus on Sloth, who had a great time in this particular round. This is round number 5, SSG trying to attack onto Reading. Let's clear this out and then go through the replay. Now, he's playing down below back in pillars, okay? And there's a drone on him, okay? This is the Bosco drone, right? Bosco's drone gets cleared out. They call that he's there. So they know he's down in around pillars at this moment, okay? Keep that in mind. And you can see they're kind of around the area. They're looking out. They're setting up their flank drones. Faults at this point backs up to the wall, and I don't want to blame him too much for this one, right? It's a C4. It's unfortunate that ends up going down in that direction. But okay, you've lost one. Now your goal should be the trade. And I just want to pause it in a moment here too as well. Take a look at how many people are up here above in the top red staircase. What you'll notice is that absolutely none of them pay attention to Sloth, right? They should have been called in at this point. 3 players you just saw top right part of your screen. They're dealing with Joom, which is a very noble goal, but they get that done very quickly. Noodle is gone. somebody at this point needs to go back to focusing on this guy. Here's another act of shenanigans where their intel isn't ideal. This is actually not that relevant to the clip, but good for Grizzly to get the kit down, I guess. Then we wait a little bit more and we see Sloth's journey once again. He's starting to work his way into mining. Nobody is watching this at all. And who's there in train? It's Yeti. Not even looking the correct direction to find that pick on to Sloth. Now that's 2 players who have gone down to this guy. They've got to go for the plants. And at this point, Rampy's trying to cover from up above. It's tough because they're going to pinch from both angles. Actually, I think this is really good coverage from Sloth and Uno. But again, you're going to see Sloth, who is just not being covered from the same position every single time. It's unfortunate that this was such a struggle for SSG, and I think this round is a great example of why they were struggling so much on attack. It's that lack of intel, and it's that lack of trade game, especially with SSG not being able to nail down those hardcore roamers, especially on this map. That was their kryptonite.
It is worth mentioning, though, that this isn't the be-all, end-all for SSG, I feel like, because even though M80 are going to be looking and saying, oh, they have some attacking struggles, there are some intel things that we need to focus on, when we got to map 2, it got considerably better. We went to Chalet, which, again, does not have an attacker-favored lean right now. It was like within the 57 percentile coming into this game, and they still won the majority of them. After a 4-2 half, Heroic won both halves in this matchup. It's worth mentioning, SSG came back both times when they were down by at least 2 rounds on both those halves, and they made it work out. So if you think examples like that are the norm, after map 2 in this series, it most assuredly is not.
And that was map 1. How about we move forward to map 2 in the series? What happened in Chalet?
Well, Chalet, as Jacob kind of mentioned, that was a change of pace, right? SSG got onto attack and really started to run over this game. Rampy, I thought, had a phenomenal second half in this map, really nailing down those roamers. It felt like there was that trio on the side of Heroic. It was every time Noodle, Joom, and Sloth were trying to roam, trying to be aggressive on that defensive half, and then all 3 would just die time after time after time. And maybe they would get 1 kill here or there, but it never seemed to be enough for the lives that they were losing. And, you know, Mr. Officer, he tried to call attack timeout in the midst of that half as well. I think it did make the team play a little bit more passive. It kind of slowed the round down a little bit right after round number 9 when he called attack. However, at that point, SSG just started planting, right? It didn't stop their executes. They started being more site-focused and objective-focused as well. So it did feel like SSG's attacks on that map in particular really did step up. And maybe that's just the map, right? Chalet, Jacob, is definitely a more attack-sided map than Kafe. But in either case, great performance by Spacestation to close this one out.
I mean, the curious part is looking at Heroic attempting to still play that type of style, but it looked like they were overextending to a certain degree because they're playing as if SSG are about to get up in their faces consistently and trying to get those entry picks very, very early on, and it doesn't happen that way. Most often, Space Station are waiting, playing that passive game when they switched halves, and Heroic are the ones paying the price for playing those forward positions, maybe being off site, not being able to rotate back to site nearly as quickly as they'd like. That felt like it was a consistent thing, and by the time Mr. Officer took that tack in round 9, there wasn't really much else for them to still really go on as this game was progressing, and it felt like it was already too far gone by that point. I was promised a different play style from Heroic. If the only answer they had was allowing their players to be a little bit more, I guess, instinctual about their play, then that's not bad either. Then that simply wasn't enough to contend with, again, an SSG team that's got 3 world champions on it and 2 coaching staff that won this thing 3 years ago.
I'll have to say, though, the biggest winner of this is the guy who sold you the hopium outside.
Yeah, the crazy guy outside.
Did he give it to you for free, or did you pay him for it?
No, I just took it. He was handing them out. Said that he couldn't swallow whole food, so that's just all that he's been consuming.
I might need to call the hotel receptionist and get me some of that.
Here's our MVP. Hot and cold for SSG. Pretty darn good, but it seemed like it's not one person standing out massively. It was more of a concerted team effort from SSG because the stats are pretty good, but they're not, Shaiko levels. But here in a game like this, we always expect SSG to play like a team. It's not pop-offs.
Yeah, that final defensive round on Trophy maybe was his biggest pop-off when they were defending on Chalet, round number 6. Ridiculous 3 players dropping the hatch right into Hot and Cold's loving and waiting arms. Certainly, though, Hot and Cold, a fantastic showing today.
I mean, not to be anti-NA hopium at this point. maybe the effects are wearing off slightly, but the only thing I'll say is that both of the opponents that Space Station has actually beaten in this tournament are 2 teams that didn't perform the way that we were hoping that they would. We were looking at a Heroic that was coming in, plenty of questions about where their roster was sitting, an emergency sub that came in with 36 hours notice, so maybe them beating Heroic isn't the world's biggest question. The only other team they beat was Elevate, who were nowhere to be found this tournament. So this is going to be, yet again, the toughest challenge that they're going to have, because they played plenty of group of death games that didn't go their way, but now they have an M80 team that they've played plenty upon plenty of times over the past several years. Consider what that's going to be. This will be their toughest task, and they only have about 3 hours to prep for it.
A lot of questions on people's minds, and I'm sure SSG are getting in that right mindset against M80, because it seems like it might be the perfect combination of the two play styles, especially in this current meta. You heard it from Lycan himself on here, a decorated coach in Rainbow Six in North America, probably the most decorated coach in North America in its history. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. Now, just to avoid spoilers, I'm just gonna put a section, mute your stream if you don't want any spoilers.
What happened?
They're muted.
And now, FaZe Clan versus G2 has gone to map 3. We are on Theme Park. G2 fought back on map 2, and we are gonna toss just to that so you can continue watching the action. When we'll be back here, it'll be to break down and see who won between FaZe and G2, so enjoy the show.
And that just shows you that even if you find 3, these last 2 players, they're just going to be sitting tight. They're going to be holding their angles, and they're going to try and figure out where you're coming from and just punish you for it. We're headed back towards Throw. Now, the initial start of the round was quite good for G2. They managed to shepherd all the players back to the site, but then lost 2 players as a result whilst doing so. I
was going to say, I gave you a look when you said the start.
Yeah, I know.
I wanted to see how you phrased that.
As in, like, they got the shepherding done, it's just that they didn't pick up the kill. So it's like, the ID went well, the execution just a little bit poorly. And that brings us back to, well, that 3v5 clutch we had. They need to do better now. They need to do the same shepherding, but actually take them down this time.
I believe A-Stream has joined us.
I have heard so as well.
Hey, welcome. G2 versus FaZe. We're on map 3. And FaZe won the coin flip, so they've opted to start on their defense on theme. The first round was pretty intense, and then since then, FaZe have pretty handily taken the next 2 back, and the whole while on this map had full control of the entry, both times getting at least 2 before somebody was then traded out. Okay, now we're up to speed. Let's get into it. Cyber. He's getting himself with a little bit of a movement on here on the back end of Cash. He won't stick around too long. You're trying to make the top floor problematic, but you're also not trying to lose your life because of it. Waste time.
Yeah. That's all you want to do. You want to just waste that time as LMI is ready to just zoom in with the Gara hook. Drone just confirmed it's going to be clear. Should be entering any second now. There he is. He's inside. He's going to be clearing out the bathroom, going to be clearing out the office as well. We'll now figure out that the top might just as well be under some G2 control. However, Cyber's still around in the control room. He has been droned out now, and that means he is going to be an issue. How are they going to be dealing with him? Well, there's a player on the window to C4 comes through, but Doki quickly shoots it out. So, they're going to be losing a player to that this time.
They've spent a lot of drones. They only have a couple left now. And that, for the whole of theme, for trying to get ideas, is not fantastic. You've lost a lot of intel. It's a wide map, and you can see they're still trying to hunt the first player they were trying to hunt. How many drones have they just sort of thrown into the mill that FaZe has churned up and said, delicious, I'm still going to take more of your time. They haven't even been able to get everybody back to the site itself, and the site itself is still a problem. It's locked in, and you can guess where people are going to be, sure. But it's 4 corners, a lot of half walls, and problematic places. Those are quick checks when you're sort of trying to enter from either split or the breaches or the back end, depending on which route. There's always going to be multiple guesses to be made.
Fiddy King and Cyber are going to be the most problematic though, as they are off-site, and those are currently have gone unspotted as well. Calls being made to start opening up on the yellow wall so they can start pushing and potentially go for and execute. Cyber still rotating around and trying to find himself that very first entry. His Gemini replicator might actually be able to find out about that piece of information. Will be shut down, but instantly going aggressive.
Doki, he gets dropped in the engagement. They had 3 people going for the fight. They at least get the kill and will get the player back up for 30 seconds. And they got to start putting the pressure onto the site. The grenade will get the mute jam, and the wall will get popped open. There was a bit of a problem with this last time where that happened. The soft gets destroyed, they don't have the rotate, they're looking for the fight, and well, actually it gets all the way this time round. They're looking for the angles, they get the player in the corner down, they want to drive the kit forward in a line. Blur, he can't quite get it through, there's only a pocket full of seconds, they've got to keep pushing, and there it is! Twice in a row, we've seen G2 force their way into that site.
Let's keep this up!
Well played, guys.
Good shit, but you're fucking insane!
And if you may have also missed the clips going around, a certain Lord Emperor shouted for the first time in 6 months, by his own admission, to bring the energy back into a team that, to be honest, at that point, I think they needed it.
They needed it. They definitely did. As quickly discussing what the plan will be, how they want to be pushing through, what form of order their grenades need to go in. We're headed back to Punk. I do have to say that that last round, you would almost say poor drone utility. I mean, they managed to get away with it. They used the Gemini replicator to find
I don't think you would almost say. I think
you would say it.
I think you would say
yes.
Poor drone utility.
It's just that, you know, they used A drones to get Cyber, basically knock him around on the map and get him to go towards maintenance. Then they found him there with a Gemini replicator and finally punished him. Luckily for G2, the rest was actually located on the site itself, where there is only so many places they can hide. There's only so many places you can hold off on. And they managed to succeed in taking those down. They managed to find those kills and find the round. But now a different site comes up. And if they are struggling with the same drone utility and drone network, they might be in a bit more trouble this time.
G2, will they be able to get the entry a little bit earlier? Technically, the first time they've broken the curse of losing 2 opening bodies. But as weird as it is to say, on theme, they've only been able to take one site twice in its Armory Throne. Maybe it's because of familiarity. It was always the sort of big, hefty bastion that other teams would go with on their first, and I guess you practice that more than any others because of it. But it's the loose gunners, the gunfights that haven't quite been connecting. Benja, probably credited, and rightfully so, as the reason G2 is still in this game after his heroics in the second map. He's looking to try and start his pressure onto the third, and well, he hasn't quite been able to have the same success on the loose motions and movements he's had prior.
He's just waiting patiently for now. He has some utility, and he's hoping to find a player rotating down the yellow stairs if pressure rises a bit too much. And it's going to be coming in, going to be tossed right over. Doki dies. That grenade is also going to be finding an injury, and it's going to be a double kill on either side.
Yeah, that's it. It's suddenly the trade out. They get the lock in there onto Astro. They waited to pull the pin under the cover of the E1D, so they wouldn't just be jumped on and swung down on. And here they've been able to at least hold them off on the opposite end phase. They made sure that they pulled some bodies, but do they know of the one body behind them that's sort of causing a little bit of width problem? Souls. He has some wiggle room, he has some danger, makes his presence known in minute 10. They can try and deal with it as the breach starts to get popped open. You want to try and slink your way in, just behind the train in the corner, and have that as the lockdown, utilizing the mirror window for their own selfish needs. How do you try and cover that little distance into the site?
So Lee's gonna keep Souls at bay a little bit, meaning he can only be using that one door through the split. We're just gonna be jumping in, he's gonna check the balcony mostly. There's a player out there. Crouch peek comes through, but no connection upon him. Actually takes a lot of damage, finds the kill. That's huge, because now they know one person inside, and Virtue's going to be going for the swing right here. He's trying to go for a bit of a bait as Blur takes damage. Vida King comes out on top.
He's crept his way into the side in the time, though, and there it is. Blur gets the connection. He's going to see if he can try and get the plant down as Souls. He's making his way around the hit of the mirror window, the reveal of the player. They should get the plant down, and they do. They probably can't get out of that. A bit of a reveal. The impact gets him so low, but there's not a second. And now, with a gun either side, Souls has to try and drive himself into 2 1 versus 1s. It's very tricky to pull. They're swinging either side of the doors. It's Benja to look it out. And G2 pull 1 round ahead.
Good, man. Fucking nuts, Byron! I knew this China guy would kill me, but it's fine. Like, you killed the yellow guy in the mirror bench.
Yeah, it was
really good plan. Let's go.
Well, This is the team working as a unit of 5. This is what they've called for. Both teams have a timeout as well. Plenty of time to take it.
Yep.
We've given a bit of context as to how Theme handles for these two maps throughout this tournament. For G2, probably the best example is versus W7M. A 3-apiece half went all the way to OT, and then they found it out. FaZe, however, had a much rougher time trying to attack it against M80, only pulling one of their attacks in the half. FaZe need an even half here to give themselves more wiggle room to put pressure onto G2.
And it's going to be in the back of their heads, you know, knowing that they have struggled so far with this map on attack. They need that extra round. They need to make sure they give themselves as much time as possible to grow into their attacks.
10 seconds remaining.
And as we go on to what could be the last defense FaZe will play in this tournament, we see a Montaigne being locked in, we see an Ossa being locked in. Lots of shields is what G2 is going to be bringing here. Of course, utility put down on FaZe's side to slow them down as much as they can in terms of castle barricades, banshees, but also the EDDs. How successful is it going to be? It worked against G2 when Wolves did it. Will it work now? Early grenade, they're just waiting for a bit of information, but it seems like no one's out there, so Benja puts it back in pocket, starts opening up some rotations over the bottom floor before he joins the rest of his team.
Yeah, they're seeming to go for a slightly different approach this time. That was poor timing, though. Mistakes happen. The drone was blown out of midair, and, well, drone economy hasn't been the sharpest for G2 throughout this tournament. At least the guns can sort of make up for that bullet. Takes a bit of a scrap inside bathroom. There's firing, just some attention back as well, but doesn't want to stay there too long. There's the drop of the Monty. You'll see the control room start to fall into some control. The call that, yep, Monty's on the door now. They'll get the breach towards the side. The impacts, they're just going to try and do a lot of damage. The second does some back, but the Monty is still standing for now. They're concerned about the break underneath him. They get the angle. They get some more damage. There's the drop. The first falls. Benja, he's able to do some of the work. He's got to move away from that X-Kairos. Please don't go down to the X-Kairos.
Don't think he will. Does a lot of damage.
He's so close to.
I mean, he was a Willa anyway. He just wants to get in quickly so he can go for a plant or either a quicker push forward. C4 comes in. Luckily, doesn't take down Alamau. His cyber strikes as well will find Doki. Not the confirmation, though.
The Monty, they've been able to get themselves still buried further, but round the back, Cyber, he pushes it a bit too far, and Astro takes care of the Monty. There's Virtue and Blur, and suddenly it's just Vidiking versus the world. He's tucked himself in close, but with a minute on, they have a lot of time to see if they can try and set themselves up for the pinch. He's had to rotate to keep an eye on both sides. He's going back and forth. You have Talon shields too. And you kind of have that as the second step in. They're watching. The swing's going to go wide instead. They're aware of it. So they rotate somewhere else. He's got to cross the divide. Take the first fight with the Ossa. Cannot find it. G2 with a 4-2 half into their defense onto Theme.
Let's just continue on defense, guys.
Yeah, that's fucking
I like when Benja's like, let's just continue in defense. We've been doing so good. Yes, you have been doing well. You have been doing better than your first 3 rounds of Villa. Okay, you had some struggles here as well. In between, you managed to get back into it. You managed to turn it around, 4-3. Now they're headed over towards the defense. Now, you mentioned it before, FaZe only managed to find a single round in their attacks. Now they're going up against G2, who really like to play this map.
I mean, that's
1-on-1 now.
That's sort of the setup, isn't it? That's sort of, this went from being the hurdle that G2 needed to surmount, and some people, based on these maps, predicted it would be a 2-1 series because we opened on Club, we opened on a map G2 have banned quite a lot that they've sort of let through. It was a gamble. It didn't quite work. The first 2 maps as well. For context, it was a 7-5 either way to the 2 respective teams. FaZe on the first, G2 on the second. It has been neck and neck throughout this matchup so far, and for the first time, it feels like a team is driving a lot of this. And now, depending on the first round, the first result might be the call of a timeout or a bit of motion. The line's been consistent. The Sam cams to see if they can try and get a lockdown. But with Virtue and Blur stepping up, if Doki and Alamau were a reason to drive the team to playoffs, and Benja's been a reason to keep them here, Seems like Virtue and Blur really want that mantle for themselves.
Doka is looking to go for a bit of an aggressive first swing. He heard someone just get up on top of the roof. Doesn't quite see any drones to come through. E1D gets activated. Astra takes a lot of damage, but lives with just a single amount of HP. They're rushing through the site.
They're right inside, and Blur is able to get the first Virtue. They get the trade off on the back end of it, and I say they are the two names that are really bringing this map together. And they're able to hold off on another quick strike, the same as we saw as the attempted open attack against Villa before here. Vidiking goes aggressive against the Astralis, gets the lockdown, takes a lot of damage in the meantime though. So it'll only take a scrap and a scrape from one of the remaining players. They've got quick firing guns and they're more than happy to swing around. And there's still a lot of structure to take care of here. One E1D, one Samcam. You got to play with what's open and they know where the diffuser is. They can just shut down.
The player on top of Dragon of G2 that actually had the spot, like, there's 3 people in front of the door, basically saved the life because that allowed the rest of G2 that was inside, you mentioned it before, Blur, Virtue, you know, to get in a position to fight back, to get those kills, to set themselves up for success. And now the drones roll through. There's only 3 available here over the 2 players still left alive. 1 player spotted out. The second one has been seen before. I believe that all 3 of the G2 members are currently inside. Yes, they are. So all they need to do on FaZe's side is find an opening and then cut the pie. Get them one by one. All G2 need to do is set up crossfires.
That's it. You think of how awkward things are to break through with Split, with the angles that are there. You think of what FaZe did, and well, they attempted a rush. It's that sort of two-edged sword. You know, they read that there's only 2 G2 players on site. Vidiking slips his way up Split. It's a scrappy fight on a doorway, and well, with the first falling, Virtue watching one end of it. He's got himself 20 seconds and isolated in the next. Not for very long. G2, 4 rounds in a row to put them up 5-2. And a timeout is called.
It was only expected.
Os caras podem estar na ânsia agora de querer terminar o jogo rápido. Então vamos fazer nossas plays, que a gente já treinou, lateralizar café, lateralizar cozinha. Vamos ter leitura do que eles estão fazendo para primeiro decidir o que a gente vai fazer, tá bom? Lá no primeiro mapa, pode tentar posicionar algum drone, a gente decide e faz junto. Usa isso que eu falei, usa a ânsia deles de terminar o mapa logo, porque eles estão um lado de vantagem e com a vantagem. Então usa a ânsia deles de terminar o mapa pra gente tentar isolar alguma kill, tá? Jogar bem lento na ânsia deles. E depois, no final do round, a gente executa os 5 juntos com uma contagenzinha e engole os caras. Demorou? Beleza. Bora, galera. Round. Eu acredito que a gente consiga buscar isso aí, velho. Bora, vamos minimizar isso aí. Bora pra cima, Vita. Bora, Vita. Bora, cara. Bora, pai. Aí fiquei, bebê. Bora, Suzão.
Okay, well, I hope translations are posted in the comments, but you hope it's the words FaZe need. You hope it's something that can bring them back in. Seeing them this late in a game and a player not having a kill, it shows the way to the tournament, it shows the way to the map and the game. It's tough to try and bring yourself back. And now all they have to fight for is what is ahead of them. Ascends is potentially going to get brought. We'll see if that gets locked in alongside the back of a Monty. They're trying to limit some of the freewheeling play and maybe just sort of step for step themselves into the site.
Yeah, that might be it. They might just try and go for a very orchestrated attack right onto the site. Something that doesn't have too much around it. You don't need too much control.
There's a change.
It changes to a bit more of a quicker pace.
Maybe they assumed it was the other side on the top 4.
Could be, yes.
You'd see a more likely Monty on the sort of initiation.
Well, also sense, I think.
Yeah.
Just thinking about it, you often take the computers under control. Like you can easily roll in the sense light screen from there.
Where are you gonna go, Amaru?
It's always a question, but first of all, where's Doki gonna?
He's going outside the door. He's
just leaning out, you know?
Hoping to take the fight. He's waiting for a rappel sound. He's waiting for it. Do they have the ping? Are you gonna go up here, Cyber? Oh, he's not gonna risk it. He knew he was being watched, and Cyber was watching it, but he didn't want to risk the engagement over the top, the long animation.
Yeah.
That's why he's opting for the opposite face.
Because as soon as you go up onto the rappel up onto the roof, there's no way of stopping that. You're also not going to be fighting back to a P90 that's going to be firing right at you. So, right call, mate. There is Doki unable to find the entry kill here. But that means that it is still going to be a 5-on-5. And now we can start questioning, where are you going to go, Amaru? What's your plan?
Well, you can have pace coming up underneath. You can have pace onto the windows, a little bit more direct onto sight, just tucked by the side of the fridge, so you have some hard rather than usually hitting the rotate. It's one of the first rounds from FaZe where we haven't had a Lion in a very long period of time. And obviously it's only the sort of second attack on this map, but still it was mixed success, I think. It's definitely a game that G2's woken up to and is more than happy to move and manipulate on the back end. Might be pressure coming towards... Yeah, the mirror on the back. Souls comes up right behind them. There's a swing around the gate. They're tucked in the vault. Bullet gets the first. They're able to find the second and the third. And there's Doki acting to at least stop the Amaru and get one trade back, but with Bullet finding one more. What a fantastic execute this has been from FaZe. Doki gets one on his right. They're all behind him, though. And the perfect response from the timeout.
So what they needed that quick bit of pace. They needed to find themselves a way to stop the momentum of G2 truly. That's what they did here. They quickly humbled them a little bit because they have been quite shouty, or rather, LMA has been quite shouty towards them, and just quickly putting up an execute like that is almost picture perfect. You basically have everything going for you. You get the diffuser on the ground. That's just what you need in a situation like this, because they are currently 2 rounds away from being knocked out of the tournament, from being sent back home. And they don't want that to happen. So they need to pull out these pocket strats, specifically tailored to deal with G2 setups. And now I'm looking over to the left-hand side of my screen and see a fuse that is currently being hovered over. Of course, still some time for it to be potentially picked out. But I'm wondering how they're going to be using this, because it's not like we're in Throne where you can send it in from above.
No, there's not a huge selection of fusible locations.
Okay, they pick it off last second. I was going to say, because if they stick with this, I'm really curious to see how they use it. DeMonte has made a reappearance, though, so we are going to be seeing that operator to be played out by FaZe. And now the question is, are you going from east or from west? Because if you go from west, you have the opportunity to take down some of these mirror windows without being challenged by them.
Turkey. They wanted to be the first point of contact last time round. They were, unfortunately, the last one standing by the end. Everything was so sudden. So he might be a little bit more direct. Opens an angle, hopes for a fight. Nobody is home. Instead, it's towards the top. FaZe. They're not being sort of too blind in their approach here, and couldn't quite get that off in time with the window open, the motion. There's a player on cams, and no, just out of range. And this is what I mean. They seem to have a very good idea of the games that Doki wants to play here.
Yeah, Doki wants to be getting that first kill for his team so badly. He also wants to be hunted so badly. And that is actually the Souls being spotted out whilst on the gadget. So Doki, no clue he has been spotted right now. He's going to be receiving a bit of pressure soon from FaZe. And if he's the first to fall, FaZe are going to be using that.
Well, they just thought he was still tucked on the other side of the hard. He'd, thankfully for him, moved somewhere else, sees the Monty. He's popping for a reveal. He knows there's a player out there, but doesn't shoot at the right moment and slips away before the pressure becomes insurmountable. Rotates towards the bathroom, hopes to get the width elsewhere, hopes to get more of a direct catch, and just misses the slip on by the impact onto. Anything else being attempted, and well, there's the wall being popped open.
He took care of his air jab so we can run into Cash later on to go for a bit of a flank, as FaZe now seeming like they can go for an execute. DeMonte slowly starting to work his way towards the site. Air jab actually still up there, so hasn't been able to take care of it. So they already placed a new one indeed. Either of the two. Now they're inside and they can go for a plant soon.
Yeah, at this point you're sort of thinking, what are we waiting for? The kit is being put down. All 10 players are still alive, and this feels, well, like they weren't quite sure, G2. They'd slipped on by. The breach had come against it. Trades come out, generally in the favor of G2, but the time is ticking. They have window control. They have a Monty. How do you push them off? A bit of an explosion, a bit more damage to Vidaking, but he wins out against Virtue. The hop through, and they're going to see if they can bully, but Vidaking is still doing the damage. The Monty, he's pushed in a corner. They're trying to get the shots on the side. There it is. Finally, in the take on the opposite end, but he's got to reload, and the width is coming round, and FaZe just in a 5 versus 5, get a plant, and, well, understandably, G2 take the timeout. Let's hear what they're talking about.
It's great and all that we have solutions, but we need to do it middle of the round. We need to do it middle of the round. It's great we have solutions, but we need to do the mid round. Like that round, we have so much time to send Jake underneath a C for that Monty. We need to take care of, we need to take care of the easy solutions here. Let's not make the game more difficult. The two of you need to calm yourself down a little bit. You're starting to stutter, Carl. We know how good you can be, so let's get back on track. Okay. We calm ourselves down. We get the simple solution.
We're getting sidetracked by the Kafe guys. It's obviously a dragon push. They're nomad enough. I even said they're gonna push China. You know.
Yes. Full focus. Let's fucking go, boys. Full energy again. Let's fucking get this done.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I never told to go on my camp.
Guys, you wanna go back out and they have to jump to surprise them because now they know we're gonna try to jump. Go back. Yeah, go back.
You guys are really stirred.
Okay. Well, that's it. No more timeouts from either team. From this point onwards, it's just a few rounds of Siege, one victor, one loser, one continues a lower bracket fight today, and one gets dropped out the tournament. G2. They were up 5-2, 2 rounds have slipped through their fingers here after the timeout from FaZe.
Yep.
They can have the same response. This is as good as in the bag. It seemed like they're sort of saying, look, we have time we're not using here.
Also, we're overcomplicating things, right? Because he said use the simple solutions.
Yeah.
Which means that they've been trying to go for things that might just be too complicated at that moment in time. Either way, they're going for a new bunk hold. They're not going to be going down to drone straight away. Of course, we haven't really seen the proper attack from FaZe Clan there, as they went for a rush attack that was quickly stopped by Blur and Virtue.
Well, another Monty. 3 C4s, Dangers are soft, a Solace and a couple of impacts, and an Echo Drum. They've really sort of got most of what you'd want to try and stop the Frenchman Mountain from rolling his way in and doing what he did on the previous round, which was the perfect cover for the kit to get planted. Bullet has started to pop off, I'm going to say a little bit more than he has. I'm not saying pop off specifically, but he's popped a couple of heads, and that's a good sign for FaZe. They need
showing up
all of their players, exactly. Bender, in the meantime, still hasn't spent a lot of his energy on the previous map, and, you know, if he becomes a little bit more of a danger on their defense, that's something G2 could really get behind.
So they're talking about full energy again. They need to give it all they have. Because if you don't win this one, there is nothing to go up against anymore afterwards. So, to give it your all to get through now. RC Roteros are being used. Only one left from Bullet just to get rid of some of that utility early on.
Goodbye, A-Stream.
Oh, goodbye, A-Stream.
I believe.
I didn't know. I didn't hear. Either way. It is going to be Doki trying to get himself hunted again. He's taking that...
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Six Invitational 2023. At the Command Center again, Mel Stamatic, your host, with me on the desk are Ann and Mr. Fresh. And we're here to break things down for our upcoming matchup. As you might have seen, there's another game happening as we speak, but we're going to get things launching to stay on schedule. Soniqs versus Astralis. First of all, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing? You look fantastic, Ann.
Thank you. So do you. I like the color of your top today.
Thank you so much.
I'm really good. Yeah, I'm super excited to get some heartbreaking moments on Valentine's Day as we say goodbye to a few teams. Really fits the vibe today.
Speaking of heartbreak, we got Heartbreak Kid on the other side of the desk. Look at him.
I dressed the part. I saw this shirt, it had hearts all over it, and I thought I've got to go for it. And actually, I've got a little poem to read out.
Okay, Jack, go ahead. I'll give you this one.
Roses are red, attackers are blue, love Rainbow Six Siege, hate Desert Chew.
You know what?
Thought of it myself.
Honestly, this represents EUL in so many ways. Thank you very much for that, Jack. There it is. Our poems have set the stage for our matchup because there will also be heartbreak at the end of this game. Astralis versus Soniqs, an all-out North American bout. I just want to introduce the global set of this game. These two teams know each other so well, Anne.
Exactly. Yeah, I could mention a song that starts with "There are no strangers to love," but there are no strangers to each other for sure. As
Rick rolled it.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Well, there are no strangers to each other for sure. They've played against each other in NAL numerous times, and it's actually Astralis that came out victorious for every single of those matchups in the last 3 years. Now, you could say that bodes very well for Astralis. They do have a new addition to the roster with Spiff coming in, the rookie. He's had a pretty good performance, I would say. He's settled in very well. There is some inconsistency, but what do you really expect adding a rookie to a team? They also have J9 and Iconic both already getting more than 100 kills this tournament. But then on the other side, Shuttle's on the roster, and he's got the lowest rating of all players on this tournament.
This is the same rogue Shuttle in the day. We're looking many years back. You know what, Jack, we'll continue the conversation about Astralis, but I just want people to hear some of the responses that they had to Demo's questions. What were they?
I'd say overall we're a little disappointed just the way how we didn't close the games out, but we're really, we're really happy that we didn't drop. Like we never got 2-0'd. We we've gone to 3 maps every time. So like that's like really good for us. We feel like we just gotta fix like small mistakes, but we feel like we were really close to like 2-0ing every team we just played. Most team we like to play against is probably DZ, just because that's always a fun matchup to play against Troy. Most of the thing we got to improve on is, I'd say, just working off each other a little bit better. I feel like that's like most of what hindered us or what cost us. The example Theme against Lost One or Kafe against BDS. I feel like if we fix those things, like those are maps that can turn around for us, and that ends up in a 2-0. I think the biggest team there, I think the team that have the biggest run right now is probably G2, and I feel like they've shown potential to like play like amazingly, and play really well off each other, and play like a really fluid style of Siege. When it comes to changes, not really specifically. It's more about just like, I guess, making sure we learn from the mistakes that we had in the group stage, and the only thing is like just make sure you don't repeat them again. As long as we don't do that, we learn from, and I feel like as long as we do that, the prep will be the same, and we can beat any team. It's all hype.
And there is Astralis. We didn't see them yesterday. Of course, they had their bye day, but the team is ready and set, and maybe with an off day, they feel recharged. And
yeah, it's quite funny how if you look at this tournament, it's been super defensive favorite so far, but Astralis are actually one of the worst performing teams on defense.
Yeah, I think so. Now we've got a graphic actually to support this, believe it or not, Anne. And it's the one style. If I could use one word to describe Astralis, it is chaos. It's chaotic. It's their playstyle. And just look at the things that should complement each other that don't. Entry kills and conversion should be kind of similar. 16th out of 16 teams. This is out of the teams left in this tournament. The 4 group teams are not in this graphic. So bottom, 4 entry kills. But when they get the entry kill, they are unreal at converting that entry kill. They're the best attacking team in the tournament and the second worst. And yeah, Plants and obviously Retake as well, they're a little bit inconsistent sat in the mid-table. It's absolute chaos when Astralis plays is probably the best way of describing it.
Well, maybe controlled chaos on the Sonic side is kind of the complete opposite of the gameplay, and we'll ask about them because Soniqs, you know, they picked Dark Zero, right? A team that they know how to play against very well, but unfortunately, they had such a tight game that Soniqs just could not get that energy through. They could not pass through the Dark Zero barrier. So how much of as a loss will that weigh on them for their elimination match, basically?
Well, if you look at it like this, right, they had a really good group stage, and at some point as a newer formed team with newer additions, you're gonna face that hurdle where you come to a round loss, or a map loss, or a match loss, and it's very important to have that, especially now getting into the lower bracket. You will need to face some losses every now and then to make sure that you know how to recollect yourself after that. It was a really close game yesterday, yes, against an opponent that they know, and now today, they're again playing against an opponent that they know as well.
There's a little bit of an expectations gap with regards to Soniqs because the siege that they were playing in group stage, you would be thinking, and a lot of us were forgiven thinking, they're going to go really, really deep. But then take a step back and look at the 6-month kind of trajectory of this roster. In Berlin, this Soniqs roster looks completely different, like Anne was saying. So I think for them, yeah, they're still probably a team that we expect to go far, but we need to give them a few forgivenesses in knowing that they've brought new players into this roster. They've brought an international player, and this is Six Invitational as well. They've definitely got the quality, but today will be a big test of their reaction because they could have won yesterday.
Look at this.
It was so close.
This is...
Look at this.
I love this.
They're conducting a ritual. Summon iconic. Look at that. I love this, actually. This is the first time I've seen this in competition.
I think I've seen them do it before, but it must work really, really well for the vibes. Those vibes, actually, on the side of Soniqs, they were lacking a little bit against the Eminem game that they played earlier. Those later rounds really sound like it was more desperate comms or players really sounding defeated, something that we did actually praise Soniqs for earlier in this tournament, where they worked so well with the comms, where they were so vibey with Gunnar just singing in pre-matches. And for Soniqs, they're actually a really good defensive team. Maybe they had a bit of a fluke yesterday where they dropped within their retake percentage and their defensive win percentage, but once we get on those defenses for Soniqs, right, we're supposed to see really good siege. A very good attacking team in Astralis facing against a really good defensive team in Soniqs. I just can't wait.
I just have one request for anybody watching. Could you please take the clip of the entirety of Astralis huddled together and doing their ritual, but add to it some like Slavic folk music, or you know, like Nordic folk music, or even Voodoo Child, because I think it works very well with it too, and just overlay it and post it, because I just think it's wonderful. It's a very unique way of conducting oneself and also pulling that momentum together before you go into game. But I would like to know our maps for this series. There you go. It's, you know, you gotta have some fun when you're on the stage. With a 9-map pool, we'll have to explore the depths of where these two teams can reach. And I'm really wondering what 3 maps we'll have. Expectations?
I think this map pool, this map ban actually looks pretty clear cut. Both teams have some permabans that they have not shown even throughout this tournament. Both teams have very high preference for a clear map that will be left open because of those permabans. Therefore, I would say, you know, just off the cuff before I've seen them, I would be expecting Border, maybe Oregon. And it's more going to be, for me, a little bit about the decider from these two teams when the map graphics does come up.
Yeah, we do have some permabans from both sides that don't really gel well on the other side, basically. So, for example, Astralis, they tend to ban Chalet a lot, they tend to ban Clubhouse a lot, but then you see it right here happening to ban Clubhouse, for example, but that doesn't really bode well into the map favorites of Soniqs.
Yeah, not
Border,
really.
Oregon theme park.
So that's the thing, is Border and Oregon were the two that we fully expected from the picks. We expected it to be open because of those permabans. So we expected Astralis to be taking Border, they love that map. We expected Soniqs to be taking Oregon, they love that map. The decider is the curious one for me. I had it pinned as a different map, and the reason being is for theme park, it's a low preference for Soniqs, but it's a very high preference for Astralis, although they're not that good in recent form on it.
Yeah, in recent form, they've only managed to win 25% of their games, and that one game they won on theme park this tournament was against Cyclops. That's a team that has already been eliminated. Those 2 first maps, though, I'm really happy we got those out, because I consider them good teams for both maps, really, so the quality of siege should be really great.
Who survives? That's it. Game's ready.
Soniqs.
Yeah, I think Soniqs as well.
All right, thank you very much, Jack and Ann. Our casters are ready. Let's toss it then to Pengu and Parker.
Thank you so much, Milos. Thank you so much to the desk. The NA Derby is in front of us. We used to call it the French Derby.
Yeah,
way back when the French teams would play each other, but now we have North American teams doing battle, and they're going to go to Border and Oregon. Border, one of the most played, if not the most played map. Oregon, one of the least played. It's a big difference between us. We're going to see them both. They predicted Soniqs are going to take it. There was unanimity.
Yeah. I'm not surprised, given how things have turned out for both of these two teams. Soniqs, by a lot of people, yep, high expectations. The fan vote agrees, 73-27 in favor of Soniqs. And Astralis, if you look at the whole year in review, they've done really well for themselves. Stage 1 and 2 in NAL, first place. Chalet Major, second place, run-up versus Dark Zero. But then in Stage 3 and Berlin, things go really poorly for them. They get 6th in Stage 3 of NAL, they get grouped in Berlin. Now here at Invite, they're looking to make up for the past, but they're finding themselves in the lower bracket. Border, first map against Soniqs. Astralis, they are banning their operators. The first one was Nomad. The second one, the defender, will be... The Frost. No Frost mats available. All windows are now going to be safe. You can jump right on in. Unless, of course, you find yourself in a goo mine instead. They'll be removed by Soniqs early on, and their defending choice operator ban will be, well, they've been sticking with Solace very frequently, but they are open to changing it up, especially now after group stage. But it will be Asami.
In terms of operator bans, we expect the Azami. Dokkaebi, Nomad, and Frost all have lower ban rates. I like the Frost ban actually quite a lot. Have we done a Frost ban yet? I don't believe
we have not cast you and I a Frost ban yet. No, I don't believe so. I'm sure it's happened though in a different matchup because Frost's pick rate, it's still looking pretty good.
No, I was curious if we had done one.
No, I don't. Not that I can recall. Also, we spoke about coaches looking dapper. You're right, Parker.
I told you, you doubted me.
Oh, yeah, I did.
You doubted me.
Call out is fully decked out. The tie, the suit, everything.
Man looks good.
He looks amazing. He does it so well.
Yeah, you didn't believe me one bit. Unbelievable.
That is on me. I will learn from my mistakes of the past.
Good.
Site ventilation. Soniqs, of course, staying on the defensive side. Pretty much every single map, statistically, is a defender-sided map here at Invite 2023, and you and I, Parker, kind of spoke about why that might be. Well, the Solace, the Asami, the Valkyrie, the Mira, there are so many defending operators that you want to be target banning right now, and you can simply only pick one from both sides. That means that something strong will be left open. In this match, both Solace and Valkyrie will be in play and also picked by Soniqs in round number 1. That means that they will have a ton of information to work with, but also the option to deny information, particularly from Grixer on the Solace. Only found one drone so far, 9 left alive on the board, but we can already tell now that they're going for this jail wall breach with the can opener. Grixer won't have to peek it, the gadget gives that away. Of course, you won't know if any members are entering from that breach, but if there's no drone, you can somewhat safely assume that nobody's going to be looking to go in because you're not going to go in blindly against Soniqs.
All right, let's look at these maps. Before we get into the action, we'll take a look at what the map shakeup is. Because you're probably wondering, if you haven't watched Border yet, what's going on here? Well, it actually was just leapfrogged over by Clubhouse.
Oh, okay.
It is now the second most played map. They've been going back and forth. Kafe nipping at its heels. Border is, as far as I can tell, other than Bank, is the closest map that we have. Well, it's tied with Villa, but Villa has far fewer play rates. To the most even map between these teams. 53% of the rounds for Border have been won by the defenders, 47% by the attackers. The most defender-sided bomb site is Archives Armory up top. It has been played quite a lot. 84 of the 215 rounds. That's not where the Soniqs will start, though. They go down below to Ventilation Workshop. It's got a 50-50 win rate, and it's the second most played bomb site.
Flip the coin and look at the outcome. Soniqs falling back early from that top floor hold. They recognize the member is isolated inside a stock, but the Bucket Forest has that soft destruction.
Oh, first contest is Rexon. Trading out half his HP to kill Forest. You need a good performance here from Forest. Shuttle as well, I believe, was the one involved in that altercation. Takes out Citizen, but Shuttle was at one point the worst rated player individually at the Six Invitational for a team like Astralis that made it to the Charlotte Major Finals and looked so good. You cannot have a performance like that from Shuttle.
No, you can't. Soft breach goes south. Speaking of that, C4 as well. Gunner finds Shuttle, says his name, he falls to the grave. Soniqs are playing off of the bomb site. It's read well by Astralis with this soft destruction, keeping them away from the bomb site itself. They can now start planning down that diffuser.
Obviously, it's pretty bad to lose Citizen, but Astralis will fall by the wayside. J90 finishing off Geo, at least getting the down, but not out. That leaves Rexon in a 1v2. Suddenly, Astralis with the advantage. They finish off what little was left of Geo. And J90 will get the diffuser down successfully. One round in and you're already getting objective play. That's a pretty good start. Rexon doesn't see Iconic, and the King himself lands the final shot. Astralis on their own map take the first round.
I might put the global in Seb, bro, because like they're kind of sitting around. I might bring Jackal and Seb to the win. They're sitting like in worse spots here now. Yeah. If I lower, it might be. Yeah, I might bring Jackal.
And then you can orient your shit like more side too, Brox. Or you can rip the floors too if they're bringing the castle.
Yeah, I almost caught that guy.
Oh no, you should rip the IQ floors too, Brox. So you can like look for camps for us, and we can keep the util, and then you can fucking just like you can see the solos too with that.
There it is. So many decisions to be made on the attacking side because of how the operator band turned out. The Solace, the Valkyrie, deployable shield, soft destruction, verticality, a hard breach, wall deny. So many things on your checklist as an attacking team, but Astralis not just win the first round, but are very quick to the punch of realizing that these might be problems in the future. Let's get ahead of them right now. The IQ from Forest, it is going to mean less utility and pretty much just a walking gun that can find electric gadgets, but it's such an important step because of the Valkyrie, of the Solace. So Astralis are recognizing a win condition for Soniqs. It was Citizen last round on Valkyrie. It'll be him on Solace this time instead. Citizen caught on the bomb site. Verticality above him was not recognized. It wasn't seen. Shuttle got that kill easily. Twitch being brought up by J90. Can also, of course, deny these default cameras. The Twitch drone and Twitch herself got a buff recently. Did lose the grip, so a little bit more recall on the gun of the F2. But one more regular drone in pocket. And it's also why you see more and more Twitch players at the Six Invitationals rocking that DMR instead, because the recall can be difficult at times on the FAMAS.
Absolutely. The 417, as you can see, that can be played by both the Lion and the Twitch, so versatility there. And teams will use the sound of a gun to give them information as to what operator is on the board. Of course, if you're using the V308, Lion is the only operator with access to the gun. It is a very distinct sounding weapon. You don't reveal what operators you pick anymore, so if they hear that gun, they go, oh, there's a Lion.
That's true. If you play the glass, don't shoot default cams with the sniper. Go over a secondary pistol instead, perhaps.
Or if somebody else do it.
Or let someone else do it. If you
same with Blackbeard, another very distinct gun.
Opening kill from Soniqs. Again.
Oh, they'll add to it. Geo looking for more than that. They're not content with just the 3 kills so far. Wow, this is quite the box out. Soniqs have utterly shut the door on Astralis getting into the building. Only Citizens taking some damage.
That extended security hold paying off. Now Astralis, they're just kind of... They're fishing, looking for an easy opportunity, but it might not present itself. All members of Soniqs up above either need... Well, there is one below Gunner, but he can get back up with the Oryx gadget. Gets the kill, goes up, and just play that mad advantage down. Wait for the clock, 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Shuttle to try to stave off a flawless round from Soniqs. Sidearm out as he doesn't feel confident. The Type 89 and doesn't want to go for the reload either. He can't stop it. P90 too strong. Soniqs flawlessly done on that second round.
I guess walked in like, hey, this guy's in sight, what the fuck?
I don't know if that was a guy or if that was a cabinet. I was like, what the fuck?
Who was it?
I think.
We're going bathroom first.
I killed Ash.
Okay.
Very close round number 1, followed by a flawless round.
These kills, they're always going to run at you. So
Number 2.
Don't try to rotate as much. It's every man for himself.
Oh, I'm going to play Echo. Okay.
Ooh, Citizen on Echo will be
okay. That is not very common from the old Ben days. Gio put it's every man for himself. I'm not sure if he's referring to the opponent team or that of Soniqs, but yeah, in that round in particular, it literally was every man just fighting for their own life, and the Soniqs came out on top flawlessly. Of course, Citizen joining the Soniqs roster was not a questionable roster change by any means, but it's like Soniqs already had a very good roster, getting good results, and finally finding that international success, making, you know, past group stage, etc. But Citizen, having been on G2 for what, 2 years or so, give or take, it looked like he was pretty much gonna be in that roster at least until after Invitationals that we're playing at right now. But a sudden change after stage 3, going from Europe to North America, having the debut tournament at the Six Invitationals for Soniqs, big surprise. But a welcomed one at that, I would say. The Soniqs doing group stage had a very good run, only suffering a loss to M&M, who were undefeated during groups. Of course, this is lower bracket. Soniqs had a run with Dark Zero yesterday. It was a very close series, but ultimately Soniqs fell 1-2 in map score and find themselves now here against Astralis.
Nook going in, trying to take advantage of this early round, and will run into the echo of Ben, but Citizen gets kill number 1. Scampers back to the bomb site. The Nook of Forest, not finding anything. Forest 0-3 so far, and he's been the player from Astralis involved in all of these early altercations. Soniqs perfect when it comes to these opening duels as well through 3 rounds.
Why play Yokas on site when you just roam and get a kill instead? Ben just applying that pressure. I call him Ben, by the way, because it's totally tight like that. Our entry successful.
Spiff, the spaceman himself, finds 2 for his trouble upstairs.
Is that a wallbang?
And another, as well as the Tracers give away the position of Rexen. Astralis' newest members only had a little bit of time to adjust to this roster, playing in SCS, so at least he's had some actual game day reps.
That's a good point. Of course, nothing quite like the Invitationals, the highest level of play of the year. Gio reads the situation perfectly, knows the whereabouts of Thatcher.
But he just can't do enough damage to shuttle. Gio probably shouldn't have walked away with that one, but if there's anybody who's got the experience and knowledge to make a play like that, it's going to be Gio. Citizen punished by J90. It's Gio with that tiny bit of HP left. The roaming echo, obviously not paying off. And then Soniqs picked apart as they were trying to dance back to the bomb site. Spiff with 3 kills, and now the diffuser down as well. Oh my, he knows. Is he gonna get the pop-up? No, Iconic will drop. And it's Spiff with the 4K and the diffuser planted. Incredible round from Spiff, incredible round from Astralis.
Explosive armor really pays off.
Holding for these lurks off the rip, slow it down, bro, and then just fucking like lurk when we're doing our clear across the top. They're not gonna be able to focus on everything at once here.
I like that from Iconic.
I'll just do the side
Split map presence. See the entry, gets denied, but then Spiff gets 1, gets 2, and gets all 3. That's top floor in full control of Astralis, with the exception of Gio, who's last man alive on East Stairs. Way off in the distance.
Spiff, boy oh boy. Enters through Armory, takes down 1, and then another, and then a third, 2 through wall bangs, playing off of his own abilities. For an 18-year-old who just came into his top level of play and making his international and pro play debut at the 6 Invitational, there's no higher stakes than this. Very easy for a newer player to wilt under that pressure. We've seen a bunch of rookies that have made their debut here do exceptionally well. One will be in action later today that pops to mind immediately, and that's Gavin on DZ.
Right. Tiger repicks all across the board from Astralis. They don't change around too much, just who gets to play these particular operators. Forest on Sophia, he's not really had success so far, mostly playing the IQ, then the Nook in the previous round. Now gets to play soft breach flex duty instead. Soniqs was iconic, Soniqs iconic from Astralis rather, made the note that try and hit them while the execute is happening. They can focus across the entirety of the map. Instead of that early aggression, spread out towards that mid stage of the round when things are more of a guesswork for the defenders. A wise note to make, I think, because it's very accurate. When you first walk in the building, well, Soniqs, they are right there ready to fight you. Later on, they fall back towards the bomb site. That's when the map will be more open to the attackers. That's when you can strike with a lower chance of dying.
All 4 of those kills for Spiff coming in the previous round. Now he's by that armory door, same position as he was before. Rexon is droned out. Rexon about to lose the safety of those reinforcements. Just to his right, Ace Selmas go off. Now Rexon under fire. Luckily, he has a hatch to drop through and get back in. Gunner engaging on the Shuttle. Losing out on that battle, but Shuttle traded off by Citizen. The Aruni inside a Fountain, and Astralis, they're finding their marks. Forrest hops in, gets a pick on Rexon. What little was left gets out of there very quickly.
You see, that's Forrest acting in the middle of the chaos, jumping in through side window and then getting straight back out. That's the small change that Iconic mentioned, and it pays off immediately after. Forrest listening to his teammates' ideas. Geo on site, Prepsy 4 on the floor. Grixer. He's nearby in open area customs. Not too far off, but the bomb site, it's all been destroyed. That floor, so many lines of sight towards the bomb site, nowhere is really safe. Astralis, they could just set up a plant momentarily, but they got so much time to work with, they don't need to rush to the motion.
There's the Nitro Cell that goes off. Spiff losing a ton of HP in the process. Final minute. SQ working from behind. A desperate attempt from Geo finds absolutely nothing. Still just watching himself bleed away, but there's a pick for Geo. Cannot get to safety as Grixer comes to the rescue. He's got 2 picks and a third as they try to dive on him, but nobody can slow down Pablo.
That's the thing about Soniqs. They have so much clutch potential. We said the same thing for Astralis all of last year in the NAL.
Dude, I don't know what these guys are doing,
but Grixer, Rexon, always showing up when a clutch presents itself. Demoralizing round loss. Geo fighting verticality left, right, and center. Gets a kill somehow and almost gets out. Soniqs playing close enough to one another to trade those deaths. Get it back to a 1v1. Now, I had a talk with Demo a few nights ago, and we're talking about map philosophies and how you can break things down and kind of how we see the maps as casters and talent members. And Border is the map where attackers can rush for pretty much every single execute because you always have immediate access to every single bomb site. Armory, the archive store and window, the armory wall itself, tell us that we just saw, that window outside, ventilation, the main door walk-in as well. You can always go absolutely crazy with a blitz, with a ying, with a lion, etc. And Astralis almost showed it to us. They were hovering the blitz and the sense, might want to get really quick on the round. They changed it up. The Finka being brought out to assist the gunfights. Astralis, one of the few teams that are still commonly bringing out this operator Finka.
Oh. Choice as to whether you want to bring the Spear or the LMG for the Finka, Nick. Spear in the hands of Iconic, no LMG is there. LMG's nerfed across the board, that's why you see their prevalence so low. Gridlock's LMG, Capitão's LMG, not really viable all that much. Zofia's pick rate is in the basement right now, and she's lost the LMG as well. They're using the regular assault rifle. Ooh.
Yeah.
Shuttle actually tried to stop those Selma charges from going off. I think he only got the 1 though.
Another save round from Astralis early on. Just wanted to hold on to that even ground, not lose the opening kill. Spiff being patient as ever. Citizen with a good read, can prone check it back. Doesn't risk the gunfight. Has the C4 if he wants to use it. Nade below. What?
How does Citizen walk away from that? And he'll continue to run away. Geo with a kill too. Spiff, first one on the board for Astralis. Soniqs have either gotten the first blood in every single round or at least traded. Doesn't matter for the overall score sheet because Astralis has still converted 2 of those rounds despite being at a disadvantage. They found another pick while we were speaking, and now it's a 3v3. Perfect time to slow things down, but Spiff has other ideas. Leading 7th kill as Geo is no more. Most kills in the lobby at the moment. An extraordinary debut we've seen from Spiff over the last couple days and doesn't show any signs of slowing down.
Spiff always in the right place, right time, playing off his teammates' deaths essentially. Shuttle jumped in the window, Spiff is there in the door, trades a kill, not on the Citizen. He actually got out of security back on the bomb site, but he has 1 HP left. These 2 C4s in pocket can do some damage, but no, it got shut down immediately.
Wow. There's the diffuser to be planted. Can Grixer pull off the same magic that he did on the previous round? Yes, he can, but he doesn't have the opportunity to do more than 2. Stops the plan in its tracks, but there's just too many players from Astralis still up. An impressive way to scale that mountain, but
we're getting the gaps right now. Let's keep.
He thought he was up, but it was a false summit.
I'm gonna play peeled back and work this time around the horizontal. I'm gonna let Citizen lead, then take.
Keep playing those gaps. We see a Geo getting caught from that deep angle all the way from 90 through Fountain. Did not expect the angle to be there. Astralis, beautiful recovery from what could have been a thrown 1 versus 3. Became a clutch 1v1 instead. Taylor's bomb site, second attempt for Soniqs. Didn't go too well last time. Astralis playing on the objective. They want early kill advantage, hold on to it, try and get that diffuser planted. They planted 2 of their 3-round victories, and they were about to plant that 3rd round that we just witnessed. Could easily be a 3-3 half. Mirror upstairs, it's the first time we'll see this operator being played. The mirror windows. One going single wall, facing that triple office breach. Of course, all the soft feed holes put in all of the wall. Second mirror in pocket so far. Could put it practically anywhere, upstairs, downstairs. Let's see where Rexon chooses. This particular wall facing Akash would be the good old stable classic one. But you would kind of need a shield to protect it because it can be seen from that office breach, but of course the second mirror window covers that area. So they're kind of helping one another. Astralis, they don't really have the best tools to deal with these mirror windows. They have no heart breach, no ace, no Hibana. The Twitch drones, really the only way to deal with it, or smoking it from Twitch as well. Taking upstairs control is going to be very difficult for Astralis, and this is going to just brute force the way through kills. Heavy presence upstairs from Soniqs. They know they can hold the bomb side vertically for the most part. The side window, not gonna get rushed. Twitch drone in his, we call this Gandalf in G2 when I played there.
Why?
Looks like a wizard tower.
Oh?
Gandalf.
Oh.
Yeah. C4 though. Oh, it finds Spiff, the top gunner. Nice Twitch drone.
Excellent use of the Twitch drone. And Astralis have lost 2 players. Soniqs will go through an entire half, never once surrendering first blood, or at minimum, never once giving their opponents any prolonged advantage, because there was that trade all the way back in round number 4. Soniqs being unable to convert these rounds is obviously not a very promising sign, but I will remind you that this is Astralis' map. You expect them to beat Soniqs across the board. Given the stats on board, though, 53 rounds for the defense. So, Citizen, he holds court, and it could be another flawless round for Soniqs to close things out. J90 missing. Still outside of the building. He's got all the time in the world, Nick.
Citizen spinning on these stairs.
Twirling towards freedom, I believe. No flawless to be had. J90 vaults in. 2 picks.
Headshot.
That's that power of the F or the 417. No frost, so you don't need to look down when you vault in. That is a major benefit. J90 will not need to pick his poison, but Gunner, almost a DMR of his own, that TCSG. They'll take round number 6. Soniqs have not trailed once in this match, or have not won once in this match and been ahead. They've always trailed or been tied with Astralis. First half in the books.
Citizen did a 360 right before he swung, before he died.
You gotta go for the style points.
Yeah, I mean, if you got the 1v5, you might as well.
Diffuser planted twice. Rounds 1 and 3, first bloods overwhelmingly in favor of Soniqs. Ventilation, Armory, and Tellers have been the 3 bomb sites that these squads, or rather Soniqs, have rotated through, and these squads have played on.
Upstairs start, Forest on the dock, looking to get into these gunfights most likely. Dock on border, tremendous value. There's so much chip damage, wall bang damage, etc. Long lines of sight with those dock stim pages that can just reach your teammates from across the entire map almost. Nades below often get you injured. We spoke about fast rounds. I'm seeing Monty, I'm seeing Ying, and I'm seeing a Glass. This is going to be one of those archive/sandwich window executes most likely from Soniqs. And again, Border, the perfect map because you have instant access to the bomb site. Soniqs, they are no strangers to this strat. They've done it before in the NAL domestically, and they're looking to do it again on international grounds against Astralis. They might be familiar with this lineup. They might know what's to come.
These two teams know each other quite well. They've played a number of times in the North American League. When you see regional mates going head-to-head, there usually needs to be some new spice brought. Every single team that comes to this event will bring something solely for Six Invitational. And you know how important this is, you know how crucial this World Championship is, and players, when you talk to them, they dream of winning this event.
Oh, they know.
They absolutely know this is coming. Gio will be stopped for a moment. He might be able to crouch under this. Shuttle down, that's the Glass firing away through the wall. Look at Rexen all the way back. A slow start for Rexen, 1-5.
Just bait out the Toxic Babes now if you're Soniqs. Once they run out, that's when you can stop planting.
And the Doc of Forest will get Shuttle all the way back to full HP. Toxic Canister goes. Diffuser looked like it was going to get planted, but Soniqs back away in the midst of the smoke. They'll break through. And just like that, Gunner takes two of them down. Cannot get any more. Over towards Fountain. Spiff watches Office. And Gio will sit on top of that Diffuser with his shield fully extended. Forrest is outside the building trying to get some attention. They know there's only two left. The Glass not giving an inch. Need to be very careful with this. Rexen doesn't miss. Not at all. He sees the Doc. J90 putting in good work. Oh my, Rexen's been downed. It's Grixer now in a 1v2. Rexen, is he recoverable? All you need to do is waste another 8 seconds. J90 manages to make the cross, and now he'll go onto the diffuser.
On the window.
Forrest is watching the window, and he's able to walk in and get the kill past the point of no return. They get the picks, but Forrest doesn't have the time. Sonic successful on their first attack.
I can't believe it. He's outside the building from main door, climbs up there towards the yellow bus, and holds the window rotation.
That fucking gimp.
That is way too close for comfort.
The fact I got two right there is actually hilarious.
Gunner with this saving play here, pushing through two Toxic Babes and a barbed wire through his own smoke, finds 2 kills before being traded back. Of course, Rexen on the Glass played it almost perfectly. Did get injured in the end there by getting sidelined by Forrest on the Doc outside the building and spawn.
I cannot believe he died to that. It's actually stunning.
No, it is. I've never seen that before, especially not work out.
No, he was there.
Bit of a surprising factor for sure.
You don't say.
Rexen said, I'm not sure what that reference is to, or for, but yeah. Missed the other text message, I believe.
I don't always read what's going on in the chat.
I do sometimes. If it's funny. It's not always funny.
Not always funny.
Now, there was a consideration to opt to the same lineup, the Glass and the Ying. Just the Ying this time, but Citizen's turn. So we often see teams, for example, BDS, they have Leaky Fag and a Lemge, and if they're rushing, it's going to be Leaky Fag playing the Ying. If they're going for a late run execute, it's going to be a Lemge. I'm curious if whether Gunner or Citizen plays that same operator, if it has any impact on what the objective is with the round. Gunner went for the rush. We could see Ying on Citizen or other way around go for a more organized style of a round, taking the steps 1, 2, 3 first before hitting that bomb site. Very spread out members of Soniqs, looking to get that phantom pressure everywhere on the map all at once. It's risky because you're isolated, but it can pay off very quickly. 3 members on the side window. They might try and go for a rush instead. Not yet though. They're holding on. Might try and force as tries to rotate off the side by applying that pressure early in the round and come back to the bomb site. So go your canister below the window. It can get popped. It's gonna stall 20 seconds at minimum. Soniqs, they did have the plan to go straight for it, but the plan's been read once again by Astralis. Well adapted, well adjusted. An injure goes through, but I don't think the confirm will come along.
Oh, so long, Forrest.
Good cover.
Feast and famine is the style of play that Forrest has been. He and Shuttle desperately need to have a good series against Soniqs. Shuttle so far 2 and 7 on support roles quite often. A little caveat.
4 and 7.
No, Shuttle is 2 and 7.
Sorry, I was looking at Forest. Sorry.
You know why? It's because you saw the forest for the trees. Ooh! Nice peek by Iconic. Goodbye, Gunner. Citizen has his teammates back, but not before. They've already made SQ bleed. Soniqs have the numbers advantage right now.
Can they hold on? These Thunderbird stations are healing up the side of Astralis. Spiff half HP. What?
What?
Nixon?
I don't know if that was intentional or not.
He was in.
Hopped in, and then he was out. Grixer goes as well. Soniqs with just 2 remaining.
It's gonna be a tough round for now. Diffuser upstairs. No bumps at control. Gotta go for kills. They're looking for it. Tukin doesn't pocket of Citizen. He might read the situation perfectly. There is one member inside of office.
Oh, as free as the day is long.
What next, though? Get Diffuser up. Geo has 2 Selma charges. Hatch should be opened up already by the defending team. Both, well, actually, Shuttle alone on bomb side. Spiff going for a flank up main stairs.
Pitter patter.
Now they know.
Gee, there goes a smoke. Shuttle peeks the hatch, and now it's a run from Spiff. He'll take from above. I don't think Citizen is expecting this. Spiff has full control. Geo gets the diffuser down, but Spiff has no intel. The Candela rolls out. Geo will vacate the premises, and that's just experience, baby. 5-3 for Soniqs.
One of you guys I'll tell you to shut the fuck up next time. I had the cam. Yeah, it's fine. Just let one person come.
I said to rush side, but we just inside.
What is going on in that other match?
Outside of that, the rest of you guys, we gotta go exposing outside. Like, take it, and that's pretty much everything you're expecting that shit right now. Try to your player hard zones, let's stack the site, make sure they can take on us. Kind of go into that game, but then we got the other teams outside of border, right? So we kind of got Jason and bring the war, they're bringing the fucking glass in all the time right now. So bring the border as well. So, alright. Outside of that, we're fucking something. All the grounds are in control. So it goes in. If you can't penetrate, then outside of that, like I said, just play the hard zones. Soniqs don't sleep on them, fake the cheese.
Alright, let's go Armory here. I'm gonna need a mirror, Ward, and Goyo. Let's put 2 flames for the fucking Archives plant. Ward, play Armory with the mirror here. And then let's put a fucking radio mirror right now, alright? Yeah.
Try to C4 ski.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring Valks around the map right now.
Yeah, I'm bringing the C4 just because
Exceptionally hard to hear what was being said, by the way.
I gathered some of it.
Yeah. I think it's smart. It'll eventually like force them to take Goyo over something.
Yeah, well done.
Oh yeah, my bad.
I think they're Armory.
I can confirm it right now.
Alright, so Astralis. These are the reasons why just one single round of a rush is so effective. Astralis' entire focus has shifted from playing close together for gunfights into completely countering the Glass Ying executes. They're talking the Goyo, they're talking the Warden, and they're talking the Mirror. 3 out of 5 operators entirely brought just to counter the possibility of a rush again. And Soniqs, they're gonna go straight away from the Ying onto this more lurk-based operator of the Nuke. They're gonna change their playstyle entirely. So the adaptation to the adaptation should favor Soniqs. Besides that, I didn't catch much of what Callout was saying, the coach of Astralis, but it's, you know, just playing together, counter the possibility of glass, always bring out the Warden, and play vertically. Play on 2 floors instead. Security extension hold. You can't just play on the bomb side, of course, you have to extend out, otherwise attackers get way too much control, way too easily, as well as way too quickly. The Selma, try again. It's above the reinforced wall, it will not go off. Good news is he got 2 more pockets. Oh, Citizen.
He's gonna get this! At least it looked like it!
It's awkward.
The only thing he gets is away with his life. The adrenal surge really helping him out there. If it wasn't for that adrenal surge, Ben would be completely dead.
Yeah, that's a good point. Completely saves him. Oh, she looked like a very easy kill, just recall sometimes through a wall.
To be fair, the way that Shuttle was walking was a little odd. I mean...
What, NPC walking, you mean?
It was a little, yeah.
Just waiting for these adrenal surges to get Ben back on HP so that he's in a fighting state. That's right now, taking a fight is very disadvantageous for him. That's a freebie. Goner taking down Iconic. The mirror would have been popped already. Spiff's location and position. Very vulnerable. Great shot.
Still firing away. Forrest goes for the run out. Attempt number 2 from Citizen, but Spiff reads into this. Spiff has been phenomenal so far in this series. Through a single map. Gonna keep it up. And might I remind you that this is Astralis' map pick again? Soniqs have won on both halves. Since the side swap, Astralis unable to get anything going on defensive border. Haven't gotten the first pick either. Astralis still searching for a successful first blood. Spiff expects to jump in, he's very correct, but Shuttle is there to take care of the remainder of Rexon. The Selma's opened up the wall, leading from Office. What can SQ do with this? 2v2.
Such a good read by both teams, honestly, and it's why it's a 2v2 right now. But now the guessing game begins. Flashbangs coming out.
Grixer reads into it, softens up Shuttle, but he knows that the Warden's gonna swing up top stairs. Shuttle and J90 combining for the final 2 kills. That would have been map point for Soniqs. A do or die round for Astralis. And they do.
Side right now. We're going to do a hard on horizontal. It's going to castle out to bolster the east side up here.
You want to bring Kate for hatches then?
Yeah, we can bring Kate too. And then
Can we do like a thing for the watcher now?
Should I hit the pulse?
One of the reasons why I think it's so enjoyable to watch these two teams duke it out is because they both have very similar strengths when it comes to team play. Playing close together, playing that trade game successfully.
Let me get passport too.
It's so...
Yeah, who can get the passport walls? I can get them. Do I need to get 2 or 1?
I have a glitch right now.
Just 1?
There we go. I'll just taking up all that information that I could right there from watching it. Sorry. Just how well these two teams can play the trade game. It's so freaking that we see teams go in and kind of blunder these 2v1s and 2v2s, and it's just like a very one-sided trade. But we're finding ourselves in these 2v2s and 1v1s and 1v2s because both Astralis and Soniqs are so effective at trading it out. Gonna have a quick rehost. Get an update for you as to why, if that information becomes available to us. Right now we do not know, but a quick one. Just boot back up the server, slap in the settings, the operator bands, etc. We're right on the way in just a moment. Nothing too crazy happened. It was set up phase in the prep. Astralis setting up their reinforcements. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. Very impressed with the Soniqs so far.
Yeah, I'm really sorry.
For Astralis to win out in regulation, they need to go perfect for the remainder of this map. Entirely possible. First half was a 3-3 though.
Can I get another water too? Thank you.
Stay hydrated, friends.
Hydro homies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
It's an issue with one of the players not being successful in-game at using their gadgets or deploying reinforcements.
What do we have earlier? Somebody in the heroic game just couldn't shoot, and then they just said, just press mouse 1. It's very simple, really. Well, sometimes it just isn't.
I think they can see the chat, even though it's in team.
No, I don't think they can.
Do they have a cap in the room?
We can see the chat.
We can.
We can.
You and I.
Well, I assume they can as well. No, they can't because it only shows up on the observer monitor, which we have access to.
Do we have a Solus?
There are 3 monitors currently in front of us and a very large television as well.
Is it technically a very large television? Would you specify it as a very
I guess if I went to somebody's home, that would be a very average-sized television.
Okay, yes, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking an average-sized television, which is a big screen, of course, but it's not a very large television screen.
It's a television screen. Either way, the monitor in front of me displays the first observer, the game, what you're going to see on your screen without any graphics, anything like that. The middle monitor between Nick and I is a persistent top-down monitor that will show the bomb site and give us a good idea of where everybody is. It's not first person, it's a second spectator that is just top down. And then on the right side, it's the program. It's what you see on your screen right now. Call it fist bumping people, that's on our right monitor.
Yep, and then the big TV is a mirror, so the same thing as the very far right monitor as well.
Yes, it's the program as well.
It's also the program.
same ops.
Now, if you're curious, as the caller, that is my job to break things down. I spend about as much time looking at the top-down view in the middle monitor as I do in the first-person point of view in the other monitors. Whereas Parker, I mean, he looks top-down as well, but not quite as frequent.
I'll glance.
He'll glance here and there.
I'll glance over.
Something's happening. We're working through the issue right now. We might have another quick one. The issue is that I believe teams cannot pick their operators or something like that. Cannot interact with the game itself. So we'll just go again. Of course, a tight series. In case you forgot the scoreline, it is. I got it as 5-4. Please tell me that's correct.
Yep.
Okay. 5-4 in favor of Soniqs, that is. That last one that we just saw was an Armory attack attempt. Came down to a 2 versus 2. But Astralis, they played so well together that they won out that 2v2 into 2 versus 0. Successfully defended Armory. It's their first defending round victory since the side swap 3 rounds ago. I'll say I'm very impressed with Citizen from Soniqs, playing both the Ying, the Nuke, and the more default operators, whatever that can be. Played Echo on defense as well. Citizen, kind of like Shaiko, they're always compared to one another because they're always fighting for number 1, number 2 in EUL about most kills and best rating. They often play like Jaeger or Iana, you know, purely frag-oriented operators. But Citizens, since joining Soniqs, has really started flexing out that operator pool, playing different operators. And Soniqs, ever since acquiring Geo in place of Super, has just added more and more depth to their roster in both the clutching, the early, mid, and late round. And I would dare say this is the best Soniqs roster so far.
Just to prove your point, Citizen has the highest KOST cost. That stands for kills, objectives, survival, and trades. Yes. The focus being that you are assigned a score based on how many kills you get, how well you play on the objective, that's getting diffusers planted or disabling diffusers or stopping diffusers from being planted. Survival, meaning you live through the round.
Survive.
Trades, meaning how quickly you are able to get a kill to avenge a teammate. Having the highest rated KOST at this event for a player who is just learning the system is phenomenal.
I think even trading is actually also how fast somebody will kill the person that killed you after you die. I think it's both ways, if I'm not mistaken. But more importantly, cost, the way that I simplify it is consistency. It's how well you are consistently playing across all the variety of Siege into a single statistic. That might be easier to understand when it boils down to. And that's also a good way to break down player value, because often you'll find support players having a high cost, KOST, but having a low KD minus or a low interest stat, for example. So it's not uncommon to see support players and flex players actually leading the cost ratings in that top 5 area.
Rexon might be the highest rated player on the team, currently sitting in 5th place overall, but just outside of the top 10 is Citizen. And I suspect Citizen's rating is only going to improve because ahead of him are 2 players from FaZe who are no longer with us. So, given that, there's room for improvement. Citizen entered today 103 kills to 82 deaths. Rexon 120 kills to 87 deaths. And then all the way down at the identical KD is Grixer, but with a much lower rating than Citizen. Maybe not much, but enough lower for him to be farther down the standings.
Early fire pop, that is one, make that... Nope. Missed. They clipped the edge. Don't make that 2. Of course, the Goyo Fire covering most of that ventilation bomb site, so getting rid of those canisters early ensures that when Soniqs will hit the bomb site later on, they don't have to worry about this Goyo canisters. This is foresight, right? Planning ahead of time. We can tell the end objective is the plant site at the B bomb site, ventilation bomb site, because of those Rotary drones cleaning out that area. While that's happening, Soniqs, they're making progress elsewhere on the map. It's on the east there side. Office window. They're starting to clear out the top floor from the east over to the west.
Just to talk about ratings, we specifically mentioned Shuttle, who's having a very rough game. It's not getting any better. He did enter today as the lowest rated player at the event.
Okay. Is that of all players that are still present or just...
Every single player, period.
Okay.
So Shuttle is dead last at a .71. Pika at .78. Obviously on Direwolves, who went home. Black Ray, .78 as well. on CAG, who went home. Harambe at 0.79 on Direwolves, who also went home. But Spirits and Slevin are both at 0.79. Spirits and Shuttle are both very low rated, and they're here. Everybody else basically on this same level with the exception of Fultz has been eliminated. You have to go all the way up to a Lems at a 0.88, which is way up the standings to find the next player who's still here. So for Space Station, Fultz had a significantly better day. That'll help his rating. Shuttle, haven't really seen it just yet. And there you go. First to die as the Kaid wandering downstairs out in the open, unsupported, no intel. Shuttle is gone. Spiff continuing his impressive performance on the other side of the Shuttle coin. Gets kill number 1 for Astralis. It's on to Grixer. That was the 0 that answered and got that very first pick.
Yep, and those Goya cannons, remember, they're clear from that B bomb side, so B window jump in is possible. Members of Astralis are far off the bomb side, and Rexon, he's got this angle covered. Duke can stop planting.
And there it goes, diffuser going down. How is the coverage from Soniqs? Gio at the halfway point. Goodbye, Gunner. Forest doing great work, but their Citizen from above, they don't seem to know this. Gio is down, Citizen falls, Rexon to clutch out. Astralis picking it up in the post plant, and well, Rexon doesn't know that J90 is looking through a window. Spiff hops on that diffuser just to add to an already superb game for him. We've got close matches all day yesterday. We got close matches all day today. We're going to round 12.
All right, listen, let's go, calm down. Let's go BT here. We're going to do a hard zone on the top floor right now. We're going to have to set up the side heat. Let's bring a Capcan horizontally, spread it for the side heat. Bring a Goyo, and then let's bring a take Warden inside. Take Warden inside, I'll take Goyo.
You want the castle?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do my metal reset up.
Yeah,
or do you want to give East? Or?
No, we gotta play for East right now.
Okay, so I won't do the castle then.
Very surprised to hear just how much influence Iconic has as an individual on the very specifics of the round. What operators to bring, what area that we're gonna be fighting for, and who's gonna bring them. I did not see that coming. I always took Astralis as a team who had very set strats on paper when how Carla came into the squad and kind of changed things around from the back in stage 1 early last year. Iconic really rallying the troops together though, saying play the castle, play for East stairs, hold that ground. And if you recall, Soniqs, that's their step number 1. Whenever they can, they just take East stairs and they work from East over towards Armory. They just did it in the previous round. And now Adaptation, Astralis, they will hold that ground as the starting point for their defense, and Soniqs will have to challenge that directly head on or change their entire approach to the round and where they will begin their roam clear. The Goyo canisters even being prepped and ready to waste time in the early stages of the round to burn down that clock. It's been favoring them so far. Soniqs got the bomb down the previous round, but the post plan above was shot down by 2 members flanking on the main stairs. Once you lose vertical control as an attacker, it's very hard to hold on to that diffuser.
I'd like to note that Astralis is 5-5 without ever winning an opening duel.
That is impressive.
That is a hell of a stat.
It makes you wonder how well would that go if they had gotten most of the opening kills.
I think you're a little bit more charitable with your trades, just looking at the way that you mark it down. I've only listed that there were 2 proper trades. You have 4 written down. Either way, I think we both agree based on your sheet and my sheet.
Yeah.
No time has Astralis gotten an uncontested opening pick. Conversion rate for Soniqs, quite poor. What do you think the main issue with that is?
Honestly, I think it's how tight both teams are playing together. Neither team allowing these opening kills to go uncontested, right? There's not just one member fighting one member. There are 2 members fighting 3 members. You're bound to be trading back and forth on Iconic. He's isolated. He's gonna trade his teammate back possibly.
Oh, and there it is, the first uncontested kill for Astralis. I might have just spoke this into existence. Iconic looks for more. No, Citizen finishing him off. The advantage for Astralis was definitely there, and it allowed Iconic to take that chance. Obviously doesn't work out.
But even that is so close to a contested opening kill, right? A small advantage being gained, yes, but you can argue both sides. It's a back and forth. Spiff on such low HP, trying to play off of his forest, hiding that passport corner. But Soniqs, they keep on finding these kills time and time again. The gaps, they are there for Astralis.
There's the pause now. SQ still have the advantage, so Forest will take a chance. Over by Passport, door doesn't get away. Grixer's watching him from top stairs. Shuttle in the bomb site, but he's exposed from the similar spot. He's got a castle barricade blocking one line of sight, small rotate next to it. Grixer posted up watching that exact angle. Proximity alarm ringing throughout the entire map. Spiff 3 kills, 0 deaths so far since coming back to this. And he'll unload his mag, losing out to Grixer. Shuttle in a 1v4. Diffuser going down in the hands of Grixer. Geo dead, so somebody has to do it. Shuttle walking in, and he decides to stop the plant instead of contesting anybody else. Map point for Soniqs.
Good job, Pablo.
Good job.
Good job, guys. One more round. Let's just get this shit.
I actually shit on that guy. I had no idea where
Iconic, the attempt of getting another kill to make it 2 in the round in favor of Astralis, shut down by a 180-degree flick from Citizen on these stairs.
I got the army wall. Shuttle, you focus on rotate right now. Just put bar middle and fucking.
Listen, let's get some of these. Let's get like the far right side triple wall so they can't be outside deep holding our cross through right now. Let's put a bandit on our fucking radio wall too here. All right?
Yep.
Are we putting a Troy mirror?
No.
A Troy mirror? Oh, haven't heard that one before. Do I have an idea? Actually, I'm not sure where I would put the Troy mirror, I'll be honest. I don't even think Troy really plays mirror as far as I can remember, but hey. Not currently, at least.
Maybe at one point.
Maybe at one point. I mean, back in the way back when, there was BC playing that Buck and mirror role. Remember, he had a phenomenal clutch against my team back then with a C4 in hand, and that round haunted me for a very long time, I have to say. For this round, however, mirror is being brought out as mentioned. Looking for where those mirror windows will be placed. There's 2 in pocket of Shuttle so far, so a decision yet to be made. It could be on purpose, however. See where the push will come from, then put them down, or just a late setup. Fountain mirror. Oh boy, this seems back to like the old border before the rework.
Oh yeah.
People always put the mirror there, held this triple wall. Hard to break it apart because there's no self-destruction below. It's that fountain area. You can get a line of sight, but you can't get directly below it. Second mirror going down on the armory wall to help hold outside of security. So the extension on this armory defense is to hold as much map control as possible. One mirror helps security, second holds office. One mirror playing side out near prep with a rotate. And you have your man of the hour, the Jaeger. That's going to be Spiff. Makes perfect sense to put him in this position because he's been playing him so well. Always in these do or die moments. He finds 2 kills almost every single time.
No damage yet. Timeout worked for Astralis. 2 rounds right after taking the TO, they win. Things were back to normal, round number 11. Pity though, Astralis got that very first opening duel. Still searching for the first kill in this round, about to hit the halfway mark. Spiff and Iconic are about arm's length apart. Spiff going for the run, he's playing inside of security and will now drop. Giving his position away. Oh, Soniqs are so close. Right now, inside a supply, and Gunner takes Spiff down. That's the hard carry from Astralis so far in this map.
Disgusting.
Forrest for the run out, cuts him off of a wire. Soniqs getting slaughtered as Forrest picks up 2 kills to add to that. Now it's a 2v2 though. Both teams finding their blows. Look at how close this game is. I'm feeling an overtime in my bones, Nick.
Yeah, and again, trading so effectively both teams. It looks like it's going to be a one-sided round for Astralis, but we're now back to 2 versus 2 just 20 seconds later. Forrest, very low on HP, 2 nades and pocket off Grixer. Armory wall takeable for the attacking team because mirror window has been dealt with. They're in.
Rexon vaults in, he knows that he's got 1, but has to pick his poison, does it so well. Grixer's got Diffuser, Iconic to the rescue. To try and save this map. Astralis' map pick. They don't want Soniqs going to their map. Up 1-0, and there's some damage to the wall. Iconic moving around the entire map. He might have found a blind spot. Down goes Rexon, but he's given his position away, and back towards Armory he'll go. Clock continuing to run. Iconic, great game sense. He'll have to duel Grixer. He's full HP, Grixer not. Knows where he is though now, playing on this armory wall. Iconic has some protection, baits it out, just killing time, but Grixer expects to jump out and sends Soniqs to map 2 up 1-0.
You did a good job there.
Grixer ice cold with the 1v1, otherwise it's overtime on the menu.
Get out, run away.
That is Astralis map pick of Border, but Soniqs, they show up in great force.
A lot of people had Soniqs in the Final Four. You picked them to make it to the finals. Well, they're gonna need a lower bracket run to accomplish that, and if it's gonna happen, it has to start now. They snipe Astralis' map 7-5, and in just a few moments, we go to Oregon. Can Soniqs close it out 2-0? We'll find out in a few minutes.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Well, that didn't go the way Astralis had expected. Soniqs stunning them. 7-5, overtime not even required. But yet again, Nick, it's another map that we need all 12 rounds to see finish.
Not a single of the matchups today or yesterday have been one-sided whatsoever. And honestly, going from Border onto the next map of Oregon, I don't think it's gonna be any different. I think 7-5 is like the minimum, and if not overtime.
What happens now on Oregon? Because the way these teams played, right now, the big thing that I see is the gulf between these players. Take a look at your scoreboard right now. The worst performances on Soniqs were Rexon at 7-9, which, as the highest rated player on the team, probably isn't going to happen too often. You were gifted a freebie with Rexon not playing that well. Geo going 8-9, that's it. But the support on Astralis, Shuttle and Forest, both going 6-11. For Shuttle, that's a bit more understandable because of the role he plays. For Forest, though, not really acceptable for how he plays on this team. They need more out of Forest, desperately so.
Yeah, and the injury depths as well. -2 on Shuttle, -3 on Forest, but actually Gunner had 5 opening kills, only a single opening death. And sure, we can look at the opening kills and deaths and say that's not that great. But the counter argument is that because the teams were trading back, you know, these were not uncontested opening kills where you play 5 versus 4 for a while. No, the moment someone dies, someone else will die right after every single time. So it's not too punishing for Astralis, at least on Border. Oregon could be a different story. Oregon is a very linear map, especially at basement bomb side. If you die as a defender, it's hard to strike back because there's a very fine line in the ground that you cannot typically cross. So the opening kills value definitely goes up for this map to come off Oregon. We need a Warden. They're so afraid. That's what the Ying Glass did to them 1 round, Parker, of that rush. And now it is just imprinted in the back of their head that Warden, 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 just in case it happens again. That is the benefit of these rush rounds, especially when it works for you. When it doesn't, it's one of those like, man, what are they doing? These guys are fools. But when it works, there is some value to be gained. We're flying through Oregon right now, showing you off all the bomb sites. Operator bans are happening at the same time, and would you look at that? Well, you guys can't see it. Wait a second. Ying, banned by Astralis immediately. Only took them 2 seconds to make that choice.
Suppose the Warden's not going to have the same amount of value as it would with a Ying on the board, but will still be a crucial operator on defense. Warden is often quarterbacking that play when the smokes go out because, well, you can see through them. With those smart glasses on, revealing whatever is on the other side of it. Hibana gone, so there will be 1 fewer hard breacher on the board, but I expect to see an operator that is capable of running that secondary hard breach gadget in place of the Hibana, especially when tackling the bottom floor.
Not again.
Solus is gone, and Astralis will ban out the Frost for the 2nd map in a row.
They must really hate Frost mats. Because again, neither Border or Oregon are the biggest window maps. It's not like a Skyscraper, it's not a clubhouse. Of course, there are bomb sites like upstairs on Oregon, where windows, they are very present on both master bedroom side as well as the big window and towards the bomb site itself. And then there is basement where you don't want to have to worry about looking at the ground. You want to look up head level to take those gunfights. And also, it's an operator that Soniqs likes to bring across most of the bomb sites when they are on the defensive side. So it makes sense if you don't care about banning the Asami, for example, because you want to play it yourself. Solus is Soniqs' most banned defender throughout Invite so far. And it could be a mixture of multiple things. It could be that because Solus is such a new addition to the team and they got Citizen over last minute, they don't feel like they are comfortable playing with it or against it. Or maybe they just deem that it's too strong, that their opponents, you know, they can use it to quite a high effect, therefore remove it from play. Either way, Solus not able to get played on Oregon. Valkyrie is open once again. It's gonna be Gunner on the Maverick, and you are pushing the secondary hard breacher. Park, and you are correct. Geo, attacker repicking onto Capital to give this basement attack some more strength, right? Some execute with those fire bolts and the smoke bolts, the secondary can openers with the hatches. No kite being brought that we know. Of course, Soniqs that don't necessarily have that information. They bring the Maverick just in case to bring open those hatches. in case they were Kite Clawed.
I'm going to be keeping an eye on something that I've been talking about ad nauseum. That's those opening duels.
Yeah.
Spiff was the standout performer for Astralis. Can he keep it up? Will Rexon bounce back after a rough first game? Will Forest bounce back after a rough first game as well? Soniqs picked this map. They must be very confident, very comfortable.
Soniqs, they have played Oregon before a single time. It was a 7-5 victory against Dire Wolves in a match that they, quote-unquote, didn't seem to care all that much about. I believe this happened so late in group stage that the outcome didn't really make a big difference. And I believe Dire Wolves was already confirmed home at that point. Whereas Astralis, they played it once as well. It was against BDS. They suffered a 3-7 loss on Oregon as well. So both teams have history with mixed results between them. It's a slow start from Soniqs, just kind of feeling out how aggressive the opponent might be. Flashbang goes out, blinding Forest, force him to run back down the staircase. No engagement will be had, but it means now full map control to the attacking side as all 5 defenders are on the bomb side. We will be looking at these last 20 second executes for most of these basement attacks.
There's a long run here through the lower bracket before these teams can make their way to the main stage on Friday. For either of these squads, winner of this contest goes up against Loss 1. The LATAM team that was bounced down to the lower bracket yesterday, losing to Wolves 2-0. Loss 1 will be in action later today. So the winner gets about a 3-ish hour rest. If you're Soniqs, you want to get this game over with as quickly as possible so that you have as much time to prep. It's almost mutually assured destruction if this goes to all 3 maps, because either Astralis or SQ are going to have limited time. Hold on a second here. Soniqs, their guns have found their marks. Rexon's the first one to die for SQ. Gunner joins, but not before Spiff and Iconic have both been eliminated. 3v3, 20 seconds to go. Shuttle in a great position with the shotgun playing next to the laundry machines. It's an easy swing to take out almost all the HP, but Gio is prepared for it. He needs to put something to work. He can't do it. J90 and Grix are in a 1v1 with 5 seconds left, and Pablo can't do a thing. Astralis starts off Soniqs map with a round win.
That is one of the first time we've seen Soniqs being far away from one another, and we see the result of it. The trade does not occur. Gio gets shut down in the 1v3 at the very end into that 1v1 from the mirror, and then 7 seconds on the clock. You gotta be sprinting through that bomb site, trying to find it back. Grix are too far away on the Ash, couldn't get the kill. But that's the basement bomb site. It heavily favors the defenders, and yet it comes down to the absolute final moments of the round in that 1v1. That just tells how close this match is likely to be on Oregon as well. Mirror being brought out in the Warden. Again, respecting the smokes and the possible flashbangs. Now, Ying is banned away from Astralis, so the power operator of Ying is gone, but Kapitar brought in round number 1. Hovered for a brief moment in round number 2. A Tiger repicked onto Amaru instead. Back to Kapitar. We're gonna go back to Amaru.
It's the same color. Maybe he's just getting confused. Oh,
and it's different.
It's a Maverick.
So the Amarus often take big tower control very quickly, but there's an addict rotate from Astralis, so most likely Gunner realizes that they can't just fly on in tier 3 of tower. Therefore, the Amaru pick goes down in value. Going to Maverick instead, guarantee those walls to be opened on up. No claws being brought from defenders once again, but the Jammers from Shuttle will be there to slow things down. There's an upstairs hold of kids' bunks. They're not downstairs in kitchen.
One thing that the Ying ban does tend to result in is a higher pick rate of Capitao.
Yeah.
We saw that on Kafe in the matchup of SSG that we did earlier today against Heroic, and we're probably going to see it again here on Oregon, because while you have a Ying that can blind everybody, the Capitao with those fire arrows, capable of keeping people at bay, doing a lot of damage, but mostly displacing and creating area denial. And then if there's either no Warden on the board or you can get an early pick on the Warden, those smokes are extremely strong. Now, as we heard Astralis say before the map even began, we need a Warden.
Yeah.
Iconic is running the Warden on this round, and I suspect that for most laundry supply and then the double dorms defenses from both of these teams, a Warden will be present.
Yeah, I would not be surprised that was the case either. It's Iconic on it right now. The way you look at Orkin is that you typically have your stable 3 of operators. There's going to be a hard breach of Thermite, nades on either the Sledge or Iana or both, and 1 soft breach operator. Gunner on the Maverick is the +1 operator. Could be, again, the execute operators like Lion, like Capital, Ying if it's open, or the secondary hard breach. Beautiful rotation for Gunner when that C4 was ripped on open. The Astralis, they're aggressing forward, but Gunner reads it so well. Gets a kill into Warden, no longer in play.
What did I say? You get the Warden down and suddenly anybody with smokes gets exceptionally good value. Gunner's been dropped, Geo to the rescue, J90 dropped, and now he's dead. It's just Shuttle and Forrest last alive. Forrest absorbing a ton of damage, but Grixer's there. This is an all-out brawl. This leaves Forrest to retake. The handiwork of Maverick will be what he assesses as he peeks his way through Attic and slowly crouch walks up to the bomb site. Geo gets the diffuser down successfully, and now you're in a post-plant. Forrest doesn't have any intel. Grixer's jumped out big window. Forrest blinded. This is going to be tough for him, and it's Geo who pivots and sees him inside of dorms. Soniqs win round 2.
So it's just these side eats right now.
Yep. That's all it's going to be, bro.
Let's go beat it.
Loco, they're stupid.
Dude, Richie, I heard a Nitro get ripped and I beat Fee, bro.
I should just kill him. I tried to shoot it.
Was the mute not down? That is crazy.
Oh.
Yeah, no, he was just in pit.
And pit Attic.
Was it the guy who ran to
I
kill
literally
him?
shot him, yeah. I thought I killed him and I ran away from him. And I killed someone else.
I shot one guy in the knee once and he died.
Probably that guy, yeah. That's crazy.
I honestly thought that Geo had ice in his veins. I was gonna make a comment about it after that voice comm listening. Because Geo shot the mutant pit so much, turned around, and just isolated Mirror in that 1 versus 1. And he did not care about the possibility of a flank. We knew that Mute wasn't down because we have the overlay that shows it. And I thought Geo was just like, I don't care. But then, turns out, he was overconfident because he thought he had downed the Mute. But it pays off for them, because Geo allowed himself to get so aggressive to get that kill on Mira. Grixer is there with the backup, cleans up the bomb site, and last member is Mossy on the flank of Big Tower. And if you go, way earlier in the round, you can actually deduct if you're Soniqs who the last member is and where they should be, because that's the same Mossy who tossed the C4 early in the round onto Gunner inside a Big Tower. That means Mossy's downstairs, he has 3 ways up: White Stairs, Armory Stairs, and Big Tower. And you likely have a drone on either Armory Stairs or White Stairs. That means you can pretty much guarantee the Attic is going to be the place of interest, and just hold that angle. Spawn peek, it's successful. It's late in the round, 20 seconds is late for a spawn peek, that is. It's gone off the board. That second set of grenades is gone from the table, but you still got the bug for verticality. It's not all over for Soniqs. They can still take top floor and get their initial plan rolling. One of the very only opening kills that is not contested even in the slightest.
Yeah, very definitive.
Rare to come by in this matchup.
Huge pick on the Gunner. Gunner's another player in this map who's had some consistency issues. It's been called out on social media. It's been mentioned by him and his team. It's not the start that they want from him, especially on this sledge. In terms of soft destruction, you've got Rexon there as well. Rexon has not started off as strong as one would hope. Map number 1. Rexon was way below his expectations. Seen the same thing so far on 2, but we're halfway through round number 3. There's plenty of time for this to turn around.
Difficulty here for Soniqs of breaking apart this stronghold. They're coming from the same angles. Big window is there with a beautiful opening from Rexon.
And he picks up 2. Grixer with 1 as well. Astralis lose 3 players. They're left with these bookends of Iconic and Forest on the left side of your screen. You got Nalda. Capcan Trap still up. There's 1 EDD in the pocket of Iconic. I don't think he's going to have time to put it down, nor the desire to do so. Forest here's 1, and he does a lot of damage to Citizen. That cloaking device isn't going to save you. Forest, mag dumping, still 51 bullets left. That's the power of the Alda. The bomb site, though, not where the skirmishes are happening. The last 3 players from Soniqs have to head over towards meeting. They've got the hatch opened up, just as Soniqs have done. great patience. Gio is going to drop amidst the flashbangs. He can get the plant down, and he's got some safe coverage. The buck walks out. Iconic easily finishes off Rexon. That's what you get, Rexon, for those 2 picks earlier. Forrest far enough back that Aldo once again can chew right through them, but you cannot stand pat because the timer runs against you. Gio sitting on top of that diffuser. He does more than just get the objective. He gets the kill. What can Iconic accomplish? They're going to watch him from hatch and give his position away. Grixer don't miss. Soniqs 2 in a row.
Gunner, you need to go on the cams, like, bro. Flicking 17
Bro,
cams.
I'm flicking 17 cams. I got told to hold flank, I got told to hold someone else's cam.
They're gonna go laundry. What do you want to do?
I was just saying, Richie
It's
said
okay.
hold his cam.
It's okay. It's okay.
I know,
They're
I
gonna
went,
laundry
but
now.
you died like the moment I slipped
It doesn't matter.
Shut up. As long as we're like making.
Next round. Can't get too caught up in the chaos of the previous one. Now, one thing that Soniqs they've done like 4 times now, 3 times on border, 1 time here in Oregon, is even when the bomb planter cover dies, Gio still sticks to the defuse with confidence, either gambling or because there's information available to them from drones. And it just means that 3 versus 2 going to a 2 versus 2, because the bomb goes down, Soniqs they maintain the advantage, effectively trading a death for a successful bomb plant. And then that clock starts. 45 seconds, takes 7 to defuse. They had that control above in the meeting hatch. That means they can see diffuser even if Gio were to die post-plant position. It's nicely held. Basing bomb set again.
I'm a little worried about the frustration that just came through right there for Soniqs, though. And I'm not worried in the sense that this result matters to me. I'm worried in the sense that if Soniqs start to tilt and they start to fight, obviously, things are going to go south for them. Right now, you're the team that won map number 1. It wasn't your map.
Yeah.
Sitting quite comfortably, 2-1. How does Oregon look in terms of sides? Well, Oregon came into today, as we said, one of the least played maps, but it is quite defender-sided. 62% of all rounds won by the defense. That is a very high number.
Yeah.
Laundry Supply Room is the 2nd most defender-sided bomb site in this entire map pool. Astralis won that site, so things going according to plan. Dorm kids upstairs, also defender-sided. Meeting hall kitchen, not defender-sided. Kitchen dining is, but it doesn't have as much of a pick rate as the other bomb sites. Back downstairs to this laundry supply. This will be the test for Soniqs, I think. If they can crack open this round and they can go up 3-1, proving that they can win the 2nd most defender-sided bomb site in the entire game, then Soniqs are in great shape moving forward.
No, this is certainly the moment to shine for Soniqs. And I mean, remember back when the first time they attempted it, it came down to 1 versus 1, 6 seconds left on the clock. It was so close. It's very doable. Shuttle isolated on the roam, could get caught off guard here. Gunner, he's in the right position. They don't know for sure where he is, though. It's a bit of a guessing game.
Much better game for Shuttle, but he's about to turn his back to Gunner. He sees the footprints.
Yeah, he knows.
I think he's got a great idea of this. He's not going to give his position away. The beauty of the Jackal Inox is that you don't need to actually activate the scan to know where somebody is. You can just follow the footprints yourself. Does Shuttle know? I think Shuttle knows. He dies. And frustration that was present from Gunner will likely only increase. Astralis picking up kill number 1. That's huge for this bomb site.
Yeah. I would argue that Gunner might have been a bit too impatient, and he was down 1 and 3. I'm sure he wants to get active and do something on the map and feel impactful, but just staying alive in that moment for that possible late round flank, because he's already passed that shower hall default camera, that would have granted Soniqs so much value. And now to make things even worse, the secondary MPs do not find the Kite Claw. In previous rounds, Gunner was on the Maverick, that wouldn't be a problem, but right now it is. They're gonna go for backside take possibly with no hatch opening. This should not work for the attack inside.
Damning that you lose those smokes as well. That's huge. Smokes plus track stingers they're both combined. An excellent way to conceal a plant. Rexon dies to Iconic. Astralis finding their mark. Spiff getting out-dueled by Grixer, but it's traded back. Shuttle picks up number 2. Citizen's in the middle of the site, and he's tracking so well. He's got a great idea of where these players are. No vault into the cubby. Citizen in a 1v5. That is now a 1v3, and he knows that it's a bit hopeless. He can't get a single kill. Iconic seals the deal. Astralis tie things up at 2 rounds apiece.
So bad for fucking body shots, bro.
I think we go. Yeah, I honestly think we go top here, and I'm gonna take the zombie tower side. I'm gonna fight for tower for my life here. Okay. Let's do a pit mirror right now. We're gonna have to bring a mute forward down, and then let's put another pit mirror here. Let's take a banshee for the walkers right now, so they're just walking it through.
Wait, so
yes, sir.
Default pit mirror and then 1 kids.
Yep. One pit mirror and then one in kitchen. Yeah, one in kitchen. Not bad.
My eyes right now on Gunner. Not living up to the statistics right now, 1 and 4, but also in that, as I said, previous round. It's a small thing, but I find it quite impactful. The impatience, wanting to fight shuttle downstairs in kitchen, completely isolated, no help, no drones, nothing. It's a 50-50 decision to make. Do you fight? Do you wait? It feels frustrating not having any progress being made on your side of the map, but sometimes, as I said, just staying alive is valuable enough because at least at some point in the round, you can be activated. Instead, Soniqs got attacked 4 versus 5. Astralis knows one less angle can be pushed, one less angle can be held. When that execute comes through, that is where things they start falling apart. Gunner now being put back on a more leashed role, gonna put it that way. Having to stay alive on the capital, has the diffuser as well. And Geo actually having to go toe-to-toe with Astralis on the entry, playing the Twitch instead. I think it's very smart when teams, they have the possibility of changing operator roles around depending on who's having a great time and who's not. And Gunner, he's patient, waits in the window repel, finds a free kill onto Shuttle. Let's mute off the board.
Gunner needs that. Gunner really needs some confidence to stay in this matchup because this consistency issues will start to eat away at you, and even if your teammates don't say anything about it, which, for the record, I think Soniqs is a team that will say something about it, especially Citizen and Rexon. But if your teammates aren't saying anything about it, it will impact your confidence. You'll start to change up how you play. You won't feel as compelled to take gunfights because you won't have that same confidence in yourself to win them. You'll start playing a bit more scared, a bit more cowardly, maybe opt for different roles. That can completely derail you, and it'll change the way the team plays because they picked up Gunner to be this utility player who can also frag well. The good news is, as we've talked about before for Soniqs, they have a ton of utility at their disposal. Look at Gunner. He's on hard support for this round. He's already smoked, diffuser goes down, and the round is over because Soniqs picked off all of Astralis as they roamed and then collapsed on the bomb site.
Perfectly put. Geo again enabling himself because Gunner can take up that supportive role.
3 armor as well, bro. Look, guys, it's not care.
What did he do?
Ran out lobby,
the front door, went all the way, because I hugged top right, and then I went up, so he went all the way around like.
Soniqs already got their 3 rounds.
Is that Starbucks on that WWE thing, or what is that?
It's arguably first half 1 for them. Sure, like the Charlotte wins, it's tied 3-3, but given the fact that Allgren is defender-sided, it's a great place to be in, and they can make it 4. It's going to be a tertiary bomb site attack. We heard Astralis earlier, Iconic saying, when we lose a bomb site, just go through it, don't go back to it twice in a row. They've kept up that promise. Whenever they lose a bomb site, they never return until at least 2 rounds later.
I mean, why go back to it if you feel confident, right?
Yeah.
Dorms, again, is another bomb site that is closer to a 50-50, but still favors the defense. And Astralis have only one laundry supply down below.
Yeah.
They've not been able to do much on these tertiary bomb sites and nothing on the secondary bomb site either. In fact, that last round was the most dominant that we've seen from Soniqs yet. And they looked so calculated with how they executed. The switch for Gunner lasts only a single round. He goes back to Sledge. Maybe he earned his way out of the doghouse. I'm not sure. But with the way that they set that up, him playing Capitao, which was something he'd mused with earlier when we saw him flicking between Amaru, Capitao, and eventually settling on Maverick. And he played Maverick on last Storms. It was the right call to stick him on that Capitao. Things worked out beautifully for Soniqs.
Now, we know Iconic said he's going to hold big tower for his life, and the thing is, it's only Citizen over here applying a bit of pressure. The main push isn't going to be contesting big tower, but rather that master bedroom side of the map or inside lobby. So Iconic, he'll waste time, arguably, but he'll be alone on that side of the map. Soniqs, they don't particularly care about that location. The rest of Soniqs, they look for a frontside attack, while Citizen will go for a backstep on the nuke to utilize that gadgetry of the nuke cloaking device. It's a slow round, however.
Final attempt for Astralis on, statistically, the more favorable side of Oregon to tie up this game and send us to the second half at 3 apiece. I would say that Astralis unable to get 4 rounds is already a significant loss for them.
Yeah.
When you look at a map that is won 62% of the time by the defense, 38% of the time by attackers, Astralis needs 4 rounds. Now, in order to tie things up, they've got a first pick on Norexen. That's excellent. The buck is gone. Citizen will follow. Gunner gets a kill of his own. Soniqs trying to keep it close, but Shuttle up top, putting in so much work, and he sees another outside on Master Bout. Nitro Cell goes out. Dancing around it is Geo, and he doesn't want anything with that. He gets out of there. All the while, Grixer off site. Smokes Forest. Astralis with the upper hand, but it's close. 3v2 with a minute to go. Soniqs don't really have drones to work off of. They don't really have a ton of utility either. A Selma, breaches, claymores, and an EMP are going to do you pretty much nothing. The Selma might be good enough for opening up one angle, but those drones are what's a real killer. And Astralis collapsing on main lobby. Geo hunting down the bandit, 2 more. Geo has 6 kills. This is an incredible performance from the support player. 1 on the ground. He's in the middle of the site. Sees the Azami and now has to worry about security, and that will be where they ultimately pinch him from. And it's exactly what happens. J90 as the cross. Astralis play cat and mouse with Geo. The first half. 3-3.
Beautiful crossfire being held in the 1v2.
We need to do some hard nose fucking arc here. Chalet's off the clears.
So these guys counter. Are we gonna do? So we could do Gunner on Freezer.
We're not going to be able to do the Z play. We've shown it on stream.
Okay. Okay.
Blue guy. Ring. Remember, these guys fucking execute. Yes, executes.
We're right there that don't do the C strat. We've shown it on stream, and this is how it goes. Where teams, of course, have many variations of the same, defenses and attacks, and sometimes it's hard to keep track of what has been shown on public streams and what's been done in scrims, many times in the past. And also, have you scrimmed Astralis using that particular strat? Because these are both 2 teams from North America. Odds are that because they're in the same region, they scrim each other a lot more frequently than that if it was like an EU-NA matchup or even an NA-LATAM matchup. So they won't do whatever that strat is going to be. They got something else cooking up. They got Gunner on the Kai Claws to deny those hatches. That means either Thatcher or Maverick will have to be in play from Astralis' attack and lineup. They got the Buck as the secondary Heart Breacher together with the Capital. So a ton of different utility because there's no main Heart Breacher. Then you get the Thatcher in the mix, which kind of brings it a little bit down as well, as the primary gadget is just going to be that primary EMP. It's a safe lineup. They can deal with, I'd argue, every obstacle in their path. It all comes down to execution, as we always say. It's going to be a roam clear first. Astralis going from small tower. Forest making the way all to big tower by himself. Start droning out the green hallway. Soniqs, they have some presence in the main staircases. Just looking for a drone or 2. Fall back 1 room. Stall for a little bit of time. Attackers typically want a minute and 10 to 20 seconds at minimum to start working that bomb site itself. That means opening up the hatches, tower stairs, etc. So Astralis, within the next 30 seconds, should start breaching open those hatches to be on pace.
Very bad game by Spiff so far. And that is a boat anchor for Astralis. An albatross around their neck, if you want to use that term. I mean, you've got this weird duality where Shuttle is now playing far above his own standards and historically far above where we've seen him at the 6 Invitational.
Yeah.
And he's getting impactful kills. He's roaming. He's not playing sheltered roles. He's not playing sheltered positions on this map. Spiff on entry has just not been getting it done. And it could be you're a newer player on a newer team. You haven't played a lot of Oregon at this level. On maps like Border, where Astralis is very familiar, Spiff is going to do a lot better than on a map like Oregon, where he might not be as practiced. It's a learning curve. He'll get there eventually. He's shown great potential and has been an extraordinary performer for Astralis. But that 4-2 that we talked about, that Astralis should have hit on their defense, could have been possible if Spiff was a bit more comfortable and playing a little bit better on this map. All the while this is happening, Rexen had that good round, but other than that, he's been very quiet for Soniqs still. the best rated player for SQ, and he has not been able to have the influence that he wants. Astralis rushing into the site. All of a sudden, they've got a flawless round if they can find Grixer. And they get it. Why? Goodness gracious.
A flawless basement attack to start things off. The pace was good. 1 minute 40 seconds, Hedge got opened on up, but they go for that out of nowhere execute. J9 finds the opening, Astralis the follow-up, dropping down the meeting hatch, and just wins every single 1 versus 1.
The next time if they go base again, bro, let's drop a 4 and just start mute, and we can burn the util.
Yeah, but fuck talking about what they just like. Let's see what they're doing right now. Say ahead. We know they adapt around the round, so we gotta stay ahead. Let's keep it going. Find this info right now. See what they change. They're gonna be changing something.
Yeah, again, wise words from Iconic saying let's not predict the next time, but see what they do, and it's a wise call to make because they're not even downstairs. They're gonna change their bomb site despite that basement being so favorable to the defenders. They're gonna go secondary instead. Kids Bung, change things up. Don't allow Astralis as good of a execute-oriented bomb site.
I mean, if you think that Astralis just have the special sauce when it comes to that bomb site, why go there again? There's always that strategy in play as to whether or not a team will defend the same bomb site twice in a row. You've spoken about it a lot, and your experience being there, honestly, it's incredibly vital for the people that are listening. The thinking behind it is that if you think that it was small little mistakes that can easily be corrected yet have a massive influence on that round, then go there again and tighten it up.
Yep.
If you think that you got blown out and you're like, damn, we got smoked, you're going to go somewhere else and say, maybe we'll take a round off.
Yeah, absolutely that. And the thing is, let's say they win basement, they got to go kids defense anyway. So now you can just change up the rotation. Don't give Astralis the pattern recognition either, because when they go back there, that information can be older in the back of their mind, and it's hard to pick apart what's actually going to be different. So I think it's a wise choice to make. And Astralis have to adjust their entire attack. Armor flying in tier 3, but it's clear. No one's there.
Oh, look up. Look way up. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's a comet! No, it's an Amaru, never mind.
We've seen our fair share of funky Amaru strats in our time, and nowadays people don't go as crazy with it. They still take that map control incredibly fast.
I mean, a lot of people still view this Amaru as a bit of a troll pick, but there's a lot of value from that operator. First kill of the round comes with just a minute off of the clock, and it's Gunner. He's turned things around after a disappointing first half. And again, it's all about the confidence.
Yep. Especially on defense, because now you can swing out into gunfights whenever you want to. It's easier to pick your fights as a defender in Oregon because very quickly in the round, the attackers, they'll let their position be known. Master Bedroom Balcony, Attic, for example. And sure, the attackers can execute and they can walk up and take the fights, but before the execute happens, you as a defender can make your decision to go up and fight back first. That's what Gunner did. He knowingly took that gunfight, swinging out aggressively. He got rewarded for it. Now they got the advantage. Again, these are Maru strats.
No way.
If you hit anybody on the way in, you will kill them effectively.
We had one Garahook kill so far in this event. I think it's the first Garahook kill that we've ever seen in an international tourney. Gunner's gonna hear this. Have they droned him? Oh, he might not.
I mean,
all quiet on the Western Front. You gotta go at this point. J9 doesn't have any other options, and he's in, but he can't contest with Soniqs as they find every player on Astralis. They've set themselves up for their own flawless round, unless Iconic can drag one down. He does, but that's all he gets. 4-4. These two teams so evenly matched on map 1, and it has not changed at all on map 2.
Also, that's basically 2 flawless rounds in a row, but for each team. It is never close, but at the same time, oh so close. J9 flicked too early, doesn't get the kill. That ringing. Oh,
that's not.
No,
I don't care for that.
Oh, that was nice to my ears.
No, not one bit.
And now we see that base and bump side come into rotation again. So, yeah. Now the mentality kind of gets to reset. Soniqs can make small or big adjustments to the bomb site. They're bringing the same operator lineup as previously. Came down to that backside execute. J9 was on Twitch last time, got the opening kill to DMR. That really started things off for Astralis. Operator style for them. They said, let's see the bomb site, see what changes that Soniqs have made, and then we make adjustments ourselves. So far, 2 attacker repicks being shown.
10 seconds to insertion.
Nuke onto Buck, get the floors on the board, sends a blitz. So you know what blitz means. It's a very
It's rush time!
Yeah, buddy. Gonna go that blue, most likely. Just hit it super quick. Of course, they could also say, we got the blitz for when we want to go quick, but it won't be right off the rip. So there is, of course, a matter of like the rush will occur, but it might not be happening in the first 30 seconds. It seems like Astralis, they are slowing things down, drone out how many roamers there are before making the decision. Janano, with their return drone, starts prepping blue, gets the Goyo fire. He also got the shield and elbow, but at the very least he got the barbed wire if there was a shield. There's no remains of a shield.
Did he get to, oh my god, Nick, did he get it or not?
Well, I'm trying to figure that out. I'm gonna say he got it, because I don't see a shield anywhere. Good job, Janano.
Great job, buddy.
Where are the members of Astralis? Sentinels on the main stairs. Blitz going towards construction. So it's been prepped and ready for the Blitz now. That Goyo fire canister was popped earlier. But I think Astralis will apply pressure from multiple sides at once. Lobby stairs, freezer stairs, and big tower.
The Electro Shuffle, one of my favorite terms in this entire game. Shuffle those Electric Claws. There is a Thatcher on the board.
That was close.
But the secondary hard breach works. Bad timing for Gunner, and look at that stank face. Gunner knows it. That is misfortune at its finest. Geo can't get the Rotero drone as it arms, and there it goes, right at the door of blue, leading towards Pillar. J9O and the Blitz just sitting outside. Sends, Blitz. I am excited to see how Astralis go about this. They did it without calling a timeout as well, Nick.
Yeah.
Grixer's ready for it, and he sees the Blitz going. Grixer has the cross. You thought you could accomplish it, but you could not. Now Grixer will sit there and post up as Soniqs. Gunner in particular gets 2. Sends drops to Shuttle. They're out of action, and it's Spiff in a 1v4. On the back stairs, 3-7. Well below the high-flying performance of the previous map. What do? You're gonna hit the barbed wire on blue. Whether you make noise walking through it or you melee it, they're gonna know you're coming towards Pillar. You've got the hatch that's been opened up from that secondary hard breach, but if you drop, there's going to be a set of eyes on it, and if not, somebody's gonna be playing tight corner waiting for you to make that sound. And there it is. Citizen decides to go for the kill. That is an ego check, if we've ever seen one.
Yeah.
You have time to pull that off. Because while we've been talking about Spiff's advance, 25 seconds have been removed from the clock. Now it's do or die. Soniqs hoping to regain the lead, push themselves ever closer to ending this series and continuing their lower bracket run, and they'll do just that on this round. 2 more to go, and Soniqs put this map away and the series away.
I think it was a good idea by Astralis to go for that late push with the Blitz, but the only issue was missed timing between the Flores and the Blitz push. The Repair drone came out after Blitz died. It was a Warden. Right place, right time. Gets that free kill.
We've done this. We showed these guys this, by the way, and they just went small. They just ignored us and went fucking. These are the ones that remember? I got white guy.
Yeah, they tried to slaughter me. Oh yeah, they like.
So it's again the small things. The devil really are in the, or devil is rather in the details.
Or devils.
The devil, yeah, maybe there are multiple devils.
I mean, if you follow religion, there are indeed multiple devils, just as there are multiple gods.
And the devil appears in various shapes, depending on who you are.
That's correct.
Yeah.
For me, the devil, olives.
Yeah, and
also
bread. Yeah, and bread and sugar and a lot of things, Parker. That's unfortunate. For me, it's chocolate. It's always just like, I just want to taste it whenever I see it. You know, I can't stop myself. I'm working on it.
I never really had a sweet tooth, which I suppose does benefit my health condition, but I always loved pasta, I always loved bread, I always loved grains. Thanks to a Canadian discovery, this thing called insulin, I can still eat them. Just, I have to be very careful. Anyway.
Yeah.
15 seconds into the round, that's enough banter.
Small tower extension by Soniqs. Gio mentioned it in the voice com, said that they just kind of left us alone last time, so let's do it again. And it appears that Astralis, upon discovering that they were indeed holding that small tower, they will go elsewhere. So Master Bedroom over, open up that soft wall, it's Spliff on the entry, gets the Evil Chem of Armory through the wall, there it is. He needs backup though, can't take top floor all by his wholesome. There are multiple members here roaming. That's a free kill.
Oh, Spiff gets it. Rexon shuts him down. If Rexon comes online, this could be over for Astralis. The sleeping giant. Hasn't had much of an impact so far. The kills he's gotten have been hugely influential, but they've been few and far between. Not the case for Grixer, who now through the barricade aims for somebody on Astralis, doesn't connect, loses more HP than it was worth. Stage has been blown up, as has Attic. J90's exothermic charges are both perfect, and it now will force Soniqs to retreat off of their aggressive hold towards back tower.
For Soniqs now, tough choice. Do you hold on to near the bomb site? Do you lash out for a pick? Because both options can work. Iconic on the nuke here could find an absolute freak inside of server.
Oh, and Iconic finds that opening. Suddenly, Astralis has reduced Soniqs to just Gunner. They say, okay, you want to take off the site? We've opened things up. We'll punish you inside of it. That same stank face on Gunner. Surprised by the shots that will hit him. 4 players from Astralis. He walks into the grenade and then out of it. Thrown recklessly, haphazard-like, not timed properly. One inside of showers. Gunner gets that kill, but loses most of his HP in the process. Astralis also know where he is now. Looking like another 12 rounds, Nick.
Yeah, it does.
Looking like another 12 rounds. All Astralis needs is the single pick. Gunner working well against the time, but the patience from Astralis is just too much. And the moment he engages a single player, they're going to punish him for it. J90, he was exceptional that round. Did a lot of things that you don't see on the scoreboard, but J90, a pivotal force for Astralis. And again, we've got a tie game. Neither of these teams able to shake one another.
On our side, with the floors here, and you guys take tower right now, because I think if you guys breach your tower, it's going to make the trophy position a lot weaker.
So reverse take?
Yes, reverse take. Let's kill this kitchen dude, and let's create some pressure, okay? Because if we create split pressure, let's make sure we move here, okay?
Okay.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. Iconic, of course, finding that 2K opening from the freezer below, walked up the staircase, using Nuke to perfection, not showing himself early in the round meant that Sonic couldn't track his whereabouts. If you see Nuke somewhere, you can typically figure out how long it'll take for them to get to that next position based off how fast you move in Rainbow Six Siege, and players at this level of play have a really good read for it. So by hiding for and waiting for the right moment, just striking a single time, you'll go untracked the entire round until it's over. Upstairs hold from Soniqs, and Iconic, as we heard, wants to take out that kitchen dude downstairs and apply that pressure. That's not going to be easy, however, if there even is a kitchen player on this bomb site, because it's right below bomb site itself. There is a rotate in towards server, so that kind of gives us a tell that there might be a member there later in the round. Oh, I think Gunner was putting down the gadget and got shot through the window. It looked like it, at least. I don't think he was swinging back. Unfortunate. It's Forrest to take that kill. Forrest 7-7, now even on the board. This might force Soniqs to be overly aggressive. Rexon actually snuck past the Twitch drone.
Yeah, this is a huge opening right now for Astralis. Look at this. They're going to add to it. Grixer goes down. Soniqs watching this magic that they had on Oregon just completely evaporate. And what revenge it would be for Astralis after Soniqs took Astralis' map for Astralis to take Soniqs' map.
With this big of a lead, the pressure is on not to throw it away. That's the big thing. Risk taken has to be assessed now, the risk versus reward factor. The reward can be big, but what about the risk? Citizen solo on HP, 1 bullet and he's out. Geo aggressive on the armory stairs towards the lobby itself. It's holding down that part of the map. But the nade, it finishes the job on the Citizen. Enabling Soniqs, well, disabling them rather, and enabling Astralis to hit the bomb site momentarily, but it's a 1 versus 5.
And it's Rexon 2. Makes it a 1v4. This bomb site does not work in your favor. Diffuser going down, the walls will close in on him. And if these walls could talk, what they'd be saying to Rexen right now is goodbye. Spiff with the final kill. Astralis moves to map point.
Yes! Yes!
There must be a timeout called from Soniqs right now to try and regain some momentum and set us up for overtime.
I mean, certainly there's no way, right? It's gonna go in one more round and risk it all.
I believe for the biscuit.
Risk it for the biscuit. Astralis calling a timeout, actually. Of course, both teams. Never mind.
If they're calling a timeout, like be ready for something.
I was gonna say.
Maybe they both did it.
It's literally for this round.
Fast. So if you want to run, if you want to take that risk, that's fine.
We should not.
What do I do Clash instead of smoke?
If you want, I'm gonna go Captain. I'm gonna triple Captain the front door, and I'm gonna double Captain the E-box door.
Can you guys make all the holes?
Yeah.
They won't be able to get me out. I'll look and watch the whole back, or you guys gotta watch this blue.
Okay.
I don't think they're gonna rush if we're bunkering though.
That's fine. You guys ready for we can do this, right? Clash?
Yeah.
It's up to you. That's up to you, bro.
I'll do Clash Barb. Remember,
me.
you guys gotta play like bitches. They're gonna try to fucking literally just switch the leg here.
Want me to take smoke?
I can go smoke.
One of you if you guys want.
So are we roaming or are we bunkering?
No, we're bunkering.
Bunker.
Listen, one of you guys.
Take like an mage.
Alright, so it's default roam clear until like that take Nick just called?
Yeah, and then we already know, and we run the roam clear take if they're doing the roam. The cap cans are top for the roam. I'm getting the top off right now.
There's a lot happening in those voice comms. A lot of discussion about the bunker hold from Soniqs and whether or not they should play out the clash on this round. Not a very commonly played operator, but it does get, you know, it sees play every once in a while. The downside is that you're typically playing one less gun as Clash has the shield up. The benefit is you have a walking deployable shield that slows and does damage. One of the easiest ways to leverage the Clash is if you do a soft roam early on and waste enough time, while the Clash gets stronger and stronger in the round, just like Smoke does with those toxic babes. The reasoning for that, well, if Astralis has to rush the bomb site sprinting on in with 20 seconds left, 30 seconds left, and Clash is right there to stop them, that's where the value goes up. But if the attacking team has a minute and 30 seconds to deal with the Clash, all of a sudden that value goes down as it's a lot easier to deal with. And it's also why we see Citizen aggressive on the room up above inside a meeting. He wants to stall for as much time as possible. He has one member supporting him, Rexen in Bit Tower. That's going to be how they escort Ben back to bomb site through that tower staircase.
It's a big gamble to go on a Clash with the match on the line, and we've seen only a handful of Clash plays so far at this event, not anywhere near enough to give us some accurate information as to how they'll be. Citizen engaging early, Spiff. The kill, walks away with it. At one point, Spiff was 1 in 5.
Yep.
Now, heating up. Spiff suddenly 8 and 9. And it all started with that very quick, very aggressive take onto Laundry to start off this second half. Since then, Spiff bouncing back to more of what we saw from the very first map. Now he'll go for intel, assist the rest of his team, not through kills, but from information.
Again, confidence so important. You're gonna take a 1v1 against Citizen? That's not ever something that you'd want to do. But Citizen himself finding him in a odd place, really. 5 and 10, not looking too hot and losing out that gunfight while Soniqs are fighting from behind. To make things worse, with the Clash being played, you only have 3 active guns on the board. When Astralis start hitting down that bomb site execute, there's only going to be 3 guns that can shoot back and a walking shield. That means Astralis, they can almost guarantee an opening somewhere with 5 members alive.
Absolutely. Citizen having a rough map as well. 5 and 10 is not a good performer for somebody that you brought over specifically to be one of the main points of attack. Plenty of time in overtime. Almost like a mental reset, but if you're Soniqs, you gotta get there first.
Yeah.
They see the Clash. This is where things get tricky. Look at the lineup from the attackers. They've got 2 nades, Forest hands. Okay, they've got 1 nade from Spiff. Outside of that, and I guess the EMPs, there isn't a ton they can do. Try to knock this shield loose. Geo taking some damage, and now he'll slow them down. He relies on his team to do some damage, but Astralis' guns are better. An act of desperation from Geo, but Astralis send us to map number 3. The same scoreline as which it happened in map 1. Both of these teams take each other's maps in the 12th round. That gives us a showdown on Theme Park, and what a ride it's gonna be.
Yep, Theme Park, much more structured and strategical. It can play out so differently. Unlike the Clash of 10, but Astralis, the better team, they overcome the obstacles and they take the opponent's map pick.
Wow, Astralis. The ability to dig deep and make it work despite adversity working against them. They set the tempo with that second half and they carried the momentum onwards. We'll toss to a break, give you a little bit of a rest because we've got one hell of a third map between these two.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
everybody. Welcome back. We just had an exciting map number 2. Things are going the distance. 7-5 in map number 1 and 7-5 in map number 2 as well. We've seen Border, we've seen Oregon, but the only thing that matters now is going to be Theme Park. Now, strategically, this map is going to be so hard to pick apart for both teams at first. Let's talk about the stats, the numbers on your screen. Pretty even distribution. Top for Astralis on 11, top for Soniqs on 10. The bottom is 6 for Astralis and 5 for Soniqs. It's a full team effort across the board, but J9 know, as Parker said, really got the job done for Astralis on that map of Oregon.
Yeah, it's your superstar gunners that just are not showing up. Soniqs, as this team with all the depth that we constantly talk about, we've practically trip over ourselves.
Yeah.
To mention Rexen, Grixer, Citizen, Gunner if needed, Geo if needed. And what happens? Rexen has not looked very good today, period. Citizen had a brutal second map. Gunner battled consistency issues through most of the matchup.
Yeah.
So that leaves Grixer and Geo. Now, these same players largely didn't have these issues all the way back on Border. So you can't even look at Astralis and say, as we said yesterday in the matchup that we casted, where it's like, okay, well, it's W7M versus BDS. W7M are making Shaiko and Evac play worse. No, I don't think that's the case. These teams have said, and I think there was one quip at one point when we were listening on the comms where they said, they hate playing each other.
Yeah.
Because Astralis is so unpredictable.
Yeah.
And that unpredictability is what allowed them to get that finals berth against Dark Zero. But the roster that they had obviously wasn't good enough to win it. How do Soniqs bounce back? How is their mental? Because you saw it start to break a little bit in that second map. You heard some issues with Gunner and Grixer in particular fighting over, be quiet, just get on cams, do your job.
Yeah. Yeah, Citizen did make that note, and honestly, I don't think it's that deep. I think it's easy to feel personally attacked if someone says, hey, you have to watch this cam, you messed up, instead of saying, guys, we need to hold the cams better, because it can just feel very personal. Now, Goddess did call that timeout, and they spoke things through. It was relatively calm from Soniqs in that late half of Oregon. It didn't sound too bad, and it's very small things not going their way. Opening kills, getting caught off guard, Astralis building those early advantages. You made a comment early on, Oregon Park, that Spiff and Rexen, the two members that we're going to be looking at, well, one of them really showed up. Spiff started going from, what, 1 and 6 on the first half on defense to going like 9 to 8, I believe, or 10 and 8 on attack. He really started bringing home those early advantages, and the mid-round from Spiff staying alive, using those grenade utility as well. We saw it against the Clash. Geo did not have any real impact in that final round, thanks to Spiff. So let's see if they can keep it up for this third and final map. Dogebi will get banned every single time in this matchup. Her ban rate is absolutely up there. Ying, again, that one border round really causing an issue for Astralis. They're going to remove Ying from play. The defending choice they have to follow it up is going to be the Bandit. We spoke about Bandit bans happening every now and again. It's happened twice on Skyscraper, now happening on Theme Park. Of course, on pretty much every single bomb site, you can play the Bandit actively to trick, but it's mostly a problem for the downstairs throne bomb site and upstairs bunk bomb sites, when you can just play on the bomb site itself, reinforce all the walls, and just Bandit trick happily behind it. Asami, the final defender to follow. The scene is set with the operator bans. Theme Park, whoever wins this map, they take the entire best of 3 series. The loser goes home.
Yep. There's a very real possibility. As much as many of your brackets were busted yesterday as M&M went home or went down to the lower bracket, Soniqs could go home. And that would firmly bust pretty much all of the brackets from here on out. I don't think there's a single person who saw Soniqs going home this early.
No. That would be a big surprise.
Obviously, mind you, I think there were a lot of people who thought the same of Astralis, but after the roster move, after benching Kansan, bringing in Citizen, a big heralded change to this roster, expectations soared.
Yeah.
Citizen has been one of the most consistent players in the world and has battled against some of the best fraggers in all of Europe and often wins.
Yeah.
To have him go 5 and 10 on Oregon is unacceptable by pretty much every metric that I'm sure the Soniqs have. But the good news is that usually that's a once-in-a-lifetime thing.
It's certainly a rarity. Citizen...
Expect him to bounce back.
Yeah, he doesn't have those games very often, and usually doesn't have them twice in a row. So for Theme Park, things can quickly shape up differently. Hatch is soft, leading to the bomb site, which means these aggressive roamers can fall back at a moment's notice. Geo, single side member holding down the fort. He has actually very nice lineup, right? Because Solid's on the bomb site can still give information to the roamers where the drones are, the claymores, etc. Gunner might have tried to go for a C4, things otherwise off it that Hatch opened up. He is actually all the way downstairs. His silhouette is playing games with me. As Soniqs have mostly left the top floor and gone one floor down, holding this horizontally rather than vertically.
There's one breach to open up. As Shuttle now has the double door in Kafe to open up, and just piece by piece picking up some parts of the map. How good is the drone work for Astralis? They've only got 2 drones out on the field at the moment. Not a lot to work with. So they're going to be starved for intel through a lot of this execute. But if they want to go for a relatively routine take on the Throne Armory, that's okay. But as you can see, Soniqs have extended outwards. They're holding a lot of the map that don't come really close to Armory and Throne. Extended over towards Lab, over towards Barrels.
Yeah. And one member on the side is Geo with impact grenades. And it's important to note because with just a single hard breach of Ace, you can impact trick these Selma charges relatively easily. And there's only one left in Pocket of Horror, so hard destruction is very limited from the Astralis lineup. They got the 2 doors, the bomb site, and they got the hatch to work with, and it's gonna drop on in and try and take the fights.
That's the goal right now. Astralis, very first kill. Diffuser going down. Who's watching Forest? How is he pulling this off? Geo, the very first kill for Soniqs. It's Spiff to go, but Astralis are pixel perfect. They sit in the bomb site, and they clean house.
Listen. Okay, we see right there.
You said bunk?
Yeah.
Oh, lab, okay.
Taking Valk every single round, bro.
I'm gonna go Frost. I'm double Frost.
Taking Valk every single
round, bro.
Okay, I'm just gonna take Frost.
No words being mentioned about the previous round. I mean, it's relatively easy to pick apart, right? There's one member of Geo on the side, 3 members drop the hatch, they trade 1 for 1. You got 2 members plan down the diffuser instantaneously. It is a good run from Soniqs, but Geo not prepared for what might have happened to him. The hatch being soft, not sure if that was a mistake or intended. It looked like they were surprised and caught off guard by it, but they shouldn't have been. It should have been known to Soniqs that it was indeed soft as multiple members played in that location. Either way, new bomb site. That lab bomb site instead is going to allow you a lot of map roaming capabilities. It's why you also see all these shotguns being brought out. The Mute and the Frost impacts on the Solas as well. You can play across the top floor and the first floor. And this time, the bomb site not as rushable. Only one real way in, the side window. And for the first time, we're going to see these Frost traps being used because Astralis, they opted for the Bandit ban instead. And you heard that right. Frost has been banned on both map number 1 of Border and map number 2 of Oregon, both times by Astralis. Didn't think I would ever say that, but that has been the case.
They didn't like playing against her, and I don't blame them. But now, we'll see what Frost can be done. Was this a major hindrance to Soniqs? There are the Rotero drones to go in. They can open up the walls quite well. They have a lot to look at. They've got the Frost mats they can clear out. There's no deployable shields, but there is a bulletproof camera that they can take care of. There's those Goyo canisters to blow up as well. And while Rotero drones are likely not going to kill the Black Eye cams, you've got 4 more drones that you can use to scout where Valkyrie's gadgets are.
Yeah. The Forest drones is short-term information, so you'll still gain something from it. Combine that with a twit, for, like we saw in Oregon, you got a lot of drones at your disposal.
Loading mag.
Spiff having a decent start so far, got the 1 kill in the opening round, so he seems like an attacker favorite kind of guy so far in the game here against Soniqs. Always in the Ash of the Iron on aggressive rolls. Playing rather comfortably on the entry, I would say. I've been quite impressed with him so far.
I've been very impressed with Spiff at this event, and as a longtime fan of Calvin and Hobbes, Spaceman Spiff being one of the personas of Calvin, I have a soft spot for the name. Not sure how many people that actively play this game under the age of 25 care about Calvin and Hobbes.
I didn't catch it, so...
That's okay. Geo losing a lot of HP. Forrest and Spiff both downed and now secured by Rexon.
What? Huh? What happened?
The round is over.
Flawless.
Rexon gets kill number 1 and kill number 5 comes in roughly 2 seconds later. Alrighty then.
Yeah.
You guys can wrap that shit up the yellow hall too. Like,
When Rexon swung the arcade stairs, found 2 kills, and might have had a Frostman in Giraffe. I actually am not entirely sure, but either way, successful lap defense. Rotation, of course, still fearing that throne armory bomb site. It is the place to be as a defending team, but only if you can make it work in your favor. Astralis had the same thing happening on Oregon, where they attack basement the first time, flawless. It is so easy for them. Then Soniqs, they go elsewhere, then they go back to the bomb site, and then it becomes a little bit more difficult all of a sudden. See that trend will follow up. Attacker Repix coming out from Thermite onto Nuke and Buck onto Thatcher. I was gonna say, where's the hot breach at, Forrest? He agrees. Goes on to Ace instead. Only having 3 summer charges can be problematic, especially against those impact grenades that Geo brings time and time again. Gunner also with a set of his own. I'll say, I didn't expect the Gunner to play as many operators as he has been so far in this best of 3. I quite frankly thought he was going to be a one-trick pony, playing mostly the save, defending and attacking operator, but playing both the Jaeger and the Maestro, the Capital and the Jackal, Maverick. He is finding himself on a plateau of operators so far.
Good flexibility from some of these flex players, which is what you expect, right? That's why they pick him up. They thought he would be a good addition to the team.
Yeah.
They thought he'd be able to play support roles. They thought he'd be able to speak. He could entry.
I mean, I hope every player can speak. Otherwise, you certainly have some problems.
You know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Imagine there's a frost mat there. The anchor on Force's face would have been priceless, but...
How much? I would have paid good money to see that.
Yeah, exactly. It's not, unfortunately. He gets on in, gets back on out. Wallets open up for maintenance. No impact grenade goes out immediately, but it comes up shortly after.
Capkin Trap is found by Iconic, and that's ironic as he plays IQ.
Oh.
Now they know there's a Capkin on the Capkin on the board.
I suppose they do, but at what cost? Will half your HP on one member.
Win conditions, as I see it, for Soniqs. Rexon and Citizen need to have good games. That is it. Rexon has not had a good game so far. Citizen had an okay border and not a great Oregon at all. There needs to be redemption for both of these players. From Astralis, continue to set the pace, frustrate Soniqs. They do not keep as level ahead as we see from player comms as Astralis does. It seems like Soniqs get irritated far faster. Continue to set that pace. Spiff needs to do well, and you cannot have Shuttle and Forrest both underperform at the same time. If one of them can keep up with Spiff, or at least hold their own, then Astralis are in excellent shape.
Spiff holding down the fort right now, looking into the bomb set angle, open up on bottom yellow stairs. With Terror drones going out, we'll give some information. Evil Eyes, of course, ready to go on the breach as well to deny these informations from the drone. Soniqs, they don't have the best position here on the map. Citizen pretty low on the bomb site on the initial entry.
You gotta wait for Grixer to get back, and that's exactly what he's doing through maintenance right now. Gunner holding his own. The Buck by Dragon. Soniqs trail in numbers, but now they've equalized it. Down goes Iconic. J9 reads that so well. There's EDDs. You gotta watch your ankles as you want to go through the door. It's reduced to Gunner versus 2 players from Astralis, J90 and Forrest. Diffuser not held by either player, and he gives his position away as Forrest turns and guns him down. Astralis regain the lead.
Oh my god.
You're nasty.
It was literally just you fighting for your life.
So far, the team that gets that first opening pick wins the entire round. And Forrest types in chat, Gunner, I own you.
Oh boy. Bit of a taunt towards Gunner, that is, and you see it here. Weep, whoop, swoop, and gets the 180-degree flick. Gunner tried his best, but couldn't get the round. The throne lost 2 times in a row for the defending team is very uncommon to see. typically a very easy mountain to hold as a defending squad, but Astralis making really good work of it, both with the roam clear and this side execute. Again, the trades, Astralis always so close to one another, working that number magic in their favor, and because they get that opening kill, they just have more bodies to throw at Soniqs. Bomb side rotation being changed up because it has to. Things are not working from the defenders. Bunks. Now this is also where the Bandit Bank comes in. You cannot play a 4 reinforced wall setup. That's why you like to see them being soft right now. You gotta play extended out, play aggressive, because without the Bandit, well, tricking these walls is not going to work. If you play a Mute or a Kite Claw, a single EMP will completely ruin your day on the bomb side, so instead the mirror windows will give you a different approach to the same scenario. Astralis, they have no smokes, no twitch. They cannot deal with these mirror windows outside those Selma charges from Iconic. There are no mute jammers on the board or anything else, so the windows are easy to destroy once you get in position. Astralis, of course, can just say, we don't care about that side of the map, we're going Cafe Balcony instead, but taking Cafe is no easy feat either. Wall gets opened up. Citizen realizes just at the last second, runs away. No advantage really gained, but that breach that sees the mirror window. Citizen's position is limited now.
No way they're swinging this. They do. Gunnar gets very, well, it's actually Rexon who gets very confident. Gunnar loses his life, and now Rexon's itching for a fight towards Cafe. He just might get it and mows them both down. That's a huge play from Rexon to maintain control of Cafe. Spiff dies as well. These rounds so fast and so furious. Hard to tell who's going to come out ahead. Citizen sees the gun barrel, and that's an easy pick on to Iconic. Celebratory bomb. Forrest is outside the building. That's not where you want your Nook to be with 90 seconds to go.
Oh, it's not. And Janano and Shuttle, they do it up in the door to Cafe, but they didn't really shoot back. Rexon found both kills and both injures with the last bullet in the magazine. Jaeger, of course, seen that slight nerf a while back. Doesn't have 31 bullets anymore, but just 26. All he needed in that round was 26, however.
Ooh.
Tough position to be in. The crossfires are there.
Brutally hard position to be in, Nick. Like, tough is one thing.
Ah.
What do you do? Steps on a landmine. Soniqs win again. You know what I find really remarkable so far in this matchup?
What?
Go back to border. Astralis wins, Soniqs wins. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until we get to the second half. Oregon. Astralis wins. Soniqs win 2 in a row. Astralis wins. Soniqs. Astralis. 3-3 first half on border. 3-3 first half on Oregon. Theme Park. Astralis wins. Then Soniqs. Then Astralis. Then Soniqs. These teams are not just so consistent in the grand scheme of the map, they are so consistent that every single round is coming down to a couple small factors where neither team is able to shake the other.
Yeah.
There's no streaking really happening, other than Astralis winning 3 rounds in a row to close out Oregon. And Soniqs, I guess, technically winning 3 in a row on border, but one of them was won before the side swap. These teams are just within inches of each other.
They are.
Every round is a game of inches.
It speaks to the level of play that both of these teams are at, and it is a shame to see one of these two teams going home. Just like earlier, heroic Spacestation Gaming, we also saw one of those two teams going home. And the lower bracket is not made out of teams that are barely making it by or that are, you know, expected to go out early in the tournament. No, the lower bracket run are top tier teams, major champions, world champions. And now in this matchup, well, Astralis is second place at Chalet Major. Soniqs, very high expectations for this tournament. Neither has found very recent success, but go back the full year. Domestically in NAL, these two teams were top 4 every single time. Rexon might think about jumping out, but there are 3 members outside. It wouldn't be wise to do. Runs away instead. Astralis back to their original plan of applying this phantom pressure, windows being opened up, hatches as well. No entry points being chosen as of yet, and they keep Soniqs guessing as to where they might be striking from. That's difficult when you're a roamer.
There are the cams to Forrest, who takes solid control over top of Dragon. Expecting somebody Maybe over towards control room, but nothing. Rixon's close by, but not in the actual vicinity of it. Don't be fooled by the silhouettes. This is not an office initiation bomb site. This is thrown for the 3rd time.
Yeah, 3rd time.
3rd time's a charm, I guess. They trade back and forth. Nobody really given an inch again.
It's supposed to be Astralis' round if they go back and forth, but 2 versus 4, it's still winnable. They gotta find these kills. They gotta do it quickly because clock is ticking away. Shuttle has the read.
He knows exactly where Geo is, but he can't capitalize. Knowledge is only half the battle. You gotta execute on it. J90 in a 1v3, but Grixer is suffering. Soniqs win 2 in a row.
Keep fighting them. Good fucking shit. That was so good. Good job, Richie. Good job, Gio.
Yeah, good play, Spose.
We just fight.
Gunner's way of playing Siege is remarkably simple.
I absolutely love Gunner's attitude.
Just fight them, they suck. Fight them, fight them, fight them. We fought them, we won, fight them again. It's so simple. And honestly, if you want to fight your opponent on this map of theme park, going lap storage might just be the bomb set forward. We saw it back in round number 2, a flawless round 1 within 5 seconds, the first kill happening from Soniqs. You can extend out about all these rotation holes, the softballs, etc. You have so much map to work with. Soniqs looking at a 4-2 scoreline that Astralis couldn't get themselves back on Oregon when they were defending on that map. It's been straight down the middle on both the first map of Border and Oregon, 3-3 halves. Will we see it again? Will we see one team pull ahead? Well, it would have to be Soniqs. Astralis are down too far to pull ahead now, with just the 2 on the board. Valkyrie being brought around. Citizen said that earlier. Get that information up. The Campkins also working now, doing a ton of damage. Even found a kill previously on the throne defense.
That's an early
Lion.
Yeah, very early EE1D. I guess against this Astralis team, you gotta be a little bit, or against the Soniqs team, you gotta be wary of spawn peaks. We've seen them do it before. You know, I'd feel a little bit badly if Soniqs lose this one, solely because as I was coming down right before casting this, I was actually in the elevator with Gunner and Citizen.
Oh, okay.
And Citizen looks at me and he goes, "You're our good luck charm. I think we won every single time that you've casted us." Well, no pressure.
No pressure at all. Don't make us feel bad. Has been true though. But then again, Soniqs haven't lost that many times, so we'll see. Nate goes out, doesn't do any damage. Astralis, they peel off the members on the roam from Soniqs a little bit backwards. Citizen still holding on to the ground, knows they have to rappel on in. It's a favorable position to fight for him. Rexon also there. They have a buddy system going right now. No member of Soniqs really isolated and alone. Want to fight back in numbers and trade those kills against Astralis. See, they're all 4 people upstairs close together. So Grixer has gone down now with the Solus gadget. 1 member on the bomb site is Geo, I believe.
Setting up a breaching sequence. There go the Selmas. First kill goes to Soniqs. Down goes Shuttle. 1 in 5 for Shuttle. Forrest doing well though. Spiff a little bit under where he needs to be, but still doing okay. Again, these are the win conditions in terms of individual performance. It's a good thing he used that EE1D early on. There will be no more gadgetry from the Lion.
Loading man. The thing is, Spiff is playing Flores now, not the right entry operator.
Guess who's having a great game?
It's Rexon.
Absolutely. Forrest flattens him. Emerging from that crouch hole, Astralis have bunk. They have daycare. They have to convert towards lab. They got a minute to go. Grixer might be the difference maker. Not only do Soniqs have a numbers advantage, but you can stick somebody on a deep flank, and Solus is honestly has to be the best flanker right now.
Yeah. You can see if there's any active cameras, claymores, etc., air jabs, whatever you want to look for.
Active drones.
Active drones, yeah. Astralis at 30 seconds left. I mean, they're near the bomb site, but they got a long ways to go. Capcan traps as well. Watch out for the doorways.
Gotta look down. You have an IQ on the board. You should be able to find them, but sometimes in your haste, You're not always seeing Iconic rushes in. Down he goes. A double frost. Matt Forrest cannot contend. And Gunner destroys J90. What did I say about streaking? I spoke it into existence. Soniqs have now won 3 in a row. The first half is theirs 4-2.
Our hearts surrounds it right here, boys. Let's go, boys.
And the frost mat. It happened. It was Forrest. He hit it. 2 below the same window makes it tough. If you roll down in too fast, well, you get yoinked by the mat and you're stuck. Cannot move, cannot get up. You need help from your teammate. No timeout taken. Side swap will happen as per usual. No strategical talks needed. Both teams going in confidently into this first round. Since the swaps. Shield on site, so similar setup I imagine. 1 member gonna be playing on the bomb site itself, holding down that, preventing a rush. 4 members actively playing upstairs and across. ADS and Cafe, walls getting reinforced towards office. So Astralis perhaps choosing just one half of the map to care about, whereas Soniqs are a bit further out, starting on that security side, killing the first drone from the hatch, then falling backwards slowly. With Citizen up above playing aggressively himself. He finds himself on Jacko now. Who'll be in the front lines picking apart this setup. Gio actually ending that half with 8 kills and only 2 deaths, despite being the anchor player for most of those rounds. It's very impressive.
First half, by the way, in the books. Let's run through it very quickly. Throne played 3 times, Lab played twice, Bunk played once. In terms of opening duels, Astralis and Soniqs pretty much dead even. They both have 2 First Bloods apiece, and then for the other 2 rounds, they were trades right back and forth. Astralis got some good objective play down, kudos to them. Soniqs, round number 2, flawlessly done. Then they won the 3 in a row. In fact, completing that full rotation of Bunk, then Throne, then Lab. No timeouts burned whatsoever. No team kills that we've seen up to this point. No real major blunders either.
No.
Been a pretty clean game of Siege. But at the same time, we did have a couple of those rounds that were over in the span of about 5 seconds once the first kill went down.
Okay.
All right. Gunner decides to challenge or at least look into Cafe, and how dare he do that? When Spiff is in that position, nobody peeks into Cafe.
I was going to say,
for Astralis.
Spiff found himself on the floor as almost every attacking round, which honestly, I think that's a mistake given his impact on both Oregon and the border on the entry, but Astralis, there's no way of talking about that. The attacks are done for initially going to OT, now it's defense, and now Spiff is allowed the freedom of roaming around, taking these gunfights to his choosing. Soniqs can't quite get past these reinforced walls as Gio is not on that side of the map and he has no Selma charges left. That means you gotta find a different route around. Charlotte's looking very comfortable so far in this round.
Yeah, this is actually huge for Spiff.
Again.
Astralis hitting their marks. Soniqs lead, still holding firm, but about to go down by 1 round as Astralis answers with a flawless start to their defensive half.
That's all they're gonna do. Listen, when it gets quiet, bro, it's inside time.
No, it's inside time the whole.
Just trust each other, guys. Let's go.
Honestly, I think this might come down to the throne defense and attacks.
The cheese is what's gonna win us.
Soniqs, they played it 3 times of defense, only won it a single time. Now, well, they get to attack it for their first attempt, and if they lose that attack, and it's not even close, then Astralis has clearly shown that the better attacking team. And that's just the issue for Soniqs. They're not going to go back to defense unless they hit overtime. They need to find these rounds on the board. Only winning tertiary attacks is not going to be good enough. If Astralis can go 2 wins, 1 loss back-to-back, well, they take it in
What's that noise? What's that noise you're doing now? You start doing that noise all of a sudden.
Big. I don't know. Honestly, I think
I like it.
You like it? I think Gunner is affecting me because during the introduction of these 2 teams, when Astralis are huddled up doing their whatever they were doing, Gunner had that annoying thing again. He plays it like an instrument every single time.
In the elevators.
Oh, you asked him to do it?
I said, hey, you know that noise you make? And he goes, what noise? This noise? And then he does it. And I was like, yeah, that one's perfect. You should do that again on the broadcast.
It's like whenever Soniqs is playing and you look at the opponent, like opposing team, you'll always hear that in the background, just always lingering. You know it's Soniqs time when that sound comes out. It's their war horn, their battle horn. It sounds very silly, but it's the sound that they make before they go into battle. Armor being shown the board now from Rexen. And honestly, Rexen's done quite well for himself, finally put up some good numbers, but Grixer, 1-3 so far, hasn't really awoken an attack inside yet, but it's still early on. But if you're on the Iana with grenades, with the Gemini clone, you tend to be expected to find value very often because you have so much value to give and to share with your teammates. Nades can open up opportunities, the Gemini clone grants information, of course. The guns on Iana as well. All the top gunners prefer that operator because you get G36C or you get that ARX.
Great game from Gio as well.
Absolutely. Fantastic game from him.
Playing, I don't want to say sheltered on defense, but he was certainly not the front line for Soniqs. You know he's good enough to get into the building and get the diffuser down. Soniqs do historically like their plants. Mind you, it was Super the one who was often in charge of doing that. But objective play is a very key part of Soniqs. Even with all the offensive tools at their disposal, they don't just rely on kills to get the round done. Rexen goes in the window. Break room. Oh, he beheads J90. Through the walls looking for more. Now it's Iconic to contest. Citizen adds to his own tally, but Iconic is able to get away. That's exactly the start that Soniqs wanted. A round win here ties these two teams at 4 apiece. It guarantees 11 rounds of Siege. We have needed all 12 rounds of regulation for maps 1 and 2. I suspect that we will likely go deep into Theme Park as well.
Yeah.
Nothing has shown me that it won't be just yet.
Iconics isolated off the bomb set inside a lab. So decision for Soniqs here. Do you go and hunt him down, build that 5v2, or hit the side and leave the flank open? There's no wrong choice to be made, but you gotta make it fast with 40 seconds left, and Citizen, he's getting this information, but Spirit finds a kill in the meantime.
Gunners down for the count. The sledge is in, slow and able, opening up walls and floors with that hammer. Nice nade, claims the top of the Selmas, but there's the flank from Iconic. He might actually be able to get all the Selmas and keep some of this bomb site intact. Forrest finds 2 very quick picks, and Iconic on that flank is just as good as ever. 2 in a row for Astralis as they tie up this map.
Yeah, I think Citizen missed the flank of Iconic inside a lap, and that's gonna force a tactical timeout from Soniqs. Let's see what they have to say.
I will say, even when Richie gave me the map, it was still stalling. Richie was re-droning his break room over and over and over again, and that wasted about 45 seconds. We've seen open fucking tank. You guys are not taking the initiative. You're taking too much time. It's making us execute in the last like 10 to 15 seconds. We're also not holding flanks. We're gonna die. He's got flank again. So,
No one was dead.
Take the initiative and just calm down. There's a bickering around. Talk about what you're gonna do. What are you guys gonna do next?
They're gonna go bunk probably, Gio.
Probably they're gonna go bunker off. Let's talk about what you want to do.
Yeah, you wanna go fast, we wanna bleed him out. We can run floors and clear the shields.
So the 3 points that God is really trying to pinpoint here. Take initiative. If something's clear, take it. Instead of rejoining for 40 seconds straight. Watch the flank, like we just saw. Massive pain point for them with Iconic finding that gap. And thirdly is calm down. There's simply too many things happening, too many emotions in the air most likely. And once that starts happening and the comms get cluttered, it creates this panicky environment in the team atmosphere. And that can really change the outcome of these rounds in the clutch moments. It's tied up 4-4. The loser is going to be going home. It's third map. This is do or die for both teams. But you said earlier, Parker, you kind of worried for Soniqs and the mental side of things, where if things start slipping away from them, how's that going to seem? Whereas Astralis, they look rock solid every single time the team comes. Keeping it very quiet, very calm, peaceful, not really seeming too bothered if things aren't going their way. Whereas Soniqs, I mean, one flank goes poorly, all of a sudden they got a huge flank problem. They were correct in guessing bunkers up next.
This is a game between these two teams that is being played just really well. You know, I can almost hear Fresh saying in the other room, this is pretty much perfect Siege. Is it perfect? No, it's not. There's been mistakes from both teams, but ultimately there's been nothing really egregious that's been committed. You and I get flack for almost being too critical of teams. but there hasn't. I've wanted to almost balance the sheer amount of praise that we've given these squads.
Yeah.
With a little bit of, okay, well, here's the misstep you made. Here's how you can correct it. But we're not seeing a lot of that. Like, yeah, you let a flank go. Okay, but you're at a disadvantage in numbers. Every team that's down numbers that don't have a zero, don't have a nomad, don't have a gridlock are going to accomplish that.
Yeah.
You know, every team is going to have weaknesses depending on where they are in the map and what the player count is. I gotta say, I'm impressed with both of these squads so far, and I think both of them have made a very credible argument that they deserve to move on. It's a shame that we have to see one of them go home.
No, I agree, and there can be games that are close because both teams are bad, you know, having a mid-off, as we say.
We've had some mid-offs.
We've had some, and they happen. But this is not a close game because teams are playing poorly time and time again. This is close because both teams are fighting every single step of the way, bringing it from those 5v5s to 2v2s, and those very small decisions being a defining factor.
Look at this. This could be a rush from Soniqs.
But the jammer, it stops him. Monty has secondary MPs, that's Geo, has to rotate on over.
There it
Monty, a
goes.
great operator to pick up out the bomb side. It might be just what Soniqs needs.
Small opening created. Early bit of damage done to J90, and when I say early, I mean in terms of the execute, because we've seen a minute go by. Only one ADS still remaining. J90, a proud parent of those ADSs, still sitting with his children.
That's a first.
Geo taking way too much damage as a Monty should, and there goes a toxic canister that could have claimed his life. J90 in this position, eliminating Gunner. Gunner on the entry, not good this round, not good enough. You still got backup on Soniqs, but you don't have control at Kafe for SQ. You've only got a couple people in the building, and your Monty is very close to death.
Yeah.
Looks like J90 has been finished off by Kafe again. It's the Monty getting in on the action. Toxic canister goes out. Geo will survive a single tick of that. A second tick should drop him. Spiff does so much damage with the DMR, and now he has to outduel Geo, but Forrest gets it instead. Astralis are mighty fine, and they say, we don't give a damn if you take a timeout.
Calm down. Calm down here, all right?
Huge round for them. Come on, Iconic.
Iconic has ice in his veins. Come on, you know back to the Charlotte Major. Things are going crazy, and Iconic is sitting there as if it's just another day at the office. Just ice in his veins, stone-faced.
Yeah.
There's a job to be done.
Yeah, and I respect him for it, and honestly, Iconic wants to play in front of a crowd. Obviously, every single player does. That's the end goal, like on main stage. But Iconic, he wants a crowd. He wants to make the play in front of that crowd and have them scream his name like they did back in Charlotte when he was finding play after play and opening after opening for Astralis. And when you're in lower bracket, it's a long way. So eyes on the prize, full focus on the mission ahead. These are long days for these teams. If you win, you got another best of 3. It's not just one done and dusted. And again, the loser is going to be sent home. I want to keep reiterating that statement because that's the stake they're playing at. And now we're going to see that fooling around again. Soniqs, the glass, the blitz, the finger. The thing is, this is a lab bomb site. It is very difficult to rush as there's one window into the bomb site itself and a second window in through bathroom, which has that self-destructible floor above it, which is being held last time by Spiff. This time, well, it's also by Spiff. So Soniqs, they can try to tempt it. Frost mats, of course, on the table as well. Windows are dangerous.
I'm deploying a drone.
So far, it's phase 1. Set up. Gain that information. Try and figure out what the bomb set looks like. How many people are here? Geo and the Blitz will lead the charge if an execute were to break out.
They like these
going for it.
And they're just running right in. Adrenal surge to go. J90 stopped them last time, but he's dead now. Smokes get eaten by the ADSs. Geo missing that opportunity. First kill had gone to Citizen on the glass. Gunner now one as well. Astralis cannot stop this advance from Soniqs. SQ are just hitting all their shots. Forrest will contend against the diffuser down. He sees the blitz, and here comes the pain. Flawlessly done by Soniqs. Just like maps 1 and 2, Nick, we're going all the way.
And again, really good siege being played. They don't rush it, Soniqs. They take their 30 seconds, they pay the respect and say, let's just see how doable this is. Okay, it's really doable. Now we go, boom, straight on in. Spiff isn't there to punish. Citizen gets to opening kill on glass, perfect coverage. Geo delivers the fuses, gets down the smoke grenade, he starts planting, and nobody even gets close to shutting it down. That's the rush, that's the one-off done and does. That's never gonna happen again. It's never gonna work again, most likely, in this matchup. And this, the thrown bomb site, that is going to be the very, not final test for Soniqs, because there are more rounds to be played, but it is certainly the most important one. That is the make or break. If you go back like 3 rounds in the past, I was saying how Astralis, they won 2 out of 3 thrown attacks. That could be the difference maker in terms of round score on the attacking side. If Soniqs, they can't break this apart, well, again, Astralis go to match point, then Soniqs, they attack secondary or tertiary bomb site, and they will very likely see overtime as a best case scenario. However, if Soniqs can break this throne, they have a very good shot at actually taking it in regulation. There's no Monty, there's none of those funny operators of glass or blitz. It's a stable lineup. Grux are being given the nuke, can sneak around the map. They do have 6 grenades. So Soniqs perhaps trying to force some early picks with utility instead of gunfights, as they deem it too risky on that roam clear.
So you call them pocket strats, right? Keep them in your
pocket
back
strats. Yeah, whipping out sometimes.
Just when you need it the most. Astralis have some good tools to deal with whatever comes. A Warden, a Valkyrie, and a Solus means that you're going to have no shortage of intel. You've also got 3 Nitro cells.
Yeah.
So should a shield emerge, that explosive end to the shield operator is capable in 3 separate operator sets of hands. Capcan traps also to slow them down. A lot of this Astralis lineup is actually designed around stopping yet another rush or an aggressive shield take on the bomb site. Now, as you pointed out, it's not what Soniqs want.
No. And it seems like Astralis in general, they like adapting to what the enemy is doing time and time again, round after round.
Oh!
Nicely done.
Pops out at the time you were least expecting it, just like a jack in the box. Goodbye, J90. Solus, a very valuable intel operator, not on the board any longer. He's on cam duty.
Yeah, there are 2 roamers still though. 1 bathroom, 1 lab. They can play together, but the issue is the floor above them is destroyable, and Sledge is there to break it apart. They gotta fight for their lives.
Tiny bit of damage done to both to Forest and to Spiff. That's a Nitro cell from Iconic. Can they hear that sound?
Maybe.
Oh, he misses it onto the knock and loses the duel! Iconic had a golden opportunity, but he doesn't pull it off. Spiff now inside of storage. He's in a rough place. They're going to drone him. They know he's in there, and they've got 2 players from Soniqs that can easily pinch him. But Spiff can pull this off. You know he's a talented player, but not with Citizen in tow. He's having that bounce-back game that we talked about, Nick. And now down goes Forest. Soniqs just need Shuttle. That's it. 2 and 7. This is more like Shuttle on border, but ooh, down goes Geo. This is one of the best players and another. If they're going to keep Shuttle 1v1, injured, he can easily win this. Citizen's been down by the EDD. Rexon will have to clutch. Can he get there in time? Does he have information? Nade goes off. Shuttle doesn't seem to know where he is, and Citizen will get back up. Shuttle the Nitro cell, finishing off what he started. Citizen with diffuser in hand. Shuttle will need to end this. Citizen has to take the engagement because he's almost out of time, and Shuttle plays it perfectly. Astralis on series point.
Parker, you questioned this man so many times in map number 1 and map number 2, but it's in map number 3 he says, see what I can do. The throw defense almost lost, but it's salvaged in the saving seconds of the round. Shuttle and the Capcan trap, of course, we gotta give some credit there. Get the job done. Timeout from Astralis to get this final round for them on match point.
I mean, we could do the fucking blender, bro. Someone's targets the left and start down side, play for the walkout.
I mean, yeah, go for it. Let's press them here. But listen, if it goes in OT, keep doing what we're doing. Dave, just realize right now they're starting to realize what we're doing. These fast off layers.
Yeah, so we can hold.
Let's close right here. Let's close right
hard, say like a hard done to OT.
Yes. If it does go, let's close it right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say hard to OT. Like we should also take the zone with an auto because like, bro, I think we really could have played top dragon and maintenance at the time. Like, I think we peel like if we peel back, it's gotta be with an auto.
Yeah, let's go on, guys. Take that shit. Peek sneaking, bro.
So like,
where did that?
During that round, I was making a checklist to try and see how many of Goddess's points Soniqs would cover on their second attempt at this bomb side. I had flank being watched, check, successful. The full roam clear, check, successful. They cleared out lab and they cleared out bathroom. And I was gonna put wind thrown, check. I was just about to put it down, and then the shuttle show began. Demoralizing round for Soniqs to lose, and their mental has to be questioned now on this possible final round.
Wow. Not only do you have Shuttle with ice in his veins, he himself has been around for ages, playing with that old Elevate squad. But now he leads a younger team, potentially to victory. What an upset it would be for Soniqs if they were eliminated here in the lower bracket. We're at the point now where it's going to be an upset most of the time, no matter who goes home. These teams are all so good, and the lower bracket run is absolutely jam-packed.
Yeah, it is.
But when you look at the roster on paper and the success that Soniqs have had up to this point, so many people had them making it not just out of the lower bracket, but making it to be one of the final teams to compete at the stage on Friday.
Yeah.
Some of them, like you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, my damn predictions, man. I had to make the grand finals against BDS.
Well, BDS has their hands full against Liquid on the other stream right now.
Oh, man.
So it's entirely possible that both BDS and Soniqs get eliminated at the same time.
That's ridiculous to think about. The fact that it's even possible.
Welcome to the Six Invitational, Nick.
Man.
You've won it twice. You should know this.
I know, but still, this is ridiculous. And this match right now, going the distance, all 3 maps.
All 12 rounds. No overtime required, but we've gone through every single round of regulation. Soniqs hinging their stakes here on the Monty. They lose Rexon. He had a rough go of it so far today. He's still not playing up to his ability, but now you've lost Geo as well. Astralis looking for a date with Lost One later today. Neither of these teams wanting to go home, but the reality might be setting in for Soniqs. Their only way out of this round is a victory, or I suppose a loss, and then they're out of the entire event.
This is tough because Geo and the Monty had the secondary EMPs. That means these walls are mute jammed. They can't get through them. Softful, the guys who make a play off it, walks on through. But as far as they peel back, they don't give them any free kills playing close together. It's Gunnar, Grixer, and Citizen who has to find the match in a 3 versus 5 round for everything.
A 5v3 is the most precarious lead in Rainbow Six. Both these teams have flawlessed each other. Problem for Soniqs. Do you stall out? Only 40 seconds to go. Goodbye, Gunnar. Iconic, a beautiful shot. He's still in a powerful position playing by that B-bomb chassis. Grixer and Citizen are known for winning games single-handedly. They need to start getting picks. Forrest down. J9O removed as well. Grixer a flash, but it's all up to Grixer, and he can't get it done. Soniqs go home. Astralis move on.
The teamwork makes the dream work, and Astralis, one of the most formidable teams at that particular element of Rainbow Six Siege. And Spiff, what a great addition and great debut for Astralis.
That second half, boy oh boy, 5-1 the second half for Astralis. It seems like they knew a thing or two about Theme Park. The people showed up on Astralis when they needed to.
Yeah.
We rightly called out Shuttle for his poor performance, but boy oh boy, he single-handedly wins a round that catapults Astralis into a series point situation. This looks more like the Astralis that we saw make a daring run to the finals in Charlotte.
Yeah.
Spiff has settled into this team, and if they can just fine-tune a couple things, then I honestly believe Astralis can make a very deep run. But first, they'll be in action later today. They got to get through Lost One, who were knocked into the lower bracket by Wolves yesterday.
That's crazy to think of because this year was so close. Imagine how much energy and time that takes from Astralis' members, right? I know what it's like to play a long series, but 2 in a row fighting for your chance at staying in the tournament, absurd. And I got to do it one more time in just a few hours.
And this was not a fast match at all. It's not like it was a 7-1 and then a 7-1 and then a 7-1. It's like, okay, you know, we didn't really end up playing that much Rainbow Six Siege. This was 12 rounds, 12 rounds. 12 rounds. And outside of the potential 9 rounds of overtime over those 3 maps, there really isn't much more Siege that could have been played here. So it was a grueling battle. But Astralis, objectively, the better team today. Soniqs had no wiggle room. They go home.
I still can't believe it. Again, my predictions in the gutter. I was trying to make it far, but I had Soniqs make it further.
I mean, welcome to the Six Invitational. The World Championships, where anything can happen, and this match right now should show you just that. There are more upsets that are going to happen. Though I don't know if I'd call this one an upset, but there certainly will be upset fans after that result. Astralis moves on, Soniqs go home. 2 more matches on this stream alone. We'll see you in just a couple minutes.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
back, friends, to the Command Center. We're live in our studio in Montreal. It's all beautiful here, and even more after a North American bout between Astralis and Soniqs. Soniqs have been eliminated from the tournament, so our winners are Astralis, and we're joined by Spiff, newcomer to the team here on the desk. Spiff, congratulations on the win. How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. I'm feeling really good. You know, that last map was, I think everything was like a 7-5 too.
It was close, all of it. It was indeed 7-5, 7-5, 7-5. And you know, through a tough game like that, there's always players that really stand out against the rest. And guess who our MVP is for the series? Come on, bring it up. Wow, it's Spiff! That's crazy. Can you believe it? Now, I know you're coming into this matchup and into the tournament with a lot of learning, basically, to do at this level. Who do you feel that on the squad really helps you become the better player, the MVP of the game?
I mean, all my teammates, and Call Out, Mango, Wafer, you know, Shut, Forest, Iconic, J9O, like, they all help me a lot. Like, they know, like, I'm basically like a sponge, just like learning everything they tell me, you know?
Do you have a specific player that you turn to when you feel that you need some advice or some help?
Probably either Call Out or Iconic, because, you know, Iconic's been playing the entry, and now I'm a newcomer into the entry role, so if I have any, like, problems, I just ask him on, like, how to do my job better.
Fair enough, my friends. And Shaq, do you have any questions for...
Yeah, for sure. You lose the first map, which is your map pick. How do you mentally come back after losing your own map pick?
We weren't really demoralized. Like, we just go one round at a time, you know? We lost border, all good. We have 2 more maps to bounce back and win that 2-1.
Sounds good.
I would describe your playstyle as a little bit chaotic at times. I think it would be fair to say. There's a lot of chaos going on. Is that predetermined, or is it just people on your team just spot something and you all just go with the plan?
Well, I mean, we are kind of chaotic, but, you know, we kind of flow through the chaos, you know? Like, we kind of...
Do you try and drag other teams into your game?
Yeah.
Rather than playing theirs?
Yeah. We like keeping it hectic.
Yeah.
You know, keep them on their toes.
I mean, you were saying that, you know, Soniqs looked really scary in the group, so how good they were in the way that they played. But what kind of flipped that switch to say, actually, they are immortal. Like, we can take them down.
Well, before I was on the team, you know, Astralis was 3-0 against Soniqs. You know, they beat him every game in the stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. You know, I decided, you know, we got to make it 4-0 and send them home today.
I mean, you did indeed send them home, especially after that loss against Dark Zero yesterday. They picked DZ to play against specifically, so hey, that's something that you can play into it. Spiff, anything you'd like to say to all the Astralis fans out there before we wrap it up?
Thank you, everyone. You know, your support really helps us, and, you know, we hope to be +1 later too, you know.
That's a big game for later. Lost one versus Astralis around 3 hours from now.
Yeah.
Or such. Yeah, 3 hours exactly from now. So long day ahead. We won't keep you too long. I know you need to rest before you get to it. Thank you again, Spiff, for joining us on the desk. It was a pleasure to have you on. Now, let's move on to our analysis part of our post-game. Thank you so much, Spiff. There it is. 7-5 on map 1 for Border. And Soniqs took, like you said, Astralis's map pick.
Yes, we were really looking forward to seeing Astralis on the attacks. We hyped them up coming into this game, but how good their attacks were. And I sat back listening to the comms, and they were, as you mentioned, indeed, very chaotic, very fast-paced. It was a lot of things happening, players really shouting at each other. They've lost maybe some initial ideas, but still managed to take up a few rounds, despite ending Border 3-3 in attack.
Yeah, I think it was I don't think Astralis was too ready for Soniqs on that map. Soniqs had a good handle on how they were going to play, good counter preparation. And I think the one thing for Astralis that particularly haunted them on map 1 was the entry kills. They lost basically 10 out of 12 entry kills, which, especially on Border, with it being such a gunfight-heavy map, I know the casters talked about it, it was always going to be very hard to recover the rounds. The fact they got it to 7-5, despite the entries again being poor, is actually a testament to how they can play in that late round.
Well, what if we dug even more into details and strategies? And do you think there's something we can pull out of it?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to show something on the telestrator.
Illustration.
I'll just walk over this way.
Go ahead. Look at her. Go ahead. All yours.
Immediately, because there's a lot of action happening. We talked about how chaotic this game can be sometimes, but we're looking at a Soniqs execute right here. A few things you need to know before we get started with this execute. There is a glass watching all the way from the AC window, and all the smoke canisters have already been used prior to this execute coming out from Soniqs. Now, what we'll see happening is we'll see Gunnar walk in, he will just run inside, and he will pick up 2 very important kills, eliminating the 2 players that were playing in Archives. And when that happens, you are setting yourself up for an execute. Right, the few things we have looking for us is we have the Zero watching the top of East, we have the glass outside the AC window watching the armory door, and we do have a player in Archives watching the office outside. And we have Citizen underneath, which is also going to be super important. There is a Solus on the board on the side of Astralis. They can stop that plant if they're underneath, seeing where the diffuser is going down. So Citizen being down there, stopping any C4, stopping any Solus is also super important. By this time, you have everything set up, the plant can go down, and that is exactly what is happening. We'll see that the player in Archives and Citizen underneath will fall, but the plant goes down. All you have to do is wait. You have the cover on this window, you have the Monty standing extended, and this is what I love. We've all been in this situation in ranked, right? This plant is down, they have control outside AC window, they have control outside East. What does Forest? He just goes outside. He goes outside, watches that glass outside of the AC window, and basically makes sure that the glass cannot easily peek from the left and right side. See, he's getting shot whilst he moves just a little bit, and then eventually they will get the down on him there. The player on top East needs to then move in, needs to make sure that they're not getting that counter defuse going on. He will swing accurately. Doc is still outside, by the way. So Grixer moves up and tries to shoot the person outside, goes for the frag on the person that's going for the counter defuse. Eventually, no more time for Astralis, but I've loved that they just had someone sitting outside, and this execute was also perfectly set up by Soniqs.
Thank you very much. And on the Talistration station, that was map 1 in this series. You saw Border, but the series continued to be contested quite closely. It was a 7-5, 7-5, 7-5 on Oregon. Jack, please help us out. What happened here?
I think the best thing about Oregon for Astralis was the fact that they got through on the defense on a 3-3 split. Now, it's not often that we would actually be saying that, oh, it's really good that they got a 3-3 split. But we highlighted in the pre-show that they were struggling on defense and were unreal on attack, and that's exactly what we saw in Oregon on their opponent's pick. 3-3.5 going into the attacks, and then they managed to win 4 out of the 6. And I think you can see there, J90 has had an excellent tournament. Spiff's had a great game there as well. Iconics turned up. The whole team has basically turned up there, and that's not something that we've been able to say about Astralis.
Yeah, they were much better on the entries as well going into the second map. You mentioned how they lost a lot of their entry engagements. First map, second map was a lot better. Again, we saw a lot of explosive plays coming out from Astralis, being really aggressive, but that did help them a lot on their attacks.
And you thought it ended there? No, it did not. It went to map 3 in the series. Of course, Theme Park got even more hectic on that third map, like we heard from Spiff on the interview. Thank you, Spiff, for joining us on here. It seemed like Astralis just liked the controlled chaos. You were describing it also before we entered our matchup. Forest at the top and a full victory for Astralis.
I mean, you're looking at a 7-5 that realistically at 5-5, a 1v4 happened. That 1v4 doesn't happen, and Shuttle has taken a lot of heat this tournament. You know, we came into this talking about him being the lowest rated player, and sure, he went 6 and 7. That he got 1v4. That on 5-5, put them on match point and set them up. And I genuinely think like those are the big plays that you want. If you've not got a player that's playing well in the tournament, if he pops up and just gets that one big play in one round that gets you over the line, Astralis will be taking that all day long.
I mean, it's impact kills, right, coming out from Shuttle in that point, and especially it being so late in that game and so close to match point, it must have been very hurtful for the mental on Soniqs. And we talked about how this was a thing in the M&M game, how their comms seemed a lot more sad, and there was not really as much coming when there was such huge things happening against them. So yes, really good attacks by Astralis. Once again, we saw that huge play coming out there too. We do have to also mention Gio had a great game, but Gio was also the last person standing from the last SI finals.
True.
So now that he is gone, we will not have anyone here to defend their SI title from last year anymore.
Go back to back.
It is all done. We are confirmed to have a completely new champion, but then again, you know, I mean, Spacestation are still in competition. They've earned it in the past, but there's so few people that have actually done it. Kantoraketti is also still in here. We know Koi are prepared for it. So, hey, there's a lot of details for it to iron out and a lot of speculation. And we're going to try to kind of push a bit of it to the side because our last matchup for this first half of the day is done. Our fourth game, BDS defeating Team Liquid. We'll be back to break that down in just a moment. Welcome back, friends, to the studio live from Six Invitational 2023. I'm also your host, and EU has taken another win, baby. BDS victorious against Team Liquid to knock them out of the running. And here we are with Monsieur Brian. Where is Brian? He is here on the desk. Lems, congrats on the win. How are you feeling?
To be honest, I'm feeling very great. I think we played much better than the previous matches we played. And but the thing is, like, I'm very happy, but I know that we need to stay focused for the next match tonight.
Lads, we have Demo and Ollie, of course, on here. We'll be asking some questions. So what do you guys have in mind to our good LMs?
Brian. Talk to me about Chalet, because that was obviously the first map. A lot of 1v2s that you guys were letting slip, mostly because I think Paulu had great game, and he was just anything you guys tried to do was just killing you every single time. What is it about you? Was it communication today? What was the situation there where you were kind of losing these rounds that you should be winning?
So I think that today we didn't repeat the same mistakes as yesterday, because yesterday we should have go 2-0 against W7M. We should have beat them 2-0. But we did like few mistakes, like we cannot close rounds. So we are very frustrated yesterday. And but today we said, okay guys, if there is something that happened that is not supposed to be happening, like for example the 1v2, don't react to it, just stay like robots, focus, and we'll win anyway. And that's what we did. We didn't show emotion or anything. We just focus on what we have to do, and it worked today.
A question that I've got, talking about emotion and going off the back of that. Renshiro today, there's something got into that guy because he was really animated today. He was really alive. He was banging the desk. He was really getting behind you guys. Is that that's not always a side of Renshiro that we see every single play day?
To be honest, I think this is the face of Renshiro, for example, when we went to Jonkoping or when we played the EU final in last December. Like I said, Renshiro is a guy that is very shy. He doesn't talk that much, but when he's comfortable, with the ambience, the good mentality, good vibes, he's unstoppable. And I think today we had a very good mentality, very good vibes into the team. We were confident. So, for example, we knew that we could have lost Chalet, but we knew that Clubhouse we got this because. It's Clubhouse. And,
didn't say that yesterday.
And Team Park, I think people underestimate a lot us on this map. We beat Liquid 2 times on it, and Liquid is one of the best teams on team. So. Yeah, don't underestimate us on team.
There was a time where BDS sucked on Theme Park, but that was when it was just introduced into the rotation. That's been a while from now. But M&M Gaming is your next opponent in just a few hours. So it's a team that you know very well, right, from your own region. But they've been playing very differently here at SI. What are your thoughts?
I think that M&M is a great team, always has been a great team, to be honest. We practice them a lot, so we know what they are capable of, strategy-wise, aim-wise, mechanics-wise. They have insane players. So obviously we will, it will be a bit of a weird match because they kind of know how we play. We also know how they play. Right now we are a bit under the emotion of the match that we just finished, but I think we just need to rest, get focused for that match, because I think it will be the same level. It will be a hard match, and that we need to win. So full focus, don't underestimate them, and that's it. And we need to keep the good vibes things. Sorry.
Now, with this done, anything you'd like to say to your fans ahead of the BDS M&M game?
Okay. Thanks to all the fans. Thanks to all the fans that are supporting us. You give us energy and force for the loser bracket that is coming for us. So thanks a lot for that, and we'll do our best to not disappoint you. And for the French people, merci à tous les gars, on se bat pour vous, on va tout donner, et puis voilà, et puis vous inquiétez pas, on va tout donner. Voilà, je fais plein de bisous.
See how he changes when going from English to French. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, LMs.
Thank you very much.
And good luck for your next game against M&M Gaming. C'est dans 3 heures, 3 hours from now.
Yeah.
You excited for that?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah,
Anyways,
yeah.
That was LMs here on the desk with us. So let's continue on with our analysis into map 1, Demo X. Let's get it started. What happened on Chalet?
Well, Milosh, I got a little bit excited when we started on Chalet.
Did you?
Chalet was a map for me that you could tell straight from the off that this was going to be one of those games that goes down in the history books of lower bracket for SI, because we've got two titans battling it out against each other here. Now, it was a fairly slow start for Liquid. It was a great start here for BDS, but something happened, a little bit magical during that Chalet game, and Palu came alive. And BDS, they could not put a foot right on that map after that point.
We were watching and we thought that, wow, Liquid are looking different vibe, different mentality. The passion's there. The classic Paulu clutching a Neska straight over to him, screaming in the face, tell him how good he is. It's vintage Liquid. That's what we've seen from the first map. But like LM said, they were okay because they knew what the second map was, and it's obviously Clubhouse, the stronghold that we know that BDS love.
And you see Paulo on the scoreboard, as both of you are mentioning, plus 11. Really, BDS couldn't find a single opener, even seeing Shaiko going negative, -1 for Shaiko. That's incredible for the top-rated player in like 7 different stats here at the Invitational. But from Chalet, we headed to Clubhouse. As you mentioned, Demo, and BDS kept up with the same bans that they've been having throughout this series of the Ying and the Azami. They go in. Clubhouse is a comfort pick for BDS.
Course, yeah.
We expect this to work this way.
Yeah, naturally, you would always like to fancy BDS going on Clubhouse. Yesterday, different story. I blame Fresh. That's who I blame
agree with you.
for that happening yesterday. Always blame Fresh. But again, I think BDS, they were a lot more comfortable here. You know, Renchi, like you mentioned, Ollie, he loved that map so much. He was alive after that third round. I think that big kind of clutch where maybe Laguna should have won at the shotgun, but he didn't. At that moment, that's whenever I think the game just came in the arms of BDS and they were able to clean it up from there.
You could see how confident BDS were on this map as well. There was occasions where LeakyFact was inside of Church and Arsenal, and the defenders had become the attackers in the first sort of 50 seconds of the round. BDS are just so quick to move on this map, so quick to take advantage, and so good to use that space. And we saw really good pop-off moments from a number of different players on there. Again, Shaiko didn't really set the world on fire, but honestly, that's what this BDS team needs. They don't want to be relying on Shaiko to hypercarry every single time. And we commented on it on Chalet, and it's a running theme throughout all 3 of these maps, that Shaiko, he isn't at the top of the leaderboard. In fact, he's nearer to the bottom. And it's other players like your Renshiros, like your LeakyFacts, like your LMs, that are all stepping up and getting more of those kills that you would expect usually go to Shaiko.
In fact, the perfect player to enter this team since Brite. You need somebody to back Shaiko up. It cannot be a one-man show, and we see it not just in EUL, but even here at the Invitational on our scoreboard. Now, map 3 was Theme Park. It was also a 7-4 for BDS. 3-3 at the half with an attack starting side for BDS is a very respectable start.
Yeah, I think BDS eased into the game. I think as time got on, they grew into the matchup. I think that momentum from the second game, Ollie's theory about if you win the second map, you almost certainly win the third is once again coming true. Liquid on the attacks for me, they're struggling with basic stuff. They're struggling getting walls open. If you can't get walls open on the Armory throne, come on, they're struggling with impact tricks. So many things are kind of going wrong in terms of the Liquid camp just on basics alone.
And you talk about emotions and stuff like that, you could really see the heads dip on the side of Liquid, and it just rose from the start, really from BDS. It started a little bit timid over on that first Chalet, and then after Clubhouse, the confidence just started to soar. And we were a little bit dubious of the maps going into this one as well. We were a bit cautious of the map veto, and it was one of those occasions where it did look like it favoured BDS in the end. Again, looking at the scoreboard here, we've got Shaiko at 9 and 7, +2. That's not really his usual standard, but it was a fairly low kill game overall. Renchi, top of the pops over on the Liquid side. Nesk did have a little bit of a better game here, but it was by no way enough to catch up to BDS.
So who was our MVP for this matchup? I would be very surprised if it's Shaiko. That would be rigged at that point. I think it's very fair to say that. So bring it up on the screen. Show me the money, as they say, because teams so far have collected a decent chunk of cash. It's LeakyFact. I'm not surprised, but looking at these 3 maps, it seemed like it was an equal footing from all the players of BDS, all participating. Honestly, you could have put Renshiro there instead of LeakyFact. It would also been a correct answer, at least subjectively to me.
Yeah, EFAC not having the greatest of tournaments in terms of what we expected from him, because whenever he joined this team, he set the world on fire and the standards he set. And because he's so good in the standards, we've seen him do it week in, week out inside of EUL, and we see him do it at the major. We hold this guy to such high regard. So even like not a good performance for EFAC is actually an amazing performance for someone else. That's just how good he is, but it's good to see him back in it again. And hopefully this can build a bit of momentum for him then. If he's back to his old ways, BDS, that lower bracket run could be theirs. It could be.
It really could. He's one of the more flexible players on BDS as well at the moment. You know, I know that there was a graphic brought up earlier on in the week about Shaiko basically playing Iana all the time, and then he picked onto Ashe as a bit of an exotic choice. And he did exactly the same in this series. You know, it was the same sort of picks. And you get Leaky Fak, and he's all over the pitch. He's like he's a quality midfield player, as it were. He's putting in the yards. Really
box to box, that's it,
and that's what you want to see from a player like Leaky Fak, and well deserved. You know, I think for me, the best team has won today without a shadow of a doubt. BDS put in that full team performance.
So here is what our bracket looks like so far in the day. We're halfway through our day of playoffs. So hey, here's the bracket. I am the bracket.
He makes the bracket, everyone.
No, I definitely don't. This is not a one-man show. In the lower bracket, it looks as it does. I have myopia. I need to look as close as I can. There it is. Spacestation taking down Heroic 2-0. They'll be facing off against M80 in just a bit, actually. Dark Zero go up against G2. Lost 1 against Astralis, who we just saw taking down Soniqs. And finally, an all-EU bout, M&M versus BDS. Reminder, at the top of the board who are not playing today are OXG, Wolves, Koi, and W7M. They will be playing tomorrow, but those teams are guaranteed a spot on the main stage. For those that are watching that'll be with us in Laval come Friday, you'll get to see them all, which I am very excited about. But that was the first half of our day. Ollie, Demo, thanks so very much for being on the desk with me. That's my part of the day done and dusted. Jackie will be back on here, take you through the rest of it all. Peace out. See you in a few minutes.
My first impression to Nighthaven was its beautiful looks and stuff. Like, I thought it was a very fresh map, and it was like a new map, and I was excited because we haven't had a map in a long time.
I was more so excited just because like they talked about it like being built for like the competitive side of the game, so that excited me.
It was like something new. It was nothing like any of like the other maps. I feel like it's a really good map, but you need to be more in it, playing multiple times to be confident and comfortable on it. The kind of rank strats that I like to run would be the Azami on the rafters, kind of just like Clubhouse. That's what I do.
On defense, it's just like setting up like default stuff. Like if you play, for example, in the highest elo, there's like always these tendencies of where to put shields, rotates, and stuff like that. So that's nothing changed on my end. But on attack, I have like certain like pushes and with my team, so it's great.
I have some Asami strats and Mira strats for basement in the Haven, and the kitchen is just reinforce and run out.
The best part is that it's a big map, but you can play the map like you want. If you want to do a control map, like control everything, you can. If you want just to push straight to the bomb site, like upstairs or downstairs, you can also.
Like the first floor, like the new basement, I think it's way better than like all the other maps that have basements like that. It's a lot more complex.
When I saw like a trailer for Azami, I just knew like bringing in like a character like that just brings a lot of creativity.
You know, I see her throwing these gadgets across the rooms, like blocking off walls and doors. So in my head, you know, there's a lot of things that I could be able to do with her, and a lot of things that other teams and people could do. And yeah, she looks really strong.
So I was like, wow, what's that? You know, that's so incredible.
I remember the first time playing Azami. You can play like really aggressive with her, you know. You gun one side and then you block the other one.
She was putting the Kiba barrier at the skylight. I was like, oh, I can't take that. I can't break it. I don't know how to play against it.
The best way to deal with Azami is bringing a Habana. Habana can shoot her pellets.
Is to play slow on attack, you know. But yeah, she's really annoying because sometimes you can't play that slow.
Azami changed the meta because she can create a new step to the attack side.
She's so powerful and strong that she can create new strats just off of her.
Azami changed a lot because, you know, you can build a lot of things that no one can stand there, and, you know, you're gonna like ruling the tempo like every teams you have.
My favorite spot to play Azami is in Oregon, the kids bomb site.
On Chalet.
Cafe, top floor.
It's still Oregon.
Eight teams have already gone home. By the end of today, 12 will be sent home packing. Breaking hearts. That's how we celebrate Valentine's Day here. Happy Valentine's Day on that note.
You're dramatic.
So intense.
Oh my God.
I mean, people are getting eliminated. The pressure's on. It's sad. It's making me a little sad.
Yeah, it's a tough time, Jackie. It's a 6 invitational. Hearts have to be broken in order to crown a winner. Not everybody can make it to the final stage. And yeah, it is a big day for eliminations today.
Whose heart's going to be broken? SSG or M80?
I think no matter what happens, my heart will be broken because I love both teams.
Yeah.
I do. I really do.
Jacob, they're any counterparts.
I mean, they are. And the thing is, we haven't seen them compete specifically as M80 against SSG the whole time, but we have seen them play in the NAL several times already at this point. So we have an idea of what to expect, and I am loving the fact that this matchup gets to happen. I'm just hating that it happens under elimination circumstances. That's the only real caveat that I have for this, because you know the differences between both of them. One is a squad that's only been formed out of, you know, parts of different rosters for the past year or so, trying to figure out exactly how it was going to work, that went to 2 majors, and the other one only went to 1 major, but it's composed of some of the longest tenured and most known players in North America that have been able to go to international events in the past several years. So I love the face-off, but one of them has to leave?
I know, right? Well, Jesse, you know, we frequently talk about this squad. We have them up on the screen right now. And, you know, we say, oh, this squad, they're all around. All of them contribute. But I really think that hits hard with this team.
Oh, yeah. M80, it feels like everybody can pop off and have a good game, right? Obviously, we've talked about Diaz, one of the star performers in the tournament so far. Well, a guy that I think statisticians especially have been looking at for a long, long time as just being this high survivability player who really has a unique play style where he does manage to have the most clutches, most survival rounds out of almost any player in the entire world. But also you got to look around a little bit more, right? Like I think Yaga's been having a great tournament. Spirits is a guy who's actually quite negative right now. I believe he's minus 38 on the KD, but he's somebody who can pop off in the ridiculous games that he has every now and again. He can be inconsistent at times, but just watch out because when he gets a spicy game, he is deadly in the server.
I feel like if there was anybody who I wanted to go back and when we get the replay files from this invitational, if you want to go back and look at any of them before the next patch, it's got to be Diaz, because I don't know how somebody like him pulls off as high a survivability rating and as high of a cost consistently within like the 80th percentile. That's such a ridiculous amount of time to spend alive in a server. And you know how they usually say Rainbow Six is a lot more fun if you're not dying consistently? He's got a whole bunch of other people that do that around him, meaning that he's usually in a position to make a play, whether it's on attack or defense. I love his play style. I love the fact that we're still here being like given the chance to talk about him. But again, is he going home or not? I don't know the answer, and I don't want him to go home.
To be determined. Undoubtedly. Yeah, but let's go to SSG now. And both of you spoke with Lycan, I believe, correct, earlier?
Yeah, he came on the desk.
I really enjoyed that interview. One, because I thought he defended his coaching style, but also he said that with M80, they're going to be targeting their active play style. So what does that mean?
Well, Jackie, I think we're kind of at a point in Siege, right, where the defenders are kind of forced to be quite aggressive. They don't have all the same tools that they did back in the old day when Lycan was a world champion. No, now the defenders are kind of more limited on their tools, and when they're limited on their tools that they have available to them, they have to get aggressive to take that advantage, right? They can't play as safe, play back as they used to. And so M80 are a team that like to get in your face. They like to roam around. Maybe not Diaz, but the rest of the players in that squad absolutely do. Spirits, Yogg, they all like to go through. Gomez, of course, can't forget about him. And so right now, the meta kind of enables that. Lots of high fragging operators being used a lot. Oryx, Alibi, absolutely. So that's kind of what SSG have to watch out for here today, and likely throughout this tournament if that continues.
The other thing that Lycan said in the interview was that he thought he won the Invitational during the hardest meta, when, again, you're not able to sit back consistently on site all the time, and it does force you to play a little bit more in your face, and that's the thing that we've seen SSG try a couple of times, and it hasn't really worked out, especially when they're trying to work on whatever their attacks might look like, whether it's a confirmed strat beforehand or a pocket strat. So if they're able to pick the pace up, great, but it looks like Lycan is still having a little bit of a transition from the way that he won 3 years ago into what it's looking like these days.
Okay, I also want to zone in on Rampy. Today, map 1 earlier, not so great. Map 2 popped off, Jesse.
Indeed he did, and I wanted to highlight these stats, Jackie, because on Kafe to start things off in their series earlier today, you know, he was struggling a little bit. 11 and 12, he went negative. I thought he struggled with positioning, especially those last couple of rounds on defense. You know, he wasn't really able to trade. Round 13, first round of overtime, you know, he's messing around in the bottom floor while the enemy team is executing up on the bomb site up around Cocktail. So Kafe, map 1, really not the strong suit for Rampy. Map 2, though, Chalet, he really popped off, and I think especially on that second half, you know, fragging at all points of the execute. He would be roam hunting way across the map, finding Joom somewhere in the basement. Then he'd come around and get a pick somewhere during the push, making sure that he's still staying active while the kit's going down. And then he stays alive for the late game. That massive 1v2 clutch towards the very end after choosing not to plant the kit on extremely low time. Just a phenomenal fragger, and somebody who has struggled at times, right? There was a point in time in this tournament through the group stage where he was the lowest rated player out of everybody. Yeah. And even coming into today, he was a bottom 5 player. He had a 17 survival rating, abysmal, and it's gotten up a little bit after that game today.
Okay, and I believe we are ready to put the map ban info up on your screen. Here it is. Jacob, thoughts?
What?
Hey, this is strange.
Okay, so, So SSG banning Kafe, one of their best maps. M80 banning Villa. SSG also banning Bank, which, sure, that's probably one that you would expect M80 to maybe have something on, but it looks like SSG are banning their best ones out the gate, and for some reason they're letting M80 pick Clubhouse against them? What's going on?
Bank is really weird ban from Spacestation because they've beaten M80 twice here on it, and it's one of their favorite maps. I mean, Bank for SSG is just such a powerhouse. These are very strange bans, Jackie. Not 100% sure what's going on, but we will be playing Theme Park either way to start things off. For M80 up on Theme Park, they've got 3 wins and are undefeated on it. So, I mean, it's an interesting pick for Space Station for them to pick a map like Theme.
Well, Club is also here, and M80 are the ones picking it into a Space Station that are 3 and 4 on it over the past year. I'm not certain what the play is. I'm sure they've got some idea of what's going on. I love you too, Kino, but this is just like, this is interesting to see. It's not to say that there isn't some formula for success. Maybe if they like the idea of taking a map that one team is comfortable with and maybe they have something in their back pocket. But Kino also said on Twitter earlier, it's do or die time, so you better do something good or you're going to die.
Okay, predictions time. Jesse?
Oh, it's tough, Jackie, because I really liked talking with Lycan earlier today. I really want to see him back, but I think M80 is just too strong. I think I have to go M80 with a safe pick today.
Okay, Jacob?
I love M80 too, but I wonder how much SSG being able to play earlier means they'll actually have a little bit of an advantage because they got to warm up earlier today, and M80 is coming in cold after they lost earlier. They look a little bit loose now, but I kind of want to see Bosco lift another hammer.
Oh, you saying SSG?
He's flipping on him.
Oh, wow.
Maybe some of that copium has not left my system.
Hey, well, we shall see. Now to SSG versus M80. Roses are red, attackers are blue, Dez and Ace, Ara in jackets, ooh woo. And the stream be pre-show too.
Dear God.
I love Jackie's energy. I loved it until we went all kind of anime and ara ooh. It's just like, what are you doing? I just love her energy. She's okay. Great. We'll take it. Okay, we'll take it. We love you, Jackie. We do love you, Jackie, but sometimes the red flags are a waving. Big game coming up here then, Tim. Big game indeed. We are indeed. SSG versus M80. Loser goes home. Every game's a big game now because of that exact point. We're in a position, particularly today, where every single game decides the fate of a team. There's always this day in Invitational, and it's always one of the most intense because 8 teams go home in just one day.
Brutal.
It just gets brutal, and there's always that one day, and this is it, and we are at the sharp end of it.
We are indeed, and it's worth mentioning, by the way, those map bans were reversed. Theme Park is M80's map pick, which means SSG have chosen to start on the defensive side, which makes sense as it is M80's best map, therefore they damn well better have picked it. Otherwise, SSG will be trolling their way through this entire ban phase. So with that being the first map, knowing M80's confidence again coming into their very best map, you'd expect a strong start. Most of the desk, it sounds like, backing M80 to come through this as well, but we can't ignore that SSG have had a game today already. Looking back at yesterday, the teams that were in 3rd seed that had to play a game before playing against the 2nd seeds, they all came through and won.
Yeah.
Not a single one of them lost because they were already warmed up, they were ready and raring to go, and they just caught the other side cold.
But it starts answering or at least sort of leaning into an answer of the age-old question. Is it better to have the rest, or is it better to play a second game? And as you say, the results are certainly suggesting that teams that have been, you know, warmed up thoroughly earlier in the day in a competitive match have come out with a good result. So SSG, they now sit in that position. Let's be honest. You know, I'll call it as I see it. SSG have not been the strongest team at this tournament so far. I think they'd be the first to agree. But what I always say about tournaments, particularly, you know, tournament play is about form. It is about hitting your good days at the right time, because every team in a tournament will have good days and bad days. And if you can cling on, if you can just make it through those bad days, whether they be knockouts, whether they be groups, if you can get the job done to progress through those, that is what happens with championship winning teams. Simple as that. And SSG, maybe they find a bit of form now. Maybe, you know, they start pushing forward. It was a 2-0 against Heroic, you know, and they can double down here against M80. Let's not forget, in the last 2 years, you know, the M80 roster, obviously formerly as X-Set, but M80 now, that's 6 games they've played in NAL between the two of them over 3 stages each year. SSG have won every one but one.
Looking more towards the kind of most recent years, you know, they've gone through a couple of changes themselves as a organisation at the time. I think, again, if we just focus on the most recent results and looking at how SSG beat Heroic earlier, I know it was an 8-7 and a 7-4. It wasn't the cleanest of games. It was really scrappy, especially in that first map. But SSG have kind of had themselves tested here against a team that are quite, I don't want to say ranked in style, but they are very aggressive. They'll go for 1v1s, they'll go for swings, they'll go for peaks. They will be up in your face. And M80, I think, have some of those characteristics as well. I think they're well equipped for this one, but we'll have to play the game out and see how things shine on through. Diaz, the one to really raise, so I think is the big player on this side, Tim. Most clutches in the entire competition bar, absolutely no one, and the 4th highest rated overall. Absolute beast so far. Could be the defining factor here unless we see the members of SSG put up a good show like they had earlier against Heroic, where every single player was getting involved when it came to the kills.
Quite a set of switches there for Diaz, who went from Blackbeard to Jackal to Ace.
Man's indecisive.
All very different styles of play for those 3 operators, but he is going to land on the hard breach at the end of things. I don't think he's going to be the focus of the hard breach, and that's going to be Kino on the Hibana, but we are attacking onto Armory and Throne, and we continue to see earlier, we've seen a number of theme parks so far today, and we continue to see that where teams fail to open up walls on Armory Throne, they struggle to get the attacking wins. You know, you're pushing in through 2 single doors, you are basically funneling yourself. So hopefully, I'd like to see Kino getting in there, getting maybe yellow wall open and one other, so that there is not a, you know, a safe space, a comfortable space inside of sight for those defenders.
Already straight inside a break here as well, with the Amaru getting straight inside. They have at least some control, an entry point in towards the building here with which to work from. Spirits is trying to make his own, but Rampy reminds him it ain't as easy as just stepping into the building. It does need a bit of coordination sometimes as he shuts down and gets the first kill in this round.
Hell of a fight from Rampy, that. Really well done. You know, Spirits had already landed the first shots, knew exactly where he was, but Rampy coming away with the win on that one and leaving them 5 versus 4. Fultz still on the top floor. The thing is now, it gives SSG a little bit of freedom, Des. They've got that man over. They can leave players up on the top floor. They don't have to commit everybody back to site. Fultz can play his life up there a little bit, see if he can pick anybody else up, and it's not the end of the world if he doesn't manage to make it to the end of the round.
Still trying to work their way through, mind you. They know that SSG are lurking as well. You can see the The outline starting to dance through the map, not forgetting that as well, we are of course defending on towards the downstairs here, but wanted to make sure they still have this vertical control to work with, getting themselves some control here over barrels on the below, looking maybe to start their way in on that west side. And Gomez for the second time this round is clearly having a bit too much fun with the Gara hook, has got himself inside a break room. So a large part of the top floor established, and a lot of them 80 here have now dropped their way down and are looking to start a push on this barrel side. They don't care about Dragon's side, everything is coming in from one direction.
Nade going to go over the top there just to clear off the utility. Not looking for players, looking to clear off the electricity so that we can get that breach going on. Nitro will come out, breach is going. That is good. I keep talking about breaching these walls, and M80 have done exactly that. 35 seconds left to go though. It could be a little bit of a tough time factor for them here. They need to start thinking about getting some kills inside of sight. There's a good few defenders stacked up. And
Gomez!
Gomez with a big double. We're going to have a man down as well. Bosco down but not out, and this is not looking good for SSG.
Snaps onto the heads there as well. It does not though, with only 2 left standing. Rampy doing a bit of work from above, joined in by Fultz. Down to a 3 versus 3. Bosco's on his backside though. Another kill comes in, a 2v2 ensues, and just like that, Rampy and Fultz have dragged the team through what looked like a rough round. 4 kills between the two of them.
Unreal performance from the duo at the end there. It looked for all the life in them that round was going to go to M80, but it goes to show, even with those breaches open, it is still a very tough site to attack.
Snap these headshots.
You just need that pressure from multiple sides, because we saw at the end there, look at this, perfect example, Fultz is able to just aim in one location. The kills all come in the same position, and that's why I keep banging on and will keep going on about opening multiple walls, because you can't let them focus on one spot.
If that's anything to go by for the rest of this game, though, we said earlier on, Rampy, you saw it on the analysis desk as well, the difference between map 1 and map 2 against Heroic, he was really warming into things. And the one thing about SSG we can't forget is, look, they've had a really, really rough tournament so far. The only game they won in the group stage, they got 4 points, basically the bare minimum to get through because Elevate had 0. They only got a 2-0 win against Elevate. Every other game, they got hammered 2-0. They were against some big teams. They had Koi, they had G2, they had W7M in their group. It's looked like one of the weakest forms of SSG that we've seen in a long time, and I don't know how many expected to see them here. They are still here, and that's really what counts after that win at the start of today. But for me, again, it's pivotal that we see all 5 players from SSG online and gunning if they are going to stop M80 here. M80, you could probably not too beaten up about it. It's 1 round. They're not going to kit themselves too much. Gomez already putting on a bit of a show to start things off, and in the second round, they've doubled down on the shield play. They've got the Monty, and they've got the Blackbeard. DS rocking that one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be too worried about that. It's one attack onto a difficult site. It's certainly not the end of the world. It's not going to rattle them at all. But as you say, SSG just, you know, seeming just like Rampy, the team as a whole growing into this tournament a little bit now. And you kind of love to see it. Like I say, they've made it through the difficult days. They've ridden the storm potentially, and they're now in a position where they can start focusing and looking towards those later matches. If they can get themselves through today, 2 matches, you know, both carrying the penalty of going home should they not win them, it will be a big result, a big outcome for them.
I'm real mindful here. If you try and beat away the keeper barrier, well, you put yourself at risk of being sprayed through the soft wall on the far side of the room. So instead they open up the left and look to work their way through. Spirit's taking a little bit of damage here, but nothing that'll lose too much sleep over. So to keep on marching through as the second one comes out. Again, a tiny little bit of chip damage. I'm pretty sure SSG were looking for far more damage than what they got away with there from those 2 impacts.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine for the Monty. Spirits can just continue bullying inside a site, providing intel, and just creating space, really, which is what Monty's all about. You know, just going in there and disrupting what the defense want to do. Kino thinks he's got a line onto somebody there, and he kind of does, but there's just obstacles in the way that are going to prevent him from landing those shots. Hot and Cold just playing in behind that mirror window for the time being.
For sure, and I think sitting behind these is a really good shout here as well. There's one nice and close in the form of the smoke who could do some real damage on the peek out. Deeper out with the smoke here. Does he want to try and move his way inside of the shower? I think he does. And with that smoke being a little bit deeper, does have the option to sneak in. Here he is. Not sure it's necessarily the best place to get yourself post-boxed into, but if he can get himself a kill onto the Monty, for example, that'll be mega.
Bosco, a great smoke player, as we know, and in a position to do some real damage now then. There's the aggression. Rampy is going to be taken down by Yoga. Just didn't see that push coming at all. Fultz and Yeti getting in on the action, but this is just going back and forth. And at the minute, M80 might just win out on trades. There's 40 seconds left to go, and they've got a man advantage. It's 3 versus 2.
Diaz looking to get involved now as well. Awakened somewhat after things have gone a little bit pear-shaped on site. Yes, they've got themselves 3 kills, but still in a spot where they've got to force in through bottlenecks here that can make things really difficult. And look at that, Hot and Cold with a wonderful lineup onto almost 2 players. Fultz finds one. What a couple of rounds he's having so far. Down to a 2v2 as we come into the last 15. Hot and Cold finds one. It's a 1v1 between him and the Blackbeard, and Diaz is hunting down his prey.
The thing is, Diaz doesn't have Diffuser in hand at the minute, so it just gives another element for Hot and Cold to work on moving in here. I think he knows roughly where he is, but Hot and Cold's going to win it out with the Vector, and that's 2 rounds now that M80 have had a bit of an advantage, have had a position that they could have won the round from, but have failed. And if that starts to stack up, it could be a real problem for them real quick.
What I am loving, Tim, is how close these 2 rounds have been. We were saying earlier on off air that the last 2 days of Siege have been absolutely phenomenal. Probably the best passage, collection of games of Siege that I've seen since I started casting the game, to be honest with you. I've really enjoyed how close so many have been, and this game is looking to keep on that same trend. 2 rounds that ultimately M80 could have won, but SSG have held on.
That's it. I've been absolutely, you know, we're not working till the late shift today, Des. We're doing
We're in for a late one, Tim.
We're doing game 3 and 4 here on the A stream, so we've had the morning to ourselves, but I've been absolutely glued to the screen. I've had it on the TV in the hotel room, just watching everything play out. I've had the second game on my tablet as well, just absolutely taking it all in, and it has been electric viewing so far, and I'm certain it's going to continue across the rest of the night. When you think of some of the matchups that we've got, I mean, here on the A-stream, M80 SSG, and then that's going to be followed by the rematch of Lost One Astralis. We remember how good a game that was from the other day, as it was it was one of the best we cast through the groups. So, you know, I'm sure that's going to deliver as well, and then there's some fantastic entertainment over on the B-stream.
I just love the upsets we're seeing as well, right? You know, Liquid are gone. We thought BDS might be the ones getting knocked out there, but absolutely not. Soniqs have gone as well. You know, a team that everyone coined to be a top 6 team, a real contender, knocked out already. I think someone said it earlier on. We were like, oh, you know, so many big teams going home, and they're like, the thing is, there's only big teams left at this point. And that again, I mean, looking at this game is a real good example. SSG, have won it before. Maybe not having the best performance so far this competition, but both teams fully deserving to be here. But sadly, only one can progress.
SSG going to be defending Lab and Storage for their final, the final round on the quarter of the defensive rotation. Now, there's not much of a top floor presence. Fultz is going to get aggressive, and what a kill! Goes in and absolutely slams Spirit in control. There was only one person in control then, and it was Fultz.
Just unbelievable. To round the corner and slam him with a headshot. Fultz is feeling himself this game. You've seen it between Rampy, you've seen it across Hot and Cold. The 3 of them really shining in the first 3 rounds. Still, M80 are trying to work their way forward, struggling here so far on their map pick to get around on the board. I wouldn't say struggling in the game itself because they've come very close twice, like we've now seen across those first 2 rounds. Yoga rounding out towards Dragon side and trying to move his way forwards. They want to try and push him mainly here through Armory and Armory, I was about to say, in through Armory and Throne to then get themselves some access in towards Lab and Storage. So SSG drawing them essentially into a full map clear here that clearly is hurting them when it comes to the clock.
It is, honestly, SSG. And the thing is, SSG are on defense, so we need to not get too carried away at the minute. Gomez is going to pick up Fultz there, level things up 4-4. The reason that I say that is a lot of SSG struggles have particularly come on the attack. So that's going to be the important half for them. But they're doing fantastically well at the minute. Kino is going to pick up Rampy, leveling things up 3 versus 3. 55 seconds left to go, so there's certainly time on the clock. But Diaz, he gets caught out, and so does Kino with a Capcan trap. And that is going to leave us 3v1, and surely another round going to SSG.
Gomez has to know that he can't push in through here. Crossfires galore set up onto the window, goes in, Frostbat, and almost gets Hot and Cold. He was looking the wrong way.
He cannot get away with that.
That was surprising. I really thought they knew that he was on the window, and for a second he almost got away with it, but Hot and Cold connects the kill. 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I think we're going to see, are we seeing a tactical timeout brought in by M80? I don't think they're going to pull the trigger just yet. The clock is still ticking. Nope, we're going to move on. I just wondered, you know, we talk about these quarters. There's 3 rounds down, nothing doing for M80 yet. You know, do you think it might be soon the chance to have that tactical timeout and have a discussion?
I think normally we say after 3 rounds is a good point because you've seen a good rotation through, but at least here, maybe not. They're feeling confident knowing it's their own map. They worry more about winning their defenses. Getting a couple on the board here in their view might just be enough, and they feel they know what's gone wrong. And the thing is, I also get it. Like we said, those first 2 rounds, really, really close. Could have gone either way. I wouldn't be beating themselves up all that much.
No, absolutely not. We're going to see them go back down to Armory and Throne SSG here. They're just going to restart their rotation. Rinse and repeat and try and do the same thing. I think, to be honest, I feel like this was probably one of the closer rounds for M80. It came down to a real sort of last-ditch hold from Fultz and Rampy. So I'd like to see M80 not, you know, panic too much, not move away from what they were trying to do too much. Just, you know, maybe add on to it a little bit, adapt it a little bit, get one of those walls open, maybe a little Selma charge on the yellow stairs wall, give another angle for SSG to think about, and that might just make the difference.
It will do. Here we go. Just in the last of those Capcan traps being deployed by Hot and Cold as well. We saw how those had an impact in that last round, netting one of the final 3 kills that came in to close out the round quite decisively for the side of SSG. Maybe growing in confidence a little bit here as they are looking to challenge up on this top floor around Kafe straight away. Shield at the ready, and hopefully keeping M80 at bay, but on their side, they've really got to start keeping up the pace a little bit here. I feel being choked down towards the closing stages of a round where they are forced into these gunfights that are less than ideal. Have got the tools as well to force a lot of these defenders back. I'm looking at the DKB here and just thinking, great, gives you so much map control incredibly quickly. A great way of sniffing out any defenders who are a little bit too far on the roam. So discipline also got to be shown by SSG.
And Kino getting a little bit of information that Hot and Cold was just playing in and around the vending machine, but not going to be able to land any shots onto him, but does at least offer himself a line of sight through there from the rappel. We're going to see SSG dipping back across the top floor now, almost into the waiting arms of Gomez, but he's unable to get that line of sight. The moving parts just not quite aligning for him then.
I'll give them a call.
There we go. Call number 1 coming out. Bit of information being swung back and forth between the 2 sides, but it should be M80 here who are able to go aggressive. It is SSG and Hot and Cold in particular who are looking to step forward and make it happen. Rampy's out the window, but Gomez, he's just better. Also having a phenomenal game as he hits a second onto Hot and Cold. That's that initial hold from SSG broken wide open, and only 3 stand.
It is. This is a great first half for M80 in this round. Rampy having to hit his shots onto Gomez there at every opportunity, but unfortunately was unable to. The drone in is going to kick in again. That's not too much of a surprise. There's plenty of time for M80 here. Next thing I'd like to see is them start getting some walls open, but despite the drones rolling around as the Capcan continues to hurt them, Hot and Cold picking one up from beyond the grave.
I remember a time when we used to really laugh when pro players walked into frost mats, into Capcan traps, just like how on earth did you not know it was there? It happens multiple times a game now. Again, whether it's frost or whether it's the Capcan, it doesn't matter. We just keep on seeing people getting caught out by these gadgets. Personally, a bigger fan of the Capcan traps, only because as soon as you know there's one, you know there are 4 more potentially elsewhere around the map that you have to go and deal with. Yogg with a nade coming in into Fultz though. Again, the player on the side of SSG that has started strong here. Bosco swings wide. Spirits gets 2, and M80 finally get on the board.
That's exactly what M80 needed at this point. They didn't want to be going 4 down. It feels like maybe that's going to be the moment just to wake them up a little bit. As we've said, we see teams have a slow start sometimes. SSG, let's not forget, already played today, coming in hot. M80 needing to just settle into things, and that's a good way to do it. That's going to pick them up their first round. Looking at the entries so far, we've had 4 rounds. We've had 2 in either direction, so things are pretty even in many ways here, except the scoreline. But ultimately, that's the one that matters, Des.
The number of times that wind mates up over like a result in football back in the UK, they'd be like, oh, you only won 1-0. I'm like, yeah, but it's still 1-0, isn't
1-0, 10-0, doesn't matter by an
Don't care how well you played, don't care if you thought you were the better team. I don't want to get excited about this yet, by the way, Tim. I was going to say, I doubt it sticks. DS moving away from the Grim. Sad times. I think we saw it once in the group stage. Grim?
Yes, W7M played Grim and got a kill with him, I believe, as well.
Decent. Just clearly not really making the mainstream when it comes to operator picks so far here at SI. Just as a reminder, though, at the end of the group stage, we had seen every single operator picked on both attack and defense, which is great for showing the operator diversity, the strats teams are employing. Even saw Kavira in round one of the whole thing when it was Benja finding Crying.
The thing is, ultimately, you know, not every operator that comes along is going to just go in and be, you know, an immediate insta-pick for competitive teams. I think, if anything, you know, that could be a dangerous situation because obviously, you know, they're going to be getting more and more powerful each time to dislodge the ones that have gone before them. Yeah, Grim, as you say, not quite bursting onto the scene just yet. You know, is useful in his situations, but we're going to have Yoga going to open up that top hatch. That's going to prevent the play in and around vending machine potentially. Just makes it awfully uncomfortable to challenge onto Kafe Door, although SSG not too worried about that at the moment.
Got the cover of the ADSs as well in case any do come singing in the wrong way, but it's in quite a difficult spot for you to be able to nade through. To be fair, it's more of a drop later in the round if you feel you need it, or catching any inattentive defenders that do run the wrong way through and find themselves tagged out pretty much for free. Gomez here once again working his way inside the cache, clearly the designated player regardless of what operator he is playing on. It was hot and cold to challenge him here quite early last time around. I don't know if it'll be the same story again. Here's the C4 coming out as well, trying to find the Monty where impact nades won't do. Maybe a C4 would be enough, and he's got back through and got the reinforce off. You cheeky little bugger.
Spirits is going to have to find himself an alternative route through. Bosco manages to find a nice headshot with the SMG-11. I've already commented on Bosco's smoke play. It goes without saying, but it continues as he manages to find himself another absolute beauty there. And he's going to hold them off for as long as anybody else, I imagine, would be capable of in that position.
Also worth stressing as well, you're seeing a lot of Monty because I spoke about this when we saw Theme Park really start to get played last week. You know, I think it was G2 that first said, look, the best way you can get control of really difficult to control rooms, I don't think DS knows about the player behind this table, but difficult to control rooms like Cache, even inside a cafe, is to bring a Monty. You just take control of space where normally you might be challenged from 2 or 3 different angles. You can just march on forwards. So M80 really taking that quite literally and saying, look, we don't want to break this down with lots of intricate utility. A shield should be enough for us. But right now, you got Bosco just handing it to him. Hello? Can't finish him off yet. Finally gets the down as well, straight into the back corner. Is that a blitz? No, it's definitely a Monty.
I'm not sure how Spirit's got away with that one. Bosco managed to break the shield a couple of times and just couldn't bring the shotgun to bear. And Spirits does manage to move on, but super low health now, and it's not going to take very much at all. I look on the side of SSG and my eyes are drawn to the impact nade of Yeti and the nitro of Rampy that could both do that job given the time. Now then, it's 3 versus 4, low health for Kino as well. This is not stacking up well for M80. 15 seconds.
Got to try and force their way to make a plan happen here. I think Spirits is really conscious of what could go wrong here if he tries to make a plan happen. He needs to get rid of this player, but can't do it. Gets the long range assist. There's the 2 kills that SSG were looking for. Kino left all alone. Rampy on the close. SSG continuing that transformed form that we saw against Heroic.
They're looking great at the minute. Like I say, the big question for me for SSG now is the next half. They've still got a round to go, but when they get onto the attack, can they keep this momentum up? That has been where their problems have been previously. If they can, then you start talking about SSG maybe in slightly different terms, Des. If they come through 2 knockout games today, survive and continue in the tournament, I sort of feel like it maybe wipes the slate clean a little bit for SSG.
You'd hope so, but that means they have to get through that second half is the big one I'm really looking for. So we'll see if we get to that point. M80 here, I feel maybe it's time to try something different than the Monty. I know I've said about it helping you take ground, but even with that on side, you're not getting tons out of it. Sure, that last round we saw a push forward. We got the 1 versus 1 coming through. Otherwise, it's kind of ground to a halt inside of initiation and not really pushed all that much further. So a guns up round might be the play here. Otherwise, you're staring down the barrel of a 5-1. And even with SSG going onto the attack, it's going to feel a little bit risky.
It is indeed. We're going to have more Capcom brought along, absolutely no surprise whatsoever. Doing a fantastic job so far. We've seen a couple of kills come through, so M80 needing to pay particular attention to that, make sure that thorough droning is going on, but Bosco on the Mozzie is not going to help them any in that regard. I'm going to make things a little bit more difficult. It may not be that they lose the drones, but it is more about area denial. It's about forcing them to go in with, guess what? Not looking at the doorways and windows that are ahead of them. And that is where the problem comes in.
We spoke about him a little bit earlier on as well, but it feels like we're being ignorant if we don't mention it. DS, 4th rated in the whole competition, top for clutches. So far, sat at 0 and 4. Really hasn't come online, and whilst Gomez had a couple of good rounds to start, also fell a little bit quiet here. Some signs of life. The embers of brilliance almost for M80 are still there, just really yet to come online and start guaranteeing them round wins. Here, though, with 2 minutes left on the clock, they've got to work their way through. They can't find themselves getting held up again because this slower style of play seems to have really benefited STSG when it came around to trying to get control of things like initiation. Here we get the wall being opened up, and as mentioned previously, another full map clear coming in for this site from M80, which for SSG is music to their ears. The longer this takes, the slower it goes, the happier they'll be.
Absolutely, you know, M80, they need to get everybody, as you say, online. They've got a situation where Fultz, Rampy and Hot and Cold have got 16 kills, which is more as a 3 than N80 have got as an entire team at the minute, so they need those other players stepping up. Yeti, he's going to be holding the angle, he's going to be pushed potentially from the opposite side, but no, he's going to survive for just a little bit longer, holding on to that position. M80, they've got some breaches, they've got some opportunities to push forward, but it feels like they're just stalling out a little bit as Yeti manages to get the kill onto Spirits. He's been having a rough game so far, not being able to make the Monty players work, and now he's going to be taken out as an entry death, and the kills continue, but Kino and Yoga managed to get in around the side and level things up 3 versus 3.
It's a start. They've got some good control here, but again, let's not forget this isn't the site itself. The other 3 members of SSG just tucked away very happily, saying, okay, you've lost 2 attackers trying to push in through the top floor. We've lost 2 defenders. We don't mind that. There are no C4s available for Fultz or Bosco. They have already been used, but again, with 45 seconds on the clock, M80 need to find a way to try and make this work. Last time around, they were boxed out by the 3 remaining defenders from SSG, so based on how things are going here, Tim, I'm a little bit nervous that they'll find a way through.
I'm interested on Bosco, on the Mozzie, just inside of the window there. He could, you know how good he is, and it's taken him a little bit in this tournament, I think, to get rolling. He picked up his first clutch today, I think, but you just know he's one of those players that will close rounds out. Diaz manages to get Rampy. That could be the start of Diaz getting himself going. Bosco playing tight on the window there. If they try to come in, it's surely going to be a freebie. He goes actually aggressive, can't find his man, and that is going to be the final kills coming in. M80, Bosco really needed to find that one on the window.
Real good trade at the end there as well. Got a bit nervous for M80 as we hit the last 15. I was like, okay, you're coming in through a window where there's a Frostbat and a player ready to challenge you. Either you jump in, get the immediate headshot, and then rely on your team to win the 2 versus 2. Otherwise, you need assistance from elsewhere, and assistance did come from bathroom side. So good stuff to bring it up to 4 and 2. Like I said earlier on, I wouldn't be beating yourself up too much here if you're M80. You're saying here, look, guys, we were a small misstep in a 4v2 and also a 1v1 away from us being up 4-2 on our map pick on the attack. Now they go to the defense. It's SSG who have got to try and figure their way through what should be a very strong M80 defense.
Throughout the tournament, Theme Park has seen about a 60% defender win rate. It was about 57% earlier when G2 were playing on here, but I know that G2 did well on the defense, so I'm going to skew the stats a little bit. I don't know if it'll be at exactly 60 yet, but I think we have seen some improvement again on the defender side today. So it's there or thereabouts, and really SSG, yep, they've got par for the course there. They've got the 4-2 that they needed to get. I think they might see that as a little bit of a missed opportunity. They played very well. There was the potential, I think, at least for a 5-1 to come in there, but unable to get that done. But let's see now. This is where we get into the real fascinating bits. This is where we get into the meat of this match, and that is, how do SSG do on the attack?
Meat and potatoes, Tim. We love them from the UK.
We do.
Big fan of Astralis. Toad in the hole.
Love a roast dinner.
Don't. You make me want one now. It's been about a week and a half. Don't know how I'm going to survive the next 5 days.
A good Yorkshire pudding. Which confuses the rest of
Yorkshire. It's not actually a pudding. Don't let the name...
Not a dessert. It is savoury.
Fast move here into the wall coming in. They've got to be careful about Spirits, who's off towards the right, and Yeti just gets absolutely slapped out by Kino there as he tries to round the corner. I appreciate the pace at which they've tried to move here and to make things happen quickly, but they've done nothing to clear out yellow stairs, to clear out the player that was hanging around 90. And here, Kino trying to get cheeky, but Hot and Cold's got the answer in the form of a bullet. Down he goes, 4v4.
It's absolutely ruined by by Hot and Cold there. Beautiful long shot. Now then, M80 have still got a lot of top floor control here. A couple of players on mezzanine. In fact, Gomez, he's going to take the opportunity to get himself back down into sight while he can. Spirits looks like he's going to be sticking around for a while longer. He needs to. That is good. So, ooh, I was just going to say that is good at 1 minute 40, getting that wall open in maintenance, but there's going to be an impact trick, and there is another one in pocket for Diaz.
3 more in pocket for the whole team as well. They can keep on denying this all day long, but again, it almost feels like SSG are trying to, you know, open walls and execute without really considering that there are 5 players on the field there looking to stop you getting some control. So really I'd like to see them try and do a bit of work to unsettle a couple of players here. At the very least, give your hard breacher a bit of a chance to make things happen here. Over it comes over the top, and I think they've got rid of it. Long range, no! First one didn't hit, the second one I think just a fraction of a second too late, and maintenance is open, Tim.
Yep, that's better. Hot and Cold has got 1 Selma left in pocket as well. I'd like to see that deployed on one of these other walls. As I say, multiple angles, much like Church and Arsenal on Clubhouse, where we like to see that push into blue, a bit of dirt tunnel, you know, just really making the defenders spin around on their heels, because we saw in the very first round today with Fultz and Rampy what can happen if you don't, if that push is too one-sided. Spirits, he's going to drop himself back downstairs. Yes, this is what I wanted to see. Hot and Cold is potentially going to get that barrels wall open as well. There is 1 impact nade left, so it could be denied away, but Gomez, he manages to get 1 Bosco with a direct trade though, and that leaves us now in a 3 versus 3. Diffusers going down, Des.
They forced them up through split as well. They were too scared of the flashes. The pressure coming through. A C4 over the top could be enough. No. Great step away by Bosco and can now resume control. Hot and Cold's got 1 on the cross here. SSG have got a brilliant crossfire and sets up. 15 seconds left and the plant goes down 2v2.
This is a desperate fight to the death inside a site now, and it's all going to come down to Fultz. He's on the Finker, doesn't have a health boost available at the minute, so he's just going to go in and continue trying to fight. He's got multiple options. They know where he's coming from, but all he needs to do, Des, is keep distracting them for long enough. He needs to make this difficult. Kill the cover. That's the one. But no, Spirits on the shotgun will be the man. That's the closest we've seen attackers come in this game to winning that site, but even still, M80 able to turn it around. I feel for SSG a little bit there, Des. It was a beautiful execute. Multiple walls open, great crossfire, gave Bosco the opportunity to get that diffuser down, just couldn't hold on to it in the post plan. It is a difficult site to get out of once you're in.
Range on the shotgun as well, ludicrous.
Yeah.
That was the first plant going down in this game as well. We didn't see a single one back in the first half coming out from M80. Really good recover from them overall. I liked how, I know it looked like they were conceding a lot of ground, but they did kind of maneuver away and said, look, we're losing control of barrels, we're losing control of maintenance. There is nowhere inside a throne that is safe for you to play. So they had no choice but to move their way up north, through split, or back in towards the top side of site. Fundamentally, though, managed to win on the, I suppose, air quotes, retake, although they never really left site in itself. They were still in the room, just opted to step back forward once the control had already been established. SSG, that lead that they had now looks very, very narrow. Only 1 round in it between the 2 teams, and you can see M80 battling their way back into this, Tim.
This is exactly the same as every game that has come before it today, and I love it. Every time you've looked at the scoreboard, it's been 4-3, 5-4, 4-4. It's just been every game, you know, teams that are so well matched, and this is what happens on this day of Invitational, whereby a bunch of teams are going home. Everybody is fighting for their very lives inside of the tournament, and I think we're in for another 4 games this evening, this one included, that are going to be exactly the same as this.
A real scrap and a battle, absolutely. I mean, it's what you want at this stage of the tournament. I would hate to see teams go out with a whimper at this point. I'd rather they be remembered for really close games, strong performances, for example. You know, maybe Soniqs will be remembered for the wrong reason, throwing a 4v1 against Shuttle, for example. But it's just one of those, Tim. It happens, and it's not maybe the right thing to be remembered by, but again, I think most teams would rather be remembered for a good performance than going out getting, for example, 7-2, 7-1.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you might as well go out swinging in the last round, even if it's not, you know, what you might ideally want to see. SSG going to be starting again with the top floor clearance. They're going to be attacking onto lab and storage this time. That's going to be the second site of choice for M80. You feel if M80 can lock down this second defense, they're pretty well positioned to take us to potentially overtime at least. It's all going to be coming down to that tertiary site unless SSG can do something special. They're currently working their way across 1 minute 15. They're not doing bad. They've managed to reach as far as Office now, and they can start disrupting these defenders.
I'm pretty sure every single door and archway has been barricaded off there by M80 as well. I know it looks like a really minor thing, but to have to work through every single one on your way through, like Buck, for example, has had to go through loads of his ammo just to be able to burn through these. You then had Sledge having to work his way through Office and going through 3 of them as well. It's not like it's the master plan that's going to win you around, but it does shave off that 10, 15, 20 seconds to get all the way forwards, and then you've got to deal with keeper barricades that you simply can't do at range. So I think it's really smart coming out of M80. Maybe you're hoping the attackers will burn through some of their range utility like a frag grenade to safely remove those barricades at distance, but here there's still far more work to do. Stepping forwards now, SSG have found themselves 2 kills, M80 failing a little bit, Tim.
Yep, this is a great start for SSG. They need, if they want to win.
Oh, that's C4. The timing pull. Yog, no!
He's missed his chance, Yoga. You were just too late on that one. SSG, if they can get the attacking round win now, it changes the landscape of this game, Des. We've spoken about how M80 are going to be aiming for that 4-2 minimum, try and get themselves to overtime, but this is their second choice site, and if SSG can take it away, all of a sudden it starts looking good, but the diffuser gets dropped outside as Bosco is found by Kino out of the window, leaving us now 4 versus 3, 20 seconds left to go, and the diffuser still needs to be delivered to the site.
I was about to say crack Kino, but the only thing is cracked now is down into the ground. The earth that he's buried under. Rampy rounds for one more again. What a game he's having. SSG looking pretty good here. Diaz, the last one left standing. The real poster child for M80 here at SI, has got to do it against 4 as the plant is going down.
It's almost certainly going to be stuck, and we will see it confirmed there as Hot and Cold gets the plant. Diaz just trying to push forward. He's got the Storm in hand. It's certainly not a bad weapon to be finding a few kills with, but a 1 versus 4, with at which point SSG definitely going to be outside of the windows, outside of the map, and waiting for the fight. But M80 have lost almost every single head-to-head gunfight in that round. I'm thinking about Diaz at the end. I'm thinking about the kill that Rampy found coming down arcade stairs. Every time it's been 50-50, SSG have come out on top of it, and they just look like a different beast. Put this performance next to their day 1, day 2, and let's have a look at the difference, because SSG are looking pretty good right now.
I feel like we've stepped back to SI 2020, Tim. Seeing Fultz and Rampy consistently winning gunfights against, let's not beat about the bush here. There are a lot of veterans, older players still in the game that are, being really put to test. No, absolutely nothing wrong with that, Tim.
Nothing wrong with that, Des.
You and I are in that club, but really being put to test by a lot of the new young gunners that are coming in. Diaz being one of them, looking at players like Newers. We've seen Spoit popping off, Benja. There's a lot of very young young talent coming in that are absolutely phenomenal and really making sure that you can still deliver. Rampy and Fultz this game have been unbelievable. I know they're both at 7 and 5. You can't ignore Hot and Cold, but to see 2 of the older players on this roster that have been around for a good while still up there with the best is a really encouraging thing for SSG, and exactly what they needed in this series. There is still work to do. It is only 5 and 3. I'm speaking like it's maybe 6-2, 6-3 here. A lot more to do, and M80 can still battle their way back in, but we've really got to see DS start delivering the goods.
I mean, experience is something that I put in my, my pre-tournament notes for SSG.
I thought you were about to say you put in your CV, and I was like, of course you do, Tim, because it's all you got.
It's all I've got. It's all I'm bringing to the table. Age and experience. No, it's something that I put in my notes about SSG. You cannot ignore it from this roster. They've got a core of 3, Fultz, Rampy, and Bosco particularly, who've been with the org for a long time and a lot of experience. You've then got Hot and Cold, who's obviously, not been there quite as long, but still has been around the game as long. It's just there is a fantastic recipe for success there with players that are not going to be rattled by difficult situations. They've been in them, they've been through them, they've won through them, they've done it before. And then you've got Yeti. If he can start delivering the numbers that he has inside of NAL over the next few days, then SSG could become a real force.
For now, he's moral support. He's just screaming at DS every time they win around. Like, DS! Just letting him know, hey, where are you? What's going on? We ain't seeing you, buddy. And right now, they really do need to be seeing you if you're M80. But we said about this, Tim, SSG have played a game today. They're warm, they're ready, they're more than familiar with how to play this one out as well against M80, a team they've played across the NAL 3 times this year, beaten 2 of those 3 times. So you'd hope a little bit more kind of au fait, a bit more experience with the playstyle that comes out of M80, and so far have found all the right answers. It's hot and cold turn on the Monty, by the way.
It certainly is. They've got control of control, so they're going to be pushing in towards Initiation. He
hasn't looked.
Got himself led down at the minute. He's been misdrawn there. They're not aware of his position. This is going to have to be damaging.
Oh dear,
It's going to be the Monty.
No, now they know.
They know. They've put
he's got one.
Yoga's got one hot and cold on the trade, though, and that works out pretty well for SSG.
That could have gone very, very wrong if we didn't have hot and cold looking off to his left there as he rounded that corner. The Monty would have been down, and that wouldn't have quite been round over, but it would have been a serious setback to basically have a player being rendered ineffective and bringing nothing into the round itself. M80 backing away slightly here and just saying to SSG, you want the ground, then by all means step into our cave, but there's still so much to do and still so much control they don't yet have. All I'm noticing though really is faults behind them. He thought he was going to work through Kafe here and really try and go for a backstab, but here he's going to rotate over towards break room and hook up with his team.
Yeah, this is it. SSG need to find a kill or two before they start going in, trying to get a plant down. I think it's going to be difficult to cover hot and cold from this position. He's pushed his way all the way through to Arcade Mez, though, and he's just forcing Diaz back there on the Wamai. Now then, Kino, big kill onto Bosco, and it's all starting to fall apart as Kino doubles down, finds himself another, and that's going to be a double in the middle of the round, leaving us now 2 versus 4. Rampy comes in, though, gets one. This is still doable. Diffuser is going to start going down, but no, as Rampy is killed, that's going to be it. Diaz at the end with a nice double for him, and that's M80 taking themselves the defensive bunk and daycare.
So well played by M80 as well. You just saw them consistently stepping back like a line of hurdles. They were trying to make SSG jump over. Every time they got control of one area, there was nowhere to be seen for M80. They were all in the shadows. Then they get the next line. M80 moved back yet again. They had 2 players out on the arcade balcony, for example. One dug in by Kafe. There was only 1 player actually on site itself, but as soon as the step forward comes in, Diaz is there to jump all over them, get the 2 kills they need, and make sure M80 are staying competitive. 4 to 5 now. And we move back downstairs onto that primary site, Tim.
It's a really smart play from Yoga there. I don't know how much information he had, but the kill that he managed to find onto Yeti, you could see the thought process that he just thought, you know what, I'm not engaging the Monty because there's a good chance that I'll lose this kill. He's massive shield in front of his body. You know, even with his pistol out, there's just a good chance that I'll lose this. I need to do something what I can. And getting that kill onto Yeti was it. And it was a really good decision from him. So we're going to head down to Armor in Throne. Gomez is just struggling with his shield a little bit there. He was trying to get it positioned up on top of the box, but just could not find the sweet spot that would allow him to do so. So that's just meant that he's had to position it slightly behind there. We'll see if that has any impact. There's going to be a keeper barricade played in that position to offer the same sort of cover.
Only one of SSG's 3 attacking rounds where they haven't got the plant down as well. Had it in both of those first 2 rounds. As a reminder, 0 for M80 coming in the first half, so a bit of a different objective focus coming out from SSG, at least up to this point.
Bolts straight away towards the bathroom window, I think just conscious of any potential peaks coming out. M80 not wanting to play with that sort of aggression so far, and it's understandable. You know, you tend to see it out of your players who've been hitting some big shots and maybe, you know, feeling the blood pumping and they're ready for it. They're up to the windows, they're up to the edge of the map, but for M80 it feels like a much more measured affair than that at the minute.
It does, and this is where I really need to see SSG getting a little bit backstabby here as well. If you know that M80 are adapted to what you're doing, if they're kind of like skirting around you in the shadows and then strike you when they know they can get a kill, you need to be the ones to really take the initiative here and try and find a way to unravel this. 2 of them out towards lab storage, quite a spread actually across the map overall for M80. Only one of them, I think, on site at this point. But as we saw last time, SSG tried to go direct to site, opening up a couple of walls, and they were shut down at both turns.
They were. It was a great attack from SSG. I did like it, but as you say, it just didn't work out for them in the end. It's just such a tough site to attack onto. That's what we've been seeing over SI so far. Teams really struggling to get it done. Now then, we're going to have M80 just completely falling back to site. That's all 5 on site, halfway mark of the round. They've decided enough's enough. They're going to keep a barricade off the doorway when the time comes, and that is going to leave them now to just turtle up and hold on.
Down to a minute and 15 does mean as well that it's getting to a point where this does start to have an impact. You know, SSG have still got to do a lot of setup work. They're looking towards that vertical control. They're still got to work their way through these walls potentially. Lots of stuff to figure out on their way towards the site here, and it's odd to actually find, Tim, that we've got all 5 alive on both sides.
It is. An odd position for the electrical there. I dare say that through the wall it could probably be seen. Obviously they've got to spot it, and they've got to know that it's there. But I think with lying prone, you would surely be able to see that from inside of barrels. Maybe I'm incorrect, but we're going to have the yellow wall going to be opened. and that is successfully done. So that is the Ingress point for SSG. Rather than trying to push for the plant behind Throndes, they're going to be playing for it in behind Pillar.
Really want to find a couple of kills here as well. Look, SSG got a player on either side. They've got one playing upstairs. I'll tell you what, he's looking to get himself up them stairs there away from the Warden too. Bosco's got the right idea. There is one off towards the right-hand side, but Tim, there's 20 seconds left and no one has died yet. This is going to be an absolute slaughter.
It is. I don't see any way that SSG come out on top of this, to be honest. There's too many angles for them to push into. Kino, he's going to find the first onto Hot and Cold. Rampy manages to get Gomez, 4 versus 4, but there's no opportunity to get the diffuser down. Absolutely not a chance. They're going in. They're being just cut down as they step foot inside. Yoga Spirits getting one apiece, and that is going to be M8 taking the round and leveling things up 5-5.
There we go. That's the catch-up point we were looking for. Again, for SSG, just leaving things a bit too late there to try and make the play happen. But really, a lot of that came down to M80 in the early round, forcing them to chase shadows around the map for the longest while. And then when there was 75 seconds left, there was still everything to do. Electro Claws were still available. They had players ready on either side of the wall to go for the challenge once the breach opened up. Just no real control being established by SSG, and maybe this is where you're starting to see the cracks show a little bit on a map pick that isn't really their own. It was M80's map pick, and no doubt you can see why it is their most popular map overall.
Yeah, M80 definitely waking up now, and it's not going to be an easy finish for SSG at the minute. I sort of look at it, I think SSG are going to be thinking about these last 2 rounds, thinking we still need to get one here.
Yep.
You know, we still need to get one of these if we want to take it into overtime. That's surely going to be the focus at the minute, is guaranteeing themselves that extra bit at the end. Initiation Office is going to be our defensive site for M80. We will likely see the push from SSG coming in one of 2 ways. It'll either be through Kafe and Break Room trying to get control over the west side, or there is the more direct approach of Control and Cash. The majority of attention that we've seen from the attacks during this map has been from Control and Cash.
My only frustration for SSG, well, it's not my only, but the main one is that they keep on playing into the setup as well out of M80. I mentioned last round, I want to see more of a backstab attempt coming in, trying to do something a little bit different, getting behind them, cut off their retreats back, pincer on the members that are playing a little bit further away from sight. And here where you saw the setup coming out of M80, it was facing out towards the east side, out towards Dragon. Already we've got 2 players from SSG working their way in from the west side, Bosco on the upstairs, Fultz on the under, so they are trying to kind of play it from the less favourable side, arguably, for M80, but the difficulty being against an Azami, every side is favourable.
Fultz is already inside of the map here. It's that aggression that we were speaking about. You know, maybe it needs to be SSG that take the fight if M80 are not keen to do so and are playing more of a shadow game. Yeti, he's got the nade in hand. He's going to be moving out
that for a while.
Not going to catch hold of his man. He's back up to the top of Yellow Stairs. And again, M80 just playing that game well of sort of just towing the line, just getting themselves up to the point of a conflict. And then actually we're going to just step back a little bit. We're just going to burn a little bit more time. We're just going to let you keep chasing us.
My main nervousness is here is they've all now gone for the west side, so rather than having 1 or 2 coming in, DS almost going down. Rather than 1 or 2 coming in on Dragon's side, everyone has gone towards the west. I'm all for pushing as a group here, but it feels a bit too predictable for M80 to be able to deal with. Doesn't stop Yoga being the first one going down. Hot and Cold to start things off as he moves up to 12 and 6.
That's something for SSG at least, and again, I like this, that they're taking the chance, they're trying something different. As I said, the majority of attacks so far have come in from the opposite side of the map. They're trying to catch M80 out, but they're not going to, as Diaz and Gomez, they managed to find 2, leaving us now in a 4 versus 3. M80 with a good advantage here. They're actually only 1 of M80 is on site at the minute. They really have stepped up and taken this fight to SSG. Yeti, he's 1 versus 4, 1 versus 3. Can he find himself another? No, they dip into Kafe, and it is a matter of time until M80 for the first time on Theme Park find themselves a lead.
They've really taken charge here, Tim, in this second half, and we kind of expected it. They probably felt unlucky, as we said, not to be 4-2 up after that first half, given how the first 2 rounds went. But here's an SSG tactical timeout.
Most of these attacks, like we're in, if we just like, it's a little bit more, guys. Where do we think they're gonna go now?
Lab.
Yeah. This is third side, right?
Lab or bone.
All right, what do we want to do? Let's talk about it.
I don't think we do the DZ attack. I think we gotta go east.
For lab? We could go east. You could try to get up.
He's saying we could go bump. Lab,
Yeah,
I think we do. Lab, I think we try to take throne if they go there, and then we do like the rework up yellow, just quad.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that if they go.
It's just kill this one go. We should get a dope and do that. Dope goes outside Hell Hell.
We should take, like, some guy should take control still of Blanco, because they give it to us. Like, we should.
One guy just pushes up the quad.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's do lab. Who's going quad? Who's going Hell?
No comment.
Recognising what I think we've been saying there, you know, SSG saying we need to go in and take control because they're giving it to us, you know, and that's what we've said about M80. They're not really pushing to meet SSG at the point of entry. They're not really pushing to get aggressive onto them. They're sort of happy to invite them in a little bit and then just waste time, and then take the fights later on. SSG wanting to take advantage of that, but I do have to say, you know, not to be too critical of the tactical timeout. Everybody's got their own styles individually, each team. It just felt for me like there wasn't a lot of urgency in that from SSG. It was very much, or even leadership, you know, even
a bit laboured.
It was just, well, yeah, we could kind of do this, or maybe we could try this, or, you know, rather than this is what we need to do to win, this is the confidence, this is what we're going to go for.
Yeah.
It was more sort of just, well, maybe this, we could try that.
I'm never really one to shy away from sticking my neck out a little bit to making some statements. And, you know, I won't lie, during the group stage I had a few comments about, you know, how these tactical timeouts have gone. They have felt quite slow. Lycan only was on an interview and said, look, the guys trust me, it's the way that we work together, we know that it plays out. But again, I can't help but feel in a spot where your team's about to lose a map that's not your own pick, this is the time for someone to step up as a leader, whether it's coach or someone in game, and say, right, here's what we're going to do about it, rather than just saying, just a little bit more, guys, that's all we need. I do want to see something a bit more prescriptive at times like that, when your team very clearly needs to push, because truthfully, I think that's what you're going to need to be able to go and win it all. I know some of the players on this team have already done it before. That was when they had Canadian on side. We know exactly what he's like when it comes to being a prescriptive leader, so that's what I think could be missing here. But SSG might just shut me up completely and win this round with a really good attack.
The thing is, I'm sure it's probably happened at the beginning of the round from the IGL. Like, you know, I'm just thinking, if I'm in that team and I'm coming away, have I got a clear picture in my head now of, right, this is what I need to do, this is what needs to come from me. And I feel like there was maybe, you know, a little bit of room there for, you know, it might be this, it might be that. We'll see.
What we'll also say is, I'm happy that, again, like I said the other day, Lycan's always had the belief and philosophy that teams need to be able to figure things out for themselves.
Absolutely, 100%.
You can't talk to them all game, so that's what he said there is, right, guys, what are we doing? You know, talk about it. Let's just talk for 45 seconds. But I don't fault that at all either. I think it's not a bad tactic to get the team talking. But it does draw that question of, okay, then who's really taking this ball by the reins and leading it all the way through? Let's see then. 90 seconds remaining here for SSG, potentially on Theme Park, unless they can pull this last round out the bag. We've got Fultz rocking up on the Amaru. He started out strong, as did Rampy. Both have slowed down a little bit in the second half, so we've got to see them come to life here. Otherwise, it's lights out.
Still, I won't say still setup work.
No. They're just transforming based on where
changing based on what is happening in front of them.
Shields being moved.
So they're going to start to rearrange so that they can front up. And again, that plays into what M80 have been doing so far. Here goes Fultz. That's well timed with the E1D. It's going to send him straight in, but he's going to face up to another barricade as a tactic that we've seen from M80 throughout. First kill goes to Diaz. Going to pick up hot and cold. Gomez with another. And M80, they've got their number here, Des. They know exactly what's coming, and once again SSG have struggled on the attacking half. That is where this map is likely to be lost. Jogger, he's looking to get aggressive. Nitro already gone, doesn't find his man, but it is 5 versus 3. It's 30 seconds left to go.
They've tried everything they can here. They've tried to take 3 separate 1v1s and lost out in previous rounds. They've bunched up, but nothing is working to get through the M80 blockade. Yeti working his way up yellow, isn't aware of the player to his left, gets shut down. Fultz is the last one left standing. I don't see him doing it, and neither did M80. They take Theme Park 7-5.
Not the end of the world for SSG. It's M80's pick. They've gone in there. They've made a good game of it. I think the broader problem for it as a whole is that warms M80 up for the rest of it now. We saw that opportunity at the beginning of the map for SSG where they came in and they were knocking them about a little bit. But that's not going to be the case, you don't feel, on the second map. M80 are going to be straight up for it. And SSG, what we're seeing there for me plays into a little bit what I was saying at the end. It's, you know, that tactical timeout seemed a little bit deflated, a little bit, you know, lacking that, you know, confidence that, you know, this is what we're going to do, that drive. and it just sort of shows on them there. They seem a little bit tired, a little bit exhausted.
Well, Clubhouse is their map. It's time for them to get rallied up and see if they can keep themselves here at SI. They lose one more map and they are out. M80 though want to make sure they're the ones inflicting that level of pain on SSG. Don't go anywhere. Back in a few minutes.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
back to the A stream here at Six Invitational 2023. You got me, Des, with this guy, Tim, and we are midway through M80 versus SSG. SSG starting off pretty strong and quite convincingly on theme part, Tim, with a 4-2 half, but simply could not get the job done against M80's brick walls that refused to bow down. They won 7-5, which means our next map is Clubhouse. It is SSG's map pick. Do we see 3 maps, Tim, or do you think this is done in 2?
I think SSG are always very difficult to beat on Clubhouse. I don't think they look terrible during Theme Park. You know, they made certainly a good game of it. What I am concerned about from the SSG point of view is the last couple of rounds that we saw. And that map and losing it, you know, from the position that they got themselves into after the first half, it obviously seems to have sort of hit them hard. And that would be my concern, really. There's possibly, if M80 are ruthless, an opportunity for them to really push on and take this on Clubhouse.
I was looking at some of the stats that we've seen across the last 12 months or so on this map. The teams have nearly played it a very even amount of times. SSG playing it 11 times, M80 playing it 10 times, though SSG do have the better defensive, well, overall win rate, sorry, at 63%, M80 only winning it half the time. And in case you missed that game, here are the scores on the doors. Hot and cold, shining and impressing for SSG. And despite a bit of a quiet start from DS, he was 0-4 at one point, did climb his way back up and have an impact in that second half.
It was, as you say, they needed it and they got it. It will, you know, again, potentially be a dangerous factor coming into this next map now. You know, if he's got himself gunning and he's starting to feel a bit more comfortable, warmed up for the day, that cost needs to go up a little bit, 58%, obviously not fantastic, but overall, it's certainly a good sign for M80 fans.
And also a good sign for us on the other stream, Tim. If you're an EU fan, like I guess we could kind of partly say we are. G2 starting off with a very strong 7-1 performance over Dark Zero. They're just starting off with their second map now. So plenty to tune into across both this channel here on Rainbow Six and also Rainbow Six Bravo, where that second game is going down. So Clubhouse is almost ready, I'm told. So we'll be getting in just a couple of minutes. I think for SSG, we know they play well on this map. They start off on the attacking side. Again, we know it's their home. They've got a strat named after them on it. M80, though, I've got no doubt they've done their homework. They would have been expecting a map pit like this. They'll be ready for it. Let's see if they can hold out, though, against SSG's onslaught in the first 6 rounds.
Here we go then, let's get this underway. You know, the majority of the games that we've seen so far today, all but one in fact, have been to 3 maps. It's been hard fought on every single occasion because, of course, you know, let's remember the stakes that are at hand, and that is that teams are going home. Teams are leaving the tournament at this point if they're not finding the wins, so they are certainly fighting for everything that they can. The first couple of bans are going to come in. We've got a Ying, we've got an Ace, so it's slightly interesting. I mean, one of the hard breaches there. We've got a Bandit as well. Certainly not the norm.
No, normally hard breach on this map, you see Hibana or Maverick taken away. Hibana, because there are so many hatches to open when attacking on the downstairs, you can keep on cycling through them even with impact charges coming in onto the kitchen hatch. And the Maverick, because even when things like Kaid are available, he can still chew his way through those hatches. A Ying ban coming in against SSG is 0. I'll go back to the meme I made the other day, Tim. SSG not enjoying a Ying ban coming in. Often it can be their kryptonite on some maps. Maybe this one proves to be that exact map. And personally, I really like the Azami ban. I do enjoy Azami. She does bring a lot to the game, but does really slow things down as well. Creates a lot of frustration for the attackers. You know, I think at this point, we're going to see a picked or banned basically in every single game. Presence will be very, very high across the whole competition. But here, she will not be available, which does open up the field to operators like Valkyrie and Mira, though, Tim.
It does, you know, we've spoken about that a lot for the banning phases and how they are being sort of stretched at this point, and we're just getting, you know, more and more opportunity for those regular bans to now start seeing play, and I'm here for it. I love it. I love seeing the variation. I love teams having to really scratch their head and think about how they're going to deal with those operators. Mira is going to be brought along immediately. M80 starting on the defense might actually suit them down to the ground. You know, you've got SSG feel like they're on the ropes a little bit, and then you've got M80 starting on a strong side of Clubhouse, and they could well find themselves with a good advantage, and SSG having to fight back from that to keep themselves in the tournament.
For sure. Here we go then. See how SSG do on this side of things. The Mirror being deployed in towards blue. It's interesting, actually, because a couple of players were tweeting the other day and saying, oh, you know, you don't have enough time to do your full setup these days. There's, you know, 30 seconds in, you might be getting rushed down by someone. others saying, look, 45 seconds is plenty as long as your team have properly planned out what your setup is going to be. What I've enjoyed from M80 so far across both the, well, not, across this map is hard to say, it's only round 1, but they are adjusting where they're doing their setup, it seems, as things go by. A very heavy blue presence coming here makes me not so much nervous, but a smidge aware. They need to be able to hold down blue because they've got this mirror window facing in towards Moto and in towards Church, which basically locks the whole thing down. No mirror window coming onto the triple Church wall, though. Everything is said is on that east side. So, if SSG read this well, they should know that main stairs might be a go-to play here. Combined together Moto, kitchen, and main stairs, for example, feels like the way forwards.
Okay then, already taken possession of part of that top floor, starting to work their way across slowly but surely. Largely been given to them by M80, which sort of fits into the game plan that we've been seeing from them so far, so no surprises there. Rampy going to be using the opportunity of a little bit of safety to open those kitchen floors up from 3 floors up. He's going to be up in logistics, shooting all the way through, and that's going to give them the opportunity to get the hatch open. It may just breed a little bit more caution about impact tricking because the floor's been opened around the hatch.
Wonder where Yog was going to be then, because he was the only one with the impacts in back pocket to be able to deny this hatch being opened up, but it's done for free. No contest coming in from the other side. So I think it feels like SSG have got a read on the right sort of thing here. They've opened up kitchen, opened up Moto. They've got a couple of players starting to set up around main stairs as well, so they are looking to push into the air quotes weak side of the setup. But then I can't help but look at all the gadgetry in the back pocket of M80. There's 3 C4s ready to start tossing skywards over that wall, assuming of course it's reinforced the right way for it, to then start to really shut things down. So really they could have actually baited SSG here into a bit of a death box.
Certainly could have done. Hot and Cold's going to open up those feet holes in. He gets 1 denied, 2 denied. Doesn't have any ex-Kairos pellets left, so that is going to severely limit the angle there. Not fantastic. He gets a little bit of what he needs there. We've seen Palu over the years play this angle time and time again, just looking on into sight from the bottom of main stairs to try and cut down the rotations inside of sight. Well, my magnet's going to do its job there and just prevent that nade coming into Spirits. 18 seconds left to go. This is going to be very late from SSG.
It's a really good read as well from M80. I feel like they planned for everything here and have a solution. Hot and Cold in the spot to be able to challenge Kino with one with the shotgun. Goes for a second, but no, the long distance spray down comes in. They're absolutely slaughtering SSG. If you want to see how to counter a team, that's the way to do it. What a brilliant setup and round.
Flawless round there coming in. Absolutely fantastic stuff from SSG. Sorry, not from SSG, from M80.
Not brilliant stuff there, Tim.
SSG came up on the screen. You'll allow me my one mistake. It was brilliant. Spirits on the door, particularly. We've seen this position, you know, just preventing access into Moto with the shotgun, played brilliantly. I love that from M80. Absolutely dominating.
For me, again, it was how the mirror window out towards the east actually set up as kind of a deterrent, but also a bait in towards attacking main stairs. They had the part of it. Truthfully, I kind of want to put on SSG. Banning away the Ace, I think, was an interesting one because they don't want to bring the Maverick. There's no electrification. Why bother? You've got the Thatcher for that. Which means, really, they're looking at both the Hibana and the Thermite to be the things that get them on towards site there. But they've relied on everything. 8 ex-Kairos pellets on towards the church wall was all they were really looking for. And outside of that, they were pushing into bottlenecks. So it was a really good response from M80 to shut that down quite early on. Maybe less on SSG to not want to get the triple wall completely opened up, really kind of shoehorn themselves into either pushing into mirror windows, dropping in towards kitchen as a death drop, or trying to force your way through Moto door, and M80 just had the shutdown ready. Really well played.
Yep, it was looking good for them. Now then, we go into round 2. M80 going to move up to gym and bedroom this time around, so it's going to be their first chance at the top floor, and then we'll see what comes as the third chance pick should they win this site. Will it be CCTV cash or will it be bar and stage?
Excellent question.
A little bit of a leaning towards both at different times through the tournament, so we will see exactly how that goes. For the time being, it's largely a site-based presence for M80 here. About the furthest they've extended out is Yoga at the top of red stairs. Diaz is playing cash sort of very loosely, more in construction than anything. So it's not going to take too much, I don't think, from SSG to force them back.
A little bit of flexibility being offered in construction with 2 players here who could very quickly step across and look to contest. And going back to what we heard on Theme Park, Tim, M80 aren't really too keen on aggressing into SSG early in the round. If I think back to teams like G2 with Doki, they like to be challenging at basically every single window they have the opportunity to try and shut you down in the early round. Whereas M80 kind of back themselves to play well around the utility use of SSG, and so far they're doing just that. They are going through shields, they are being forced back, but they don't really seem to mind that. It's like trying to box with shadows. It's really hard for SSG to convert a kill because they're a little bit slow. They're not very good at pincering onto players or isolating them. Here, for example, opening up the single construction wall first might have been nice, or challenging on towards the construction window, but it's only just been opened. So M80 saying, look, we know how you guys play. We know we'll be able to deal with anything you throw at us because you're not particularly adept at getting a pincer in.
Rotero drone is going to go in and just start to try and clear Yoga out of that position, but he's alert and alive to the danger, manages to take it down, keep his shield intact. We see Shaco, of course, playing in that spot so frequently, so regularly. It's not close enough. It's not going to be able to get the shield. They're going to have to keep on trying here.
He impacted it out because I think he was worried it was too close.
Yeah, exactly. Whilst Yoga's in that position, it's just going to leave it very, very difficult for SSG to push forward, and time is seriously ticking by.
Surely that's not it as well. Like, that's all SSG have got to be able to throw at that shield, and now it's going to be able to impede them. Rampy's probably the only one left when you look at it with frag grenades that can make a difference, but I guarantee you there are going to be magnets inside of there. Again, surely M80 have not locked them out here just through that one simple bit of play, but it feels like they might. Gomez looking to challenge, a nade coming in from Rampy here to try and put a little bit of support in. Will he find anyone? No, he won't. It's overcooked.
SSG need kills desperately here, but they're just not finding them. They're not forthcoming. Rampy doesn't want to drop the hatch at the minute because of the smoke. Fultz is going to find the kill onto Gomez, though. That gets things going for SSG. Toxic Babe canister goes out. It's going to be the final one. The opportunity is here. 15 seconds left to go. It's go time, SSG. You need to move in and start thinking about a plant. Yoga stood in the middle of site. He's going to hold them off. He's going to be full white flashed in a second. Kills going either way. 2 versus 3 as it shakes down. 2 versus 2. Where's that diffuser though? Bosco, he's going to be able to put it down. Out comes one impact. Out comes another, but it won't stop him. 2 kills to be found. That's 1. That's 2. Unbelievable clutch from Kino. All he has to do is disable the activated diffuser, and that is going to absolutely batter the mental of SSG.
I love how he celebrated even before things have got underway with the actual disable there, but he had all the time in the world. SSG doing good to at least get an execute off there with the numbers advantage, but that clutch potential out of Kino coming through, and they get the shutdown.
Well, that is... It's I won't say catastrophic, but it's certainly bad news for SSG. It is a tough loss to take, and they are starting to stack up now. Theme Park obviously felt like a tough loss for them. We saw that at the end of the game. You know, and every round that they lose like that is just going to feel like it's piling up, and like the fate is more and more sealed. We're going to head over to CCTV and Cash for round 3, and M80 starting to look like they might just have hit cruise control.
Well, the one thing I kind of want to give is it's a balance of karma in a way, right? Again, not forgetting how the first 2 rounds went back on Theme Park, where SSG arguably snagged a couple of rounds that they shouldn't have. This is M80 getting at least 1 back on their side from that round with Kino having a nice clutch coming out. I can't help but ignore how the first 2 minutes of that last round went, though. I know that ultimately SSG managed to pull off an execute in relatively good fashion, but prior to that, it felt like they were stalling out against some real bare basics coming out from M80. You know, they got through the shield at the top of top red, great. They started working through construction, and then got themselves stuck unable to get rid of a shield despite having frag grenades on side, 4 Roteros on side, and not unable either to move Gomez out of Logi until the very end of the round. So it felt like they were kind of following a checklist, but just couldn't fully complete everything off, and at the end said, well, what we've got is what we've got. We've got to try and make it work from here. Not the most prepared, you know, SSG I've ever seen, especially for Clubhouse.
Going to be getting that East Breach open nice and quickly, as we would expect. Thatcher Charge is going to just assist in that process. So that's pretty much
40 seconds done.
Yeah, we would expect that. This is why we don't always see Cash and CCTV as much anymore. The real key, to be honest, is not the wall, it's Spirits in this position on Catwalk. As long as he can keep himself here, that's going to be the sticking point.
Interested to find out why, and I'd love to ask them later on potentially, you know, why we've got DS playing top red here when you've got the Jaeger being the one playing inside a garage. Because normally you'd stick a mine there to keep on tossing these discs around and make it really hard to force them out. The main reason I could think of is they're not expecting a big garage presence to come through, just a little bit of one, and Spirits is in there to bait his, to lose his life, essentially, to really commit towards this. Now, that seems to be the play for SSG, as they've got 2 or 3 players starting to really ramp up here to start their march forward. Those 2 ADSs will not last long, though, in the face of those smokes, or the flashes, sorry, coming out of Bosco, and the frag grenades from Rampy that will follow afterwards.
Going to push the shield in, try to deal with that top floor. Glaz is just walking in through the smoke as well. The thing is, it's a one-shot chance is the problem. Fultz is taking a lot of damage from the Toxic Babe canister there, and you threw your smoke canisters, you don't have many more opportunities. Gomez is down in oil pit, and this could prove to be a real problem. Fultz has been forced back out, and now Spirits, he does have the Monty to deal with, which won't be easy. He needs a little bit of support here, really. If they can get this kill, that is fantastic, but no, Gomez from underneath does great work. It is going to see Spirits downed, but there is an opportunity for M8 to keep that pressure on Catwalk.
Again, you've got so many nades that you can chuck up here as well. Flashes in Bosco's back pocket are largely unused and really could have made this a much more advantageous fight coming in. Only now are they coming through it. It feels a little bit too late at this point. You knew that he was down. They burned through it a little bit late, but the damage has been done. They've lost the Monty for, I don't want to say no reason, but that really shouldn't be happening.
No, it shouldn't. Fultz has got himself up to the position where he can start pressure inside. Now, SSG do have almost everything they need to get a plant down here. The big problem that they've got is the players underneath. They haven't dealt with them. As soon as they try to put that diffuser down, it's likely that we're going to see that Nitro coming into play, that we're going to see Gomez on the Solis, making life difficult. The Thatcher EMPs to potentially deny any pre-placed Nitro, but it's a little bit too late. 7 seconds left to go. They're going to have to rush this SSG.
Gomez
they need to start getting the diffuser down. It looks like the call has come to go for kills. Fultz in the last second is going to try to do it, but surely Gomez is able to deny.
Hello, I was going to say, surely he finishes this off. Had to run through a wall first, get into stock, and then go for the spray. But Tim, I can't help but go back to what I said about the last round. It feels very bare basic checklist coming out of SSG. That one was okay, open East breach, take control of Garage. Oh, we forgot about the nades, though. We can use those towards the end. When they've got control of Garage, there is no one contesting on the below, and yeah, let's have a listen.
Because it does seem like they're giving us a lot of space to, you know, do whatever we're gonna do. So let's make sure we're using it and we give ourselves enough time. Like the gym round, came down the last second, so.
Let's just try to take a zone fast this round. Wherever they are.
Yeah, changing pace will be good against these guys.
Yep. Yeah. If they go back lower, we should just do that dirt. Kitsch dirt with, just leave me blue. I can just play cat blue. I'll just get him out of blue and box blue and just fuck with them. Leave me solo.
Could we try to take Garage fast and push to Goose, quick? Because this guy runs down red, off me. Yeah, I'll watch Secret. I'll play this.
I'll get in Garage.
They don't play Raptors. They don't play Raptors.
No, they don't.
Really fast.
Kind of comes back to what I said earlier on about wanting to try and pincer onto a player or two from M80. You know, the reason why they're giving you space, guys, ultimately is they know that you're not going to be able to punish them. They're happy to just slowly move their way back as you step forward and then pick you off when the execute or the late round in general comes around. But I'm not surprised tactical timeout comes in there, Tim. They're down 3-0. It's their map pick. It's not looking good for SSG. They have to turn it around here and now.
They do. The part of the problem, I think, as well, I like the tactical timeout more than I did previously. I think there was, a more specific focus there. It was very much about, right, let's do this, let's move in there quickly, let's take that area, and there were specifics there, rather than at the end of Theme Park, where, as I say, it felt a bit more like, sort of lacking that confident approach of, sort of committed to, this is what we're going to do. But yeah, SSG at the minute, they're on the back foot, and I'm worried that they're already beaten.
I have a feeling it's going that way as well. Now, I like Fultz on the Twitch here. Last time round we spoke about, it's a basically identical setup coming out from M80 on the downstairs, by the way. 2 mirror windows out towards the east, triple reinforced off entirely. No electrification or anything along those lines coming in, but I think the Twitch here could be the difference maker. If he can get rid of those 2 mirror windows, suddenly that blue side of the map becomes a little bit of a death trap for the side of M80. They won't be able to play around it. A lot of the site will be very opened up, and SSG should absolutely look to get control of blue, assuming they can get those mirror windows, though.
Church and Arsenal will be the defensive site for M80. Pretty much all on the downstairs. They're going to be playing this turtle, so SSG will have their opportunity that they wanted, which was to move in quickly, take space, and use what was being given to them. So let's see if they can make that pay dividends. They're a minute into the round. There is still a little bit of drawing going on, but SSG are starting to establish themselves.
Definitely. And again, for me, it's these shock drones. They are going to be the big difference now. If these get whiffed down dirt and just get taken out for free, then that's a real issue. There's going to be one gone, one left Fultz. Don't waste it.
That's it, as you say, really need to find the value out of them. Going to start with the process of trying to open the kitchen hatch. I think they might just get that immediately. Doesn't sound like it's being tricked out at all. We've got Spirits with the little nitro toss ready. We know that kill box at the bottom of main stairs can be a nightmare for attackers. SSG making good progress though, halfway through the round. Kitchen hatch open, looking to open dirt now. They're going to have to do some work to be able to push down there because they've got Kino on the smoke playing in there and he's going to resist as much as he can. But not terrible so far. It's looking good.
I'm nervous. Hot and Cold's burned through all his Kairos. That means Bosco is the only one here who can open up triple wall on the downstairs if they choose to push that direction. But there are still 2 impacts left in Yoga's back pocket. M80 can read into that. They can deny the exothermic if it goes down onto the triple wall, which then really means the mirror window is still intact, that SSG don't really have an ideal place to attack. Attack is going to be forced again. Hot and Cold trying to work his way down through dirt here. Don't mind this too much. Spirits hits the deck as one comes down blue, and it is Fultz.
Going to be moving his way around, just trying to hold the angle onto the rotation there. It's going to have to be a real 3-2-1, and it looks like that's it, but it's not going to work out as Diaz steps up. No one manages to find the kill onto Hot and Cold, and that is going to be no access to Dirt Tunnel by the looks of it. That is the push over from there. So SSG, they're going to have to work from 2 angles at most, but dropping Kitchen Hatch without Dirt Tunnel is a difficult thing to do, and this is exactly why they're dropping into crossfires. There's kills left, right, and centre for M80 at the minute. Rampy, he manages to find one, but surely it's just a consolation, Des. 10 seconds left to go, and he's just trying to find anything he can, but it is over in round 4 for SSG. Kino seals the deal, and that's M80 going 4-0 up on Clubhouse.
Executed with perfection.
I have not felt this frustrated watching a team play Siege in a long time. Like, this is your map. You are known for your performances on Clubhouse, but these attacks, it sounds bad, but I've seen better from like teams in T4 and T3 over in the UK. Like, what is going on, boys? The bare basics are missing here. We're not dealing with the mirror windows. We're not opening triple. We're burning through all of our utility in really silly, unneeded places. And they're finding themselves having to force a drop coming in through kitchen with one person trying to backstab at blue. That's not SSG. That's not the team that's won an Invitational before. That's not the team that we saw earlier on today against Heroic. What is going on?
Okay then, Gym and Bedroom. Gym and Bedroom, M80 won this back in round 2 reasonably convincingly as well. The problem for SSG that just couldn't clear Yoga out was the top and bottom of it. He played inside a construction in what is, you know, quite commonly known as the Shaco spot, just inside of the doorway. He had his shield. There was nothing SSG could do to clear him, and they had to then just go elsewhere. They had to try and drop logistics hatch. They had to try and get other things going, and it just led them into the guns of M80 and was a big, big problem. So SSG, you got to do something different here. You know, I'd maybe like to see them open Jacuzzi Wall. Let's get hold of CCTV. Let's apply some window pressure. You know, let's not play into that setup again.
They've got to turn something around, and I don't know if Blitz is going to be the answer to that, Tim.
No.
With nade, it's not a good start.
I feel like it is clutching at straws a little bit.
I mean, across 4 rounds to have how many kills in the team? 7? You know, that's less than 2 per round. That's how uninspiring and unimpactful it currently feels. And one of those came down to a really tight round in a 1 versus 1 as well. You know, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse if I keep on going on about it, but it's your map pit. We have to see better. Fultz working his way up towards main stairs. Wonder if he has information from his team here. With a little bit of info, they'll know there's a player inside of Logi. They can look to strike. It's Spirits holding up there, who's slightly exposed. Does have a second player nearby as well. So if Fultz times this right, and timing is the issue that's felt a little bit off for SSG in both maps, has been when players move, they tend to move alone. Everyone else then follows 10 seconds later. It has to be at the same time. If he's going to backstab, something else has to be happening to distract M80.
Absolutely. I think M80 have potentially left the door open here. There's no barbed wire, there's no proximity alarm, there's no Banshee. I know that, you know, that we don't necessarily have the operators for those, but my point is there is nothing on those main stairs to signal that somebody's pushing up there. Spirits has had a little face check there, but I just don't think they've got any idea about Fultz's presence, and this could actually be a really big play from SSG. Like you say, Des, it comes down to timing. What they need to do is take M80's eye off the ball so that Fultz can come in and get a couple of freebies.
I mean, I like the patience being shown by Fultz. He's hoping someone rotates across the top here. So far, okay, I don't know what that was meant to be. But now, because again, because he's alone, and now, okay, they've tried to make a move. Hot and Cold has come in here at the same time. They haven't cleared away the mine magnets. They have no real control. They're inside of Jim. They're looking for something here, but no one's making a move happen. They've still got a player up on the roof. Why is there not an execute coming through together, guys? It's falling apart at the seams.
Hot and Cold's on his own at the minute. He's just been forced back by the Toxic Babe canister. Yeti is looking to push in behind him to try and support a little bit, but it just feels like a brick wall again. Hot and Cold, is he going to go for the plant? He's got himself in behind the gym equipment, but I'm just not sure that he's in position, Des, and he's not. As Spirits manages to find him, that puts the Diffuser down inside a site, and this is looking like another M80 round. It could be flawless, Des. This is turning into an absolute nightmare for SSG.
It's not even close. I was waiting for someone from M80 to round in towards Cash CC and get a spray out the west window, as there was no real cover coming in from there. Rampy was up on the roof when we had Hot and Cold pushing in. Fultz admittedly got swung. I can't really fault him too much there, but they're being given so much room. Why is Spirits being allowed to swing when you guys are trying to push in through the west breach? Now, I feel like a broken record, like I'm going in on them for no reason here, but it's infuriating. We know they can do so much better, but M80 are making them look like a Randstad that has never spoken to each other before, and they are destroying them here. Again, a flawless round comes through. They've had 7 kills across the last 5 rounds. It's just... it's not good enough. It's the kind of thing that isn't becoming of a team that belongs to stay at SI, Tim.
It's, to be honest, not the way that you want to see SSG leave the tournament, if I'm honest. You know, I don't want to see this happen to any team, but we've got, you know, a former championship winning organisation potentially going to limp out on a 7-0. You know, that is how it's shaping up at the minute. There doesn't seem to be anything they can do. A couple of rounds ago, I said that it looked like SSG were already beaten, and this is exactly what I mean. You know, it just seems like they're out of ideas, and they just don't know what is going to turn this around. And M80, they've certainly smelt that blood in the water, Des. They're circling, and they are ready to take a chunk out of SSG at any given opportunity.
It's emotional for me because I really care about SSG. I really like the boys. I really like Lycan and what he's all about as well. I love the history they've got behind them. And maybe it's channeling a little too hard on them, but again, I really want to see more. I just want to see them deliver that bit of magic that we've seen historically. Fair play to M80, by the way. I know I've not really spoke too much about them the last few rounds, but they have been the team that have really showed up on this map. You know, SSG can't get any early engagements because they aren't giving it to them. They can't take fast ground because M80 at least are doing holds where they have got a bit of utility scattered around, players holding certain areas, forcing SSG to drone. It just feels like they've got the right answer to SSG's playstyle here, and that question of, will M80 be able to kind of break that 2-1 record that they've lost across the year? They were down 2-1 in terms of games against SSG. The answer so far is looking very definitively to be yes.
Yoga just holding that tight angle. It's always a nasty one to try and challenge into. You can see through the little hole in the metal bar onto the bedroom door. And so he's just going to try and prevent any push coming in from that side of things. The thing is for M80 now, this is their third choice site. So even if they lose this round, they don't really mind too much, to be honest. A problem for SSG is still going to be Catwalk. Spirits is playing on there. Now, the Catwalk can prevent a plant coming in from construction side. He's got the line of sight that he needs through the door, so it's something SSG need to deal with, because if they think that they can just push in through construction, they're going to need a lot of luck, and they need very precise positioning on any plant attempt to make sure that the backside isn't sticking out to a point where Spirits can see it.
Although they've got this little stack in towards Garage, SSG are trying to go on the other side, straight into a C4 as well. Not the ideal. Did he manage to get the construction wall open there? Can we take a quick look, please, Observer? A little bit, but kind of no.
Can't walk through
Bosco is not going to be able to get up to that and open it either, so that stays closed. They've got a single doorway to now try and attack through.
I don't want to just focus on the negative of SSG.
I do, apparently.
The thing is, we've got to say that M80 have done well here.
They have.
You know, they haven't had to play perfectly because there have been mistakes from SSG. But you can, as I always say, you can only beat what's in front of you. And M80 are doing a fantastic job of that at the minute. They are beating SSG up. They're bullying them. They are hitting them at every opportunity. And I've been really impressed with what I've seen from M80.
Good name to the back corner, then almost called out. I think Kino, the shield being taken away here. In comes Yeti.
Gotta win.
Oh,
Gotta win.
No. I mean, you had his backside and didn't manage to finish him off. Rampy gets the naked on the other side, but look, this is what I mean. The wall stays closed. 3 players have to come in through a single window or doorway here. They are so restricted on options. There are 10 seconds to go. It looks to be another slaughter.
You might recall me about 2 minutes ago saying that spirits on Garage Catwalk could be a real problem for SSG, and that is exactly why. From that position, you can deny anybody coming in through construction door, construction wall, and CCTV window, and that is ultimately where SSG were left with. They are in serious trouble right now at SR.
Look. 3 stacked up on a doorway. Like, I like the fact they changed their mind a little bit and thought, let's not try and attack Garage, let's not go East Breach again, let's try something different. I'm all for that. But it feels like as soon as they lost the Hibana and the wall wasn't fully opened off, there was 0 chance Bosco gets up to that wall because C4s, impact nades, whatever God sends may well come through that wall and destroy the exothermics. You're stuck then trying to go through 3 people through a single doorway or trying to go in through the west window. Like, genuine car crash attacks. Really not good.
Not good at all. Let's see if SSG can improve at all on the defense. I really would expect them to. You know, can they turn a 6-0 around? I'm not sure they can. If I'm honest, from the tactical timeouts that we've seen, from the footage that we've seen of the teams, I just don't feel that they are in the right space to be turning over a 6-0, if I'm honest. We'll believe it when we see it.
All right.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see this go to overtime. But M80 right now just feel like they are absolutely rolling on a downhill at the minute, and there's nothing that's going to stop the boulder that is currently, you know, tearing away and picking up speed.
Whew, okay. I've seen crazier things. We've seen 6-0s become 8-6.
It can happen.
It was down on 0 before. Just don't really feel like M80 are going to be a team to let that opportunity slip through their fingers, especially given the lack of fragging power that we have seen from SSG. It's a shame because, again, Theme Park was so close. Really thought we'd see a closer affair, and maybe we are yet to be. But given they've been 7-0 twice so far here, I want to say, Tim, a 3rd time wouldn't surprise me.
Hot and Cold's got himself into a fight and he's come out on the wrong end of that one. Gomez, he's dipped back away from it for the time being, but Hot and Cold is almost out of the round. Fultz manages to find Gomez though. That is a big start for SSG. It's exactly what they needed. They can only take this 1 round at a time, and I like that they've still had the aggression. They've still had, you know, the initiative to get out on the defense and use that roam, get aggressive, and they've not just sort of whimpered out by sitting inside of sight.
No, getting out there and causing a little bit of disruption. I almost went no then, like you would have, Tim. No, just that's how I felt the entire game, to be fair with you so far. Yes, they're down number. At the very least, they've managed to get themselves that entry kill. It's a starting point. It's the Iana off the board. It's Gomez, who's having a fantastic game so far. Completely with that as well. But there are 4 other players that are also having a brilliant game up to this point and could still look to swing this one around. We've got 90 seconds with which to play.
Kino's going to open up the kitchen hatch, and they're going to try to at least apply a little bit of pressure down underneath. Out goes an impact nade. That's just going to slow down that process a little bit from SSG. And they, at least now, are feeling secure for the time being. The next couple of kills are going to be particularly important. They're going to continue that process of just preventing the hatch open. It will be opened eventually. It is just about time at this point. Now, the thing is, I look at like Spirits above Blue Hatch, something like that, a little backstab from M80 could just end everything here.
Well, this is what we were sort of asking for back on Theme Park from SSG as well, is the ability to, you know, send a Nook traveling up somewhere, just get a little backstab in and upset the defenders there, you know, give them something else to think about other than just the one direction of where they're basing themselves entirely. So maybe they are trying to go through something similar here. You've got Diaz trying to work his way down through dirt, poke his way forwards. Spirit looking for a drop on the other side. There is a bit of a multi-pronged push coming in here, but SSG might be well dug in.
There's nobody inside of Blue at the minute, and Spirits is able to just drop. He's he's going to start advancing from blue. M80 have got themselves inside, and this could be a problem. SSG can't really move too far here. As you can see, Spirit's holding it down, but no, SSG have responded. They've found a couple of kills. They put the diffuser down, and it's a flawless round, and exactly the start that SSG needed for the first of 6 rounds that they will need in a row to keep themselves in SSI 2023.
SSI.
Too many S's.
There is a lot going on there,
SSG,
Tim.
SI, too many S's.
There is. Well, with that one little round coming in, you saw a little spark of life coming into the comms there for SSG. The entry kill they got, the shutdown they had, good start, M80 falling apart in the 1. Not forgetting M80 do still have their tactical timeout to employ here if they so choose, and we do have to see a full 3-site rotation coming out of SSG. Even if they hold on here, it will have to be Cash CC or Bar and Stage. Here we go then, with Gym and Bedroom, a bit of a lockdown attempt coming in as well from SSG with that Kaid on side from Bosco, but as we've seen throughout the entirety of this game so far, the Thatcher is available.
The big concern that I'm sure SSG fans are feeling right now is obviously the third choice side. You know, it's great. They absolutely have to be winning their primary and secondary, and I'm not going to take that away from them. They've just locked down Church and Arsenal, flawless round, absolutely brilliant, what they needed. They're going to need to do the same here, Gym and Bedroom, as their second choice. The problem then is winning Bar and Stage or CCTV and Cash, and the fact they don't just have to do it once, they've got to do it twice, and that is potentially going to be a little bit of an issue for them. We will see how M80 do. It's going to be an initial attack onto Gym and Bedroom, and it looks like they're shaping up for a jacuzzi wall open. I'd maybe like to see split pressure, get themselves inside Cash CCTV. The thing is, what they want to do now is make SSG feel like there's absolutely nowhere they can turn. They just need to make SSG feel like, you know, everything's hopeless, effectively.
Yeah, which means being careful about getting caught on the entry, right? Although we've seen M80 kind of on their defensive side dancing around a little bit, giving, you know, SSG a lot of room, but also not giving away too much for free. On the other side of things here, it feels like SSG are trying to go a little bit more aggressively. Wall being opened up. This is the one as Electric Force gets deployed here inside the Bandit one. Sees him, but doesn't take the shot.
I think just maybe a little resolution thing. It's always worth remembering that the players, you know, obviously have their own settings, and we have settings for the stream. So what we can see, maybe they can't always quite see, and they do get lost in scopes and things like that. Rampy going to be moving around on the Solus underneath, looking for that potential push up red stairs as well. Something M80 certainly need to be aware of. They've actually made decent progress so far. M80. They've got the jacuzzi wall open. I think they've impacted and opened the bathroom wall, so that's going to prevent them playing inside of shower. Now here comes the knock up main stairs. It was something that Fultz tried to do but wasn't successful with. Can Gomez have a little bit more success?
I can't help ignore that eventuality with Fultz previously. I think they've got something pinged out here, so they know what's going on. A bit of a nade to come through to then let him get the Malusi without a swing coming in. Good response, takes that away, which now means really Gomez is somewhat invisible. Oh, if not for the nade coming through, if it was cooked a bit better, it would have got a kill. Gomez finding Fultz, finds a second as well. He's torn SSG apart. 3 left standing, only 2 as Gomez has gone nuclear. A 10 and 2, almost finds a next, but Rampy keeps it alive.
It's looking like this could be the beginning of the end for SSG, but they dig in the heels there. Rampy's managed to find a double, but full white flash is not going to help. He's looking to prevent any diffuser going down. Pressure from the top of main stairs. Rampy does know that it's there. He's going to try to battle, but he's being forced back deep into logistics. There's an opportunity for M80 to think about getting the diffuser down, but they need to make it happen. Kino, he goes in and gets a kill onto Rampy, gets himself a second, and M80, they will win, they will progress in the lower bracket of SI23, and that is a resounding 7-1 win against former world champions Spacestation Gaming.
We do have liftoff for those former world champions, but sadly it's the plane home. They go home with a 7-1 ending map loss on, again, their map choice. A close first map, but a really good one as well from M80. Again, can't take anything away from them. Felt like they had SSG's number there on both sets of defenses. Attack's not flawless all the way through, as we saw, but a really good show overall. And very excited to see, truthfully, where M80 go next. Because although they started out slow with Diaz not putting up the big numbers, he really warmed into that series as well.
A tough day so far for a number of the regions. LATAM have lost a couple of teams. NA starting to struggle. EU lost one as well. It's certainly been spread around. Nobody is coming away unscathed from today at SI. It's been a rough one.
It's a brutal day, but it's designed to be. 8 teams, half of the remaining teams go home today. We've now seen 5 knocked out, and there's of course still one other game going on right now where the loser of that goes home, and then we've got another cast after this as well as a second game on the B stream, so still loads to look forward to.
There certainly is. There's a lot of action yet to come, not just today, but beyond today as well, because of course the fantastic results that we're seeing out of all these teams gets us excited about them, and then they're all going to play each other. It's brilliant.
Just one of those that you think you've seen it all, and then you still see SSG getting battered when it comes around to the playoffs. Not the performance they'll want to remember. I said it's always good for teams to go out on a high. Maybe not the highest of high overall for SSG, but you can't ignore, again, the performance that M80 have.
No, not at all. I think, we said it during the cast there. We have to, look at the positives from that, and that is M80 absolutely locking it down. Seeing the opportunity, you can only play what's in front of you, and that is exactly what they've done. This isn't just about SSG making some mistakes, which I think there was some along the way. It's also about the fact that M80 have forced those mistakes, and they've actually had a game plan, stuck to it. You could see that consistently throughout, inviting SSG in and then hurting them. Really well played, M80.
I was looking forward to a potential third map when we saw the lineup of this draft that came through as well, but unfortunately, fortunately more for M80, unfortunately for SSG, they progress through and keep themselves another chance to keep on fighting through this lower bracket. We'll cut out to a break, and when we come back, the desk will break this one down for you.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Commentating the grand final of the Pro League 7, it was amazing.
To see a Brazilian team with a great chance to be the winner of this tournament was an unforgettable moment for me.
I remember that every time we have some international events on the Pro League, we have Liquid and FaZe Clan traveling. On that time, we faced a big problem in the international events, and that problem was called Penta.
Grand final time! Team Liquid versus Penta Sports EU Latin America. Bank Map 1, let's get the show on the road!
Penta was the best thing at the time, and it was a pleasure, an honor to play against them on a final.
Even us from Brazil, we are saying, okay, Penta is there, they're gonna be winning this. In our minds, in our heart, we consider ourselves on that time as underdogs. So imagine underdog going against the best team in the world. Everyone had some fear. It's Penta. How are you gonna beat Penta?
Zig has to carry this here, or else Liquid will go, but no, Jonas will get the final shot, a headshot on the IQ, and a 5-1 victory in map number 1, Penta Sports.
In the first map, we started to see that Penta was going to win again. It was a little bit frustrating for us because all those years seeing the Brazilian team's goals on the finals and always get the second place was a little bit frustrating for us.
Sexy Cake though will drop 1, 2 kills though, a flurry for Liquid, as Goga gets 1, Zig with 1 more, they're on fire! Pengu, last man alive here, but he gets shot from the side! Ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid, they survive! And we'll see a third map!
And then everything started to go pretty well for Team Liquid, and the hype was real, you know.
Liquid almost going down, they bring it back in! The energy on this team is absolutely insane!
We already know they are very good, but we trust ourselves, we trust our work. Let's just play as a team and let's have some fun. That's all we came for.
One more map separates us. We actually got all the way through. I was so scared that it would just end in a 2-0. It was so
honestly
close.
Should have with how Penta played that round.
32 seconds left on the clock as Ness will get 1 more. He'll get the second one as well. The drop. And Bullet with the last one. Penta on the floor. Oh my God. This is getting close. Buck has already opened the wall in the back, and Team Liquid, they're 1 round away from being crowned the new champions of Pro League.
This could be history in the making.
Sexy Cake peeks with Bull. Will get the kill on Goga. Here's the cleanup from Sexy Cake. 2 alive. Pengu and Fabian. Everybody from Team Liquid concentrating their efforts. You see everybody, every single one of the players here concentrating on the 1 kill that they need. Have they run out? Yes, they will. Liquid, they win. Latin America, Penta goes down.
I was pretty emotional in this moment. All my body was shaking, and it was a dream come true, you know.
It was the first moment that we have the biggest prize in Rainbow Six from that time.
We became a strong region after that. The victory was a game changer for everyone in Brazil.
This trophy and this victory is such a massive thing, even 4.5 years later.
That moment was unique for me because we lost so many games against Penta, so it was like a little bit of revenge in a good way and a redemption for the Brazilians, you know. It was a magical moment.
Au revoir, SSG. Bon voyage. M80 lives another day. And I'm super excited because I am with the MVP. He really doesn't need any introduction. Kino.
Hello.
First, congrats on getting MVP. Also, congrats on the victory. So,
Thank you.
First question that pops into my head, how are you feeling about the rest of SI? Are you feeling confident now?
I'm feeling amazing.
Aw.
Coming out after a loss against W7M, that one was tough. That one actually hits us hard.
Yeah.
But here we are, you know, bouncing back. it's not over. It's a loser's bracket for a reason. You know, we have a second chance, and here we are. We're here to prove ourselves.
I love that. It's not over yet.
It's not. And Kino, I mean, you guys have obviously been playing really well throughout the tournament thus far. It feels like you guys are playing the meta really well right now. Are there any teams that you guys have been kind of looking at to try to learn from or try to emulate throughout your time off? Or has there been any inspirations to you guys as a team to kind of create this playstyle?
That's a really good question. G2, the team that we play next, is one of the teams that we have been looking at their strats and their stuff, because we think their aggressive playstyle is a really good playstyle in this meta. So G2 is definitely one of the best teams in this meta. So that we keep looking at them and all their strats, and we have a bunch of similar strats as them. Another team is W7M. A lot of our strats are based on theirs because those guys are just so creative. It makes no sense.
I love that.
It makes no sense. It's like some stuff that you think that would never work, and it just works perfectly, like flawlessly. Like one of the strats we ran today on club, the double mirror setup in blue, one mirror towards church and one mirror towards blue. That's all from them, and it worked flawlessly twice. So
what I'm hearing
honesty.
is when you play G2 needs to change up all of their strats by like tomorrow so that they don't lose to you. That's what I'm hearing right now.
Probably won't matter.
Hey, if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. So you had that boot camp in Sao Paulo. Everyone went down south, did that for a little bit. It looked like from the M80 content that you were kind of stuck in like a black padded box for a good like week or two while you were getting everything sorted. How was that environment, and did Gomez having to leave for a little bit at the tail end of that like throw you guys off your game a little bit? Because you've only lost 2 series since that boot camp, and we were wondering how you were doing after stage 3.
It was a cool environment. We were all together for a whole month. You know, we were in the same room for 15 hours a day for 30 days straight. So chemistry-wise, it was really good for us. I think we're definitely playing way better because of that bootcamp.
Yeah.
And about the Gomez situation, he left like 20 days in, maybe a little more than that. But we scrimmed a few days with Vivas, like 2-3 days with Vivas.
Yeah.
He was doing fine. He was doing better than Gomez at this point. I think we would be on upper bracket right now if you were playing with Vivas.
Hey, Kino, loving the honesty here and the confidence. Last question. Anything that you want to say to the fans at home?
Not really.
Come on, stop.
I'm just kidding.
Just appreciate them.
I appreciate everyone cheering for us. I know, we lost. We're on lower bracket, but it's fine. We'll make a run for it. We'll make your time worth. And happy Valentine's Day, Lani.
Aw, great way to wrap that up. Kino, thank you so much for that fantastic interview and MVP. But we got a lot to talk about. So let's begin at map 1 here. Okay, yeah, you almost dissed Jesse, and I would have laughed so hard.
Out there, we're fine.
Okay, so Jesse, I'm going to put you in the hot seat first.
Let's do it.
Lycan expressed concerns about M80's active playstyle. It didn't look like they were able to counter it.
Yeah, I mean, Theme Park started off all right. 3 rounds in a row, they were feeling good, 4-2 split, and then they had to attack, right? And I think M80 on the defense, just such a difficult team to try to go up against. They play so forward, they play so aggressive, right? They're going to take those fights to you. And I felt like Spacestation were really, really solo, right? It was never a good trade coming in from Spacestation. It never felt like they were in there to be able to try to counteract that with a couple of bodies going at the same time. It was like a player dies over here, a player dies over there. These guys never have the opportunity to get those trades in. So definitely felt like a disappointing second half from SSG, although they started off strong, really let it slip away from them there on the attacking half.
I mean, this is a map that you would think would work within SSG's playstyle to a certain extent, but then you remember that they're a team that goes through the motions about as effectively as anybody else. It's just a matter of whether that really clicks, and if you have a team that goes off script or has the capacity to adapt on the fly like a team, basically like M80, like exactly like we saw in Theme Park, it's usually not a recipe for success with a team like SSG that still has, I guess, some things to iron out very clearly, because it's a timing issue through and through, and that persisted from map 1 to map 2 in this series for sure.
Well, speaking about map 2, let's get to that now. I don't want to be mean here. It just looked like there was no life left in the opponent here.
No.
I don't really know. Maybe they were exhausted. They were tired. I mean, it's SI. It's draining. Talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's more attacks. This time they got a little creative with my thing on the side of SSG, right? I mean, there were some takes that didn't really feel like they were able to get all of kind of those outside areas around the bomb site that they wanted to be able to get, and then work that into the execute. There was the garage take where they're trying to rock the glass up the stairs through the smokes, which really just looked like a disaster. It didn't seem like it was doing what they wanted it to do for them. There were a couple other takes, like down in the basement, where again, like it just didn't really feel like they could find their footing. Players falling before they could really get to that execute point. So tough for Space Station. You know, there's not a good way to paint it, unfortunately, for SSG. This is a disappointing finish to their SI run, but it is what it is.
Yeah, for your own map pick to go this way never looks great. I think it was creativity on attacks probably to their own detriment, maybe too creative for their own good, maybe ideas that could have worked in a different time, in a different space for this SSG roster, but in the moment, nothing seemed like it really came together because the only round they won came after they switched sides, and defense is obviously preferred side on club. That was the only time they were able to get something, was one church defense, but times they brought out that glass, and I think they had one attack on Jim. It might have been round 4, and Hot and Cold's rocking Blitz. And I just said to myself, when in doubt, you pull the blitz out, but nothing happened here. And I don't like the fact that you think you have an ace up your sleeve or you have a trump card that you think is going to work, and it's as simple as pulling a shield operator and pulling him into the mix, and it still basically does nothing. So I'd love to see this SSG team evolve into something further down the road, but I'm eating my own words because I said that this SSG had the potential of being the greatest SSG of all time if they could put the pieces together. The puzzle is now shattered all over the floor.
Yeah, it didn't happen, unfortunately. On a positive note, I do feel like things are starting to look really good for M80.
Yeah.
We were just speaking with Kino. He seemed confident, Jesse. So I don't know. How do you feel about their future?
I mean, I'm really excited to hear that, you know, G2 is one of the teams that they've been learning from, that they've been looking up to. For them to now play G2 in the next round, that'll be tomorrow, of course. That'll be a very exciting matchup. And I really do think that these teams, there's a lot of European teams right now and a couple Latin American teams and a few North American teams, M80 certainly one of them, that have a really good grasp on the meta as it currently is. So to see M80 versus G2 tomorrow, that is going to be, that's going to be a great game.
It's crazy because winner gets top 6 at the Invitational and goes to the main event with a crowd, and the loser's going packing before next weekend even starts.
Oh my goodness.
Like,
we are in the
what?
thick of it right now. Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your analysis. I'm getting a little bit sad because, Jesse, I know we got another matchup later, but, you know, it's like it's starting to come to an end. Things are happening so fast. Oh, okay. Well, I can't get sad yet because we still got a ton of Siege action ahead of us, so do not go anywhere. We're taking a short break, but we'll be back in a few. Dark Zero sent home packing. G2 lives another day, and I am with the MVP of this series, Alamau. So excited to chat with you. We have the winner right above your head. So my first question is, how do you feel? And also, how do you feel about the rest of the lower bracket? Are you feeling confident now? That was a swift victory.
Yeah, I feel very good with this win. I think it was very easy. I think first map like 7-1. We didn't expect that. I think they played really different. I don't know. I just don't think they played good at all. But I'm feeling like really confident to the rest of the lower bracket. I think we quite understand how M80 plays, so I think it's gonna be a good match against them. And that's it.
Yeah, Alamau, in stage 3, G2 was not looking so great. You went 7th in EU World, but then you changed out Citizen, you brought on Benja. Arguably, G2 is looking like the best we've seen it in years. You yourself are the only member of the team who's actually won a championship back on Team 1, the Mexico Major. What are the chances that you reckon you'll be able to win another one? And what has changed within the team with the roster change?
I think right now, I think the team is more like a family. I think everyone has such a good relationship right now that everything's so easy. And also, Benji is a great player, like one of the best I ever played with. Yeah. He's literally a monster. I actually believe he's cheating, by the way. We actually think he's cheating. He has something on his mouse, I don't know, but he's cheating. But I'm feeling so confident with him right now, and the whole team, like the whole squad, the vibes are great when we're playing. So that's it.
That's really great to hear. We were talking to Doki a little bit earlier, and he was telling us that it's you and him that are the really vocal players in the server, the ones that are leading those guys. Since your LATAM days, you've been really flexible, you're full of ideas. Do you feel like it's easier to translate to G2? Like, do you feel like you can get your ideas across to all 5 of them? Like, how is it IGLing the team like that?
I think in the beginning was a little bit difficult because we had too many people trying to give ideas. So when I joined G2 in the beginning, I tried to come with a lot of the play style that I used to play on LATAM, on Team 1. And then we had Prano, we had Citizen, and everyone has different ideas. So right now that it's only me, basically, I think it's very easy to play my play style and make the whole team agree with the play style, basically.
All right, last question. Anything you want to say to the fans at home watching?
Thank you guys to cheer for us. Thank you to my family, my friends, and everyone that's watching. And thank you to the haters as well. Love you guys.
All right, Alamau, thank you so much for that fantastic interview, and congratulations again. But I'm putting my analyst in the hot seat now because we have to discuss what just went down, and we're taking it back to the beginning. Map 1 Skyscraper. So dominant defense for G2, up 5-1, Dev. You thought that they played Skyscraper on defense to perfection, though.
Absolutely. G2, once again, we saw earlier today, they fight tooth and nail for every inch of that map. Their playstyle is simply oppressive. They give DZ so much to worry about that it throws their opponents off balance. Not only have they got key operators like Azami creating these power positions, but they just fill their lineup with passive intel. Things like Frost, Capcan, and Legion, which enable them to make these aggressive plays around their setups that they've got because they've got so much more information.
And Mandy, we were chatting about this in the green room, but you think G2 has a diverse map pool and their playstyle, it's transferable to many of the maps.
Yeah, I think there's 2 things that G2 have got really good for them. One, they read each map with the tools they have really well. Right, that operator ban they had was Cade and Bandit out, and they were starting on the defense, right? So they go, okay, the walls are going to be open. That's a big thing. It's going to be a little more tricky to contest early. It's going to be tricky to contest inside of the site. They know they need to hold on to the map. They know they need to be adaptable. They can bring along things like Azami, like Solus, like the combination of things. And just generally, they play tactics really well. They're able to play in duos and trios, play together, and there's just universal concepts that they can apply to every single map, and it works. And it even does on a map like Skyscraper, which should be a good map for DZ.
Yeah, and it's funny because your point really transfers to our next map, right? They just have flexibility.
Yeah, absolutely. And a real part of that to me is the way that Bank just continued to be as aggressive as Skyscraper was. In the first couple rounds, this is exactly what happened. Virtue, 2 times in 2 different rounds, he's jumping out of these CEO windows. G2 are just filled to the brim with confidence. They're filled to the brim with fire, and they're making plays 24/7.
Yeah, look, I think the thing with Bank was like, G2 had a good read on DZ by then, right? They played map 1, Skyscraper. I think Alamau literally said it in the interview. Those guys were not playing so well. They were taking it slow. They didn't look confident. So come map 2 inside of Bank, they're going, let's just lead into a reservoir of utility. They're so slow, they get to the bomb site, and then there's Goyo canisters there. There's shields, they've got to deal with Wamai, they've got to deal with 2 or 3 C4s on a lot of bomb sites, not just like the basement one, but even on the top floor, even on the ground floor as well. It just felt like G2, they have this combination of having a good read of the map itself, and then also just being able to play together. That makes them a really strong team.
Yeah, Dev, Mandy was talking to me about this a bit and saying, yes, G2 has great reads. So my question for you then, is that coaching? Is that experience? Is it killer instinct?
I think it's a lot of these things put together, and part of it that really resonated with me from Alamau's interview is he said, you know, we're like a family, really trust each other. We finally figured out how the calling works between the players, and I got a great example of that. So DZ took a great timeout and immediately found some more success. They had a nice methodical lockers attack. They caught off the roamers. They had a great way of clearing utility on site with the Twitch drones clearing out the Goyos. And then the next round, G2 pivots on a dime. They go back to that same site, but they make sure that the roamers fall back. They still have C4s and plenty of plant style available, despite DZ bringing tons of util, including the Ying, to disrupt that. And then G2 plays the retake to perfection. They know how to adapt, and they play to their strengths.
Yeah, I think they actually replicate that on their attack as well. It's not just their defense. G2 are one of those teams that they like to try ideas. They're a team full of ideas. Alamau being one of the primary IGLs there, right? He brings in his own unique playstyle from LATAM, and he gets people on board them really easily. Now, I know that Pengu, in the green room, he was joking about him picking Monty and then being taken down by the Oryx, and it was really funny. But that's like part of it, right? Alamau's able to pick things like the Monty. They're comfortable with Blur going on the Ossa. They're comfortable with like these sort of ideas that maybe they can coordinate 2 or 3 of them with, and then making that work on the attack. And I think that's a really big strength in their dual IGLing style between Doki and Alamau.
Okay, and we want to take a look at the lower bracket. Frankly, I'm a little afraid. We sent a lot of people packing, Dev. Break it down for me.
Yeah, man. In fact, the thing is that we actually sent all of the 7-time Six Invitational attendees home today. Astro, Bosco, Canadian, and Skies have all been eliminated from the tournament, and it really kicked off at the start of that lower bracket. We had some big games. G2 took down FaZe. What a banger that was. At the end of the day, FaZe, in fact, pushed G2 harder than Dark Zero ended up doing. Big one for me is seeing Team Liquid go home early. For me, they were actually in my top 4. I think my top 4 originally was BDS, W7M, and Team Liquid, I reckon they were in my top 3. So there you go, already knocked out of the loser bracket.
Yeah, I think we're missing Soniqs go home is a big one as well. And to Astralis of all teams, right? Astralis, we haven't been saying is like a super big name or an incredibly strong team or something like that. But I think that Soniqs, with their new reform of Citizen, people had really high hopes for. Yeah. So seeing them go home today was pretty shocking, in my opinion.
Oh my gosh. Shocking, thrilling, lots of great adjectives to describe today. But the action ain't over yet. We have some pre-shows for our series coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash.
The player I'd trust the most in a 1 versus 5, I think I would trust Dream the most in a 1 versus 5. But from this event, I feel like Vert has been really pulling rounds out of thin air. So I guess I would say for this event, Vert.
Oh, player I'd count on the most clutch in a 1v5. In our team. No one. We suck.
The person I would trust the most is obviously Rexing, because he's done it at this event. So if I saw anyone do it again, it'd probably be him.
But probably me, actually, probably me.
1v5, Vopes for sure. He done it this before against G2.
I think it will be maybe surprising, but I will say Bride, for sure.
Probably, and I hate to say this, Users, because he's got ice in the veins.
The person I would trust the more in the 1v5 is Maya. Like, he did a 1v4 against BDS, so what can I say? He's the man.
When you have 2 teams from the same region going up against one another, you're best friends. But in the server, you want that win. You want it so bad.
Our 2 Brazilian teams in the grand final for the first time ever. Ninjas in pajamas!
Some tournaments you have a better feeling about winning, and that one, it was ours.
Our second Brazilian team, Team Liquid!
NIP was very well prepared. They were like top 1 team in Brazil.
It goes to Brazil no matter who wins it, but for NIP, it means a lot.
We lost to SSG a year before, And then we knew like in our hearts that this Invitational we need to win, you know.
It was a very difficult time for us as a team.
It was pretty hard, like especially because of what happened to me at the moment. Like I lost my dad during the competition.
In that final, I think Liquid kind of won people's hearts because of the tragedy that had happened, but because they had also played incredibly well throughout the tournament and through the grand final. They gave us an incredibly entertaining game.
Psycho goes big with 4 kills to push them over the line on Kafe, and that is going to be NIP 2-0 on maps. There you go, the kill comes in. He knew exactly where the man was coming from, and that's going to be Team Liquid taking our second map of Chalet. Palu, 1 second left to go. Diffuser goes down in the absolute nick of time, but Moringa, he gets a huge kill, Des! He gets a huge kill! We're going all the way to 5. We're going to find out who really is the best in Brazil. Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the Nitro. Shot out by Pino. That is the round in 2020. Brazilian hearts were broken, but like a phoenix, NIP rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021.
It was one of the best days of my life. I think we can compare that as a Brazilian team winning the World Football Cup.
I think winning the 6th Invitational was the best feeling ever I had.
Was the best moment of my life in the sports scene for sure. I was crying a lot. I was out of control.
We were very sad to lose, but we understood the limits of the team at the time, and we were very proud. But also, it was very nice to see another Brazilian get a title.
After that SI, like I think it was a motivated thing to grow as a region and make it through a lot of other tournaments.
At the end of the day, everyone is just friendly. So yeah, we have a very nice relationship.
The friendships run deep and it goes beyond shouting and cheering on stage. You know, all of that is part and parcel of this. It's a respect that is given and earned between these players.
It's an awesome feeling for everyone, you know, not just us. We win for everyone.
My first initial reaction for when I saw the Sense trailer, I was kind of like confused at like what the ability first did. It looked like a really cool concept. It's like a smoke, but it like pans out like really far.
My first time playing Sense, I remember I was playing on Vela and on Study Bar, and I just sensed all of Study and ran in maps and planted the bomb and just ran back. People were just got confused because it makes like a noise and like just walls and bouncing everywhere.
The first like real map I thought about like when I first saw Sense come out, I thought about Oregon a lot because with Sense you could really cut off a lot of like the crossfires.
I think is Oregon, the kids' bomb site. So you can split the bomb in the middle and go plant. It's so easy and so powerful.
Was Team Park, because it's a map where there's like long angles, it's like a lot of crossfires. And like that wall is like blocks off the enemy's line, so they can hold crossfires.
The best way to deal with Sense is definitely Warden, because he can see through smokes and flashes. Also, another way to deal with Sense is impacts. When you impact the Sense gadget, it destroys it, that part of the wall, and you can see through it.
My favorite like spot to use Sense is probably Oregon Kids, since when you want to try to like go in through the trophy door, you have like 4 different angles on you, so if, with like a Sense lineup, you can cover like almost all the angles with like just one.
On Chalet, there's like a drone outside dining. You can cut off like half of dining room and plant behind the dining table. So you just have a glass, as we showed like on game day against FaZe, but it didn't work out very well.
There was 20, but they're dropping like flies, people. Now only 10 teams remain, and we're sending 2 more home. We're breaking hearts today. Happy Valentine's Day. Fresh and aw, y'all look so festive. We're like, happy Valentine's Day. But real talk, we got a serious face-off ahead of us, and you know, they are coming off of a huge win, right? They just beat Soniqs, but lost one. You cannot sleep on them, Astralis.
No, exactly. Lost one had a really good group stage. They've actually only faced their first loss yesterday against Wolves, so that's quite interesting. You know, coming off of that, having had such a group phase, and then for Astralis, they just got out of a super high because they won against Soniqs this morning, where it really mattered, and they had these really chaotic and exciting places.
Yeah, Fresh, let's start off with loss 1. Real talk, that was a shocking loss to the Wolves in 2, right? So what do you think that they took from that loss? What are they going to take from that defeat and put it into today?
I think a little bit of experience, if I'm being honest, Jackie. I think Anne alluded to it. Their group stage was genuinely excellent. I think the way they navigated that group stage, particularly playing for 2-1 victories, which is what we saw. They were getting themselves on 2 really good maps for loss 1. As long as it enabled, you know, even if it enabled 1 really good map for the opponent that they then lost. And I think they maybe looked at yesterday with a little bit of naivety. I think, to be honest, they were prepped completely for G2. I don't think they were expecting Wolves. And then think they banned a little bit naively. In terms of Wolves' strength, they looked underprepared in that particular matchup. And I think we'd have seen a different loss 1 if they'd have been against G2. So again, I think they might have been prepared for Soniqs today. So we've got to see how they come out of it.
Oh gosh, you just gave me chills. Their whole game plan might be derailed. I hope that's not the case. I don't want to be too hard on them, Anne. Let's be positive. Dash performing quite well.
Yeah.
Maya, I know a lot of people are like, hey, we really need to see Maya step up. Real talk.
Yeah, if you look at the players' performances for this roster, Dash is indeed leading the charge for his team with the best of going for KD, best going on entry, best rating, yada, yada, yada. We were hyping up Maya and Lobin as well coming into this tournament because those were the 2 players that really performed during those last chance qualifier games. And Maya is currently the lowest rated player on the team. That's not really something we were expecting. Also, Lobin, we're kind of wanting him to step up as well, not really been going as up to our expectations. But in the game that they played against Astralis earlier, because these teams have faced each other in Group C, Lobin was the MVP.
Interesting. It's got to be a collective effort, right? They all got to turn up today. I want to talk about Astralis a little bit, though. Fresh, Astralis had a huge victory over the Soniqs. Like that was very, very fun to watch. Will that chaotic play work here, though?
I think so. I think there's nobody that likes chaotic play more than a Brazilian team. I think it's potentially even going to be a little bit more effective for Astralis. And, you know, if you was here with us, 3 hours ago when we're talking, you know, to the Astralis players, we're talking about that game. Astralis really are. They're just a force to themselves. They're an enigma. They're chaotic in their play style. You know, it's not uncommon that you'll see Iconic in a 5v5 just going down the hatch, making something happen. Iconic and Forest, to be fair. And I think it's a very difficult play style to deal with, and it's a very difficult play style to get drawn into as an opposition.
Oh, valid. Good point there. And are they going to be exhausted? Are they going to be drained? I mean, that was a hard-fought series there. Am I wrong?
It was a hard-fought series, yeah. It was all 3 maps, and all 3 maps went into full regulation rounds. So 12 rounds each in a best of 3 that you've played 2 to 3 hours ago. Yeah, that costs a lot of energy, I would assume, from them. But also, you get a lot of energy, right? Because you just won a game, and you're not going home yet.
I was actually in the player area when they do the bans, because the 2 teams, when you do a banning phase, they come down to the player areas. I was watching a different game, and Astralis actually walked in, and, you know, I said they're an enigma. They walk in, they're a bit like this. They're really trying to get in their opposition's heads. They've got music on, the shades are on, and they walked into the player area, and then they walked the wrong way, towards the B stream rather than the A stream, and then they had to turn around and come back again. It was quite a funny one. But they looked pretty energized.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask, you know, put in a little coach cap here, because he used to be a coach. What do you tell your team when you come off of like a really hard-fought battle like that, and then you have to somehow bounce back? Like, what are you telling them?
I think it's all about managing mental and energy. Like, they won't have gone back to the team room and practiced, or even really debriefed. They'll have been told to go and get themselves some food, go and chill out, come back off that high, because it's when you're in a team, you're managing highs and lows, basically. You want your players in that middle ground all of the time. So it'll have been about managing energy, managing the players, and getting them emotionally ready for this next game. Maybe a little bit of quick counter analysis, quick bit of prep, but just keeping them going, really.
I got really sad when we just saw Astralis players on the camera because I was hoping for a similar pre-game ritual as we saw earlier this morning. That little circle with Iconic in the middle just really looking like they were hyping each other up. We're not seeing that right now. Would have liked to seen it though.
Yeah, and I really can't hammer this home enough. You lose, you go home. There's no second chances right now. So we're talking about Astralis feeling tired, but I mean, Lost One has to be dealing with mental pressure as well, right, Fresh?
Yeah, I think there's much more pressure inside of this fixture. I think there's much more pressure on Lost One.
Okay, let's get into it though, because the map ban information is up on the screen right now. Oh, goodness. You got a lot to talk about. Okay, Fresh, take it away.
Well, I'm looking at these picks straight away. We'll go through the bans. I think both bans for, both of the teams make a lot of sense in terms of getting rid of a strong map for the opponent and a weak map for yourselves. The pick, Skyscraper for Lost One, it's a very high preference pick over the long time, so I'm not surprised to see that.
I am surprised to see it. I'm going to fully counter you on this one because if you look at this map, right, they played it against BDS and they lost it. That's the only real history that I can see on this map for them, so I really wonder as to why you would pick a map that you've previously lost against a pretty strong opponent as the only map out of these 9 that you can pick going into such an important best of 3.
I think when you've got such a team with the confidence, and there is that little pre-game ritual going on from Astralis, I think when you've got a team with confidence, it is their #1 map preference over literally last year, so they've just got to back themselves on it. I know they did lose it. Moving through to Oregon, we saw Astralis play Oregon earlier today, and they are excellent at attacking that map. They've got the attacks of that map figured out, whether it's kids and dorms, whether it's laundry supply. They're comfortable, and you'd be expecting at least a 4-2 split. They will be starting on the attack for that map.
Yeah, there were a few players of Lost One struggling with some entry engagements, and that's really where the side of Astralis excelled this morning when it came down to Oregon. They won the majority of their entry engagements, and they won the majority of their attacking rounds as well. They do have multiple wins on this map. They also won it against BDS. They didn't pick it this morning, despite still being really good on attack. And for Lost One, they have 1 win against Furia, where they won every single attack as well, but they lost 1 defense.
This is so cute, by the way. Or maybe I should say fierce. They're getting into it, right? But I'm just like, oh, I love the chemistry and the camaraderie I can feel with this team, man.
Yes, and then we go to the decider, where I have really big question marks as well, right? It was Astralis that got the last saying. They banned Kafe to put us down to border, but it's... Last one won it against Cyclops. They won it against Oxygen. It's one of their better attack and win rates, but for Astralis, this is a great map. They actually won it versus Last One in the group stage, and that was the only map that they managed to win during that best of 3, right? It was a 2v1 score, or 2-1 score for Lost One. They also lost it versus Soniqs this morning, and they won it against Cyclops and Oxygen in groups. So it's a very high preference for Astralis, and I'm surprised it was still in there by the time they got to the decider.
I think it's one of them where the map pools are somewhat complementary, especially with regards to that final map, that both teams fancy themselves on it, and they like themselves on it in terms of it being that kind of third, fourth preference map for both teams, and therefore it feels like a natural fit of a decider. I think it is important to note as well is that the ban plays, as you say, and it played out completely differently when these teams played each other in groups to how it has today. And I think that's one of the first times, maybe even the first time, that we've seen a rematch from groups in the playoffs that I can remember. I could be wrong because we watch a lot of Siege. And obviously that does come into play because you haven't seen 2 of the maps. You have seen the decider. So if we ignore that for a second, you haven't seen 2 of the maps, but you have seen tendencies. You have seen aggression. You've got a feel for these teams, a feel for the chaos. So both teams should have a good idea of what's to come.
Okay, predictions time. Who's winning in?
I think Astralis won the ban phase, so I'm saying Astralis win the game 2.
Okay, that was clear and defined. I thought there might be an argument. She was like, no, this is how it's going to go down. Fresh thoughts?
I think Lost One on the balance are the better team, the overall team, where they remind me a lot of G2, where it looks like they've got a decent amount of balance. They've got a really good front line, they've got backline players that can frag, and they're a decent overall team. And as much as it kind of pains me to say it, because Astralis did win earlier on today, I feel like the better team in that series lost in the Soniqs Astralis game. And I believe that, it's maybe just my way of looking at Siege, is that the team that plays the team game over the course of 3 maps will come out the stronger, and I'm not sure that Astralis can, cheese their way through 2 best of 3s.
All right, well, Lost One versus Astralis. Who is going home? Elimination on the line. Ace and Dez, take it away.
No uwus or arrows this time, Tim. I think we're clear. It's been worked out of Jackie's psyche a little bit. I think we're all good.
I feel like I missed it a bit.
No, you didn't. Welcome back for the last game of the evening. This one, Tim, really exciting. Lost One, a team that me and Tim have been really excited about all week, but the Des raised a really good point. Maya, bottom of the standings when it comes to this team so far. He was the #1 rated alongside Lobin when it came to their performance against Furia during the closed quals. But this week has really struggled to make a massive impact. Still up there, 0.97 rating, but is the lowest on the team. If he shows up today, I think Astralis could be in for a surprise, but we can't ignore Astralis have already played today. And given trends that we've seen so far, teams that have already played on the day tend to roll over their opponents, as we saw earlier on.
Not SSG, though.
Not SSG, they're the exception.
The thing is, I'm a bit concerned for Lost One on the basis that in their last game, they seem to have lost a little bit of momentum.
Yeah.
They weren't as good.
I mean, Lobin was bullied out that game.
Yeah. They weren't as good as we've seen previously, and I'm just wondering if they've been sort of figured out a little bit, and that teams are doing better against them. If we remember, we've already seen this matchup, Lost One versus Astralis. Lost One got the win, but it was very, very close. And you just sort of feel like it's not going to take a huge change, a huge adaptation from Astralis to be able to maybe turn that around. So we'll see how it goes. Looking at the maps, obviously interesting. Brazilians, I think, will breathe a collective sigh of relief that there is no theme park involved in this matchup.
That's been the curse.
It's not been a good... Two deciders for LATAM teams on theme park today have both gone against them. So
does the theme park picture in LATAM actually look like a normal theme park that looks happy and full of joy, not one that's got like a horrible clown and a horror house?
I actually had somebody message me, and I won't try and say the words because the pronunciation will likely be wrong. But the way that theme park is said in Portuguese, the second word is very similar to the word for traumatic as well. So they switch it out and they call it like trauma park, traumatic park.
I mean, I get it. It's either good, it can be good trauma, I guess, but the experience of going on roller coasters can be pretty bad.
So yeah, I think a little play on words that they have on that side of things already. So it's just, it's doubled down and proved that for them today, hasn't it? But we're going to have Ying Dokabe Azame coming in as our band. Skyscraper will be our first map here.
I love it.
The choice of Lost One.
I love it. Love it. Coming into this kind of map as the start of a series is a real exciting one for me. It's my favourite map to cast on as well. For these two teams, you've already seen in the intro, in the pre-game, just how much energy is behind them as well. Both really excited, all gassing each other up as well. I know Astralis have the little dance with Iconic in the centre. Lost One more about all the hands in the middle and cheering together. But they're gassed up for this. They know that the loser goes home, so you guys at home should be as well. We start things off with Astralis defending Karaoke and T.
Immediately, the foothole's being opened up. It just allows, obviously, attention to be paid from right across on the other side. So from T, you can watch what's going on inside of Karaoke without giving too much away. There's going to be positions taken up inside of Geisha as well. I'd expect, we'll see. I was going to say for the external wall to be reinforced, but it hasn't been as of yet. We'll see. I wouldn't have thought that will survive to the end of the round. It'd be a free walk-in pretty much for the attackers of Lost One, if that was the case. There we go. Don't panic, they like that, Astralis. Two of them went in, didn't reinforce it, went back out. I was a little bit concerned. But as far as defensive setups goes, everybody has their own individual tasks. So things like that happen when they happen.
Unsurprisingly, you are going to see this extension out towards the east side, even with Bandit batteries being committed here as well, alongside a mirror window. Okay. Quite like this as a whole. It's very, very light, mind you, but it's hard to assault into it as well. They've got the electrified wall behind the mirror, so it can't easily be taken out. If a player is going to shoot out the mirror window, really, they need to come and challenge inside of terrace first, which is not going to be an easy task because you have support from Drum on the defensive side. So I'm liking this starting setup from Astralis. Not committing too much out there, but enough that it could really cause Lost One some issues.
It could do. Maya is going to be getting the wall open to the top of main stairs there straight away. So a good start. We're going to have Rise opening up the wall into Geisha. 45 seconds into the round and two important breaches have been completed. So that's a strong start for Lost One here. They're certainly not messing about. They're wanting to get in there quickly. Obviously the position behind Small Bar is being held down for the time being by Astralis, but there's a couple of drones going in there and I think they're going to start feeling pressure and probably have to dip back towards Drum fairly quickly.
Sure, I mean, if Forest can hold this down for even, what, a minute and still dip away in safety, then fantastic. As of yet, not feeling any pressure coming through. For Lost One, they don't want it all just going through display. We've seen some teams really try and force display as an entry point into the map, and they've just been absolutely slaughtered on the way through. Drones still being used and chewed through here. 4 down so far as another EE1D comes out. Lobe down to just 1 left in pocket, and as of yet, Lost One haven't broken this east side hold. Iconic in the middle, though, loses out to Maya. I like the setup, but you've got to win your gunfights if you're going to hold it down.
Forest is going to be, as I said, dipping back to drum, but he's going to be just keeping hold of that position as long as possible. But like you said, the gunfights are going to be the key factors here, Des. As Rise looks to move in, I'm not sure if he's aware of the mirror. No, Forest nice and easy. Rise not pre-firing around that corner, and he might just rue that fact as it brings us back to a 4v4. Maya manages to get 1. Dots in on the action as well.
Jesus, Maya.
Lost along the way. Maya heard what you said, Des, and does not want to be looked at as a bottom-rated player in this team.
I mean, top rated here, 3-0 in the first round, charging through that north side of the map and making it all happen for Lost One. Plants going down, and Forest, a player that I've bigged up to no end this week. Incredible entry stats, incredible plant stats throughout the year in NAL, changing roles and still shining, but can do nothing as Maya closes to 4K. That's him right there, in case you're wondering. The second on camera, celebrating off because he knows that's the way you make an entry into a series.
What a start.
Jesus.
Coming out of Lost One.
Out of Maya, mate. Forget the rest of them.
Yeah, very true.
Okay.
To be fair, Astralis weren't a million miles behind on that one. No. It was a 1v2, diffuser down. It's, you know, it's really not the end of the world. This isn't a map choice. Not a terrible start from them. They're going to need to get, I think, at least 2 or 3 on the defense here, realistically. And that could honestly prove to be a problem. I've just got a little feeling about this game, and I could be proved wrong as we go, but I've just got a feeling that both of these teams might actually take their own map choices reasonably convincingly, and we'll end up on a border showdown. But we've seen Lost One play very well on border, so I'm not sure how well that will favour Astralis. But we're only 1 round in. There's a lot of work to be done yet.
Whew, okay, good start. Again, I will not knock Astralis to that first round defense. I think actually it's a really cool defense that I don't recall seeing on this map before. I think once they saw Iconic lose out in Dragon, and that kind of removed any north side support coming in for the mirror, that's where Forest had to back away towards Drum. But we've seen more and more teams doing this, especially where teams are slow, and Lost One aren't really a slow team, but Astralis, I can see, are trying to force the point. They have to kind of jump over several hurdles before they can think about executing. So you manage to clear Iconic off Dragon, then you've got to try and clear the mirror, for example, down towards the south. Then you've got to clear Shrine, you've got to clear through Drum, and then you can start thinking about the site. It just puts up a lot of roadblocks, a lot of problems for the attacking team to solve. Obviously, a solution to those problems is Maya walks through and kills 4 players, and that is going to happen sometimes. But I wouldn't be looking at that setup as bad. I think actually it was really clever, and one that I'd love to see again in a couple of rounds' time.
Dots is on the rappel of Karaoke. Just going to dump the drones in. Lost One going for the information. He's taken the throw up onto the top. I didn't know if he was maybe going to leave it up there. You can just leave him sort of perched on the top. It'll get you a lot of information. Dots going to just pepper through the wall at the minute, but the man has moved. He's just trying to see if he can find anything. It's not the end of the world. Ammunition isn't always the greatest commodity in Siege. There is usually a good bit of it to go around. I can only think of a couple of occasions where we've had players actually physically run out.
Like earlier today. I think it was on Kafe and G2's game.
Often.
Yeah.
Where a player will completely run out of it and it causes them a problem as well.
Yeah.
So taking a pot shot at a soft wall here and there, certainly not the end of the world.
It's less so the pot shot as well, but more opening up the angle through. So if the player that was sat inside of T does try to back away, they're going straight into an exposed angle. Now, Dots has got inside, and one thing worth stressing is although Jano was playing inside of T, he can't commit there too hard. They've got no reinforcements on this side of the map. There's a shield here they can play behind and fall back from. But again, Astralis are doing a similar thing. They're forcing problem solving out of Lost One. They've managed to chew through 1 minute and 45 of this round, and Lost One are still trying to force their way in from the west side here with only 60 seconds to play. A couple of them out towards the east are ready to hit the site, but they need to see Dots and whoever else it is on this west side of the map moving across that little bit quicker.
Yeah, very little progress from them in real terms when you start looking at, how are they going to get that diffuser down. Spiff's going to take a good chunk of damage there, but he continues fighting and will give up his life ultimately.
There they are.
And Dots managed to come in, 45 seconds left to go, and that time just became a lot less of a concern as Lost One now find themselves in a 5 versus 3. They can actually take a second here, swap diffusers over. over and start moving across. They do need to concern themselves with Iconic below, as there could be some vertical denial.
They've had to go on the north side because the mirror window inside of Terror is facing out onto it. It's something they can't assault. They don't really have the gadgetry like Smokes to push their way through. There's only really the Ace that could help out with that as well. But what do you need when Lobin's popping off with a 3K in the round? Clearly he said to Maya, I see that 4K on the Ace. Give me that operator. I'm getting 3 for myself. Iconic rope wrapping around below here, trying to see what he can do. But can he win even out 1v1 here? He can get the one, but cannot get the next. Dash with the close down. Lost one. And Ace in particular are flying.
I feel like there's a little bit of a mistake from Astralis there. Iconic on the Solis runs into Geisha, and the wall was reinforced. He didn't expect it.
If you're gonna layer back, just fall all the way back and just play no pass. I'm gonna be frankly sold the shit out of Jack and Smith right there. Like, there was no hope, no float help whatsoever. So like these next few rounds right here, just float wherever the front is and fight these guys. Okay. That's it. Alright, got you. Start opening up through some side. Alright, let's do this shit. You just want to stand by it then? Or do roll call? What do you guys walk up with? Yeah, I mean, we could do the kitchen blender. Yeah, let's do the kitchen blender. Do you want to do my coffee? Not yet. Yeah.
So general commentary I heard coming out there was around a floating player to assist really out on their own, because what Lost One have found 2 rounds in a row there is the ability to isolate Iconic, get him put in the dirt, and then also isolate the second Roma player and have them picked off as well. So it sounds to me like the call coming out there, or at least the feedback being given by the coach, it was very short and clipped feedback as well. Obviously, we only heard a few words amongst it as well, is let's get a third player out there supporting on the float a little bit here and make sure we've got a numbers advantage when trying to contest Lost One early.
The only thing that I took away was Kitchen Blender.
Kitchen blender.
I really want to see what that looks like. I'm looking forward to this defense. We are going to go to Kitchen and Barbecue. We'll see exactly what that entails. But yeah, just to touch on the point at the end there, I'm not sure whether Iconic went in specifically looking for the hatch into Geisha, but it felt like that was a secondary. He was hoping for the challenge through Drum, through the wall, and then maybe drop underneath, and got there. Drum was reinforced, and maybe just you know, a little bit of confusion within the team there. And obviously there's a lot going on within a round. Somebody may make a call and say, I'm going to reinforce off this wall. You know, if that's not part of your game, you might not be involved enough to actually pick up on it, and it looked like that was the case.
All right, Spiff here looking to get a little bit cheeky straight on the window. Will of course get that instant notification. Throw back to the previous days when you had a good few seconds outside before you really got flagged. You could get away with absolute murder. It's a little bit harder these days, which is why straight back in that window, back in towards safety, and Lost One with nothing really to worry themselves about.
Right, it's going to be opening up a Geisha wall and then looking to pressure sight window maybe. No, he's going to... No, he can't really make it mad.
He's baiting you, Tim. He's baiting
me. He's not. He was just cautious of sight window, which is fair enough. He's going to be sending a drone in. I think his pressure is going to come through Geisha. They want that verticality. He's just going to see that wall opened up as well. Forest does manage to find Lobin. Takes a lot of damage along the way, but a good start from Astralis.
Absolutely. Getting rid of Lobin, who's been a real nightmare in these first couple of rounds alongside Maya, I think is really crucial. Dots finds one back onto the other side, mind you, and now they're looking to work their way through. In they come. Karaoke and T somewhat in their control here, and this is a bit of a concern because for Astralis, let's not forget, they are on the downstairs site, and Dash is just roping his way through here, finds one, still has the EE1D in back pocket as well. If they want to try and find another, Forest catch him rise on the fadeaway. Really can't get much done in this game. 0 and 3 across these first 3 rounds, but still got Dash and Dots trying to hunt down anyone else on this top floor.
Forest is being hunted, will be fine, but he's managed to go prone. You could be forgiven for thinking that he'd gone down but not out there, but he hasn't. And yet this is it. Dots knows there's nowhere for the Capcan to go, but he doesn't want to overcommit himself. He's got the laser gate in front of him, making it difficult. Iconic is going to be taken out. There's a world where it's a 2v1, but no. Shuttle manages to support Forest and gets the kill onto Dots, but effectively, Forest has been down. It's a 1v1 now, Dots.
They've got the E1D as well. They've got time here. We'll finish off that final kill. The problem is, does he know where the last player is? Does he know that he's waiting for him on the main stairs here? Drone comes out. If that gets shot out, they'll know exactly what's going on. There we go. Information provided. Good bit of discipline as Shuttle's going to leg it towards sight. And look at the chase being given. Dash didn't want to let him get away. He wants to flash that Dosh here and finish him off for round 3. Can't yet find him, but does he want to try and make a plant here, Tim? He's still got 40 seconds to play within the 1 versus 1.
There's an awful lot of time for him to play with, and he could try to manipulate a situation. He doesn't have any E1D scans available.
Oh, no!
But he Shuttle just exposes himself there inside a kitchen and gets shut down. And that's a big round for Lost One. That's the closest the Astralis have come, and this is starting to run away from them quickly.
The real pain there is Shuttle had the first shot. He was ready to go, and I look back at their game earlier, he won a 1 versus 4 to keep Astralis in this, to take them ahead of Soniqs on Theme Park and ultimately help them win the very last round to close things out. Across the competition, he is -53, 66 kills to 119 deaths, and in that kind of situation, it just shows that you cannot be affording to be, that much of an underperformer. That should be a 1v1 that most players in this tournament will be able to win. You had the first shot, he had to flick against you, you were the defender in that situation. This should really be 2-1 to Lost One, not 3-0.
Should.
It's a real
It should. I think Lost One, they're going to count themselves a little bit lucky in that last round, but, they got the job done. Astralis.
Ouch. I mean, again, not to really double down on the poor guy, but even out of all the teams that have been, even out of all the teams that have been knocked out, Shuttle is the lowest rated player that has played in this competition so far. Yes. That's how painful it is. And I'm not saying, low rated, that's why he lost the 1 versus 1. Players can flick it on, flick it off, as we saw him do in the game earlier on, but again, this is the knockout game, boys. You cannot be affording to slip up in that kind of spot.
You've got to take every chance you get because you're not going to get many of them. J9O looking to get a great... Oh, J9O! Just poor timing there, unfortunate for him. Didn't want to overcommit to that, and that's absolutely fine. The last thing they want is the Soulless losing the life so soon, but there would have been an opportunity now then. Lobin stacking up ready here. E1D goes. He's not going to pull the trigger just yet. That was not the signal that he was waiting for. Lobin doesn't actually have diffuser in hand either. It's that does have it, and not everything going according to plan here for Lost One.
Second one should come out as well here to help them keep this one done. There we go. Second EMP comes through. Wall is open. This surely is where Lobin goes. In he goes. He relishes in the chaos, but there's no one to be found as they've already backed away. Good few movements coming out. Finds one. Is he aware about top black though, as two have come pushing up behind them? If he gets a couple of kills there, that can be all his team need to get a plant down.
He's definitely aware. He's taking the pre-fire, but Iconic comes in with a big headshot, and that's exactly what Astralis needed to keep them in this round. Spiff, he's going to be down to half health. J9O's on a flank here. I'm not sure whether Lost One are aware of his position or not, and it could be a big problem, but Rise manages to take down Iconic. 3 versus 2 now. Big denial from J9O underneath.
This is the problem. They've really got to try and find somewhere to plant that J9O can't haunt them from below. Playing on the Soulless, we've seen it all week long, just really easy disruption from below when that plant starts coming down. The only downside here is that Spiff is largely alone unless J9O wants to come and join him. They know where Spiff is. They know the sites are clear. That could be the go sign to say, right, plant's got to go down. Here comes Maya.
Rise moves around, gets his freebie from behind. 2 versus 1, it's looking good for Lost One here. Plant will be confirmed. Maya with the final kill. Great game on Skyscraper from Maya so far. Doing it all, killing, planting, closing out rounds. And that's going to be Lost One going 4-0. And this is looking so similar to that second map that we saw for SSG.
Oh dear, oh dear. I mean, part of it, the reason why I'm not as frustrated with Astralis as I was, say, SSG, bless their heart and soul, is that we're seeing at least attempts coming out, right? I actually think their strategical setups there, where they're playing, is quite smart. The way they had like a bunch of players that fell back and then pushed up black together playing for trades there was good. They even got the kill onto Lobin, they brought it down to a 3 versus 3. But playing in those all things equal situation, they just conceded far too much control over to the side of Lost One, leaning too hard towards the Soulless, and we saw what happened there. Just getting picked off for free as soon as Rise chose to push his way down the stairs, who I will raise, but by the way, 0-3 so far into the game. Had a really good bit of flank watch on the go there to find one on drum and then push down for the Soulless. Those 2 kills for me is what basically won that round. I know we had Lobin getting in and getting the entry, but Rise doing an awful lot for his team there, playing off towards the side.
Round 5 then. Astralis desperately need to find themselves around. The best they can hope for is a 4-2 half, but you just don't feel like even that looks likely at the minute. 10 seconds in and the setup will just be completed there, as we've got Shuttle reinforcing off the Geisha wall. Gonna hit the Bandit battery on there and try and prevent that one from being open, but Lost One so far. The thing is, as you say, Astralis I think have been more competitive, than we saw from SSG. I would agree with that, but no matter what they try, Lost One have got the answer at the minute.
They do. And really, it feels like Astralis are being forced to play Lost One's game, even though the Astralis are the defenders, and really, defenders normally mandate where the action happens, what are the main areas of the map to be contested. It feels like Lost One are saying, no, this is where the fight happens, and you're going to have to work to us. So it's a real, you know, they're really putting the pressure on them as well and kind of imposing themselves upon Astralis, who have got to find a way back in. They had that timeout after the second round, and now they can't adapt to the other issues that have cropped up in the last couple.
Right, just holding angles before he goes in. He's actually going to just try and bait somebody out there. He throws in the drone, and he's got it on the advanced deployment, obviously, so he doesn't go straight into it. And it's just an option to keep peeking in there and see if anybody wants to try and rush out and see if there's an opportunity for a quick kill, but nobody will go for it. Halfway through the round then, 5 versus 5 still. We haven't had that opening kill. Lost One have managed to get themselves established inside of the map. I'm not sure they're aware of Iconic flanking up the black stairs, though.
Here we go, finds one as well. It's Lobin to go down. What a player to find as well, given his start to this game. Into a second, Astralis finally showing some signs of life. They get the crossing towards box, and Maya almost goes down. Down to about 60 HP here. A shuttle gets another as well. Looks like finally Astralis have woken up. Just a couple more kills to collect, and they'll have their first. Great swing comes out. Iconic chose violence here in round 5, and just one remains standing.
Yep, certainly looking like Astralis have got themselves their first round on the board. They really need to follow it up with the second in round 6, and they don't want Lost One. A 5-1 going into the defensive half. All they need to find then is one site that they can hold on to, and it'll do the job for them. So a second could be crucial for Astralis on the defense. Maya continues working his way across, going to find himself into drum. Has a little look at the default, sees it's not being watched, so chooses to leave it, and will be challenged immediately in Dragon. Closed out, and that is Astralis getting their first round on Skyscraper.
Yeah, much better here with the way things are playing out. That was a really solid round, especially from Iconic, winning a couple of critical gunfights that it feels he's lost otherwise on the entry. We spoke in those first few rounds about the push through, J90 going down, Iconic going down, just losing out on gunfights to Maya and Lobin. Finally, they get a bit of a response back. It gives them a smidge of breathing room, Tim, but I think they'll still be really disappointed at a potential 4-2 half here, and it isn't even finished. There's still the option for it to become a 5-1 attack in half for Lost One. It is their map pick, absolutely, but it still feels a little bit nerve-wracking if you're an Astralis fan.
It certainly does. In we go to Kitchen and Barbecue then for our final defense for Astralis. They weren't able to hold on to it last time, but it was a 1v1. It was very, very close. And so you feel like maybe they can get this one done if it's going to come down to those sort of margins. And obviously that's their thoughts as well. So they've gone back to the same position. They've got the Frost on side with Shuttle. We've seen a couple of people getting themselves caught up in those bear traps, in those frost mats so far at the SI. It's easily done, especially when you're going in being challenged by players of this caliber. You want to be guns up, not looking at the ground, so they are easily missed.
Absolutely. Again, we spoke about it earlier on. Capcan traps, frost mats, even goo mines. A number of times they've really given away crucial deaths at the other side. Has been pretty magical and may well still continue. Let's see how things shape up again. Who's bearing the ace this round? No one, because ace seemed to be the lucky pick throughout most of those rounds, to be honest with you, Tim, getting the majority of the kills across them, especially in those first 2. Here, though, the hard breach are being dropped away in favour of the Hibana coming in for Rise. He has played that a couple of times so far in the half, but just to double down on potential roamers, that Jackal's here for Maya to help try and sniff this one away.
Iconic going to be working his way around top floor. The Solis has proved to be effective a couple of times. They've managed to pull off a couple of flanks, only securing one round because of it, really, in that last round. But still, we know how good Iconic can be, so certainly an operator to be watching here. Maya going in, they're being careful.
Just in case. I mean, that was definitely droned, but still checked anyway.
As soon as you see the frost, you really do have to double check. It's so easy for something like that to be misdroned. But you can see the effect it has. You know, it might be a second here, a second there, but if that's done 20 times over the round by different players, that's 20 seconds, you know, that hasn't been used.
Really interesting that you've got Lobin being the one to drone Maya all the way through the building here, and they have got there a great nade coming out of dots. I think he self-droned that one earlier, actually. Potentially almost a second coming in. Maya just flicks onto the head and finds another. Where are you going? Because you ain't going nowhere. Oh my God. A 3K in the round. Shuttle left standing. Finally gets a little bit of revenge on Maya, but in doing so gives himself away. And here come Lost One. Lobin and Maya are dominating this game.
They're absolutely all over it. Astralis were completely lost at sea there, Des. They had absolutely no idea that Maya was in amongst them. Got a few free kills there and just able to absolutely decimate Astralis. And, you know, I've got a feel for Shuttle a little bit at this point. You know, how many 1vXs is he going to find himself in today?
Maya's just on it as well. These shots that he's landing.
Unreal.
What I love is, coming into this, Lobin said in an interview, you know, you're not ready for me and Maya. He didn't say you're not ready for me or for us, for me and Maya. And that's not him trying to write off the rest of his team, but these two were an absolute terror as an entry duo coming out during the qualifiers. And I feel, really, being honest with you, this is the first game we are seeing them both come up as a pairing, both going absolutely huge. I know Lobin isn't absolutely racked up to the high hilts here on kills, but you cannot ignore the impact that he's had in the rounds where he has got kills, and in that last round was responsible for droning Maya in to collect those 2 or 3. Astralis here go on the attack inside. They're going to have to work a bit of magic if they want to pull this one back. I wouldn't be surprised, truthfully, Tim, if half an eye is turned towards Oregon already.
Yeah, I think you start getting to that point. Obviously, Astralis are going to look at this one round at a time, you know, looking to get themselves just back into things, get a toe in things. But at the minute, you've really got to sort of focus. And I think mentally there is an element where you can write it off a little bit and think, you know, it's not our map pick. Maybe it's not one, you know, that we're huge fans of. So let's just forget about it, and we're going to do the same to them on Oregon. The one thing that I would be concerned about with Oregon is it's a long-time staple of the map pool. I'd put it in there with Clubhouse. You know, it's a map that everybody just needs to be able to play. It's not overly complicated. It's not a huge map. You know, so there's just more of a chance that Lost One are going to have a decent Oregon.
You know, one thing I've always really quietly enjoyed, and this is such a random thing to kind of raise, it's when a thermite opens a wall and you just see the kind of wooden panels on the other side go flying against the far wall. It's a really kind of just like cool effect.
Yeah.
I know it's completely unrelated to esports in every way imaginable. I just enjoy it.
You enjoy it, Des?
I find my little joy in small things, mate.
I'm a
That's why I quite like being around you, because you're so small.
I'm a thermite enjoyer as well, don't worry about it.
Big time thermite enjoyer. Fragmite sometimes, I hear.
Number 1 fragmite enjoyer, I'll tell you now. Right, here we go. Iconic is established inside of Tea Room at the moment. They're going to be pushing up towards these shield positions in a moment. Spiff manages to find Maya. That is a big kill to get with the way that Maya's going at the minute, but Rise is there for the trade, and that's the ace down. So that is a little bit of hard breach loss. Not the end of the world. Forest does still have 1 exothermic in pocket. Lobin gets taken down as well. So that's the real sort of hurt makers taken out of things for Lost One here, leaving them in a 2 versus 4 effectively, as Dots will be finished off by Iconic.
Going pretty big here as well. 2K for himself in the round, chasing himself. It's wrap around the roses, and finally they find the kill, but Rice is left all alone here against an onslaught of 3 members on the other side. Tries to find something, but Jane I know is just better. 5-2 Astralis.
Better from Astralis there as soon as they've got themselves onto the attack. A much more convincing round. But as I said, coming out of the first half with 5 rounds to their name, I would have to expect that Lost One are able to find at least 1 site here. It's their map choice. You know, they must be able to find 1 site that they can lock down. That is all they need, just to win that 1 site twice, and it is done. On we go.
On we do go to barbecue and kitchen. Had a real tendency or a desire then to go barbecue. How do you say barbecue?
Barbecue.
It's pretty normal, actually.
Thank you. As is everything I say.
No, it's not.
Until it goes through the Des filter.
The Des filter.
It goes into your brain, and there's like, you know, them like sort of discordant machine sounds like beep, boop, bap, boop. It goes through that in your head and then comes out completely
like what?
To the other side. So it goes in like laser gates, and then it goes like beep, boop, bap, boop through your head and comes out laser gates, and it just goes through this filter.
I mean, the way you said it the first time round was already pretty filtered.
5 seconds left.
You're an idiot, man. Oh, I love you, Tim. Now you've got the observers doing the noise back to us. Was it beep, boop, bap, boop?
Yeah, it's like that, you know, that computer sound, that like, you know.
Are you remembering computers from the 60s or something, mate?
Oh, no, it's just a TV thing.
It's like the dial-up sound.
It's similar, actually.
That's where you got it from. No one else, I think, under the age of maybe 25 has any idea what you're on about.
A load of boomers out there going, yeah, I know what you mean. You see in TV programmes.
All right then, Astralis trying to get themselves inside of Geisha here as well, 30 seconds into the round. Want to try and really chew through here and force Lost One back. Get them away from this critical position as well, because it can be a real threat out towards Drum, as you're seeing here. And Maya, he's getting a sniff of things already. Sees 2 or 3 drones, sees a couple of electronics coming out there on the other side and knows where this attack is starting from. And no doubt commands are being barked across that Lost One roster now to rotate round and be prepared to deal with it.
Dots is going to be taking down drones for fun at the minute. That leaves only 3 for Astralis a minute into the round, as that is without question a big loss. If Lost One can come up with a gunfight or 2 here, Astralis are going to need some serious help to get this round won. It's not over for them yet. There's plenty of time for, you know, they've got time, they've got everything they need, they've got all the utility. I'm just very concerned about that lack of information, which is now down to 2 drones.
Yes, indeed. Iconic again with the entry, really waking up here as well, coming up to 8 and 5. Almost about... Go.
Oh,
Swing.
I thought he had it.
Well, it shuttled him.
I really thought that he had that then for free, but no.
Tim,
Managed to turn around. It's 4v4 now.
Bless his soul. Not able to find that one. It does bring things back up to 4 and 4. Still a lot of top floor work being done here by Astralis as well, just to make sure there is no one still lurking on the upstairs. And I believe they're correct. I'm pretty sure everyone else on Lost One has either dipped out towards the east side of the map or is downstairs on the site. C4 comes out towards Forest, doesn't quite finish him off. And there you go, you can see those blue outlines on the top floor upstairs. 2 of them, in fact, scattered quite far across, and now Dash is coming up on the flank. Are they even aware of this? Oh, drops the hat just in time, but there's a frost map waiting. It's a trade coming in. A second one for Rise, though, gives the numbers advantage over to Lost One.
45 seconds left to go. Forest is seriously low health here. Does have himself inside a sight, though, and can potentially try for a plant, but he's just very aware of that verticality up above him. He's just going to hold on to that angle for the time being. I think Lost One are happy to wait here. Maya comes down the stairs. Could it be that man again? Gets 1, gets 2, closes out the round, and Maya delivering in almost every single round for Lost One.
I haven't seen him this animated before as well. I mean, even normally when the team are winning, he's a little bit more subdued, but here you're really seeing him wake up. Astralis, on the other hand, Tim, they know there's still a long way to climb here as well. 6 and 2, they find themselves down. Again, one eye probably already turned on towards Oregon. But as we always say, you can only play the round that is in front of you. Karaoke and Tea coming up next for Lost One.
You've always got to think as well about sort of the longevity of, you know, your positive mentality. And I think Astralis are a very positive team. You know, I'm not suggesting that this is going to be affecting them too much. But ultimately, if you have to lose a map going into the second map, would you rather lose it 7-2 or would you rather lose it 8-7?
Yeah.
You know, at least if you've been super competitive in there, it's been hard fought, you can write it off a little bit. You know, but this is a beating. There's no other way of putting it at the minute. Astralis really struggling to get anything going. And, you know, it could be the case for them continuing into the second map.
I like this setup. I haven't seen... I've seen something like it, but I haven't seen the castle barricade coming onto the Geisha box is a new one. Normally it's still kept open as a form of, you know, rotate back out to join the rest of the team. I'm a little bit concerned that their only way out of Geisha here is straight into the waiting arms of Drum. So as soon as they lose Drum control, no one can play it. Thank you very much for pointing it out. The hatch is indeed open.
The hatch is open.
They have the ability to drop.
There is a rotate to the Black Corridor as well, where they've opened up the line of sight towards Black Stairs. They've opened it up vertically above so that you can hop through. They have made...
Yeah, that's what I mean, but their only way out is there to get out of Geisha on that same level, which puts you straight into a vault animation locked in towards Drum, and you'll die for it, is my concern. Otherwise, yes, you're dropping the hatch, and if Astralis get a good read into that, it's going to be real scary dropping straight inside of there. Lobin getting cheeky and Iconic. I think took the right approach there, getting on his drone early on. Lobin backs away, ready to take a second firefight if it calls.
Yeah, fortunately for Iconic, he'd gone to the crouch position. Otherwise, his head might just have been showing there. He's actually going to dip away. He doesn't want to go straight into that fight, and you can't blame him. If he knows that Lobin's just inside of there, you know that you're going to be playing into their crosshairs. So a minute gone so far, and we don't have anybody inside of the map from Astralis just yet.
We don't. Still sniffing things out, I think, and trying to figure out exactly how to break this down, because, again, it's the first time I've seen it. I wouldn't be surprised if it's their first time coming across a setup like this as well. Like, even this is a little bit strange as well. Right at the top of the stairs, a crouch hole coming through with a mirror window in front of it, plus this little... I want to say weird, but it's quite cool, actually. The setup inside of Geisha as well. You know, even if they get control of Geisha themselves, they're going to have to get in there and destroy away the castle barricades that are there, which means going through those breaching charges, which they've got 9 of them, in fact, as well. So they have come ready to deal with it, but it's still one of those you have to slowly unravel step by step.
certainly is. Iconic is trying to take that first step, pushing forward, not going to find anybody at the moment. Needs to be cautious, of course, because, of course, the Solace will pick up if using the Hell Presence Reduction device, the electronic signal. Look at that from Shuttle. Nice. Beautiful headshot through onto Dash. A great entry for Astralis there. Of course, there's no more mistakes for them left. They've got to win 4 rounds in a row now if they want to continue here on Skyscraper, and that, at least, is a good start towards doing so.
Got rid of one of the mirror windows from below, making use of that soft flooring. The one that's inside of here is still closed up nice and tight. Trying to get nades in from below, I think, but they are now out of nades. All 4 consumed. It doesn't stop Spit, though, gunning through a player. Maya gets the trade back on the other side. Up to 12 and 4. What a game he's having so far, as we've said now already quite a few times. Iconic being taken down by Rise as well. There's one at top black. It's a 3v2. But here comes the slaughter. Maya finds one. Lucky not to find a second there as well. 2v2.
Maya's at this point potentially just going to completely shut them down at the top of Black Stairs. They've had no answer to him. He's been using multiple angles. Nobody can stop him right now. Maya the Machine takes down Forrest and leaves us in a 2 versus 1. It's all over, and it's that man once again. Maya the Machine just keeps on crushing everyone in front of him, and that is Lost One taking map 1 in rapid time.
The Machine or the Menace? We'll leave you guys to decide. What a showing from Maya and from Lost One. Crushing Astralis in their first map. Yep, it was their pick, but my concern is, Tim, they are hitting their shots. I don't think that's something that disappears between maps.
No, and this is what I said, you know, for Astralis, it's going to be a tough one to move on from. Let's not forget, I'll remind everybody at home, the stakes that are on here, and that is the loser goes home. You're out of the tournament, and now Astralis are facing an uphill battle. They've got their map choice, but as I say, I expect every team in this tournament to be at least a 7 out of 10 on Oregon. I expect them to be capable.
Well, Tim, we'll find out if both teams are a 7 out of 10 after a short break.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Well, this is going to be the most successful site that we're traveling to. 89 plays so far this tournament, a 58% success rate when the defense does go to Archives and Armory. So we'll see if BDS can try and help those odds even more. The defensive win rate overall of Border right now, actually almost right down the middle, 52%. Is there anything closer? I don't think there is. Villa and Bank are both tied with Border actually at 52% for our most offender-sided. Nothing actually truly offender-sided currently right now for Siege maps in the pool. So quite interesting stats that we've had so far throughout not only our group stage, but also our playoff stage here. Now BDS set up for the very last round here on round 6, at least for this half. M&M looking to go about things in a very similar fashion, at least operator line-wise up, than we've seen prior.
And I'm just going to try and set up some drones, particularly this one on the top end, to give full overwatch for Lobby. See if it potentially catches any roaming members of the BDS defense once we reach a little bit deeper into this round. But for now, it's obviously just the usual build-up for M&M, as they need to clear things out first with these Rotera drones. Trying to... Oh, Shaiko drifting a little bit too close to that one there. Loses a little over half his HP from the explosion. He does not expect the radius of it to spread that far out. Big mistake made by him, but hopefully recoverable later on in the round here. Still has capability to fight, of course, but we'll see just how limited his own aggressive leans are going to be as a result of that excess damage he just took for himself. Meanwhile, on the M&M side of things, we are seeing them continue to kind of wait out for an opportunity, not being gifted one just yet, as BDS is playing into a bit of a trickier setup here. They need to figure out the best way to work around it, it would seem. Use this as well. Basically having a lineup against one of the members of BDS. They're tucked a bit deeper into the site, but has not gotten across for it yet. He needs to commit a bit deeper to that angle in order to see it. Eminem's got a big stack trying to broil up towards something here. We've got 3 players working their way over, but nice denial comes in from Shaiko, prevents the distraction from being deployed over into security. He's ready for this challenge because of that one. The spray not landing where it needs to. He'll be forced to reposition, however, corrects to find the kill there. Solitov, though, finds a trade against the door, going into the actual site, and a second pickup to trade out Shaiko also. Nello with the find on like effect. Once again, a much cleaner play overall from M&M, as it looks like they're going to be leaning into taking this site for a 3rd consecutive time in this half. Alems trying to change his team's fate in that regard, steals 1 trade back, ready for the second push to come in as well, but also having to contend against this potential lockers lean in. Coming in from the window side of things. Pretty in the meanwhile, while Lems is taking all this heat, just chilling back behind the other bomb chassis, waiting for any potential action to come through on his side as well.
Candelo's ready for Nath. Are we going in? Yes, indeed we are. It's going to force Alems back. He tries to take the peek. Alems down to use this. Big damage from Brede. He's got 2 to find and TCS 12. See if he can get it done. This TCSG, an amazing gun at the end of the day. To try and drop off and play this out with potentially the Nitro Cell. Going to run right over to the far side. It seems like they got a yellow ping. Solitov, is he going to make it through? He will, and he gets away as well. Brede, very minimal HP now, and a clutch moment for him.
If you want to check out that clutch, you have to go and watch the other stream. We're back here with Lost One coming up against Astralis. For those who maybe didn't catch it, 7-2 to Lost One on Skyscraper, their own map pick. It was pretty dominant, Tim. And now we go into Oregon, where Lost One start on the defense.
Yeah, I think that suits them. And it's, you know, it is Astralis' map pick, so we will expect Astralis to have the better performance here. I'm just not sure if they're off the pace a little bit. And I'm hoping that they can pick it up in time before the unspeakable, the unthinkable happens and they find themselves dumped out of SI 2023, which is a very real possibility for them on Oregon now. The big problem, or the 2 big problems that they've got, are named Lobin and Maya, both particularly going fantastically well on Skyscraper and really turning up for Lost One in that last map. If they continue in that fashion, I'm not sure that any level of gameplay, you know, being any level of good on Oregon is going to combat that.
Absolutely not. And in case you missed some of those stats as well, just look at Maya. 15 and 4. A rating of 202. More than double the kind of expected level you'd see players at the 100 mark. It does kind of show with that number, by the way, if they are at, below, or above the expectation of where a player should be performing. He's more than doubled that. Absolutely incredible map. We know that Lobin started out strong but really fell off, but then it's hard when your teammate is hoovering up all of those kills. On the other side, a relatively fair spread as well amongst Astralis, but just no one able to match up to Maya, unfortunately, in that map, Tim. It was very much a one player drags them through, and no one seemed to be able to shut him down.
It was. The thing is, I'm just looking at that sort of dumpster call. You know, the entire matchup is Maya. He's just so far head and shoulders above the rest of everybody else.
Well, let's see if that continues going into Oregon. We should be loading in just a moment's time, and we'll see exactly how things shape up. What is that, by the way? It's like toy. It's Lobin's, I know that much. Wasn't Lobin like something wolf translated? You remember what it was?
Wolf Cub.
Wolf Cub. Well, that's not a wolf cub that was on his desk, so maybe I'll find out. I'll ask him later on what it's meant to represent and what it means to him. I'm sure it's got a story behind it in some way, shape or form. Fist bumps all around. We're going into game. Oregon awaits, and we'll see if Astralis can bounce back here and take us through to a 3rd map.
It's going to need to be one heck of a bounce back, is what I would say. It's certainly been It's certainly been a rough ride for them so far. But, I mean, in some ways, I guess you sort of look at it and think, well, at least it was quick. You know, yes, the result is sort of like taking off a Band-Aid, isn't it? You know, quick and painful, but just get it over with and get on to the next. And maybe it doesn't affect them too much, you know, rather than a long, drawn-out affair that they then lose. But Dokabit will be our first ban on Oregon. Ying will follow up for Astralis.
All right, the Ying do not hate seeing banned away. I think on any map, she's, I don't want to say a crutch, but a lot of teams do lean on her to help with executes, right? The Candela's coming out, the smokes, the general chaos that she causes on site itself. It's a kind of protect the president in the form of Ying until you get to the execute, and then she really kind of comes online and does her thing. So that being taken away will make things like executes in towards the basement, dropping in through the electric hatch a little bit harder to do. And once again, that Azami ban comes through. We spoke about that a little bit in the previous map as well, just how it transforms a few of the sites, makes them, you know, quite difficult to attack into, infuriating if you haven't got soft destruction at range as well. So we'll like that ban coming out at the same time.
Our first site is going to be down in the basement. It's going to be Laundry. Yes. Rise will be bringing along the Mirror. Always an operator that I like for this site. Makes it quite difficult to get into Bunker, for example. We'll probably see a Mirror looking onto there. Sometimes one plays into Freezer. That can actually be done from inside of Closet as well. If you position it correctly inside a Closet, thank you very much, Sheezer. If you can position it correctly inside a Closet, you can still get the angle through into Freezer, but it can also help you hold on to Laundry as well. But we'll see where they both get positioned. It may well be, you know, that we have one elsewhere in the map. We may well see Rise positioning some in the mid-floor, for example, to try and keep hold of that space.
Absolutely. I imagine we're going to see one of these mirrors going down inside of the cubby as well. Look at south side. Freezer wall, maybe, but I'd expect one up towards the north side as well. Like one inside of E-Box myself personally as well, as it looks out towards the east side, but the difficulty you often have in pros, people know how to shoot these mirror windows out, and they will do so from above. So chances are they concede some control really coming inside of the north side. They don't mind them having the hatch. It's the drop they're looking to deny with that C4 in the back pocket of Rise.
Yeah, interested. We'll keep an eye on the second. I can tell you, in fact, the second mirror has been placed on the Freezer wall. So we've got one looking from Closet down towards Laundry and one looking out towards Freezer, which means that there is no mirror looking into Bunker. But to combat that, they're just letting Lobin play really aggressive up on that shield, right on the double door. It is a little bit of a Brazilian staple. It used to be something that FaZe used to do. They'd play, I think it was Cyber who would play out there, and he'd play the Tachanka in the old days when it was the turret. He'd have a deployable shield, the Tachanka turret, and he'd just stand there and just mow down anybody who tried to move in there. It was an absolute nightmare to clear through, so not unusual to see a Latam team.
He's really, really good. Going to lose the shield and all the gadgetry around it. Okay, its ADS stays online. Loses the magnet, I think, and the shield, though, so at least most of it's been peeled away. But I do like that he's playing that so aggressive, as you say, Tim. Really kind of sings Latam when you see a player looking to go that aggressive that early into the round. Outside of that, though, I'm looking towards those two mirror windows and just seeing how important the Laundry is towards this hold. If they can keep control of that, both mirror windows stay online. One mirror window also helps defend that little bit better. Dots is the one to fall down first. But if they can break either of those mirror windows out of the way and start getting a march forward, they'll be in a fantastic position.
Yeah, Dots was trying to get a little bit aggressive there. He was coming up Laundry stairs when he got picked off. Forrest managing to find the kill onto Rise, and I tell you what, at this rate, it wouldn't surprise me if Astralis are able to return a big score of their own. They're all over Lost One at the minute. They're absolutely swarming like ants over that side, finding kills left and right. Didn't matter where they were pushing from, there was somebody for them to shoot at, and Astralis getting a fantastic first attack.
It's a little bit questionable on Lost One side while you're letting yourself go into a 5v2 before they've even dropped the hatch or thrown a single grenade at you. Three players just wanting to peek in quite aggressively there, especially the latter two in the middle of it all. You know, why are we 1v1 peeking on towards a hatch again? You know, there's 2 or 3 players sat up there. I get it. You want to be cheeky. If you get the kills, it pays off. But when you've got such a strong defensive site like the downstairs where you've got mirrors to support you as well, play behind them. Make use of the utility that you've got. All you've done there really is give away a little bit of a free round. Astralis doing great to find the gunfights at the very least, and now we're going to rotate not onto the same site, but instead straight upstairs into Kidstorms.
Okay then, as you say, straight upstairs, lost one, just, they knew that they were nowhere near that, and that they're going to have to mix it up, but it does speak a little bit to me of their confidence in their Oregon as well, maybe. You know, if they're already feeling one round in, look, you know, that's a side that we're not really going to hold on to against that attack, so we need to try elsewhere. I don't think it's a bad thing, but just in terms of the next 5 rounds, it makes me a little bit concerned for lost one. Astralis, the thing is, Astralis could really answer back here. If they can come in and put a 7-2 in on Oregon, then what a message it sends.
Oh, massively, and then it makes it really hard to call which way Border goes. And we were looking at the map bans before we came into the series, and we were kind of like, oh, you know, Border, we've had some really poor borders. But then when I think about it, we've also had some amazing borders. Border feels a bit like, you know, Marmite. It goes one way or the other, you love it or you hate it. It's either amazing or it's quite poor. There never really seems to be much of an in-between.
No, exactly that. I think
I thought you were going to mock me for the Marmite comparison then.
No, I'll let you have that one.
All right, sure.
I think if it gets there, I think it's going to be an absolute war between these two. I don't think there's going to be a clear winner. As I said, we know that Lost One are pretty good on Border. We've seen them already. But I just think if it gets to that point, it's going to be a case of just, you know, an absolute slugfest with them both going at each other. For the time being, though, we need to get past Oregon, or Astralis need to get past Oregon, having lost that first map in quick time. I think it was about 30 minutes that it took for that to be done and dusted. They find themselves trying to get back into the overall match here. 1-0 up after the first round, and this time attacking onto the top floor. Can Shuttle get it inside? No!
Watch out for your teammates, they are also nearby. Just gonna let that one drive itself into the corner before it explodes out, and try again with another one, I imagine. I appreciate the attempt, at least.
We all appreciate the attempt. Certainly not an easy jump to make. Forest is going to be looking to get in an open master closet. That would be the standard point of ingress. I'm interested to see there's nothing going on from Astralis in towards Attic at the minute. There's nobody on double window, and so it is a little bit one-dimensional at the minute.
A little bit. And Iconic's just going to find himself an absolute freebie as Dash walks in looking completely the wrong way and gets himself taken down for free. Another good start to the round for Astralis. Loban looking to peel at the back here on the back stairs. Does he know about Shuttle? Do they know about him? Finds one. There's one more here as well. He'll find a second. Gets the down, but can't quite finish it off. Maybe a little bit nervous there about one more, but gets the shot regardless, just as Forest rounds over the top of the roof, but will not be able to get a trade back in time.
It's unfortunate for Astralis. They'd only really started the push into Attic. You know, not long before that, as I'd said, it was all very much stacking up towards Master, but Lobin, he's going to get himself back in through those rotations that have been opened. I think he knows that Iconic was on his tail, so he's just going to get himself back to some safety there. He'll take his gunfights. We know that Lobin won't back down. He keeps trying, half health. He's going for this.
It's ludicrous.
Over the top rope he goes with the elbow drop, with the pistol in hand, and he finds his target.
As if he's just done that with the Bailiff, man. Hip firing as well. Ludicrous. Okay, a good response. All work being done by Lobin. Again, I won't take that away from anyone else in the round realistically, but that was all Lobin. That was filthy. You know, getting the two inside that were trying to push in through Attic, getting the third one as well, just completely transforming that round, because Forest also had the diffuser playing off towards Master. You know, he can't do anything if he doesn't have the support coming in from Attic's side, so he himself had to try and rotate over. Overall, just a really good closeout though. Nothing more to say than that.
Right then, back downstairs, and can Lost One hold on better? Like you say, lost a lot of people last time around before they got into any real position to do anything. They didn't drop the hatches, they didn't do anything else, and they got 3 kills. So I think, for me, I think Lost One would do well to maybe get somebody out on the roam, just try and waste a little bit of time, pick up a kill, maybe somebody like a Maya or a Lobin that have just, you know, been hitting their shots, get them out there. Maya's probably not the best being on the 1-speed Malusi now, but maybe get Lobin on the Jaeger, just get him out there in the map, let him make a nuisance of himself, and let him waste some time, because from very early in the round, in the first round, Astralis were swarming all over them. They were, you know, they had every angle covered into sight, and they just had an age to go at.
Oh, here we go as well. This one looks going to get a bit of utility for free. Yep, glues to that wall there, like a magnet. Quite literally, the Banshee taken off as well. Rise now going to have to dig himself back a bit, and Lobin tries to get a bit cheeky. Forest, though, just a little bit too wise to his antics.
He is. The drone's going to go into the top floor of Attic. So paying good attention, making sure that nobody's up there, not going to be walking into any sort of a trap. And they can start getting themselves inside of the map now. We've got Dash over on Freezer stairs. He's going to be trying to hold on. Might find himself under a little bit of pressure soon as Spiff is heading in that direction. He's got some support. They've actually swapped over. It's going to be Dots that's trying to hold on to this with the shotgun at the short angle. And we'll see whether that aggression pays off.
Spiff is ready and waiting. Had the nades in hand then for a second, trying to bounce it off the wall, potentially back down those stairs to see what damage he can do. But I think he's just expecting to get picked at any moment, which is why he's a little bit hesitant about it. You can see that red laser sight coming into the wall. Just no one pushing up off the back of it as well, but at least it gives the giveaway that there is someone waiting on the downstairs. Astralis here still with tons of time to play with as well, now working around getting these hatches opened up. And hopefully for Lost One, we don't have any more silly repeats coming in of open hatches.
Dash just holding a long angle there, going to take some damage as the pre-fire shots come through from Bunker. You can always make a good guess that there's somebody playing in and around Pillar, but they're going to need Dash to hold on to this position. He's going to be important because it will prevent the hatch drop coming in. Manages to do some damage to Forest. Can he find another? No. He's just going to dip back. He keeps going, keeps trying. He's got the ADS alive as well that's going to be able to give him at least a semblance of protection.
Drones basically all gone as well for the side of Astralis here. So attacking in largely blind here. Ironically, less so for the Warden, who pops that gadget on. Rise coming in for a fight on towards Elbow. One comes in. Can he get the second? Yes, he does. A double finish down as well. And that is the assault coming in from the east. Slaughtered. Everywhere's been slaughtered, Tim. They've absolutely wiped them out there.
Astralis giving up 2 lives to Elbow, you know, is a big problem because he didn't have a shield. He didn't have much utility to support him in holding that position. If 2 of you are going to push in, you've got to push in and get the kill. They, as it were sort of slightly badly timed. They were getting challenged from Pillar at the same time. And I feel like they just sort of walked into a little bit of a kill box, and that's something that Astralis don't really have the luxury of being able to do. They find themselves 2-1 down after the first half. Lost One, sorry, the first quarter rather. Lost One are going to take themselves into their tertiary site now, which is going to be Meeting. But even at this rate, they're going to have a 4-2 defensive half, which is pretty good going.
Absolutely. Still plenty of ground, though, for Astralis to make up in their second half of this, where they could potentially really shut Lost One out. Again, remembering that it is Astralis' map pick. It is expected, at least in the first 6 rounds, when you're on the less favourable side, that you will go down in likely a few of the rounds, and a 3-3 split would be their dream. They'll take a 2-4, though. Here we go, then. As we go into that second quarter, we'll see how things shape up here on this offsite. Lobin, once again, going to be causing absolute bother for this enemy team, playing around on the Oryx. Joined somewhat by Maya, I imagine, being a little bit slower on the Goyo, mind you. However, has been running around on the Malusi, which, as we all know now, is 1 speed rather than a 3 speed. Still a very weird change to get used to, but one that is, well, in reality there, you have to deal with it.
Certainly do. And, yep, certainly not the Roma that she used to be. Here we go then. Top floor clearance is going to kick off for Astralis. Going to open that master bedroom door. Spiff just sends out the drone. He's going to be getting in there, feeding that information. Just checking that there's nobody due to run out, nobody playing around the bottom of main stairs before he looks to get over towards the balcony. And it's just going to assist Forest at getting in. This is quick, actually, from Astralis. They're not messing about. Rather than trying to push through rear stage, they're just going to open up the wall from Garage, and they could get aggressive in towards Sat here. Lost One are definitely going to have to adapt and change.
I mean, I've seen a really good execute here. This was a long time ago now, I'm talking, probably a couple of years ago, where Secret had a similar execute to this, where they opened up Meeting, they smoked it out, they hold a couple of cross angles and managed to get a plant down just inside that right-hand wall that's been opened up inside of Meeting. So I thought for a sec we might see them go for something similar, but I think more than anything else, they've just tried to make sure they have some exposure to be able to assault in towards Meeting, and the giveaway that they're not going to go for an execute there is that Forest is now rotating away and working his way up onto this top floor along with the rest of his team.
Spiff going to be putting long-range shots through there. Not going to find anybody for the time being. Lost One are actually holding up pretty well so far. Still keeping that top floor presence. Haven't been forced out of Attic yet. Dots has somehow managed to get himself inside a Garage, which prevents that push coming through that Astralis were trying to apply pressure with from that side. He's going to get onto the Yokai drones and be feeding information, but Iconic manages to find Dash, and that is a good start for Astralis. Still plenty of time left here, but completely unaware of the man in Attic. Dots, he comes in as well. J90 with the trade, and that leaves us now 3 versus 2.
Yeah, J90's in a real good power spot here as well. They've run out of ammo together, I think. No! Myers quick seconds on the draw of the pistol. Gets the shutdown onto Shuttle. And J9O got a push in solo here inside of sight. Doesn't have the diffuser to hand either. So it's going to be a little bit of hunt and kill, I imagine. He's got to work his way upstairs too. So this is looking really, really difficult. Largely pushing him blind, I think. In fact, no. Optin is said to go lower, which means he threatens or has the threat of being shot from above as he tries to work his way forward. So far unchallenged, but knows that there could be anyone waiting on any corner.
Maya, the fastest gun in Oregon there. Real pistols at dawn, able to get the win. J9O up at the top of White Stairs. They know exactly where he is now. That's the problem that he's going to face. Pops a Goyo canister as well. Too easy for Lobin as he moves around, finds him. As I said, as soon as they had that location, it was a matter of seconds for them to move out there and find him. And Astralis right now, it feels like they're crumbling, Des.
Lobin had a moment of discipline, just like, I feel for you. Down he goes into the gutter. Lobin on that first little flank then from the step from the attic as well was, I think, the really big backstab, because Spiff even checked it just half a second later, gets peeked on. Real classic Siege timing moment. Kidstorms, we go to then second floor once more. It's going to be Lost One up 3-1. So Astralis still trying to fight to get that second attacking round here to give themselves a little bit of breathing room.
And they really could do with it. They really could do with it. But I am expecting better from Astralis on the defense of Oregon. I will say that. Trying to stay positive for them. It is their map choice. So I would expect when it comes to that defensive side that they are going to have some sort of advantage at least. They're going to be on top of things. They're going to be able to lock out at least 4 rounds. So as you say, if they can get a second attack, then they might be all good. But the problem that they've got is that they're facing now, I mean, Lost One have been able to win all 3 sites, but they are facing what would be the 2 primary choices. They're going into attack Kidstorms again, and then they will have Basement to attack again. Both sites have been won comfortably by Lost One in round 2 and 3 respectively, so it's not looking good for Astralis right now.
It's not when, you know, Forest is the only player going positive so far. The rest really struggling to have too much of an impact. I know Iconics had a couple of flashes of brilliance in the series so far, but like we said at the end of Skyscraper, gun skill doesn't really fall off across the series at the minute, and Lobin and Maya are still feeling themselves. Rise is looking good, Dots is going well, even Dash is up there too. So across the whole team, Lost One just feel more present, dare I say, with how things have gone so far.
Absolutely, J9O straight down, takes out that default cam, then heads himself back up. He's going to want to do a little bit more droning, I think, and he's just prepping for other things that may follow, others to join him, etc. Dash is going to just flirt with danger there, putting out the goo mine with somebody just above him in the small office tower. Drone going in, but he's going to be long gone by then.
I just love how much map coverage they've got here as well. Like, Lost One feels super spread out across the map. I think slowly all working their way back together, but you still got Lobin hanging out towards green, for example. You had, as you saw a second ago, Dash hanging around downstairs. There's a little bit of a spread on the go. Just looking to force Astralis to have to chase them around a little bit, and whether or not it's trying to find engagements or not is kind of beside the point. It's just about trying to burn through the clock here, which is only 1 minute and 15 left. Forest coming face to face with Lobin, but neither walking away the winner.
Lobin's been challenged a few times now from the top floor of T3 and from the horizontal as well. Somehow maintains his life. Maya, Dash get into 4 versus 3, even though Shuttle did manage to open things up. One of those was a trade onto the ace. And at this point, Astralis are now chasing things, trying to find those kills and level things up, and that's exactly what Iconic does. But Maya is there once again. How many times are we going to say those words, Des? Maya is there for Lost One, finding a kill, keeping that advantage. It's 3v2.
Really think someone's in this back corner, but obviously it's all blind fishing at this point, hoping that he'd find someone. Nothing to be found. Diffuser is down out towards bedroom side as well. Forest would have to recover that one and work his way in towards site with his teammate, assuming they can find themselves a kill to create an opening. It is that 3 versus 2 towards Lost One, still with 45 seconds to play.
The big problem here is this site is very difficult to attack on in the late round if you've got numbers back in dorms and Kidstorms, and that's exactly the position that Lost One are in. They've got a man advantage. They've got Dash able to play as a free man over in Trophy, so he's going to prevent the push from that side. Forest is going to be heading up those stairs, but could find himself coming face to face with Dash, who may well get both here, but no, Iconic somehow finds the kill, but shut down in a trade by Maya, and it's now a 2 versus 1. Forest has got it all to do and only 20 seconds to do it.
Maya on course for a 4K here, another big round potentially coming in. I'm sure that Forest knows about the man off towards the one side, swings in and finds it. It's down to a 1 versus 1. Dots is tucked in behind the beds here as well. I don't know if Forest knows, but he's going to push him and try and find him. Oh my God, Forest! What a flick on towards Dots, and gives Astralis a round they so sorely need.
That is a great finish from Forest there. What a 1v2 to close that out. And it's disappointing for Lost One. 10 seconds on the clock. Diffuser not in hand. You know, if only that last man, Dots, could have got himself away, he could have survived. But the only route out of there for him would have been to go straight out of that double window. But even then, it was a big risk that he gets shot in the back as he goes through that animation. So it just wasn't one that he could take. And Forrest, just fantastic reactions. I think he had a good idea. Because he'd stepped forward past Kidstorm's door, he sort of knew he's not in Kidstorm's because I'd have been shot if he was. So it just gives him that bit of information, that sort of negative presence, if you will, to know actually that's the only place left that he could be. And it was a great find. So Astralis find that second attacking round that was so important for them. And they might just be able to get a bit of a snatch and grab here and find a 3-3 half.
Great snap at the end as well. I mean, those are the kind of rounds that you look at and say they could have been the big swig rounds. We could be staring down the barrel of a 4-on-1 instead. It's only 3-2. Looking good for Astralis. Those are the two attacking rounds that I felt they needed in this half to give themselves a good shot at closing this game out. Could yet make it 3-3 as well, Tim, let's not forget.
Certainly could, and that'd be, you know, an unreal outcome for Astralis, to be fair. They need to be careful that they don't get caught out here. Raz is going to be holding that tight angle, sees the drone come through. He's going to take a shot at it and then dip away. He's not going to try to hold on to that. Prox Alarm may just support him in letting him know when anybody does push in through that double door. We've seen this previously where they really play elbow with no shield or no major utility to try and help them stay there. And, I mean, you can't really criticise it from last time. It worked out brilliantly.
Yeah, just looking to use the Banshee really to draw out some of that time and utility coming out of the Flores. Hasn't yet pulled out the second of those Roteros. And I imagine once that's come through and got rid of the Banshee, that's when you put down the Wee-Woo and step away. The Prox Alarm will then help you out where you need. Jano having a second go as well with that drone. See if he can get rid of the player this time around.
A little bit of a rotation from Iconic. He's going to send himself out of Armory Corridor and drop himself down into Garage so that he can start pushing. Where is Forest? He's in spawn.
Is that drone the whole time?
Yeah. He is still on the drones. He will be joining the team momentarily, I would imagine. There's a lot of opening up going on at the minute. Rear stage has been opened up, the wall in between the stairs and the stage itself. So that's going to prevent the push-up coming from the defenders up the stairs to challenge, although it looks like Lobin's not being deterred. He's up and down them for a second, but thinks better of it, maybe as soon as he sees that that breach has been made. Hatches have been opened. Astralis have got all the time in the world.
I think there they disabled one of the Roteros with the bulletproof cam, which then came off trigger after the EMP wore off from the bulletproof camera, and then it killed itself and the other Rotero at the same time. So haven't managed to get it through to clear out the kind of utility they wanted to be removing. Small advantage there, at least for Lost One, but now you can see the split starting to line up for Astralis, moving players into position and starting to think about this execute. Forrest is going down laundry as well.
Yep, Spister's holding his angle at the minute. I like this, it's multifaceted. We've got the blitz coming in, hopefully going to make an impact here. Lobin manages to get one, but Shuttle finds another. Forrest on the blitz, doing his job, and there it goes. Shuttle 3K in the round, leaving us now 4v1. Astralis level things up, 3-all at the half, and Des, I dare say, they might just be back in this.
I think 3 rounds on the attack of Oregon, absolutely you're back in it, and Lost One. They're going to have to figure things out at this point as well, because although they are switching on to the attack inside, it is a complete and utter switch over. It's not your map pick. Astralis coming here with this as one of their go-to maps. They've got the strats ready to go. It's going to be tough for Lost One to break this one down, I'm expecting.
Yeah, Astralis are going to feel accomplished, I think, coming out of that first
100%.
half. You know, it's certainly not been an easy ride for them. They've had to do a lot of problem solving. They've had to win some big fights, and they've done it. They've come out stronger on the other side, and like you say, now on to the defence of their own map. We have to expect that they are going to show us something a little bit special, and they should be able to go for that 4-2 half that will win it. You know, anything better than that, 4-2, 5-1, 6-0, will all do the job, and we'll see them put Oregon on the board for themselves and head into that third map decider on border.
And it's that decider they want to get to, right? You know, at this point, you've got your back against the wall, you know, you're still down 1-0. You've got to fight your way through. Border maybe not the most ideal map for either side to come battling in here. The Death said this at the very start. The draft overall feels quite balanced between the two sides, and I'll go as far as agreeing with that as well. Still, in with a good spot. Here we go with Astralis' defenses. This is where Lost One are really going to be tested.
It certainly is. and we will have them spawning mostly out over towards. We've had one over at construction. I'm not sure where the rest are coming in from. I think
everywhere, Tim.
I think a little bit. I think it is a little bit of everywhere. I think there's going to be attention at least towards laundry and towards rear stage. But interestingly, Astralis have got 2 roamers out on the small office sides of things, just in dining and showers corridor at the minute. They can fall back down freezer. It's not a difficult route back into site, but it is something that Lost One either go, they can't, there's no 50-50 here. They either have to completely ignore it and go down rear stage and bunker, or they have to go in and clear them out.
Yeah, they're being chased away from Big Tower quite early on. Forest was feeling cheeky then. Almost, I think, got himself out and towards Rise, who was just rounding from the doorway. Didn't take any damage. It's only Iconic that's come away with a small scratch. And now at least there's some top floor control established. Maya and Co can start working their way down through Big Tower.
Spiff is just going to hold in security. He's got the hatch open, so he can hold there for as long as he wants, really, until any serious challenge comes in. The reason that he's there and the security that it gives Astralis is that nobody's pushing freezer. While Spiff is there, they know that that's not something in sight that they need to watch. J9 nearly gets caught out there, does get hit with a bullet or two through the soft surface, but was fortunate not to lose his head in that engagement. Going to keep himself in kitchen for the time being, but the ceiling above him is slowly disappearing as well, and he will get caught out before he can get back to site. That's a big opener for Maya, but Lobin takes a lot of damage as well.
Lobin will take the firefight here. I'm guessing not waiting for support to come through, and support is here. There's 2 of them pushing in, and Dash comes in to clean up after Lobin. 2 kills for Lost One, making a 3rd. They're just smashing them to pieces here, Tim. 2 have got back towards site. Forest and Iconic now holding down against the onslaught of 5 from Lost One.
Yeah, this is not a good start for Astralis. There's 57 seconds left, so there's plenty of time. You could have been forgiven for worrying about that when they were still fighting on the top floor. Don't get baited by that Gemini decoy. Forest takes it out, but it will not be a number on the man count that they would be looking for. It is still 5 versus 2, 40 seconds, and Lost One are not rushing this, but they don't need to, Des. They've got 2 down in sight. They've got 3 drones. They can use them to find where they are, and the push will start coming soon.
Little bit nervy about it. I know they're quite low on drones overall is the thing, right? They haven't got tons of information, and Maya comes in. What has been in his breakfast today? Up to 9 and 3, Dash with the close. It's a flawless round for Lost One.
I'm going to be looking at breakfast tomorrow to see what Maya has, and I'm just going to get the same. I'm just going to get the same if this is the performance that comes out.
It's unreal how well he's playing so far this series. It's like he heard us again, as you said, talking about him being bottom of the team so far and how that shaped up. Interestingly, if they go on to win this game, then they face off against M&M or BDS. I believe that's tomorrow they play. Yes, it is tomorrow evening.
Yeah, we've got 2. I think we've got 2 upper brackets and the 2 lower brackets tomorrow.
Yeah, so tomorrow you've got Oxygen versus Wolves, you've got Koi versus W7M, M80 versus G2, and then the winner of this game against the winner of M&M and BDS.
Yeah, the 2 upper brackets.
Those are some unreal.
The 2 upper bracket games from tomorrow are already secured for playing at Plaspel.
Yep,
and then the 2 winners of the lower bracket games will go on to play at Plaspel.
Exactly.
Is how it works. So for these teams that are playing right now, it's this win and it's 1 more will get you through to the main stage and playing in front of the crowds. But your lives within the tournament are done. You don't have any spares because you're in the bottom half, and 1 loss will see you go home. That is the position that these 2 are in, and Astralis currently on the back foot, losing that first defense. It is the same as what happened on Lost One's defense. They lost they lost basement to begin with, and then went up and got a good run going from dorms. After that, Forest looking for an opener, but he's going to get it in a roundabout way.
I mean, he baited the TK. You'll take it every day of the week. That's the sledge off the board as well. That's frag grenades removed. There's still 2 more in the back pocket with Maya, but a great operator to find, especially again because Dash has been having a pretty good series so far.
He has. Right then.
You know what I love, by the way?
What do you love, Des? Hang on a minute. What do you love, Des?
You.
I was just... Oh, you beat me to it. Whatever you said, I was going to say, do you know what I love? You.
Sorry, Tim.
All joking aside, Des, I'm going to take a 5-second interval here to say, over the last few days, it has been an absolute pleasure to be stood next to you again. We had a bit of a break.
I'm glad one of us has enjoyed it, at least.
Because of, well, see, you can't take a compliment. But genuinely,
no, it has, mate.
It's been an absolute pleasure to be back.
I've missed the sight of your bald head.
I'm sure you have.
An awful lot. No, it has been a lot of fun. Getting excited about getting excited about games together is a delight when it's in person, my friend. Forrest having a delight of his own. Low been taken down, but 2 quick kills. Lost 1. Yeah, as Tim says, but in less emphatic ways. What?
Rise and Maya just again flipping it on its head. Every time Astralis get an advantage.
If it goes to 3 maps and Maya carries on, I'm going to sound like what everyone says when a player has a good map. He could be on to break the kill record. 16 kills on map 1, I believe it was. 11 and 3 so far here. He's up to 27. The kill record is 49 to break and still half a map to play.
I don't know, there's a long way to go. Fresh is going to be hoping for it for his bingo card, which is very nearly finished. Yeah, it's very nearly
he's got
done.
3 things left.
3 things left, one of which is kill record to be broken. Single map or 3 map, it doesn't really matter. But
he needs to get in the DMs of Alamar and say, just start some beef with Super, please. That's one of his bingo card items. It's not going to happen otherwise. Like, Soniqs are out, that's it.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, it's such a high record.
Hey, look, where are we at?
Nesk at 49, it's just such a high record.
So I was wrong. He was on 14 kills. No, not 14. 13 kills last map. He's currently 24 and 7.
24.
Still, 24 and 7 is ludicrous.
Listen, when you think about the kill record, though, think about the game Maya's had, and he would need another 26 kills to out-and-out break the kill record.
That's
think about that 49 kills from Nesk. It's ridiculous. 30 seconds left to go. Maya's going to be pushing into... doesn't manage to get the kill, and I think Astralis might just have held on here, Des.
I don't know.
All up to Rise, he's got to get himself inside. 19 seconds left to go. He knows that there's one on either side. Astralis have played this really well. They've just split themselves up, and that's not actually a bad shout. He just forces them out, but there's the shotgun, and that is Astralis leveling things up 4-4.
Iconic, the 3-pump king there. 3-shot gun blast. 3 kills. Shuts down what looked to be a bit of a turnaround in that round coming out from Lost 1. Astralis, interestingly, calling in a timeout.
Right now we're doing a good job trying to follow the game and powering the splits. We got to kind of recognize when we have that advantage so we kind of look at better balance. So end this phase right here, so let's go back to base right here. Let's start 3 drop staircases right there and just consolidate back down to the make sure we bring on my because we're going to Kafe Down. And like I said, the rest of this defensive half right here, let's slow down a little on the counter splits. I think they're waiting for that sometimes. They've been in position every time we've tried to do it. So if we absolutely have to do it, but let's play for the advantage first and then consolidate back into it.
Can I play Ally here? I want a more useful op on the Retrospective.
Yeah, just get the standing. Like I said, just make sure we're
let's get the fucking mirror out too here.
Yeah, I'll crank the mirror. We're cranking the gates.
I can try to hide his gate.
Right. Not going to lie. Not talking about the attack timeout. In really weird timing, got a little notification from Twitter from Alamar tweeting, "Hey, Super, I thought you built the dream team. Are you still coming for SI?" Seth's reply, Super's reply, was, just to be clear, this is no beef and does not count for bingo. Alamar replied,
They know too much. They're playing on a different level. They're ahead of the game. We do like a little bit of fun.
I love how everyone's then tagged Fresh. Is it enough for the beef? Is it enough? Is it enough?
Is it enough? Does this count?
Well, if you have a beef back, does it count as beef? Like, you can have beef with someone even if they've got no beef with you, right?
I guess you can.
Like, I have beef with Fresh, but...
I mean, Fresh clearly said that he was counting it, so...
Yeah.
I think he'll take what he can get.
I don't know who declared Fresh bingo master, though.
Oh, he made it.
He made the card, but he wasn't bingo master.
All right, okay.
I kind of feel if you make it, like it's almost like it's like calling out your own numbers and going, 77, how weird. I've got that number on my bingo card. 13, I've got that as well. You can't really call your own. Others have to call it for you.
That's actually a very fair point.
I'd play bingo if you were calling bingo. We should do a talent bingo one day, and you can be the caller. Come on, give us your best impression of a number call.
What number would you like?
What about 23?
2 and 3, 23.
That's a bit tame, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's not what I want from you.
No, you want all the rhymes and the fun.
I mean, talk to me about 11 and 14. Maya again flying. We've spoken about a few of these players and how they are starting to have performances. Forrest and Iconic stepping up on the side of Astralis, but I feel like a broken record because we said exactly the same thing on the last map tip.
Lobin's going to open up that bunker entrance. He's there on the Flores. We'll send in the Rotero drones, no doubt, to try and clear out the utility from elbow, any that is in that position. To be honest, it doesn't look like Astralis are actually overly committing to elbow at the minute. There's nothing inside of the door. There's a mute jammer at most. There's no shield, and instead they're going to be playing on the mirror inside, which we didn't see Lost One play. That was the other mirror position that I was talking about with Sinol 3 now that I did mention, and that's the one that you use to try and keep hold of bunker. What a beauty. Shuttle just overstaying his welcome on the rear stage stairs, currently crawling his way down, but I'm not sure he's going to get to safety.
Does he know about the magnet? No! I tell you what, it was a genius play by Spiff. I saw it going up and I was like, oh,
a team effort to get him up as well.
I was like, bless him. He's throwing a magnet out there in case another grenade follows down. But as we saw, it did not. Players did, but there was a response coming in. Real good stuff coming out of Astralis to cover for Shuttle there. Oh, okay, Lobin's just walked in.
Absolutely free before Lobin manages to take one down, leaves us in a 4 versus 4 as the trade comes in from Iconic. Shuttle is low health as well, which is worth bearing in mind. 1 minute 20 left to go, and Dash is looking to just apply a bit of pressure from rear stage stairs while other things are going on elsewhere. Now then, we've got a man. It's going to be Shuttle pushing up into elbow. He's not ideally placed to be doing so on such low health, but he's not actually going to be coming head-to-head with anybody at the minute. It looks like it's all going to be a pillars push with one man. It's Maya out towards Laundry Stairs. No, he's moved.
Yeah.
Rapido.
Absolutely. Iconic still holding nice and tight inside of Harry Potter and has now moved out towards playing pillar. You hear the pull of the grenade pin as they try to toss one down here. Might do a little bit of work, but no, there's yet another magnet. Catches out another. In comes the march. Iconic into a second. Refuses to be silenced, and I say that just his foot in the dirt. Go figure. Real cast the curse for you.
Maya coming into elbow. It's Shuttle that's trying to hold on to it. 2 versus 3. They really need to be finding another couple of kills. 25 seconds left to go. They don't have diffuser in hand at this point. They're probably going to have to pay for kills or no. I just noticed he's down in electrical, so it is possible. But honestly, the Wamai of Spiff has done a real job. He gets shut down though. 2v1. What a turnaround. There's an opportunity. It's 1v1. 7 seconds. You got to go for the kill. He's got the pistol out. It's low health. And J9O able to close it out. A little ring around the roses there to close the round, and that's going to be Astralis 5-4, and we could be heading towards border.
Flicking back and forth, it's unreal. Yes, they move up and they have that numbers advantage here. They are in control of the game. That was the downstairs site, mind you. You may well see Lost One bounce back, but if not overtime, Tim, I can definitely see Astralis taking this game.
Here we go then.
Offsite time.
It is the offsite time, and this is going to be a particularly important round. If Astralis can get this, it pretty much seals Oregon for them. It's certainly not a done deal, but you would expect if they can get the offsite done, they can find one of those other 2 primaries that they've been able to lock down. So there's going to be an opportunity for them here, and Lost One need to make sure that they don't allow them to take it. It's going to be meeting and dining. It's a big presence up in T3, sorry, T2. We've got some utility there, we've got a shield, we've got men above, we've got everything set up to try and prevent that rear stage push.
Whew, okay. Charlotte's going to hold on here and see if they can pull themselves up to 6-4, force the issue towards match point. Mirror window going on upstairs as well, inside of Attic. With that hatch open up, though, of course, gives them the ability to contest vertically. The thing is, as the attackers, really, you want to be getting control of that. Normally with an Ossa, you'll force your way inside big tower, you'll look to establish control, open up the wall, also open up vertically above, and control that hatch. Stop anyone playing above it to try and contest as you go for a plant from above. It's normally quite simple. But on the side of Lost One, they haven't bothered with that, Tim. They've got no shield on side, 2 hard breach gadgets in back pocket, plus a couple of nades. The rest of it really feels like a smoke execute coming out with the Capital, plus the flank watch out of the Nomad to cover things down. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a similar style of execute with that kind of all in one direction, go for a push, but I just don't think it's going to be as normal, air quotes, as we're used to seeing for this site.
No, we've got Dots at the minute just holding this long angle through into games, just trying to catch Spiff out, but Spiff is not going to give a toe further that he needs to. Oh, I was saying that. He's teasing him, sends his thigh into view, but can't manage to land any shots.
I hate it when you do that to me, Tim, when you tease a little bit of leg.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that common.
It's not. It is rare. but it's valued when you do it.
Right, here we go. Dash sending the drones up Armory stairs. They've not really had too much of an answer to top floor at the minute. They've had the Buck over there for the longest time. Dots has been on rappel. They've not been able to catch anything out. Spiff's going to step out and take a shot at him. There's damage done in either direction. It's fairly even, but the Finker boost comes in and gets Dots back up a little bit before he gets slammed down by the Jaeger. And there's a second, a third for Astralis, and it's looking good for them on the third choice site.
Really good so far. All of it being done by Spiff as well. Spinning on a dime, holding inside a game room, bringing down the two aggressors. That's the kind of start that you want, because now Lobin and co, Rise here, have to fight their way back in to recover lost ground. They've got one down in the form of Iconic, but that's a small slither of what they're going to need to win this round. And they got so baited by the down player that basically lost the round. Well done.
Lobin is the only one left. I guess if anybody's going to do a 1v5, it's going to be Lobin or Meyer at the minute. Steps in, triggers the Banshee, does manage to get himself inside of sight, but he's going to need to find some serious kills. 35 seconds left to go. And Astralis, I like what they're doing here. There's absolutely, you know, they've had a tough game so far. You could forgive them for trying to chase a kill or two, you know, and just want to finish off the round and close it out. But this is just supreme patience from them. You know, let him play. There's absolutely no problem. I think they know that the diffuser, they've got it. Spiff is stood on top of it. They don't need to do anything at this point in time, and Astralis are playing this beautifully.
They are. This one's been closed out really patiently as well. Real good resistance from Spiff upstairs. Feels like 6 and 4 is inevitable at this point. Nothing Lobin can do, obviously, in a 1 versus 5. That's that round done and dusted. One more, Tim, and we are guaranteed that third map of border.
It's certainly looking that way. Lost one don't really have the answers right now.
Nesse bagulho da caçada, você percebeu que ele começou a bater nas pontas, que ele percebeu que a gente splitou. Mano, tira a cara full. Você precisa esperar o outro lado chegar pra na hora que ele, se ele quiser bater assim, porque é desespero. Tá ligado? Aí a gente joga full. Mano, eles vão voltar pro Kids, independente do gatilho, foca em jogar um pouco na Norris. Vamos tentar jogar um... por quê? Eles estão começando a afobar, o tempo vai passando de round e peitar. E é isso que a gente quer, mano, ali. Naquela é isso que a gente quer. Vamos tentar jogar uma dos caras, mano. Exato, tá ligado? A gente quer começar a fazer ele se sentir sufocado nessa questão. Sentiu, pressiona, vai de pouquinho em pouquinho. Se precisar juntar um como de vamos bater um.
Se ele repetir a play feita, eu prefiro caçar o cara da cozinha lá, mano. Muito tranquilo. Muito tranquilo porque eu consigo ir pela garagem lá, fazer ele do palco, eu pego a friquinha dele ali. Beleza. Agora se ele não atira a play feita, eu fico funcionar.
Yeah.
Tá bom, vamos identificar então.
Did I tell you that I learned Portuguese last night, Tim?
Did you?
Yeah.
That's well done.
Whole thing. It's no big deal.
Not a big thing.
No, not at all.
Don't like to share about it.
He was just saying there, calm down.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Have a cuppa, calm down, carry on.
And any Portuguese-speaking viewers watching are probably thinking, Des, you're talking a lot of rubbish there, man.
Nah. Don't ask me to say a single word in Portuguese. I'm still internalising it, Tim.
I doubt there's even a direct translation for cuppa.
Crap, I've been found out. Foiled again.
Foiled again by the good old-fashioned British cuppa.
Normally it helps rather than foils me, but here we are. Okie dokie, timeout done. Dots across onto the Ossa here. So, okay, why do I even bother opening my mouth? Tim, you can talk.
Okay, we get into the action phase. It's going to be that top floor site that Astralis tried to finish things off on. Interestingly, they've got Spiff underneath on the mirror. He's playing the mirror window from kitchen in towards dining. It's actually a pretty good position, especially for the top floor site, because it's difficult to clear out. As you can see, he's got a nice long run in front of him. His big weakness is green, and I was just going to say, look at where Forrest is stood. He's going to be helping to keep the backside of Spiff safe, and it makes it very difficult for the team of Lost One now to get in underneath, but this Twitch drone could be key. However, it gets shot out, and that's certainly not going to be ideal when it comes to taking down those mirror windows. Dash does have one more in pocket, needs to make sure that it's used valuably.
Can't help but remember, I'm traumatised by it for days now, the shock drones coming out from DZ in their last series and not being used to torch the mirror windows, instead just being wasted down dirt. It was really painful. Hopefully Dash uses the second one at least a little bit better, as you said, you know, you want to be using those to help clear away some of that critical utility. Here he's on his rifle on through, as of yet, finding nothing. May even leave the shock drone here as a flank drone rather than using it to try and take out utility. Does he know?
Does he know? I'm not too sure he does at the minute. So basically, as long as he keeps hold of this area, it's pretty good in terms of the defence because it allows Spiff to stay exactly in place where he is. Lobin has moved down Showers corridor at the minute. Dots is going to spot out the Malusi underneath, and I don't think Forrest is aware of that. And them knowing where you are, but you not knowing that they know where you are,
there's no one on front door.
Is often a big problem. There isn't, but there could well be somebody now manoeuvres to cut him off in the near future. Lost One need to do something with that information, basically.
You do normally stick someone on front door playing behind white van, normally the one watching a drone for you, and there will always be a drone sat just outside front door that gives you that information. Hey, someone's coming, cool, let's go for a peek. We've seen teams actively challenge that angle back as well, which I think is why for a second you saw him look straight left as soon as he come up, expected to find someone, but there was no one to be found. Top fragger in Maya, taken down by Spiff, who's really woken up these last few rounds. I know he's only 4 and 7, but enough here to drag Astralis over the finish line. You'd be dead happy with that.
Going to flash himself there as he tries to give chase, but Spiff manages to get away, and he's going to drop back into Freezer. Thinking about an Nitro, he's not going to find anybody. He's actually going to get himself taken out. Needs to be a little bit more careful. 4 versus 4. Lobin is low health at the minute. The challenge is coming across from Classroom side of things, but right now, with 30 seconds left to go, you just don't feel like Lost One have got much to go on.
Don't. And this is my concern, right? You've still got to find those 4 kills, or you've got to look for the plant, but right now, the defenders still have control of the site. They're trying to scrap their way through, work through any utility that stands in their way, but this mirror window is going to be so powerful for the defenders to make use of as well. Just inside a trophy, the rest of it's going to be a forced point, but it feels like Astralis have got all the tools they need here to hold on. A C4 into the smoke, a second one comes out. Astralis have battled their way back in. We'll go into map 3, Tim.
The momentum feels like it's really shifted in those last few rounds. Astralis, I said at the beginning of Oregon, after a few rounds didn't go their way, it felt like the energy was low. Maybe they were just, you know, getting overwhelmed by it all, but then you just saw that ability, those gunfights, those nitros all coming out towards the end of Oregon, and the confidence is back, and I know that we are set up for a big map 3 on Border.
Hard one to call as well, because both teams have really shown confidence across their own map picks. Before we go to a break, Tim, a quick one for you. Roses are red. This series is great. If you think it's intense now, just you bloody wait. Back in a few minutes.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Respect out of M&M. Shaiko and BDS have woken up on this map. It's their choice and definitely showing. Nafe with a nice pickup. Solotov goes down though, and I don't know if anybody's capable of getting him. Actually, they will safely pick him up off the ground. Blood in the snow, but still alive and breathing. It's a key factor for M&M as they'll maintain their man advantage. A frag grenade out, but just as I say it, it's stolen away from Shaiko. Such a perfectly placed grenade, and it looks like BDS have got a perfect read so far onto M&M's positioning. Nafe might get caught off guard here. This fight's so very important to the future of this round, and Alem shuts him down. BDS all over M&M on Kafe.
Nello and Tyrant, all that's left here is M&M may have made the mistake of allowing this map to go through, just constantly beaten out in the middle of the round, never able to match the pacing of BDS on this attacking side. Tyrant with one final fadeaway kill. He gets immediately exchanged out, once again, I believe, by Renshiro to end things there. As BDS keeps it solid. The coach looking very happy on their side now, as this is a great rebound from them. And indeed, a 4-0 lead for the team. Definitely something to be smiling about, as M&M just does not have an answer on the defense.
The communication from BDS right now is unparalleled on this map. The way that they're breaking down this information and able to make plays off it later into the round. You know, key factor there being Shaiko's ability to play off of the info and get that frag kill coming up white. A lot of positive things for this French squad. Looking like an easy map for them, John. Already up 4 rounds, and I mean, well within their right to take this entire half.
Certainly looking like it will continue to go that way. All the changes need to be made on M&M's side of things. Need to figure out a better way to make these defiant stances, these bunker setups, these extensions out from the site, even the roam game, need to find a way to make sure it has success, because BDS are reading into it. And as Stokes mentioned, the communication too far on point. Even if you're able to get away with one, more than likely one of BDS's teammates will just re-exchange it a few seconds later anyway. Try to go full bunker, but this is not the way this map is generally played out. Gonna try to go up to the 3rd floor, where there really isn't a roam game too much to worry about here. It's just all played on a long horizontal game, as both teams will fight and scrap for control over that 3rd floor.
Calibrating air compression. All set.
Well, Renshiro with a huge bounce back from what we saw initially.
Nice.
Wow. Nath, off the audio, catches Alims completely off guard. A Kafe classic right there. Same with the Nitro cell, but thank God Shaiko's got his ears on. He hears that thing and pokes it out of the sky. It will stop M&M from dealing another death blow to Team BDS.
We are going to see Tyrant, in the meanwhile, get slapped down. And then I believe we're going to try to follow it up with a Whitehall push here.
We have a nade play there from Shaiko to get that nice little damage proc on the Tyrant.
BDS, though, only just now entering from top red, so they'll be held back for a little bit longer. Shaiko still trying to move around, check for all the intel. Has spotted the move from Solotov. Working himself out from Pixel there. So they will have to be a bit cautious when they fully commit from the red drop, or potentially the hatch play too, if they try to work themselves in from that avenue instead. The nade duck coming in for the attackers.
Welcome back to Lost One against Astralis. After a really dominant 7-2 Skyscraper, we thought we could have a 2-0 on our hands. Instead, what we got in response from Astralis was a very dominant Oregon, winning it out 7-4, was it, Tim?
Oregon? Yeah.
Yeah, 7-4. I know I got that right. Just checking, making sure you were still here with me. Now we go into Border to see how things really shake up. One of the most aggressive maps, one of the most chaotic. Based on style, I get the feeling that Lost One will do better. You know, they have been this really aggressive team throughout the week, where we've seen that real LATAM essence come out of them. Astralis can play like that as well. We've seen them thrive in chaos, but I don't know, something that makes me feel this could be a real hard bat for them. They start on the attacking side here. Lost One start on the defense. It's so difficult to call which way this goes.
Border's very 50-50 at the minute. There's no major advantage, I don't think, that we've been seen on either side of things. You would normally lean towards attackers for Border, but as you say, Lost One have already shown us that they can play well on this map, but Astralis in the last few rounds of Oregon there are very clearly up for the fight at the minute. I think this is going to be very, very close. I wouldn't be surprised to see 3-3 halves at all.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few of those throughout the week. Absolutely.
I really wouldn't. I just feel like this matchup last time went all the way in round 3, or very close to it in map 3, sorry, and I just get the feeling it's going to be a bit more of the same. I don't think there's going to be a overly clear outcome.
Gross. I always remember that vault with the Bailiff now netting into that kill. It's just absolutely horrific. Spiff's poor time in there, as you see in this replay. Just lots of fun little moments throughout the game. Just enough that Lost One could not get it over the finish line. Astralis doing enough with that 3-3 half to be able to convert it quite comfortably at the end of their defensive half. We'll get some stats up on the screen for you in just a second to see exactly how things ended out on there. I said already that it was a big map for Maya, did end on 12-7, but on the other side, I think a better spread of kills overall. 10 for Forest, 8 for Shuttle, 10 for Iconic. And then Jane Arnaud and Spiff pulling up the rear a little bit there. Spiff, interestingly, 3 of his 4 kills coming in on the entry, Tim.
This is it. It was it was a good round, a good map, particularly on the entry for Astralis. If you look across there, you know, overall, just putting themselves into the rounds very well. They're going to need to continue doing that.
+4 overall?
Yeah, they're going to need to continue doing that on border. There's no two ways about it. But I think that Lost One might just have something to say about it. The other issue is that Maya and Lobin's still up there at the top of the scoreboard. You know, it wasn't a flash in a pan in map 1. Maya's continued, and again, if continues on, it's going to be a problem. 163 across 2 maps is crazy.
I love the little graphic as well. 27 to 11. Admittedly, a lot of that being carried by the first map. Let's not forget he was on 202 EPS in just the first map alone. So that has been pulled down slightly by his performance on the second, but still, +16 ain't too bad going. Just Iconic getting the small edge here when it comes to the entry. Otherwise, hard to separate those 2 players. So going into border, Tim, knowing what we know of the 2 teams, we've spoken an awful lot about Lobin, about Maya, about their early aggression, the way they like to play together. You know, we've really seen Iconic, I feel, warm into this the longer the series has gone on. Had a couple of good rounds back on Sky. Definitely warmed up once we got in towards Oregon. Again, we keep on saying it, but I think there's going to be a real bloodbath coming here through into Oregon. As that reminder, Astralis on the attacking side. They're the ones who have really got to show something special to kick things off before Lost One gets to have their swing of the bat.
We're going to get into things as soon as we can do. We are just about ready to go.
Have you got any poems, by the way?
Have I got any poems?
Yeah.
I've got 1 or 2.
Okay.
That's what we're just about to get in. I wish I had one about the map starting. That would have been perfect.
Yeah, I haven't got one of those. Can we make one up on the spot, maybe?
I doubt it. Roses are red. You have my heart. It's Astralis versus Lost One, and we're about to start.
Not bad, not bad. That's not bad from the fly. I was trying to like work border in there.
There you go.
Roses are red. We'll go into border. So buckle up. I can't think of a really good end for border.
You've got to get the rhyme for border.
That's the problem.
All I can come up with is order, and that's, that's just knocking 1 letter off.
There's got to be another word like that sounds like order at the end.
I'll let you think on it. As our operator bans come in, Flores is going to be the first one taken out. Ying has been a consistent ban throughout for Astralis, I think. Just a very powerful operator to try and get executes down behind. The Flores with the Rotero drones, particularly interesting as well. Just going to prevent a little bit of utility clearance there. Valkyrie, and I would imagine our last will be one of Solis or Azami, possibly. Maybe a mirror. We've seen quite a bit of mirror play so far, so that could also factor in. But no, it will be Solis.
Solis I like to see banned out. We've seen it an awful lot. Astralis have played it quite a bit throughout this competition. I just think it's a smart one to take off the table for Lost One. And on the other side of that, well, we spoke a little bit about the mirror impact that we've seen. It's still going to remain an option across these rounds. And I love the Ying ban. We spoke about it a lot for this map. We saw, which NA team was it earlier on making good use of it? I want to say it was DZ, but I have a feeling that's completely wrong. There was definitely an NA team that made use of it either way. Let's get into things. Lost One. Maya on the dock. Some of you may look at and just go, okay, that's a bit of a different one. Absolutely. I've seen 2 maps that Maya has played this on so far, Villa and Border. And on Border, it is played basically every single round by him. I think the fact that you have now the 200 HP stim buff coming through, you haven't got to chunk 2 or 3 of them into one player to get them back to full HP, it just means that you can make good use of it to use it where it's really required. Interestingly, always paired up alongside Lobin when he plays on the Oryx. Never using one of those pellets to take him back up to full HP after he's ran through a couple of walls, more normally reserved for a little bit later in the round. So keep a close eye when Lobin gets into a firefight if Maya is nearby to juice him back up again.
Here we go then. This is it. There's map 3, round 1, Astralis versus Lost One. The winner will move on through the lower bracket and play tomorrow. The loser goes home. It is literally that simple. This map will decide it all. They've both had their moments. I feel like Lost One still have a little bit of an edge here. They do in terms of round count, and they've just had those big performances from Maya and Lobin. But there have been moments of excitement that have impressed me from Astralis. A lot of flanking, you know, a lot of good defense, but they're going to have to start us off with a good attack on border.
Oh, Lobin is trying to get himself away here because Forrest was on the hunt. I don't think he had any clue that Forrest was actually coming in through supply, but wasn't too far away to trying to catch him out, but he's already got far, far away and back up towards the rest of his team upstairs.
Forrest working through, going to meet up with his teammates on the bottom floor. I think they're comfortable now that is clear, all done and dusted, so they can start focusing on towards site. Just looking to potentially nade up here now then.
Hatches in this game have been scrappy.
Certainly have. Forrest dips back away from that challenge for a second, but so does Lost One.
Well, that Doc's kind of backed away on that. Mirror window also taken out for free from the below. Initial challenge would have helped them to resist that, but you just can't. When you hear the pull of that pin of the grenade, you have to be backing away. And sure enough, that's exactly what they do. Still 3 more nades left in back pocket, mind you. But it feels like Lost One have kind of danced around a little bit of the movement coming here out from Astralis, but not really looked to challenge them yet in a firefight. We're halfway into the round, and it feels weird that on border of all maps, halfway in, we haven't seen a firefight come out.
Maya taking a few pot shots at Gadgetry. There, spins beautifully and finds the head of Spiff, and on the dot can just juice himself back up and get ready to go again. What a play from Maya to keep hold of CCTV. Right steps out, manages to get one onto Forrest. There is a quick trade. Shuttle finding Lobin. 4 versus 3 though, still in the advantage of Lost One, and they have a number of key areas around the map in their control.
And again, it's a cute little bit of team play. Like as soon as Maya gets threatened on the window, you've got Lobin looking to cover out towards waiting it or towards break area as well. There's always a little bit of support working out between those two players. Down goes one as J90 finds Rise into a 3 versus 3. We've got 40 seconds still to play, and Maya is under threat here as well. Is he aware that a player has got inside? I'm not sure that he does, but it's being pressed in from both sides. Can do nothing about it. Shut down as Dash here is all that is left standing for the side of Lost One.
Always a risk for Maya to try and juice himself up with the stim pistol there, and it didn't pay dividends. Wasn't ready for the fight. Dash moves across, isn't aware, doesn't find the man as J90 steps out in archives, puts him down and closes out the first round for Astralis. Good attack from the NA side.
Massive round for J90 as well. Pretty sure he closed out with a 3K there at the end of things, just taking names down from Lost One as he marched his way through the map. That was exactly how things started for Lost One back on Skyscraper, if you remember. Started out really powerfully, while Astralis have just done the same back onto them. Is that a telling sign for what's to come throughout the rest of the map? We'll see in round 2.
We certainly will. We're going to be going once again to the same site, Armory and Lockers. It's going to be up on the top floor, and we're going to, I think, probably have a fairly similar setup. We've got the mirror on side. Warden this time, no dock. Maya swaps off onto the Azami. Probably still going to be in the same position, trying to hold down CCTV, but will, of course, have the keeper barricades this time in order to do so. That's been the sort of popular way that we've seen CCTV held on to so far through Six Invitational 2023, has been using the keeper barricades particularly. I think that wall has been left half soft as well on the west breach of Armory. If we can just have a little look, yes it has at the minute, which also makes it difficult to approach by placing the mirror on that side. If anybody, they get the long line of sight all the way down the balcony. If anybody tries to get near it, you can just peek out and spray through the soft wall.
Well, Maya digging in deeper as well, not playing on the duck this time on the Azami that we've seen banned away throughout most of the series. Spoke about how impressive this operator has been on so many maps that we've seen across this first week. Not at all surprised to see it drawing a number of bans or just being picked in almost every possible available round. Lobin's the one trying to get a little bit cheeky here. He was caught out here almost last time round by Forrest, and it feels like Astralis might have a bit of a sniff that he's in here once again. Forrest is hunting him down, but he manages to get away and up the stairs, back out to safety into, well, I was going to say maybe the waiting arms of Maya, but just remembering I was saying he was on the Azami, not on the dock this time around.
Lobin just trying to drop himself back into Fountain for the time being. Lobin's been so mobile. I'd love to see a heat map of Lobin. And
he stays busy, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. And sort of, or you know, like they do with sort of other sports, sometimes they'll show you the distance that a player has covered. Yeah. I'd like to see the distance that Lobin has covered, because I'm sure that it's probably massive at this point. Like you say, he's always there as that support fragger, we called him. You know, he's not playing support in any way really, but what he is doing is supporting everybody else on his team by going in and getting into fights with them. He never leaves anybody on their own in a gunfight. Dash is going to take down Lobin, and so that might just leave his teammates a little more alone as Spiff it is who manages to find Lobin. Iconic goes down in the mix there. Forrest getting challenged underneath, but has managed to find Dash, and that's advantage Astralis.
Picking Lost One apart so far in these rounds. Lobin looking nowhere near as comfortable as what he has on the previous couple of maps, I think. Although they play an awful lot of ball, and maybe just too many angles exposing him here, and his risky playstyle to being shut down. Maya almost being taken out here too, down to 5 HP, but takes Spiff away in the process. And there it is. This is what I mean about the number of angles on this map are just insane. Like, so much can be opened up. Looks like once again Astralis are going to win.
I fall back to what I've often said about attacking here on border, or defending rather. If you want to defend successfully, the best way to do it, and it sounds sort of obvious, but the best way to do it is to keep the attackers out of the map, because once they get into it, like you say, there's so many different angles. J9 are able to step in and get that final kill there, and Astralis are demonstrating that for us. There are so many angles that can be opened up once you get into the map. Almost every wall is soft. You know, you can just get long lines of sight right across the top floor of the map, and it just makes it so difficult for defenders once attackers are in the map. So you have to meet them at the doors, you have to meet them at the windows, you have to try and keep them on those balconies.
Yeah, Lobin's always been the player that, you know, would like to try and challenge early for the spawn peaks. Maya, I've always said, kind of plays just behind him. And then behind that, you'll often have Rise looking to bring up a slightly more supportive spot, but still willing to get involved in the mid-round gunfights. Here, honestly, it's been more Dash and Dots doing that. Those two kind of stepping away from playing the more supportive roles we're used to seeing them on things like Mute and Smoke, and looking to stay busy around the map. Maybe another Lost One interesting strat coming out here. We had the cool setup coming out of Astralis with the mirror windows. We had Lost One rocking out the castle barricade set up inside a geisha on Skyscraper. Here they've got one of their own to deploy and see how well they can hold down this east side of the map.
Going to be bathroom and tellers then. The thing is for Astralis, this is going to be fairly similar. It's going to be getting to the top floor, take control, sweep across, and then there's just a little bit on the end of getting themselves down into sight. So it's really the onus is on Lost One for what are they going to do differently, because the problem that they face is that they've got to hold on to top floor with fewer personnel than they did last time around, with Astralis sweeping across that top. So it's going to be very difficult for them. I think entry kill is going to be important. I'd like to see a bit more aggression coming out of Lost One. As I said, get up to those windows, get up to those doors. You know, I'm not talking necessarily spawn peaks, but get up there and just prevent them from getting into the building freely.
The thing is, I feel like Astralis aren't, you know, outpaced, like really rushing through this game either. It's the same as the SSG game earlier on against M80. M80 weren't like right up in SSG's face, but neither were they super passive. It was enough to, you know, be there and be present for a fight, but not enough that you were overextending and being punished for it. I feel like Astralis in these two attacks have been very, very similar. They haven't looked to meet Lobin at every window and doorway that he's peeking on, but have looked to catch him when he's retreating back from that. So really their pace and the ability to catch these players of Lost One before they get back to safety, that's where a lot of these early rounds are being defined.
Spiff thinks about the nade, but then just drops back, puts it back in the pocket, gets the gun back out and continues the push forward. He's got Iconic in support as well. Dash is at the bottom. This is going to be a freebie. No, it's not. What a kill from Spiff there as he manages to find the headshot onto Dash. I thought for all the money that he was going to step into the line of sight and lose his life, but no, the Oryx taken down. Spiff continues that push on down the bottom. This is looking so good for Astralis right now. It's running away from Lost One quickly.
They're going to get one back as well, but Rise has at least got one here. Maya into a second, but Forrest steps in. He's going absolutely nuclear in these first few rounds. Maya left alone, finds one of the drop spins for a second, but can't find his man. Down to a slither of HP, J9 rounds it out. Astralis have got 3 rounds on the bat, Tim, and sure enough, there's a timeout being requested by Lost One.
No, I didn't know exactly where he was. You're fine.
Tá, mano, presta atenção. Vocês estão jogando cat sim. Vocês não estão strafando, não tá pegando intel. Pô, eu falei... Ô, Léo, então capita, caralho. Bora levantar esses moleque, porra. Não quero você quieto não, caralho. Pô, acabou o round, conversa setup, guys. A gente falou hoje, mano. Pô, como agiram, como jogaram, como eles estão jogando. Tá continuando na leste? Pô, beleza, como a gente vai jogar em cima disso? Vocês não conversaram um setup, caralho. E já tá começando a comunicar. Ai, tá aqui, tá se matando. Bora, caralho, é o último mapa da porra do nosso solo, caralho. Nada a perder, porra. Vamos, caralho. Bora, caralho. Bora, porra. Troca tiro com ele, até o final, caralho.
Deixa os caras entrar não, mano. Você não.
Mano, é o seguinte, a única que tá fazendo é a entrada da leste da porta, tipo, não segue. Se eles entrar, dá pra fechar.
That is so far the most animated that I've seen Norris and the Lost One boys during a tactical timeout, really knowing that their backs are to the wall here. You know, this is different than the TAC timeouts that they've had before. These are different to the ones that have come in group stages. These are about fighting for your life. You are 3-0 down. You are 4 rounds away from going home.
I've seen Norris quite animated a couple of times this week, but never really in kind of a intense fashion like we just saw there, right? Like, if we had like a translator that would sound a lot like Fabian. I don't think he was full on losing his marbles in the same way that Fabian was a little bit towards G2 earlier, but it was very much a, look boys, we're better than this. You know, you're sitting there, you're being a little bit mopey, like, you know, no, none of that. High energy, that is where we thrive. Let's get it built back up again. Let's really put the drive in. I think even if you don't speak Portuguese, you can tell that, Tim.
Sometimes it's what's needed. You know, at the end of the day, they're all here with a common goal, and that is to win the title. That is to go all the way and win the hammer. You know, to lift the hammer at the end of all of this. And so, you know, sometimes, yeah, a fire does need lighting. You know, look at the turnaround for G2. They went on, they won the game, they then won the next game. They've saved themselves twice in the day in the lower bracket, and they are still fighting. And sometimes it does just take, you know, those words from a coach to fire a team up. We'll see whether that is the impact from Norris, but I am a little bit concerned that words might not be enough here, Des, because Astralis, they are looking great at the minute. If you're an NA fan, if you're an Astralis fan, you're going to be liking what you see on the attack of border.
I think it's mad just knowing that we only have 6 teams that can go through to playing at Plasbal on the weekend, you know. We had 16 teams at the start of today. We'll be down to 8 by the end of it, and 2 more go home tomorrow. And there are so many that I feel are really deserving of that chance to play in the arena as well, but just knowing that not every single one can is honestly insane.
That's tournaments. That is tournaments. We're going to have the nade going in from Iconic. Forest will actually be downed. He's going to be finished off as well, but the trade comes in. It was Dash that got the kill. Dots that gets taken out. Leaves us in a 4 versus 4. But look at this aggression coming along from Iconic. Manages to find the kill as well. Brilliant play from him.
Unbelievable step forward as well with real pace behind the EE1D. Looks for this